Chapter 1. Challenge the impossible? No, I want to lie down. Tian was lying on the big bed in the rental house, thinking about what he had experienced during this period, and he was very tired. He was an employee of a small company, and he maintained the 996 mode for several years, with a monthly salary of only more than 3,000 yuan. Finally, he was exhausted. A few days ago, he had a heart attack and almost didn't survive. The dedicated him stayed in the hospital for less than 2 days and then returned to the company. Unexpectedly, he got the news of a transfer. He was transferred to the logistics department of another district with a monthly salary of 1,700. It was obvious that they wanted to drive him away and force him to resign. He resigned as the company wished. He has been staying in the rental house these days, enjoying a rare leisurely life. But this leisurely life is about to end. He still has to make money to live. Ding! I am challenging the impossible system. It has been checked that you are suitable for binding to this system. Do you want to bind it? Challenge the C-level task to get a reward of 100 million yuan. The higher the difficulty of the challenge, the richer the reward. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. System? After 10 years of traveling, he finally has a system. Bind, Tian said without hesitation. Challenging C-level tasks should be very simple, right? Ding, binding successful. Congratulations to the host for binding to challenge the impossible system. Tian was very excited. Finally, the binding was successful, so it was time for him to challenge those tasks. Show me, what tasks are there? Tian said impatiently. Challenging C-level tasks can get 100 million, so if challenging S-level tasks, wouldn't you get more? Since the host has just bound the system at this stage, you can only challenge the lowest level E-level tasks. Okay, E-level is E-level. Since it is the lowest level, it must be very simple. Okay, take a look at the tasks. As soon as the voice fell, a blue light screen appeared in front of Tian. The blue light screen was very large, but there was only one task on it: to get a Bugatti Veyron worth 10 million by helping on the shopping platform. Help? Or a sports car worth 10 million? You seem to be kidding me. Fuck, 100,000 people didn't help a bread machine, and you asked me to help a sports car? Tian cracked. The system said nothing. However, since he could get 1 million by completing the task, he still downloaded a shopping app resignedly. The system shouldn't be that bad. Maybe he can really help. Tian did it right away. He quickly found a 0 yuan purchase event and soon found a sports car in it. In an instant, the price of the Bugatti Veyron, which was worth tens of millions, changed from 10 million to 0.99 yuan. Wow, I'm so lucky I can help by inviting at least 5 users. This is at least interesting. Tian was happy and quickly shared the link to his college classmates group. As for why he didn't share it to the high school classmates group, it was because no one had spoken in the high school classmates group for 800 years. He suddenly showed up to help Yidao, which was really not good. As soon as he posted it to the group became lively. Tian, are you crazy? Do you still believe in these tricks these days? Don't bother with it, it's useless. Tian, you're not dreaming, are you? You can help a sports car. Who would buy a car if you can help it? A sports car worth 10 million. You have to be realistic when you dream. Zhangxin, what you said is wrong. You are asking for something in your dream. But then again, you can get a sports car just by helping. It's just a dream. Forget it, I'll help you. You'll know the tricks in a while. After a while, dozens of messages came out in the group, but someone really helped him. Tian looked at his phone and found that the 0.99 had become 0.01. There are still 9 rubies, and only 1 ruby is needed to reach 0.01, or you can directly help 0.01. In this way, a sports car worth 10 million can be helped. But is this possible? Tian thought it was impossible anyway. Oh, everything is possible. Besides, it's not in vain if you help me. As long as you help me, I will give you $1. Tian quickly replied. Although he also felt that this was equivalent to dreaming, he had a system. The system should not let him fail, right? And this is still the lowest level task. If he really can't handle it, then forget about the higher level tasks. This system is simply a waste of time. I lost to you. I'll help you. For the sake of our old classmates, I will also help you. You really won't turn back until you hit the wall. Forget it, I'll help you. I helped you. Take a look. My online name is Shiguang, and I helped you before. After a while, most of the class helped him, about 30 people. Tian also sent them red envelopes one by one. Switch to the page of help again. You don't know until you see it, you will be shocked. There is a lucky gift bag behind this ruby and a card behind it. When there were only $5 left, he only had one card left, but he couldn't get it. Tian's face darkened. Is this a routine? No wonder someone couldn't get a bread machine after looking for 100,000 people. Tian gritted his teeth and sent the link to his family group and high school classmates group. Of course, they were unwilling to help. Some told him that it would be useless to help because it would not work anyway. However, many people helped because he gave a red envelope of $1. Tian looked at the screen and saw that there was only a little bit left. At least he only needed to invite one person to help, and he was immediately broken. Fuck, what the hell is this? I shouldn't have believed in these platforms. Tian cursed and shouted in the group that he would not help anymore, and then uninstalled the software. It's really a sow putting on a set of tricks, one after another. Tian was so angry that he covered himself with a quilt. Go to sleep. Host, you are just a little bit away from helping. Host, are you sure you don't want to help? Host, as long as you help, you will not only get a sports car worth tens of millions, but also a reward of 1 million from the system. Host! The voice of the system kept ringing in Tian's mind, and Tian was annoyed. After asking the system how to block the sound, he operated it and blocked the system sound. Soon Tian fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, in a high-end ward of a hospital, what should I do? Is my father really not going to make it? A young girl in her early 20s frowned and looked at the middle-aged man who was unconscious on the bed with a painful face. She has a beautiful big wave, plain face, but has a pure natural beauty. The light blue long skirt sets off her perfect figure, which seems to be so proud that she is about to jump out, and her slender legs and a pair of jade feet. It's simply a beauty on earth. If there are people in the business circle, they will definitely recognize her as the only daughter of Mu Chen, the head of the big family Mu family. Mu Lanxin. The doctor said that it will be in these 2 days, so let's be prepared. How could he have a car accident? A middle-aged woman who looked a bit like Mu Lanxin sighed and said a fact that was hard for anyone to accept. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became extremely sad. Mu Lanxin's body trembled slightly and a tear fell from the corner of her eye. Daddy! Ding! The suitable candidate for the shared task has been checked. At this time, a voice sounded in Mu Lanxin's mind. Mu Lanxin was stunned. Mommy, did you hear any sound? No. What happened to Sheener? Mu's mother asked in confusion. Well, I must have heard it. Mu Lanxin shook her head fiercely. She was in a trance and began to have hallucinations. But, ding, the shared task has been issued. Shared task, help Tian to help successfully. Reward, good health, can be given to others. Chapter 2. Did the help really succeed? Do you want to do this task immediately? Mu Lanxin jumped excitedly. This was not an illusion. She really heard it. If you don't respond within 10 seconds, the task will be invalid and automatically issued to the next suitable candidate. Do it! I'll do it! Mu Lanxin said quickly. Her voice was extremely loud, which scared Mu's mother. Sheener, what's wrong with you? It's okay, I'm just thinking about something. Mu Lanxin realized that she should use her spiritual consciousness to communicate with that voice. It should be like this, right? This is what it says in the novel. Soon, a link was sent to Mu Lanxin's prestige. It was Tian's support link. Mu Lanxin took a deep breath and told Mu's mother about it. Mu's mother was shocked. To be honest, she didn't believe it, but she had to say that this reward attracted her. Good health? Isn't this what Mu's father needs most? Try it. Maybe it really works. Mu Lanxin pursed her lips. This is probably the only way to save Dad. Okay, I'll mobilize all my connections and make sure to help. Mu's mother actually wanted to find this platform directly. She knew the senior management there. It would definitely work to spend 20 million to let this platform help with this 10 million sports car. But she was worried that this would not be considered a completed mission. She couldn't risk her husband's life. Mulanchen blinked her beautiful eyes and had an idea. Maybe we can find some anchors. Let them help with live broadcasts. There is strength in numbers. Besides, with so many people watching, this platform shouldn't. Okay, you still have a way, Mu's mother agreed quickly. Without further ado, Mulanchen immediately mobilized the anchors she knew. Birds of a feather flocked together. Mulanchen was originally a rich girl, and of course the people she knew were all rich and noble. Even if the people she knew were anchors, they were relatively famous anchors. Within 10 minutes, Mulanchen found dozens of big anchors with more than 1 million fans, and asked these big anchors to help. Of course, the big anchors didn't believe they could help, but they agreed to it at Mulanchen's request. The Mu family still has power. Moreover, they suddenly became curious. 100,000 people couldn't help a bread machine. Then dozens of big anchors with millions of fans came together to help this sports car. Can they help it? Soon, these anchors on major platforms became active. They started live broadcasts and mobilized fans to help the sports car. This kind of fantasy-like thing certainly attracted the attention of many people. 666, what day is today? Support festival? What's going on? I entered several live broadcast rooms. Why are they all supporting this sports car? Are you crazy? Did you receive money from the platform, or do you really believe that the platform can help you? Outrageous, but then again, so many anchors ask fans to support. How much does it cost? If the support is not successful, tut-tut. Don't be lucky. So what if there are many people? The things here on the platform are not so easy to support, and it's a sports car worth 10 million. I guess the platform didn't prepare this 10 million sports car at all. At the request of the anchor, the fans complained, but they still helped. It's just that so many people watched, but they still didn't help. Seeing the various words on the screen, the live broadcast room was boiling. Fuck, they can't get enough support from so many people. What's the platform trying to do? They also said that if we invite at least one more person, we can get support. Why are you inviting your blue face? I'm dying of laughter. I wonder what the platform will think when they see this. Fire Tongs, Lu Ming. This platform is going to be popular. It's definitely on the trending search. 666. I guess the platform never dreamed that dozens of anchors would mobilize their fans to support this sports car, and they're watching the same link. I almost fainted from laughing. Who came up with this idea? Isn't this putting the platform on fire? Why doesn't the platform react? Could it be that it went to buy a sports car? The platform may have fainted from anger. The office of the president of an office building. Mr. Su, something happened. A man in a blue suit knocked on the door in a hurry. President Su frowned, put down his pen and looked at his assistant. What's wrong? Someone is helping the sports car worth 10.58 million. The assistant wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a deep breath. Just help. Why are you telling me about this? Go away. President Su waved his hand and signaled the assistant to leave. The assistant looked at President Su with a bitter smile. No. Oh, I can't say a word or two. You should check the news. What? It's really inexplicable. What? What are these anchors doing? President Su complained while turning on the computer. Seeing the news above, President Su's head was about to explode. Dozens of anchors with millions of fans, or even tens of millions of fans, are actually helping one person to help the sports car at the same time. Even if only one fan out of 10 fans helps, then there are hundreds of millions of people in total. If this can't be helped, President Su's palms were sweating. Who came up with this idea? Isn't this embarrassing for their family? Boss Su, forget it. Let him help to succeed. If he continues, our reputation will be completely ruined. Who will come to my house in the future? Boss Su said with mixed feelings. Giving away a sports car worth more than 10 million yuan for free is secondary. The problem is that he really wants to know who did it. So many people just helped a sports car. Isn't this clearly a mess with his platform? At this point, even if the sports car was given away, the routine of his platform has been known to the whole network. So many people helped to succeed, so go talk to the public relations department and make sure to restore the reputation of my platform. Tian got up from the bed and stretched. He habitually took out his mobile phone from under the pillow. Seeing the text message displayed on the screen of the mobile phone, he rubbed his eyes in surprise. 1 million UnionPay transfer? This is a lie. However, he still opened the UnionPay app to check his deposits. Seeing the extra 1 million deposits, he was puzzled. Who transferred him 1 million? Could it be a wrong transfer? Ding, you have completed the E-level impossible challenge. Help to buy a Bugatti Veyron worth 10 million yuan on the shopping platform. The reward has been issued to your UnionPay account. Please check it. Every transfer and asset reward in the system can be traced, legal and compliant. The host does not need to worry about such problems. The system sound suddenly sounded, and Tian was even more confused after hearing it. Chapter 3. The Second Impossible Challenge. The Second Impossible Challenge. He figured out the 1 million himself. It was the system reward for him to complete the impossible challenge. But the problem is that he didn't complete this task. Didn't he help with a few $dozen and then stopped helping when he found that he couldn't help? Or did he really help with a sports car? It's that simple? Just move your fingers and you can help in such a short time? What's wrong with the platform? This is simply good news for the people. At this time, a call came in from an unfamiliar user. He hesitated and answered it. Hello, this is a certain platform. We understand that the support you initiated at 16:35 this afternoon has been successful. Please fill in the delivery address as soon as possible. After confirmation, the Bugatti sports car will be delivered to the address. A very soft voice came out of the phone, and Tian was even more confused, and then he was ecstatic. Success! He really helped to get a Bugatti sports car. He was very excited when he thought about it. He just helped a few dollars casually and he got a sports car worth tens of millions and a reward of 1 million. Okay, I'll fill it out now. After saying this, Tian was about to hang up the phone. At this time, the voice on the phone sounded again. Okay, I hope you can promote it on the social platform immediately. Okay, Tian didn't think much about it. He hung up the phone and filled in the delivery address and then went to post. He is usually in a lurking state. As a homeboy, sometimes he just posts water posts on the internet, posts some comments under other people's posts. I have never posted before, and this time it is definitely the first one. Even if he posts, no one will read it. I don't know why the platform wants to promote him, but I didn't expect that within less than a minute after posting, the official platform also posted related news and mentioned him. Oh my God, is this true? Did he really succeed? Awesome, awesome, awesome. He even succeeded. Amazing. This must be a rich guy. He actually challenged the platform. I admire him. This guy is amazing. He actually invited so many anchors to help him. I wonder how much money he spent. I guess the money he spent on inviting so many anchors to help him is enough to buy several sports cars. I'm imagining, is this person poor in his early years and was ripped off by this platform? And the first thing he did after he became rich was to challenge this platform? This wave is really a loss for the platform. Not only did they spend more than 10 million, but they didn't even have a good reputation. With so many talents helping to get a sports car, no one would praise the platform. Haha, I have to say, this wave caught the platform off guard. Tian also looked at the comments under the post and was confused by them. What the hell? Didn't he just ask some relatives and friends to help him? It is estimated that there are not even 100 people, and it was only $1 per person. How could the money be enough to buy several sports cars? And where did the anchor come from? He didn't know any anchor. Puzzled, Tian browsed the posts again, and then he understood what was going on. No wonder he was able to help this sports car. He thought he was lucky, or the platform had changed its ways. It turned out that there were dozens of big anchors helping him. With so many people helping, even if they couldn't help, the platform couldn't lose face and could only help him. Otherwise, how to explain that so many people were mobilized to help but couldn't help? Then does the platform have any shame? Mulangshan and Mu's mother in the hospital looked at the bed nervously. Just now, Mulangshan heard a voice in her mind again that the task of helping was completed and the health certificate would be issued immediately. After the issuance, Mulangshan gave the health certificate to Mu's father without hesitation. Now it depends on whether this is true. Mulangshan and Mu's mother looked at the bed anxiously. A magical scene happened. The data on the machines actually developed in a positive direction, and Father Mu's health on the sickbed gradually improved. The swelling and injuries on his body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, Father Mu slowly opened his eyes full of shrewdness. Could this look like a dying person? Unless it was a last breath. But this was obviously not. "Dad, you're awake?" Mulanshin was overjoyed, ran to Father Mu's side quickly and gently stroked Father Mu's hand. Am I dying? Why am I so energetic all of a sudden? Could it be a last breath?" Father Mu sat up in disbelief and was surprised to find that his body was extremely light and there was no pain on his body. He seemed to be 20 years younger, and his whole body was full of strength. "No, it's definitely not. Believe me," Mulanshin said tremblingly. She wanted to help Father Mu get up and walk around, but she didn't expect Father Mu to stand up by himself. Father Mu pulled out the tubes, put on his slippers, and walked around the room, and was surprised to find that he was completely fine. The medical staff hurried over to see Father Mu, walking back and forth in the room, and were startled and hurried to pull Father Mu to the bed. But when they saw that Father Mu was fine, they were also stunned. After a series of examinations, they finally confirmed that Father Mu had recovered and all his body functions were normal. There was no part of his body that was unhealthy. For a while, all the medical staff were stunned. A dying person suddenly recovered, which they dared not even imagine, but it actually happened today. Miracle! This is a miracle! Mulanshin excitedly held Father Mu's hand and refused to let go for a long time. She was excited when she thought of this. Although it cost her a lot of money and connections to mobilize so many anchors to help, it was worth it to think that her father could recover. I wonder if there are any more shared tasks like this. Tian, what kind of person is he? Achoo! Tian sneezed fiercely. Who is talking about him? Ding, the challenge impossible task has been updated. Please check it out. Another task? Thinking of the assistance task just now, he was already having a headache. It wouldn't be that kind of task again this time, but I wonder if there are any anchors who will call on fans to help him out. Tian hurriedly checked the tasks. A blue light screen appeared in front of him again. Seeing the only task on it, Tian had a headache again. Hold a large-scale concert? At least 1,000 people must come to watch it? The ticket price cannot be less than 1,000 yuan? System, did I provoke you or offend you in my previous life? Chapter 4, Global Plaza awaits your arrival. Tian was speechless. Fucking a sports car on the platform is the lowest difficulty task, and holding such a large-scale concert is also the lowest difficulty task. He really couldn't imagine how difficult the D-level, C-level, B-level, or even A-level and S-level tasks would be. Repairing an elevator for Mount Everest? Or a handstand hiking tour around the world? He really couldn't imagine it. Tian shook his head and went into the bedroom to catch up on his sleep. The world is big, but sleeping is the most important. When he woke up again, he picked up his phone and saw that it was almost 11 o'clock, and he received a lot of messages on his phone, as well as the 1 million reward. In addition, there was a missed call. Tian finished chatting with his classmates and called back the missed call. "Hello, are you Mr. Ye?" The girl came from the phone and Tian was surprised. "Excuse me, who are you?" "I am the manager of a certain platform. Mr. Ye, do you remember that you cut a Bugatti Veyron on our platform before?" Speaking of the Bugatti Veyron, Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Yes, I remember. What happened?" "It's like this. You left your address and asked us to send it to you. But because the car broke down, we can only park it in the parking lot near Global Plaza." "Parking lot near Global Plaza?" Tian suddenly remembered that his old classmates had invited him to have dinner at Global Plaza. It was the same location. What a coincidence. He planned beautifully in his mind that he would drive the car home after dinner, killing two birds with one stone. It was so beautiful. After hanging up the phone with the manager of a certain platform, Tian drove his electric donkey to Global Plaza and parked it outside. As soon as he entered the square, he was stopped by several people in uniform. Tian raised his eyebrows. "Who are you? How dare you stop me?" He raised his eyebrows and several security guards were startled, but seeing that Tian's clothes were all street stall goods, The security guards instantly regained their cold temperament and snorted at the same time. "This is not a place for a country bumpkin like you." The words of several people instantly angered Ye Tian. "What did you say?" Being called a country bumpkin? Ye Tian's anger came out. Several people also found it funny. If you are not a country bumpkin, what are you? Don't think that you can ignore others just because you put on a uniform and act like a decent person. I warn you, get out of here as far as you can. The security guards also found it funny. You are the one who should get out. Just when several people were about to fight, there was a sound of footsteps behind him. Ye Tian turned around and found that it was his old classmate Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng also widened his eyes. What happened? It was Lin Tianfeng who asked Ye Tian to come to the dinner party and set the address at Global Plaza. Who would have thought that when he just rushed over, he saw Ye Tian arguing with someone? Lin Tianfeng was shocked. "Ye Tian, are you okay?" Facing his concern, Ye Tian nodded. "I'm fine, I just ran into a few dogs. They were too arrogant, I want to teach them a lesson." Lin Tianfeng hurriedly grabbed Ye Tian. "There are people coming and going around here. It's not a good place to quarrel. Let's go in first and ignore these people." As he said, he was about to pull Ye Tian inside, but Ye Tian shook his head and said he didn't want to go in no matter what, which made Lin Tianfeng grit his teeth. Chapter 5, Grandmaster of Chinese Martial Arts. "Why are you so stubborn?" Ye Tian snorted coldly. "It's because they are too much." Lin Tianfeng didn't know where to start. He sighed. "We can't afford to offend these people. Let's go in quickly." Lin Tianfeng can't afford to offend, but it doesn't mean that Ye Tian can't afford to offend. He snorted coldly. "I just don't want to let these people go." Lin Tianfeng once again tried to persuade him. "Let's not bother with these people." Ye Tian sneered. "If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't know how powerful I am." Lin Tianfeng shook his head. "Forget it. Forget it. You will suffer for not listening to the old man. You can do whatever you want. I'm leaving first." After Ye Tian taught them a lesson, he looked at his clothes again. He sighed, changed his clothes according to the system's requirements, and put on the big gold chain and small watch given by the system. Then he also took a branch task to destroy the den. Clothes make the man. Ye Tian was greeted by two doormen in great respect into the hotel. A man dressed as a waiter in a jet black suit, standing at the front desk of the hotel, saw Ye Tian with a pair of black sunglasses behind the two doormen at a glance, and his eyes lit up immediately. This should be a rich man. With a professional fake smile on his face, he quickly came to Ye Tian and bowed to him in great respect. "Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Li Yang. Is there anything I can help you with?" Li Yang said to Ye Tian in a gentle voice. He was far away and didn't see Ye Tian's outfit clearly. He just felt that it was unusual. When he got closer, he was shocked to find out. Not to mention the Gucci suit, sunglasses. I don't know what brand the sunglasses are. The most important thing is the silver white watch on his hand. Oh my God, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the FEF 270P001 watch from Patek Philippe. The domestic price is about 1 million. Moreover, even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. It is said that people who want to buy this watch have lined up until the year after next. Li Yang, who always likes to read luxury news, knows Patek Philippe very well. For a while, Li Yang's spirit became a little dazed. It is no exaggeration to say that the young man in front of him is absolutely extremely distinguished. Distinguished guest. After thinking about Ye Tian's distinguished status, Li Yang's attitude was even more respectful than before. Human beings are born to make up all kinds of imaginations about others in their own minds. He didn't know that Ye Tian in front of him. How could he have any distinguished status? His parents are just high school teachers. And what about him? He is at best a lucky loser? Li Yang waved to the two doormen in front of Ye Tian, indicating that they could leave and he would receive this distinguished guest. The two doormen smiled on their faces, but in their hearts, okay, this young master, this licking dog is getting a bargain again. But what can we do? The two of them are just two small watchdogs, even worse than this licking dog. After feeling helpless, the two doormen turned around and left. "Just take me to that place." Ye Tian looked at Li Yang in front of him expressionlessly. He was very anxious now. "Can you take me to the casino quickly? I'm in a hurry. Li Yang, who looked like he really was, came to Ye Tian and spread his arm to the right-hand aisle on the first floor of the hotel. Understood, please come this way. So Ye Tian, led by Li Yang, slowly walked towards the inside of the first floor of the hotel. Along the way, there were countless strong men in neat suits, sunglasses on their faces, and headsets stuck in their ears, looking at the two of them with a serious face. In fact, when Ye Tian first saw this group of people, he felt a little depressed. The arms of these strong men were thicker than his thighs. Can you believe that I'm going to make a big fuss in there in a while? However, when he thought of the blessing of the system, Ye Tian's nervous heart suddenly felt like taking a reassurance pill. Are you kidding? How powerful is the system? Ye Tian, who knew that the system was awesome, did not doubt its power at all. Do you dare to go against it? The heart that was nervous and beating violently just now suddenly calmed down. After Li Yang turned left and walked for a while, he finally stopped at the door of an elevator. Dear guest, the place you want to go is below. Li Yang smiled and looked at Ye Tian and said secretly in his heart, Today, no matter what this distinguished guest says, I will receive him to the end. Li Yang's mind suddenly flashed with countless red Chinese currency. These waiters make a lot of money by taking commissions from customers. According to one of Li Yang's brothers, a senior in their line of work bought a villa in Tianfu City by taking commissions. Thinking of this, Li Yang looked at Ye Tian as if he was looking at a god of wealth. God of wealth. Whether I can buy a villa like that, senior, depends on you. However, his illusion is destined to be shattered. If Li Yang knew that Ye Tian came here today not to participate in gambling, but to mess up the place, how wonderful would his expression be? With a light ding sound, the door of the elevator in front of Ye Tian slowly opened to both sides, and under the leadership of Li Yang, the two soon entered the elevator together. After Li Yang reached out and pressed the button showing S2 in the elevator slowly sank to the ground. 10 seconds later, the elevator door opened with a ding. Ye Tian looked up at this time, and a huge black door appeared in front of him. And next to the door, there were two strong men who were even stronger than the ones Ye Tian had seen just now. Ye Tian couldn't help but wonder, is he in a casino or a gym? However, I guess even the coaches in the gym probably wouldn't be as strong as the two in front of him. Are they grandmasters of Chinese martial arts? Ye Tian muttered in his heart, and while muttering, he slowly walked towards the front door under the guidance of Li Yang. As soon as he reached the door, when Li Yang was about to stretch out his hand to push open the two tightly closed doors, the two strong men suddenly stretched out their hands to stop Li Yang. What? Don't you even recognize me? Li Yang frowned with a bad face. He thought, these two stupid and rough guys really don't know what's good for them. How dare they stop him? Stopping him is not a big deal. The key is if the god of wealth behind him feels unhappy. Then at that time, I'm afraid the boss will severely punish them. Chapter 6. Follow the procedures. After hearing Li Yang's slightly aggressive words, the two strong men did not show any unhappy expressions on their faces, and still looked at the two of them with expressionless faces. I'm sorry. The boss has stipulated that we must follow the procedures. Want to go in? You must first prove to us that the person behind you is qualified to go in. The two strong men said to Li Yang in an extremely cold voice. They didn't care whether they were honored guests or not. As long as they didn't prove that they had the strength to go in, even if the King of Heaven came, they had to get out. Okay, you two can do it. If you delay this honored guest, be careful that both of you will have a hard time. Li Yang looked at the two strong men in front of him with a ferocious face. They were really two idiots. Forget it. I won't bother with these two stupid guys. In the future, I will live in a luxurious villa. Li Yang looked at the two men with disdain, and then put on a respectful expression, turned around and looked at Ye Tian behind him. With an apologetic look on his face, he said to him, I'm sorry, dear guest, the rules are like this. You see? You want proof, right? Okay, then I'll prove it to you, isn't it? Ye Tian said to him casually, and then took out a gold-rimmed cowhide wallet from his arms and slowly pulled out a bank card shining with golden light from it. Here, go check it out. See if I have the qualifications to enter. Ye Tian casually handed the golden bank card in his hand to Li Yang. "Sorry to bother you. I'm very sorry." With an apologetic look on his face, Li Yang bowed slightly to him, expressing his inadequacy, and Ye Tian also waved to him in understanding. Then Li Yang held the golden bank card that Ye Tian handed to him, and came to the two big men with an expressionless face, and then handed the bank card in his hand to them. "Check it! Just check it!" Ye Tian looked at them with a smile on his face. You know, the bank card was given to him by the system, and the system told him that the deposit in it was at least 100 million. Ye Tian didn't believe that he was not qualified to enter the casino. After the two strong men took out the bank card, they took out an instrument similar to a POS machine from their arms and stuck the bank card in their hands on the instrument in their hands. Then a light beep sound came out from the instrument similar to a POS machine. After hearing this light sound, the expressionless faces of the two strong men finally showed a smile that was not easy to find. The young man was indeed qualified to enter the casino. After putting the instrument in their arms, the two strong men put the bank card in their hands back to Li Yang's hands with great respect. Li Yang saw that the two strong men put the bank card back in his hands, and his attitude suddenly became extremely correct. He immediately returned to Ye Tian's side with his head held high, like a victorious rooster. "Dear guest, please come in." Li Yang looked at Ye Tian with a smile, and then handed over his bank card. Putting the bank card back into his wallet, Ye Tian slightly adjusted the sunglasses on his face, and then, under the guidance of Li Yang, he walked towards the door in front again. The two strong men beside the black door were also very tactful at this time, slowly pushing open the tightly closed door from the left and right. As soon as the door opened, a golden light instantly shone on Ye Tian's face. He squinted his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him. Ye Tian's face was suddenly stunned. "Is this a casino? It's so luxurious!" Dozens of female and male staff members in professional uniforms stood neatly on both sides. They had received professional training. At the moment the door opened, they all bowed and shouted to the door, "Welcome! What a big battle!" Ye Tian looked at all this and sighed silently in his heart. It is estimated that even the casino in Australia is no more than this. So under the leadership of Li Yang, Ye Tian slowly walked past this group of people. At this time, Ye Tian really entered this casino. Countless various machines used for gambling appeared in front of Ye Tian one by one, from small slot machines to large fishing machines. Everything is available here. Not far ahead, there were many men and women standing in a long queue at a counter. What were they doing? Ye Tian took off his sunglasses and hung them on his white shirt, then stared at the long queue with a puzzled look. Li Yang, who was standing next to him, saw Ye Tian looking at the queue with a puzzled look on his face, so he slowly explained to him, "Dear guest, that's where the chips are exchanged." After that, he looked at Ye Tian expectantly. "So that's it, Ye Tian," understood in his heart, so he slowly walked towards the counter. Seeing this, Li Yang, who was standing next to him, hurriedly followed him. "Just kidding, this god of wealth. I can't follow him. That's the contributor to my future villa." There were many people exchanging chips, but because Li Yang followed him, under his diligent leadership, Ye Tian quickly came to the counter for exchanging chips. "Hello, how many chips do you need to exchange?" A beautiful lady at the counter was welcoming Ye Tian with her charming smile. Li Yang, who was standing by, quickly whispered to Ye Tian, "Dear guest, let's exchange one chip for 10,000 yuan. Look." "Pa." In Li Yang's surprised eyes, Ye Tian took out the golden bank card given to him by the system from his wallet and slapped it on the counter. "Exchange 1,000 chips for me first." Ye Tian acted like a dandy boy and looked at the lady at the counter arrogantly. Quiet, the casino suddenly became quiet. Just now. Did I hear it right? How many chips did he say? The countless gamblers waiting in line to exchange chips looked at each other with doubts about life. Li Yang and the beautiful lady behind the counter were also suddenly dumbfounded when they heard what Ye Tian said. "What? 1,000 chips? That's 10 million Chinese yuan. Oh my God!" Everyone at the counter was shocked. Ye Tian suddenly frowned. "What? Can't I exchange it?" The lady behind the counter couldn't say anything at this time. She was so shocked by what he just said that she forgot how to speak. Li Yang beside Ye Tian was not much better at this time. He looked at Ye Tian with his mouth wide open, as if his jaw dropped. Exchange chips. In the distance, a lady wearing a silver cheongsam and a pair of black high heels on her feet apologized to the middle-aged men beside her when she saw something unusual happening at the counter for exchanging chips, and then hurried over to this place. I said, "Can you exchange chips for me?" Ye Tian was a little impatient at this time and exchanged chips for me quickly. "Don't you know that you are in a hurry? No sense at all." The noble lady in the silver cheongsam answered as she walked over here and then stopped in front of Ye Tian. The beautiful young lady in front of the counter and Li Yang beside Ye Tian, when they saw the noble lady appear in front of them, immediately greeted her. "Sister Xiaobai." The noble lady nodded slightly in response to their greetings, and then looked at Ye Tian with a charming smile on her face. Was this little guy angry here just now? Ye Tian's expensive outfit and the Patek Philippe watch on his left wrist were all seen by Sister Xiaobai, who couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Which family's eldest master is this? Who are you? Ye Tian looked at the woman who suddenly appeared in front of him, dressed in a noble lady with a puzzled look, looking at her stunning face and her charming eyes that captivated people. Who can resist this? Ye Tian sighed indignantly in his heart, but his expression did not change at all. He looked at the little white lady with a faint face and said impatiently, "I just want to exchange a chip. Is it really that difficult? Forget it. I think I'd better go home. I'm the supervisor here. Sorry, please wait a moment while I ask them." Little White said to Ye Tian with an apologetic look, and then turned around and looked at the young lady behind the counter with a cold face. "What's wrong with you? Why don't you exchange chips for the guests?" Little White said this very calmly. There was no threat in her words, but it made the young lady behind the counter feel terrified. She knew the means of the little white lady in front of her very well. Don't look at her appearance of being a country-shaking beauty, but the things she has done, if told out, will definitely make people shudder. The young lady looked at Xiaobai with fear and then stammered to answer her. Xiaobai, it's not that I don't want to exchange for the customer. It's really the number he just said? Xiaobai frowned and looked at her. Go on. The young lady looked around nervously, then leaned over to Xiaobai's ear and whispered, "He wants to exchange 1,000 chips." After Xiaobai heard the explanation from the young lady, her charming face suddenly became sluggish. At this time, she didn't blame the counter lady at all. It's really this number, damn, she didn't dare to believe it immediately when she heard it. But after all, she was a person who had experienced big scenes, and Xiaobai's mentality quickly adjusted. After saying to the counter lady, "Okay, it's not your fault," her face changed to a respectful look. Then she turned around and looked at Ye Tian. 1,000 chips, that's 10 million Chinese yuan. Sister Xiaobai had no doubt that Ye Tian in front of them was playing tricks on them. After all, the bodyguards in the casino were not there to eat dry food. This was the first time since their casino was established that they had encountered such a large exchange of chips. If the boss knew, he would probably rush to the young man immediately. "I'm very sorry, distinguished guest. It was our mistake that made you feel dissatisfied just now. In this way, I will receive you throughout the whole process and give you a diamond VIP membership card of this casino. Do you think you are satisfied with this way of handling it?" Sister Xiaobai looked at Ye Tian with a smile on her face. At this time, Ye Tian in her mind, like Li Yang, became a shining god of wealth. This must not be offended. When Ye Tian heard what Sister Xiaobai said, the impatience on his face slowly faded away, and he nodded to her expressionlessly. Soon, Ye Tian completed the chip exchange under the diligent guidance of Sister Xiaobai, and she also gave him a small, black suitcase to carry the 1,000 chips. After all this was done, Ye Tian looked at a table not far away, which seemed to be very lively, so he hurriedly picked up the black suitcase in his hand and walked slowly towards that side. Seeing this, Sister Xiaobai hurriedly followed him. Only Li Yang was left behind, looking at the figures of Ye Tian and Sister Xiaobai, who were gradually going away with a look of regret, and then slapped himself hard. "Waste! Good for nothing. Why were you shocked just now? Otherwise, Sister Xiaobai would not have snatched my guest away. Ah, my villa dream. 2:30 in the morning. After Tian exchanged 1,000 chips in the casino, he found that there was a gathering of 7 or 8 men and women in front of him who were shouting loudly at this time. This is interesting. Seeing this, Tian hurriedly picked up the suitcase with chips and quickly moved over there. Tian walked in and took a look. Well, it turned out that they were playing fried golden flowers. Tian would play it a few times when the elders at home gathered on weekdays and basically understood its rules. I just remember that it seemed quite simple. But it doesn't seem to be very simple. At least Tian has never won once. But what does it matter? Anyway, I'm here to mess up the place today, right? Why do I still care about winning or losing? Tian comforted himself in his heart. In fact, when Tian just stepped into the casino, the system reminded him in his heart that no matter whether he won or lost today, it was all controlled by the system. If Tian won, the winning funds would belong to him, but if he lost, then Tian didn't need to pay a penny. Thinking of this, Tian came to the gambling table with a playful smile on his face, and with a bang, Tian slammed the black briefcase in his hand onto the gambling table. You guys are having fun. How about adding me? Tian acted like a dandy, looking at the 8 men and women playing fried golden flowers in front of him with a proud face. Although Tian didn't know what a real dandy was like, he had never eaten pork, but hadn't he seen pigs run? He usually loved watching animation. He undoubtedly knew the behavior of those dandy boys very well, and the behavior of these dandy boys was performed vividly by Tian. Chapter 8. Someone sent us money. The 8 men and women playing fried golden flowers were suddenly shocked by Tian's dandy behavior. When they saw Xiaobaiji following behind Tian, they couldn't help but wonder in their hearts, whose big shot's son is this? Yang Suhong was sitting at this gambling table. Just tonight, he had already lost more than 500,000 yuan. Just when he was holding back his anger, Tian, who was dressed like a rich young master, suddenly got involved. He finally found an object to vent his resentment that he had been holding back for several hours. He has lost so much that he doesn't care whether you are a big shot or not. He said to Tian in a very yin and yang tone, Great, someone comes to give us money, and we are looking forward to it. Tian frowned slightly when he heard this. What's wrong with this person? Is he angry? However, my buddy is now worried about not finding a target to cause trouble in this casino. I think I've decided to choose you. Xiaobaiji, who was following behind Tian, saw that someone dared to challenge the god of wealth in her mind. How could this be tolerated? Looking at Yang Suong with a cold face, he said slowly, Guest, please speak respectfully. Everyone here is a person of status. If you speak like this, I'm afraid it's not good. The threat in his words was not concealed at all. Yang Suhong, who was on the side, saw that Xiaobai, who was usually very kind, was so cold today. He also wilted like a wilted eggplant in an instant. Tian sat down in front of the gambling table and slowly took off his Gucci suit and put it on the bronze wooden chair. With his left hand wearing Patek Philippe, he gently adjusted the collar of his white shirt on the table, and then looked at the 8 men and women in front of him with an arrogant face. Xiaobai stood beside him like a young wife. At the table, the female dealer in charge of dealing cards had never seen such a scene before. On weekdays, the strong woman, Xiaobaiji, whom she always admired in her heart, actually showed such a young wife's appearance, quietly waiting behind a young man. Was this an illusion? Originally, this round of fried golden flowers had ended, and it was her turn to deal the cards. But the female dealer actually stood there with a dull look on her face, which made Tian impatient all of a sudden. Big sister, don't you know I'm in a hurry? Can you hurry up? Tian looked at the female dealer with an impatient face. He wanted to finish this task quickly and go home to rest early. Sister Xiaobai also frowned and looked at the casino female dealer. Why are you standing there? Deal the cards. You really have no sense at all. Didn't you see that I came to receive this young man in person? You are still standing there in a daze. What's the use of you? Oh, sorry everyone. At the prompting of Sister Xiaobai, The female dealer looked at the 9 customers in front of her with an apologetic face and then dealt cards to the 9 customers one by one. The rules of fried golden flour are very simple. The dealer deals the cards, and each person has 3 playing cards. The dealer of the first round is determined by each person drawing a playing card to compare the size. After the first round, the winner will be the dealer of the next round, and the cycle continues. After many rounds of comparison, only when there are 2 players left can the size be compared to determine the winner. When the last 2 people compare the size, if the 2 players have the same cards, then whoever opens the other's card first loses. Chapter 9, Perfect System. Forever God. Tian picked up the 3 cards on the table and took a look. They were actually 3 A's. He was immediately surprised in his heart. My God! This is the biggest deck of cards in fried golden flour. Is this a change of luck? The voice of the system echoed in Tian's heart at the right time. The system detects that you are now in the mode and has now blessed you with a temporary buff, God of Gamblers. Next, you will be invincible in the casino. Please experience it well? Heh. So that's what happened. I was thinking. Tian finally understood why his luck suddenly got better. It turned out that he had the blessing of the system. I declare, perfect godly system. Forever God. Amid a shout of, add 5 chips, add 10 chips, Tian grabbed the cards in his hand, covered them on the table calmly, and then said softly, don't be so petty, I'll add 50 chips. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. What? Did we hear it right? How much? 50 chips. Oh my, are you still human? The eyes of the other 8 men and women instantly focused on Tian. They looked at him with a look of surprise, as if they didn't believe that Tian could come up with so many chips. Seeing this, Tian smiled slightly. Then he untied the black briefcase that had just been placed on the table. In an instant, 1,000 neatly arranged chips appeared in front of everyone. Hiss! Tian clearly heard the sound of them sucking in a breath of cold air when the 1,000 chips appeared in front of them. So many chips, conservatively estimated to be hundreds or thousands. Whose son is this? Everyone was shocked, and when Yang Suhong saw that Tian actually had so many chips, the nameless fire in his heart boiled again. Mde? Isn't he just a rich prodigal? What's so arrogant? Yang Suhong cursed angrily in his heart. In his heart, Tian was just a rich second generation who relied on his family's wealth. How could he be compared with an executive of an internet company like him? After a moment, the victory of this round finally fell on Tian, who had 3A. The female dealer pushed the gambling money on the table in front of Tian with a smile on her face. Although Tian's face did not change at all, his heart was already full of joy. You know, these winning gambling money will eventually be put into his pocket. However, Tian also discovered the young man with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses early in the morning. Since he came to the table, he has been all kinds of yin and yang, as if Tian owed him something. When he just sat down, Tian didn't care about him much, but now, after Tian won a game, the man's face not only did not restrain at all, but became more and more aggravated. Now how can Tian still bear it? He was very clear about what he was doing in this casino. Little guy, since you are so anxious to die, I will help you. Tian sneered at Yang Suhong. What are you looking at? Suddenly he stood up and looked at him unkindly. What do you mean? Since I came to the table, you have been unhappy with me in various ways? I was thinking, I don't even know you. Why are you so resentful? Or, do you hate the rich? In front of the gambling table, the scene was very awkward. Yang Suhong never thought that he just looked at him unhappily for a few times, but he didn't expect that the prodigal son would be so stubborn. This is interesting. He was already so defeated that he naturally didn't care about Tian's noble status. He sneered. Hate the rich? Haha, sorry, I really don't hate the rich. It's just that what I hate most are those dandy boys who rely on their family's power to show off their power. He looked at Tian coldly and leaned lazily on the bronze wooden chair behind him. Are you talking about me, dandy boy? Tian looked at Yang Suhong with a strange face and felt funny in his heart. If Yang Suhong knew that Tian didn't have any powerful background at all but was just an ordinary person, what kind of expression would he have? However, since Tian had already acted like a dandy boy, he would certainly not be intimidated by his sarcasm. Look down on us dandies? Haha, you must be envious, right? Looks like you lost a lot today, right? Why are you so angry? Tian looked at Yang Suhong with disdain, and then he seemed to have an epiphany. Oh, that's right. It's normal for a poor bastard like you to get angry after losing a little. If you don't have money, don't come here to play. It's not suitable for a poor bastard like you. Tian's words accurately broke Yang Suhong's defense. What did you say? After being mocked by Tian, Yang Suhong's expression of contempt for Tian just now disappeared immediately, and then with a face full of anger, he stood up from his seat in an instant and pointed his finger at Tian. Yang Suhong is a person with a strong self-esteem, and as a senior executive of an internet company, he enjoys the compliments of countless employees on weekdays, and he has long been so arrogant that he can't be more arrogant. He, who always looked down on others, was despised by a dandy boy as a poor bastard with no money. Damn it, how could he bear this? What? You still want to hit me? Come on. Tian looked at him with a playful look on his face, but in his heart he shouted to him with great expectation. Hurry up! Hurry up! Otherwise, how can he have the chance to cause trouble in this casino? How can he complete the task issued by the system? Chapter 10. Friend, you are boasting enough. So good, brother. Please hurry up. I'm in a hurry. The little white sister behind Tian slowly walked in front of him at this time, looking at Yang Suhong with a cold face. Guest, please respect yourself. I think you should understand the rules of our place. Otherwise, it won't end well later. The words revealed the word threat, and the fact was just as it was. Who is Tian? That was a tough guy who exchanged 10 million chips when he came to the casino for the first time. Such a person is undoubtedly the key protection target of their casino. And for someone like Yang Suhong, I'm sorry, you are not worthy of conflict with him, and once you have the slightest movement, you will be dealt with seriously by the casino. This is the difference in identity and status. This is the difference between a poor bee and a rich second generation. Money is not omnipotent, but without money, you can't do anything. Seeing Sister Xiaobai come forward, Yang Suhong naturally didn't dare to do anything else. He was very clear about the rules of this casino. Dare to make trouble here, there is only one result. That is, they will be beaten into a vegetable one by one. Friend, you are bragging big enough, right? But I still feel angry in my heart. Hey, what do you mean? That's it? It's withered? Tian didn't show any strange color on the surface, but he was extremely anxious in his heart. If he didn't seize this opportunity, then when would his mission start? Forget it, no matter. Since you don't take the initiative to trouble me, why don't I trouble you? Tian looked at Yang Suhong, who was slowly sitting down on the chair. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and in the shocked eyes of others, he kicked Yang Suhong hard. The kick he gave to Yang Suhong was like a stream of light, with a sound of breaking through the air, and instantly kicked Yang Suhong in the stomach. Bang! Yang Suhong's body instantly became like a cannonball, and suddenly hit the wall behind him. He groaned and fainted. After Tian kicked, his body did not stop at all, and instantly rushed to the side of Yang Suhong, who had fainted and was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He suddenly grabbed his clothes and lifted him up from the ground as if he was holding a chicken, with a cruel smile on his face, and then clenched his fists and hit Yang Suhong's face hard. Everyone in the casino looked at this amazing change, and one by one they all showed a dull expression. No way. That young man wouldn't know the rules here. Sister Xiaobai was also startled by Tian's sudden change. She looked at Tian, who was punching Yang Suhong in the face with a blank face. What should I do next? Sister Xiaobai looked at Tian's back with an embarrassed look. If she came forward to favor Tian now, it would undoubtedly ruin the reputation of their casino. Many gamblers would say, "What's the matter? Do you protect whoever has money in your casino? The rules you set are bullshit, right?" Thinking of this, Sister Xiaobai couldn't help but think of the cold face of her boss. Hiss. If she made the casino have a bad reputation, the consequences. Tsk, tsk. She couldn't imagine it herself. The reputation of the casino is a big deal. The god of wealth is gone. So be it. After a period of struggle in her heart, finally, Sister Xiaobai made her own decision. Subdue that boy! Sister Xiaobai screamed coldly. Around her, countless security guards had already seen the sudden change and gathered around. However, as soon as they arrived at the scene, they found Sister Xiaobai in the crowd. Without her order, they naturally did not dare to act rashly. But now that Sister Xiaobai has given the order, they can naturally subdue the boy who is making trouble here. You dare to destroy the place here. You must be tired of living. 8 extremely strong men rushed towards Tian in an instant. In the hands of several men, their hands had already clenched into fists. They were thinking in their hearts that as soon as they approached Tian, they would teach him a lesson. He was so rebellious that he dared to make trouble here. Oh, are you going to deal with things now? Good. Just what I want. Like throwing a dead dog, Tian casually threw Yang Suhang, who was in his hand, to the side. Then Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Very good. Is this the way to complete the task? With a sneer in his mouth, Tian took the initiative to meet the 8 big men who came towards him, and the two sides soon collided with each other. Tian had the buff blessing, and he had no fear at all. After dodging the fist of a big man hitting him quite nimbly, Tian slapped him hard, and the big man was instantly knocked unconscious by Tian's strong slap. Just do this, and after a while, the 8 big men who pounced on Tian were all lying on the ground in pieces. Some big men who could not resist the blow had fainted, and some big men who had strong resistance to the blow were also wailing in pain on the ground. Quiet. The casino was extremely quiet. Did we see it right? The casino staff and the gamblers all looked at Tian with disbelief, and he easily solved the 8 big men. What kind of fighting power is this? The return of the king of soldiers? The birth of a special forces soldier? An extremely hoarse voice suddenly floated over from afar. The young man is not bad. He is so good at fighting. He is really a hero in his youth. The person who said this was a middle-aged man wearing a black Adidas sportswear and a scar on his face. Behind him, there was a Lolita who looked 17 or 18 years old and very cute in a pink loli outfit. The two of them held hands and soon came here from a distance. Little White Sister, who was frightened by Tian's powerful skills and opened her mouth wide, saw the appearance of these 2 people and immediately came to the side of the 2 people in a hurry and called the middle-aged man boss very respectfully, and then she leaned against his ear and told him the reason for this storm. Many gamblers also looked at the middle-aged man with a strange look on their faces. Many people have come to this casino countless times, but this casino owner is really the first time they have seen it. Is this the owner of the casino? He looks so fierce. Tian, who had easily knocked down 8 big men, narrowed his eyes and stared at him when he heard the words from the middle-aged man. Chapter 11. He is not kind. He is not kind. However, since the boss has come out, this matter will be much easier to handle. Tian thought to himself. In fact, when Tian came, he had already thought about how to complete this task. After communicating with the system and whether he could perform certain operations, Tian felt extremely confident in his idea. Find an opportunity to make trouble, wait for the boss to come down, deal with them, and finally let the system directly call the phone above. It is simply unforgivable. Well, okay. I understand. The middle-aged man in Adidas sportswear understood all the reasons for the matter from Sister Xiaobai's explanation. Speaking of it, it is actually a simple matter of a dandy boy beating up a poor bitch. He knew very well that in this city, a young man who could casually take out 10 million to play must have a very important identity. And there were still people who dared to mock him? Really? His head was full of shit. The middle-aged man felt funny and looked at Yang Suhang, who had fallen into a coma. He looked like he was looking at a bitch. Which of those people is not arrogant? This old man is really tired of living. But the middle-aged man's eyes then gradually shifted from Yang Suhang to Tian, who had a proud look on his face, and then his eyes condensed. How can such a rich young man have pockmarks on his face? The middle-aged man looked at Tian's big face full of pockmarks and couldn't help complaining in his heart. Fortunately, Tian didn't have the magical skill of mind-reading. If Tian really knew what the middle-aged man was muttering in his heart at this time, he would probably rush towards him without hesitation. What Tian hated most was that others talked about his pockmarked face. At this moment, the little Lolita, who was following the middle-aged man, suddenly said something shocking. She is rich, but unfortunately she is a pockmarked face. Precise, accurate, break, defense. Tian was still arrogant, but after she said this, his face instantly sank. Pockmarked? Pockmarked. Fuck the pockmarked face. Tian looked at the Lolita girl with red eyes. At this time, he was about to lose his mind. It was okay for classmates to call her pockmarked. After all, they were his classmates, and he couldn't care less about them. But now, he was mocked by a stranger for the pockmarks on his face. How could he bear it? If the system hadn't called Tian in time, and if Tian hadn't hit a woman, he would have rushed forward to teach her a lesson. Really? No family education? With a cold snort, Tian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a pair of cold eyes. The middle-aged man turned his head and looked at the lowly girl with a dull face. He still couldn't figure out Tian's background. What if Tian's background was more powerful than his? How to solve it? Turning his head and glaring at the lowly girl, the middle-aged man looked at Tian with a smile on his face. Sorry. My daughter doesn't know the rules. Please don't take it too seriously. The middle-aged man smiled at Tian. By the way, let's get to know each other first. My name is Li Long, and you, little brother. Tian heard this and sneered without saying anything. Li Long saw that Tian was still cold, and his heart sank immediately. He had already been so humble to him. He didn't move at all. Do I really have to kneel down and apologize to him? Li Long is also a proud person. Of course, he is not an ordinary person to be able to open a casino in Tianfu City. He originally wanted to settle it with Tian, but since he didn't give him face, he didn't have to pretend to be a grandson anymore. So what if the background is strong welding? Think about whose territory this is on. Haha. As long as he is killed without anyone noticing, who will know it then? Li Long's eyes were horizontal, and then he whispered to Xiaobai next to him to clear the venue. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai immediately said to the other gamblers with an apologetic look, Sorry everyone, please leave first. After that, Xiaobai gave the other casino staff a sharp look, and the casino staff all understood and drove the gamblers away. Soon, in such a large casino, only Tian, Li Long, Xiaobai, and the lowly girl were left. Oh, interesting. Looking at the casino that had been cleared, Tian seemed to have noticed something, and his expression suddenly became serious. He quickly told the system to execute the next plan, and then looked at Li Long and others with a cold face. Outside Senhao Hotel. At this time, countless reporters were lurking around Senhao Hotel. Although it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning, these reporter friends were not sleepy at all. It was all because of a mysterious phone call 2 hours ago, which was made to the president of their respective newspapers. The phone told them to come to Senhao Hotel at around 3 o'clock, and something of interest to them would happen. So after hanging up the phone, the presidents of these newspapers hurriedly called the gold medal reporters in their respective newspapers and explained the matter to them. So, before 3 o'clock in the morning, these reporters were already lurking outside Senhao Hotel. It's so hard to wait. Chapter 12 Branch Mission. Completed. Understood. Li Long looked at Tian in front of him with a playful look on his face. Boy, let's see how you can act wildly next. So he slowly took out a mini pistol shining with silver light from his arms and ordered Sister Xiaobai beside him. Take her away quickly. He pointed at the lowly girl beside him. After hearing this, Sister Xiaobai immediately nodded to him and then pulled the lowly girl beside her and gradually left the casino. After that, only Tian and Li Long were left in the casino. Li Long looked at Tian with a cruel face. You ungrateful thing. You are shameless when I gave you a face just now. Now I want your life, he laughed. You think you have a strong background, so I dare not mess with you, right? Ha ha! Don't you think about whose territory this is? How dare you go against me? If I kill you without anyone noticing, who will know that it was me who did it? After saying that, Li Long raised the mini pistol in his hand and then pointed the muzzle at Tian in front of him. His index finger was on the trigger of the gun. Next, he only needed to pull the trigger lightly. He had no doubt that the bullet ejected from the muzzle would immediately take Tian away. At this time, Tian saw that Li Long had pointed the gun at him, but he did not have the slightest fear in his heart. At this time, the closed door at the entrance of the casino was suddenly kicked open by someone. And then more than a dozen armed brothers entered the casino very quickly. As soon as the leading captain entered the door, he found Li Long, who was holding a mini pistol and looked ferocious. "Put down your weapon immediately. Otherwise, we will take strong measures." The captain sternly scolded Li Long, and the automatic rifle in his hand was aimed at Li Long. Seeing this, the other brothers also immediately aimed at Li Long, who was holding a pistol. "You are plotting against me." Li Long looked at the men, who suddenly appeared, and looked at Tian in front of him with a fierce look. Only then did he really realize that he was actually played by him. Suddenly, the furious Li Long aimed at Tian, and then pulled the trigger of the pistol with his index finger. Bang! A bullet instantly sprayed out from the muzzle of the mini pistol, with a sound of breaking through the air, and instantly shot at the strong Tian. When Tian saw the bullet shooting at him, he suddenly showed a sneer on his face and silently said in his heart, "Feel the tranquility." Time suddenly stopped at this moment. The bullet was only 0.01 centimeters away from hitting Tian's body, but it suddenly stopped in mid-air. Tian smiled lightly and casually slapped the bullet that was suspended in the air to the ground. Then Tian looked up and looked at the people in the casino at this time, Li Long's ferocious face and the shocked eyes of the little brothers. But all this was not important. After saying, "It's finally over," Tian's figure suddenly disappeared from the casino as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. When Tian's figure suddenly disappeared, the time that had just stopped once again quickly flowed to a hidden and remote corner near the Senhao Hotel. Countless small particles flashing blue light suddenly gathered in this small corner to form a human figure. The blue light gradually faded, and the human figure also revealed his true face. A young man with pockmarks on his face, it was our pockmarked man Tian. Looking at his hands with a look of aftertaste, Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Huh? Everything just now was really exciting. Suddenly, the scene just now came back to his mind. If the system hadn't reminded him in time that Li Long had a gun and told him not to panic, all this system could handle it, I'm afraid Tian would have been scared to death. Normal people, who dare to guarantee that they won't get angry when being pointed at by a gun? Tian left the system and was also a real ordinary person. Forget it, it's all over anyway. Tian muttered in his mouth. At this time, a system prompt sound suddenly echoed in Tian's heart. Branch mission, destroy the den. Congratulations to the master for receiving the following rewards. Note, in view of the master's outstanding completion of this mission, all rewards will be doubled. Damn! Sure. Rewards, experience plus 200, luxury car exchange voucher x2, luxury house exchange voucher x2, luxury watch exchange voucher. Originally, all of these were XL rewards, but as Tian completed the mission very well this time, they all became X2 rewards, which made Tian feel ecstatic. After a while, Tian, who gradually regained his composure, seemed to have remembered something all of a sudden, with a slight sneer on his face, and then he ran quickly in one direction. A dozen young men in the casino of Senhao Hotel had already rushed towards Li Long, who was holding a mini pistol and had a ferocious look in his eyes, at the moment when time was restored. One of the brothers threw Li Long to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. The pistol in his hand was also slapped to another place by the brother, and Li Long was easily subdued. Li Long did not come to his senses until he was pressed to the ground by the brother. What was going on? Why am I kissing the floor? But soon, Li Long realized that he seemed to be subdued by someone. Damn, what the hell? Li Long immediately struggled and screamed, "Let me go! Do you know who I am?" He was pressed to the ground and had no idea that the people who subdued him were the brothers. "I don't care who you are. You dare to illegally hold a gun. You are rebellious." The brother who was holding Li Long tightly said to him with a serious face, but he complained in his heart, "What is your identity? Then tell me, what is your identity?" The captain looked at Li Long, who was subdued on the ground with an unhappy face, but suddenly felt confused in his heart. Strange? It seemed that he had forgotten something important all of a sudden. But what exactly was it? It was no wonder that the captain was confused. In fact, when Ye Tian withdrew, Li Long and the brothers' memories of Ye Tian were completely cleared by the system, so that after the stagnant time resumed, no one noticed that one person was missing. Moreover, it was a very key person. Alas, the captain sighed and thought to himself, "Forget it! Forget it? Maybe it's because I'm old and my memory is confused." Chapter 3 Posure. After a sigh, the captain looked at his team members with a serious face, and then glanced at Li Long, who was pressed to the ground. After saying, "Take him away," in a rather majestic manner, the team of brothers escorted the criminal Li Long to the casino in an orderly manner. When the young men escorted Li Long to the car, the reporters who had been hiding around Senha Hotel suddenly jumped out from their hidden corners, picked up their cameras, and took a lot of photos of Li Long and the young men. All this was seen by a mysterious man wearing a peaked cap and a pair of black frog glasses in the distance. After watching for a while, the mysterious man turned and left. He was alone, and for some reason, he suddenly started talking to himself. "Is it true that you can let me have a good rest? If you lie to me, I will ignore you." When the first ray of sunlight in the morning shines on the earth, a busy day is about to begin. June 7th, 2018 in the Chinese calendar is an extraordinary date. Today, it is the day when millions of students across the country fight to the death. College entrance examination. A famous scholar once said, "Without the college entrance examination, can you compete with the rich, second generation?" Very true. Indeed, although there are more or less many problems in the current college entrance examination, it cannot be denied that it is indeed the only duel that allows ordinary people to compete with the second generation of officials and the second generation of rich people in the most fair competition. 7 or 8 traffic police brothers and sisters from Tanfu Num 2 Middle School in Tianfu City came here early in the morning and placed roadblocks on many roads leading to Tianfu No. 2 Middle School. Many companies in Tianfu City also sent many employees to Tianfu No. 2 Middle School to serve as volunteers on this day. They pulled up the banners they made to cheer for the candidates, and on the table in front of them, there were countless mineral waters for the candidates to quench their thirst. Not far away, a teenager carrying a Nike shoulder bag and yawning in his mouth came to the gate of Tianfu No. 2 Middle School. And this teenager is Ye Tian. Now in his mind, he is still thinking about everything that happened yesterday. In just one day, so many things happened that made Ye Tian feel outrageous. Ye Tian also felt incredible. After he completed the branch task released by the system, it was already past 4 o'clock in the morning of the college entrance examination. This undoubtedly made Ye Tian feel very upset. At dawn, he would take the college entrance examination. Even with the blessing of the system buff, he couldn't just sleep for 3 or 4 hours. Going to bed early and getting up early is good for health, don't you know? But because the system allowed him to return to the day of the college entrance examination to make up for his regrets, Ye Tian was also very moved. However, the system spoke to comfort Ye Tian, who was in a state of collapse and could pause time, let Ye Tian sleep well, and then resume the passage of time, which made Ye Tian sleep for 8 hours with great peace of mind. Just as Ye Tian was still recalling what happened yesterday, a young lady in a Wuxia communication uniform at the school gate looked at him with a smile on her face. "Classmate, keep going?" At the same time, she handed him a bottle of Nongfu Sangquan mineral water. Ye Tian came back to his senses all of a sudden, staring at the young lady in a daze. "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude to her, Ye Tian immediately reached out to take the mineral water she handed to him. Then Ye Tian stepped into the campus of Tianfu No. 2 Middle School. Many college entrance examination students of Tianfu No. 2 Middle School were not assigned to Tianfu No. 2 Middle School to take the college entrance examination, but were assigned to other high schools to take the examination. Unfortunately, Ye Tian became a student who stayed behind in Tianfu No. 2 Middle School. Standing at the school gate, Ye Tian looked around Tianfu No. 2 Middle School with a touching face. "Tianfu No. 2 Middle School, I will leave here soon. Although I have spent 3 depressing years here, it is undeniable that this is still my youth. And just as Tian was immersed in his feelings, many college entrance examination students, when they walked past Tian, looked at him with surprise on their faces and muttered in their hearts, "What is this guy with pockmarks on his face sighing about?" Fortunately, Tian didn't know that these people were complaining about him in their hearts, otherwise they would have started a fight here. After a sigh, Tian gradually regained his composure, and then he took out his admission ticket from his body. Speaking of which, Tian had never seen where his examination room was. He only knew that it was in Tianfu No. 2 Middle School. Wait a minute. Tian looked at the examination room number written on the admission ticket. 303? No way, sir. I'm actually taking the college entrance examination in my own classroom. Can you believe it? Outside classroom 303 of Tianfu No. 2 Middle School. Tian, holding his admission ticket and ID card in his hand, never thought that he would take the college entrance examination in his own classroom. This is really too outrageous. However, this can also be regarded as a kind of fate. Tian muttered to himself, indeed, who can take the exam in the classroom where he spent 3 years of high school during the college entrance examination? With a relieved smile on his face, Tian came to the outside of the examination room, in front of the invigilator who was checking the candidates' admission tickets and ID cards one by one. "Oh shit, it's you!" Tian looked at the teacher in front of him with excitement. What Tian never expected was that this invigilator would be Xiaowanqiu, whom he had always admired. Was he dreaming? How come all the good things happened to him? Tian touched his face with a look of doubt on his face. The examination room was his classroom, and the invigilator was his English teacher. Could this really happen? Xiaowanqiu, who was checking the candidates, heard such a surprised voice beside her, and immediately turned around to look in the direction where the voice came from. "Tian?" Xiaowanqiu looked at him and said in surprise. Soon, Tian came in front of her, and put the admission ticket and ID card in his hand in front of Xiaowanqiu, and Tian looked at her with a smile on his face. Xiaowanqiu looked at Tian's admission ticket with a puzzled look. Examination Site 2 No. 2 Middle School, City. Seeing this, Xiaowanqiu raised her head and looked at Tian in disbelief. She originally thought that she was lucky to be able to stay in Tianfu No. 2 Middle School as an invigilator. But unexpectedly, she, the English class representative, was even luckier than her. Not only was the examination site in Tianfu No. 2 Middle School, but even the examination room was his original classroom. Can you believe this? Tian suddenly pointed at Xiaowanqiu at this time. Seeing this, Xiaowanqiu realized that her expression seemed a little out of control, so she quickly retracted the surprised expression just now and turned to look at Tian with a gentle smile. Chapter 14. The sense of immersion is too strong. Come on! Xiaowanqiu gave him a thumbs-up gesture, and seeing this, Tian quickly gave her an okay gesture. Then Xiaowanqiu handed Tian's admission ticket and ID card back to him, and Tian then pushed open door of classroom 303. In classroom 303, Tian looked at the seat number 01 written on the admission ticket. This time, Tian was no longer lucky, as this seat was not his original seat. Sitting in the examination room, Tian looked at the familiar blackboard in front of him, and his thoughts flew away. Today and tomorrow are the days for the college entrance examination, and the subjects to be tested today are Chinese and mathematics. As for Chinese, Tian is very confident that there will be no problem with it after accumulating knowledge in the past few days. After all, this is our Chinese language. If you can't even perform well in this, what else can you do? As long as you can ensure that you don't perform abnormally in the composition, don't go off topic and get a high score. For Tian, it's basically just having hands. Mathematics, basically it's not a big problem. After all, science exams like these will only test the knowledge taught in the textbooks. As long as you can remember those complicated mathematical formulas, there won't be any big problems. Gradually, Tian came back to his senses, and all the candidates in the 303 examination room arrived one after another. Suddenly, a girl walked in front of Ye Tian. Ye Tian was shocked when he saw her. 2 barrels! This girl is Ye Tian's classmate, Lin Weiwei's best friend. 2 barrels. Xiao Shui. When Xiao Shui saw Ye Tian, she was also shocked, and she complained in her heart. What the hell? Why is this loser also assigned here? What a wonderful day ended when I saw Ye Tian. Xiao Shui was very upset with Ye Tian, not only because Ye Tian, a toad wanting to eat swan meat, actually dared to agree to Lin Weiwei's bet, but also because of Ye Tian's big face full of pockmarks. Xiao Shui felt sick when she saw it. She was a 100% appearance control, and usually only dated handsome men and beautiful women. People with appearance like Ye Mazi were basically disgusting to her. Feeling unlucky, Xiao Shui walked past Ye Tian as if she had met the plague god and ran towards her seat as if she was escaping for her life. Ye Tian, on the other hand, looked at her from behind with a puzzled look on his face and muttered to himself in his heart. Isn't that right? I was thinking, I don't think I have ever provoked her. Why does she make such an expression? I don't understand. But soon Ye Tian remembered that Xiao Shui seemed to be Lin Weiwei's best friend. Could it be because she had a crush on him, and when she saw that he agreed to Lin Weiwei's bet, she got jealous? That must be the case. That's right. Ye Tian, who felt good about himself, had no idea that in Xiao Shui's heart, he was nothing but a piece of stinky dog shit. He even shamelessly suspected that Xiao Shui had a crush on him. He was so shameless that even ghosts were afraid of him. Ding dong, the Chinese test is about to begin. Candidates, please be prepared. Just as Ye Tian was daydreaming, such a voice suddenly sounded on the campus radio. Then, Xiao Wanchu and 2 other invigilators pushed the door and entered the examination room with several sealed bags containing college entrance examination papers. After distributing the test papers to the candidates one by one, the 3 invigilators headed by Xiao Wanchu said to the candidates in a soothing way, "Don't be nervous, just treat it as an ordinary test." Then they circled around the examination room to check whether the candidates had filled in all the information correctly. As soon as Ye Tian got the Chinese test paper, he quickly filled in his admission ticket number, name, etc. Xiao Wanchu also patrolled to Ye Tian at this time. After seeing that the information on the test paper filled in by Ye Tian was correct, she whispered to him, "Come on," and then walked towards the other candidates. Xiao Wanchu's "come on" immediately made Ye Tian feel full of energy. Today, another day full of expectations. He began to think about random things again, but soon Ye Tian put aside the random thoughts in his mind and quickly browsed the entire Chinese test paper. After thinking for a while, he picked up the pen and wrote quickly on the Chinese test paper. Ye Tian did not pause until he got to the composition. It was so simple. However, when he was writing the composition, Ye Tian suddenly stopped writing and looked at the title of the composition carefully. What kind of person do you plan to be in the future? This title is really interesting. Ye Tian sighed in his heart. If Ye Tian had not obtained the perfect system before, he would probably think that in the future, he would just get married and have children smoothly and become an ordinary person who could not be more ordinary. But now, since Ye Tian got the system, his life will no longer be ordinary. He may not have any lofty goals now, but the perfect God-rich system will definitely train Ye Tian into an ultimate perfect God-rich as its name suggests. After pondering for a moment, Ye Tian picked up the pen again and wrote in the composition box. On June 8th at 16:05 in the afternoon, in the 303 examination room of Tianfu No. 2 Middle School, Ye Tian wrote the last English word in the composition column on the English test paper, and immediately put down the pen in his hand. After quickly checking the English test papers on both sides, Ye Tian handed the English test paper to the invigilator, Xiao Wanchu, in a casual manner in the surprised eyes of the candidates. "Don't check it again?" Xiao Wanchu looked at the young man in front of her with a look of surprise, although Xiao Wanchu knew that English was absolutely no problem for Ye Tian. "But, are you really not going to check it carefully? And it's only been more than an hour and 5 minutes now. Is it really okay?" Ye Tian didn't say anything, but gave Xiao Wanchu a reassuring look, as if saying to her, "Teacher Xia, don't you still believe in my ability in English?" Very pretentious. After Tian handed over the English test paper to Xiao, he pushed the door and walked out of the 303 examination room under the shocked eyes of the candidates. All this was seen by Xiao behind him, and he spit in his heart with great contempt. Tian was definitely pretending to be B. Under the deliberate observation of the past 2 days, Xiao had no doubt in her heart that the bet between Tian and Wei Wei would definitely be won by Wei Wei. Tian? He's just a toad, a loser. Tian, who walked out of the examination room, was very confident. He performed very perfectly in the college entrance examination this time. It can be said that, basically, it's probably about 80% accurate. He should be the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. Chapter 15. He is just pretending to be a cup of wine. Chinese calendar, June 8, 2018, 16:20 p.m. The June sun is still very scorching at the gate of Tianfu No. 2 Middle School. But now, countless parents of candidates taking the college entrance examination have gathered outside Tianfu No. 2 Middle School. They look at the campus of Tianfu No. 2 Middle School from time to time, waiting for their children to return. Tianfu TV station in Tianfu City also sent several reporters to the gate of Tianfu No. 2 Middle School. Their leader ordered them to interview the first candidate who walked out of the examination room. Just as these Tianfu TV reporters were looking at the campus of Tianfu No. 2 Middle School with expectation, suddenly, a candidate with a black Nike shoulder bag and pockmarks on his face walked out of Tianfu No. 2 Middle School with a confident smile. Seeing this, several reporters hurriedly ran towards the candidate with their cameras. "Hello, we are from Tianfu TV station. Can we take up a little time and do a simple interview with you?" The young lady holding a microphone with the Tianfu TV logo looked at the teenager in front of her with an embarrassed look. The teenager was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he realized that it was a reporter from Tianfu TV station. "Want to interview yourself? That's no problem." With a grin, he looked at the reporter in front of him. "Okay, no problem." After getting the boy's permission, the reporter signaled to the big brother carrying the camera, and the big brother quickly turned on the recording mode of the camera. The reporter had a cute round face. After receiving the signal to start recording, she hurriedly faced the camera with a serious face. "Hello everyone. Welcome to watch our TV station, the special program Tianfu College Entrance Examination in Progress, recorded during the college entrance examination. I am Mu Yu, a reporter from Tianfu TV. Today, we came to the gate of Tianfu No. 2 Middle School. Next, we will interview the first candidate who walked out of Tianfu No. 2 Middle School," Mu Yu said, and then handed the microphone in his hand to the mouth of the boy next to him. The camera also followed Mu Yu's movements and cut to the boy's front. The boy, who was blocked by Mu Yu and others, was a little shy when he saw the camera pointed at him. Seeing this, Mu Yu on the side hurriedly spoke to ease the situation. "Haha, our candidate seems to be a little shy. It's okay, classmate. Come and introduce yourself to everyone first." The boy smiled at the camera and waved. "Hello everyone, my name is Tian. That's right, this boy is our big pockmarked boy." To be honest, Tian was very surprised. He really didn't expect that he would be interviewed by a TV station. But this is not a bad thing. Tian is still very open-minded. After seeing Tian introduce himself, Mu Yu started to interview him. "What is the topic of the composition in this Chinese language test? What kind of person do you plan to be in the future? Then how did you write it? Have you ever thought about what kind of person you plan to be in the future?" "Actually, it's okay. After all, I have thought about this before. What do you think of your college entrance examination results?" To be honest, finish the English test, I also made a rough estimate in my mind. If nothing unexpected happens, I should have no problem getting the top score in the college entrance examination." Quiet. The scene suddenly became quiet. After hearing Tian's last words, Mu Yu's face instantly became petrified. "What did you say? Top scorer in the college entrance examination? I feel like you are making something up. You are secretly plotting. You are imagining it out of thin air. You are making it up out of thin air." Mu Yu thought Tian was very shy just now. Unexpectedly at this time, Tian actually said such an extremely arrogant thing. The big brother carrying the camera on the side also looked at Tian with a confused face. "Young man, I have seen people who pretend to be arrogant, but I have never seen someone as arrogant as you." Tian returned home and put down the bag on his shoulder with a helpless look on his face. His mind was still recalling the scene of the interview with him by Tianfu TV. Ever since Tian said that shocking statement, Muyu and several other TV station staff members ended the interview with embarrassment and then quickly withdrew from Tian's side. They all felt that what Tian said was too arrogant and he was just pretending. Chapter 16. Tian felt relieved all of a sudden. He was helpless. Why didn't people believe what he said? Huh? Forget it. I won't bother with you mortals. I am going to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination. The depression in his heart was soon relieved. Tian hummed a tune happily, opened his refrigerator, took out a can of Fat House Happy Water, drank a mouthful, and shouted "Cool!" with great joy. But the mobile phone in his pocket suddenly made a ding-dong sound. Tian immediately put the Fat House Happy Water on the table, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, looked at the screen, and saw a pop-up message on WeChat. 2 middle school, 3 old classmates. Come out and have fun tonight. I'll treat you. Oh yes, the old class is mighty. It's obvious to all. Indeed, I will review it. Class member A, review it, review it. Tian looked at the screen of his mobile phone and laughed. What a bunch of idiots, he muttered, but soon Tian also replied with everyone in the group, review it. When the group was chatting heatedly, I suddenly saw that Damazi, who had been lurking since joining the group, actually sent out his first message today. No way. Is this true? The group was in an uproar. Fuck, what a rare guest. Fuck, is this the real Mazi? Brother Mazi, I love you. Tian was at home, combed his hair like an adult, put on a handsome outfit, and then pushed open the door of his house with confidence. From today on, the decadent, loser, and unconfident Zhang Mazi will never come back. From now on, there will only be the confident Tian. Before reaching the gate of the community, the ride that Tian called on the mobile app, Hey Hey Taxi, arrived at the gate of Tian's community and waited. As soon as Tian arrived at the gate of the community, he got on the ride that had been waiting for a long time at the gate of the community. After a gust of lightning, the ride arrived at Tian's destination, Xianlin Restaurant. Looking at the room name reported by the old classmate Ma Xiyuan in the WeChat group on his mobile phone, Jindan, Tian soon came to the door of Jindan's elegant room under the guidance of the staff of Xianlin Restaurant. With a warm smile on his face, the staff of the restaurant reached out to help Tian push open the door of Jindan's elegant room. Many of Tian's classmates have come to Jindan's elegant room, including the square-faced Wan Bing, who has a good relationship with Tian, and the second barrel, Xiao Shui, who has always disliked Tian. When everyone in the elegant room saw the door open, they all looked at the door with surprise, wondering in their hearts, which classmate has arrived? The door opened, and everyone saw that it turned out to be the campus celebrities, Ma Zi and Tian, who arrived here. Seeing Tian in such a dazzling outfit, everyone shouted in their hearts, "Fuck! What the hell? What happened to Zhang Damazi, who had been unkempt for 3 years in high school? He even dressed up specially before coming? This is unscientific. Brother Mazi, you are here. Fuck! Brother Mazi is so handsome today. What day is today? It actually made our brother Mazi dress up specially? I declare, Mazi, forever God." In the Jindan private room, Tian listened to his classmates' jokes about him, and they all greeted him with smiles on their faces. Wan Bing looked at Tian, patted the empty seat beside him, and motioned him to come and sit here. Tian nodded in response, and then came to the empty seat next to Wan Bing and sat down. What a coincidence! Xiao Shui was actually sitting on the seat to Tian's right. Xiao Shui was almost unhappy watching Tian take his seat. She was very depressed. Why was she so destined to be with this loser? They were classmates. They were in the same examination room for the college entrance examination. Even now, they were eating the farewell dinner in adjacent seats. Oh my! Xiao Shui was wailing in her heart. Was this because she didn't go to worship the Buddha this year? Why was she so unlucky? However, Tian had no idea of Xiao Shui's depression at this moment. In fact, Tian only found Shui beside him after he sat down. Chapter 17. Only Huazi time passed by bit by bit. All the students in classroom 303 gradually came to this private room. School beauty Lin Weiwei was the last one to arrive in this Jindan private room. However, there was actually a sunny boy with an extremely handsome appearance next to her. The man of the hour in Tianfu No. 2 Middle School, the recognized school hunk in the whole school, Ye Junqian. The students in the private room all looked at the two people who looked like a golden boy and a jade girl with surprise, wondering how they could appear here together. It was normal for Lin Weiwei to appear here. After all, she was their class monitor. But it was probably not so normal for Ye Junqian to appear here. If I remember correctly, he seemed to be the class monitor in the classroom next to classroom 303. How could he suddenly appear here? And he appeared with Lin Weiwei? Everyone who didn't understand the situation was confused. At this time, only Xiao Shui was different. When she saw Lin Weiwei and Ye Junqian appear here at the same time, she stood up from her seat with a smile on her face. Weiwei, come here quickly. I saved a seat for you. Ye Junqian, tell the truth. Why are you here with our Weiwei? Huh? Looking at the two of them with a joking face, Xiao Shui muttered in her heart, a goddess like Weiwei who is at the level of a school flower. And she has to be paired with Ye Junqian, the school grass recognized by the whole school. As for the others, Xiao Shui turned her head and looked at Ye Tian beside her, feeling sick in her heart. As for some ignorant toads, I think I'd better stop dreaming. Ye Tian, who was standing aside, was suddenly stunned when he saw Lin Weiwei and Ye Junqian appear together. What was going on? When did Lin Weiwei and Ye Junqian get together? How come he didn't know? He suddenly remembered the bet between him and Lin Weiwei. Ye Tian was very confident that there would be absolutely no problem, and the victory would definitely belong to him. But wasn't the bet that Lin Weiwei would become his girlfriend after Ye Tian won? Why did Ye Junqian suddenly appear now? Is Lin Weiwei playing tricks on me? Ye Tian was suspicious in his heart. He felt that he was being played by Lin Weiwei like a monkey. This was what he couldn't stand the most. How could a man tolerate being played by a woman? Ye Tian wanted to get angry and scold Lin Weiwei for what was going on. But reason made Ye Tian stay calm. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in Ye Tian's mind. Shu Liwo, the girl who was as gorgeous as fireworks. Ye Tian was also surprised. Why did Shu Liwo's figure suddenly appear in his mind? There was a moment of confusion and puzzlement, but they all slowly subsided. Then he looked at Lin Weiwei and Ye Junqian with a calm face. Facing Xiao Shui's teasing, Ye Junqian looked at Xiao Shui with a gentle face. What's the matter? Don't tease me. At best, I just acted as a flower protector and escorted Weiwei to arrive here safely. As he spoke, Ye Junqian seemed to suddenly remember something and looked at Lin Weiwei with thousands of stars in his eyes. Weiwei, then I'll leave first. I'm going to have a farewell dinner too. Remember to call me if you have anything. I'll be waiting for you at any time. After saying this, Ye Junqian immediately turned around and prepared to leave Lin Weiwei. Seeing this, Lin Weiwei immediately thanked him and said, Ye Junqian, I'm sorry to bother you today. Ye Junqian was leaving, but with Lin Weiwei's thanks, he suddenly paused, turned around, and gave Lin Weiwei a thumbs up with a smile. After doing all this, Ye Junqian left without looking back. Lin Weiwei also came to the seat Xiao Shui had reserved for her under the spotlight and sat down. After all the students were present, the old class teacher Ma Jiyuan walked in from the door of the private room. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that all his students were in place, and a happy smile suddenly appeared on his face. My dear students, the old class teacher wishes you all to be happy every day in the future. Ma Jiyuan looked at everyone, smiling and laughing, and a tear of reluctance flowed from the corner of his eye. It seems that every year after the college entrance examination, when it comes to the farewell dinner, it will be extremely sad. Every male student seems to have learned to smoke and drink all of a sudden. Every female classmate seemed to hug her best friend and cry. After today, these classmates who have been together for 3 years will gradually go to various universities. Those who did not do well in the exam will stay, take the makeup exam for a year, and then go to his university. I don't know if this group of people will have the opportunity to get together in the future, so at this moment, they all cherish this last time together. Tian's heart was also affected by this sad atmosphere at this time. There were cries, scoldings, farewells, and lamentations in the room. He originally had some resentment towards Lin Weiwei in his heart, but suddenly, he felt that all this was no longer important. Tian himself didn't know what the future would be like, but the only thing he knew was that it would definitely not be ordinary. Even if Lin Weiwei became his girlfriend, what would it matter? Will he, who eventually became a perfect rich man, lack a beauty in his life? Tian looked at the people in the private room with relief. Then he took out a cigarette from the table in front of Wan Bing, took Wan Bing's lighter, put the cigarette in his mouth, lit it with the lighter, took a deep breath into his lungs, and then slowly exhaled. Tian rarely smoked. Basically, only when he was at home gathering, he would smoke a cigarette when he was in a good mood. But now he felt that if he wanted to resist the sad atmosphere of this farewell dinner, it was necessary to smoke a cigarette. Moreover, he could only smoke a cigarette, because Tian would choke his throat if he smoked anything else. Ma Zhuan looked at the group of young men with a surprised face. What he didn't expect was that the alcohol tolerance of these young men was beyond his imagination. A total of more than 20 boys actually finished more than 200 bottles of beer. On average, each person finished 10 bottles. Seeing this, Ma Zhuan, who was about to reach the age of 40 at the end of his 30s, was suddenly inspired by these young men. He ran outside the private room and asked the waiter to bring 2 or 3 boxes of beer. Then, he came to the front of the crowd and pointed to the door of the private room. The waiter was carrying several boxes of beer into the private room. Chapter 18. The day of the farewell dinner. Seeing you guys so generous, it reminds me of my high school days. On the day of the farewell dinner, I was just like you, extremely generous. So I specially asked the restaurant for a few more boxes of wine. Next, let's have a good time together one last time. Isn't youth like this? A farewell dinner lasted until after 11 o'clock in the evening. Tian, who usually doesn't drink alcohol, made an exception today and drank a few bottles of beer. Special days require cigarettes and alcohol. However, Tian is indeed a novice in alcohol. After just a few bottles of beer, his face was as red as a monkey's butt. Slightly tipsy. Tian took out his mobile phone and looked at the time on it. He realized that it was already 11 o'clock in the evening without him noticing. Thinking about the WeChat message his mother sent him when he just came out of the examination room and turned on his mobile phone in the afternoon. Baby, how is it? Did the college entrance examination go well this time? Your dad and I will rush to celebrate with you tonight, so you have to wait for us at home obediently? Thinking of this, Tian stood up from his seat with an apologetic face and explained to the teacher and classmates that he was really sorry. He had something to do and had to go home quickly. Originally, Wan Bing and others had suggested that they go to the bar together after dinner to have a good time. But when they heard that Tian was leaving at this time, everyone became dissatisfied. However, although Tian knew that doing so would make his classmates feel very disappointed, but there was no way. Tian hadn't seen his parents for several months. They came back from another city tonight to celebrate for him. How could he not go home and reunite with his parents? Xiao She, who was sitting next to Tian, heard that Tian had something to go home and would not attend their happy activities in the bar, and immediately showed a bright smile on her face. Great! This pockmarked Zhang finally came to his senses. Finally, we don't have to see his annoying pockmarked face anymore. Xiao said excitedly in her heart. I wondered, how much does this person hate seeing Tian? Lin Weiwei, the school beauty next to Xiao, Shui, looked at Tian, who apologized and said he wanted to go home first, but her face did not fluctuate at all, as if suddenly, Tian became a stranger to her. Tian, with a red face and an apologetic look, soon pushed open the door of the Jindan private room amid the complaints of his classmates, and then walked out without looking back. However, despite this little episode, Tian's classmates in the private room did not feel depressed for long, and soon they started to brag happily again. Ye Tian came out of the Jindan private room. Soon he came to the service desk on the first floor of Shanlin Restaurant. After asking the lady at the service desk how much money was spent in the Jindan private room tonight, Ye Tian took out his mobile phone, scanned the WeChat QR code of Shanlin Restaurant, and paid all the expenses incurred in the Jindan private room tonight. After a WeChat payment reminder sounded at the service desk, Ye Tian put his mobile phone back into his pocket. Without saying a word, he walked towards the main entrance of Shanlin Hotel. Ye Tian, who was walking forward with his head down, suddenly bumped into someone. Sorry. Ye Tian apologized to the person immediately. After getting drunk, Ye Tian was not as unreasonable as other drunk people. It was obvious that this accident was caused by his walking forward with his head down, so Ye Tian was very self-aware. The person who was accidentally bumped by Ye Tian suddenly snorted after hearing Ye Tian's apology. Ye Tian looked up at him. The person he bumped into was actually Ye Junshin, the school hunk of Tianfu No. 2 Middle School, who was with Lin Weiwei at the door of the Jindan private room just now. Ye Tian knew this school celebrity, and Ye Junshin was also familiar with Ye Tian, the school celebrity. Ye Junshin had heard people around him mention it before, and heard people in Ye Tian's class say that Lin Weiwei, whom he had always admired, actually had an exaggerated bet with Ye Tian. If Ye Tian is admitted to a key university, Lin Weiwei will be his girlfriend. And most importantly, this bet was actually proposed by Lin Weiwei. When Ye Junshin heard the news, he felt it was outrageous. Ye Junshin also heard a little about what kind of person Ye Tian was. Except for English class, he was distracted in other classes. How could such a person have a chance to be admitted to a key university? Ye Junshin felt that the reason why Lin Weiwei made that outrageous bet with Ye Tian was entirely because she wanted to motivate Ye Tian, who asked Lin Weiwei to be his class monitor and was also extremely kind. However, although Ye Junshin felt that Ye Tian would definitely not be admitted to a key university, he still hated Ye Tian for this matter. What kind of rotten fish and shrimp is Ye Tian? Doesn't he know it in his heart, or only a tall and handsome person like me can be worthy of a girl like Lin Weiwei? Ye Junshin saw that the person who bumped into him was Ye Tian, who had been hating him in his heart for this period of time. Although Ye Tian had apologized to him, how could he bear it? With a cold snort, Ye Junshin looked at Ye Tian with displeasure. Do you want to let it go with just an apology? Ye Tian was stunned, looking at the school hunk. He didn't seem to have any conflicts with him, right? He just bumped into him accidentally. It shouldn't be like this, right? However, it was indeed his fault. Ye Tian, who was originally a hot-tempered man, also endured it at this time. After apologizing to Ye Junshin again, Ye Tian to walk out of the Shanlin restaurant. When he passed by Ye Junshin sneered and looked at his back. He said to Ye Tian in a condescending manner, Ye Tian, right? I know you. I heard that you seem to be very close to Lin Weiwei, and it seems that you have had a bet with her or something like that. Ha ha! Here, I just want to tell you that Lin Weiwei will only be mine in the end. You a toad, don't be so delusional. As soon as these words came out, Ye Tian, who was about to step out of the Shanlin restaurant, suddenly stopped. What? Did I say something wrong? Or did I hurt your self-esteem? Ye Junshin looked at Ye Tian, who had stopped with an interesting look on his face, thinking in his heart that a loser like him should not have such a thing as self-esteem. In his eyes, Ye Tian is a toad, and Lin Weiwei is a white swan. He doesn't really think that Lin Weiwei will like him, right? No way, no way. He can't really be so ignorant of himself, right? Ye Junshin looked at Ye Tian with an arrogant look, and at this time, Ye Tian suddenly laughed and turned around and stared at him. Toad? Ha-ha, really interesting. Ye Tian looked at Ye Junshin with a warm smile. You said I was a toad? That's really interesting. Ye Tian hadn't taken the bet between Lin Weiwei and him seriously before, but now. Ye Junshin actually said that Lin Weiwei would definitely be his? Interesting. This made Ye Tian look forward to the day when the college entrance examination results would be released. Chapter 19, Outrageous! Too outrageous. Ye Tian, who was sure of his results, didn't think that he would lose the bet with Lin Weiwei. At that time, as long as Lin Weiwei didn't change her mind, she would definitely become his girlfriend. At that time, what would the expression of Ye Junshin, the recognized school idol of Tianfu number 2 middle school and the male god in the minds of many girls be like? I'm really looking forward to it. Ye Tian looked at Ye Junchen with a playful look. In the future, who will be the toad? It's still uncertain. With a perfect system of rich people, will Ye Tian become a toad or loser in the future? It's impossible. Moreover, even if Ye Tian is a toad, he will be the most perfect and richest among the toads. We will see the result in the future. Before we know it, it was early in the morning. Ye Tian got off the taxi with a blush on his face and ran into his community. When he came to his door, he fumbled in his trouser pocket for a while, then took out the key and inserted it into the keyhole. The door opened, and Ye Tian immediately stepped in, and then closed the door heavily. Ye Tian, who thought his parents had already arrived home, entered the door with a face full of joy, but after entering the door, he found that his parents seemed not to have arrived home yet. Forget it. Let's go to bed first. I'm really a little tired today. Ye Tian muttered for a while, then took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet at the door, and then changed his Nike sneakers. After the slippers under his feet made a clicking sound, Ye Tian entered his room. Lying on the big pink bed in his room, Ye Tian planned to have a good sleep without even taking off his clothes. But Ye Tian, who was a little sleepy before, didn't know what happened. As soon as he lay down, he lost all his sleepiness. Looking at the ceiling helplessly, Ye Tian took out his iPhone from his trouser pocket. Without any sleepiness, what else could Ye Tian do? It was nothing more than scrolling through the headlines, Pipixia, and Douyin to make himself happy before he could fall asleep. After familiarly clicking on the Douyin app, Ye Tian entered a state of laughing from time to time and shouting WTF in his heart from time to time. While scrolling through Douyin and watching a very beautiful girl in his follow list dancing, Ye Tian suddenly received an app push message above the screen in his hand. Perfect Godly Rich. The master has new permissions enabled. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Pretty cute. Ye Tian looked at the message pushed by the Perfect Godly Rich app, so he reached out and clicked on the message push, and the interface of iPhone X jumped from Douyin to the Perfect Godly Rich app. As soon as he entered the page of Perfect Godly Rich, a red prompt box appeared in front of Ye Tian. System, congratulations to the master for successfully unlocking the mall system. Looking at this line of small words, Ye Tian gradually recalled that he seemed to have completed the heroic rescue mission of the system before, and seemed to have received a reward like unlocking the system mall mode. But he actually forgot it. Damn! However, when Ye Tian saw the system prompt with the word mall, he suddenly felt that it was a bit unreliable. What's the use of such a mall in the system? Could it be that he wanted to make money from me? He shouted outrageous in his heart, but prompted by curiosity, Ye Tian still pressed the red prompt box in front of him. After Ye Tian's finger touched the screen, an hourglass-shaped logo suddenly appeared on the screen in his hand, showing that it was loading. Fortunately, the Perfect God app was still very powerful, and it was loaded in just a blink of an eye. Entering the mall system, no. Why did the phone suddenly go black? Ye Tian looked at the display screen of iPhone X with a surprised face. Just now, Ye Tian saw that the loading hourglass disappeared and thought that the loading was completed. But what he didn't expect was that the logo disappeared, but the phone also entered the black screen mode. Are you kidding me? Are you talking nonsense to me? Ye Tian looked at the screen of the phone with a depressed face, thinking in his heart, could it be that the system suddenly crashed, causing the phone to go black? But that's right. After all, an app is an app, and it's normal to have some muths. Thinking of this, Ye Tian's depressed expression gradually turned into a Buddhist look. I hope the phone is okay. He put his hands together and prayed. Old Hope Project. But I don't know if the phone heard Ye Tian's prayers. The originally completely black phone screen suddenly lit up with white light, and then a few large ink characters appeared on the phone screen. Perfect Godly Rich Mall System. Young man, before thinking about the problem, consider how much money you have contributed to the mall. Hiss? Ye Tian looked at the line of large characters on the phone screen and silently complained in his heart. Why? A taste of Tencent? So Ye Tian shouted in his heart, it tastes like that. Then, an interface like the game mall in MMORPG and RPG appeared in front of Tian, and a few scattered items appeared in it. Tian looked at it. Dragon Possession Buff, time limit 1 hour, price 1,000 currency. Dragon Possession Buff Max version, time limit 1 hour, price 1,500 currency. Scholar's Advent Buff, 1 hour, price 2,000. In the previous mission, the buffs used by Tian were placed in the mall by the system, and when Tian looked at the prices of these buffs, he kept shouting outrageous in his heart. Why don't you go to heaven? It's only 1 hour, but it's sold for tens of thousands of yuan. Isn't this outrageous? Do you really think that my money is all blown by the wind? Tian looked at the screen of his mobile phone with an angry face, but soon, Tian smiled embarrassedly. Oh, it seems that it really was blown by the wind. That's okay. So Tian continued to look down. It is worth mentioning that the last 2 props in the mall system are finally brand new versions that have never appeared before. Skill book for single player in League of Legends. Single price, 5,000 yuan. Note, skill books and the like, as long as you buy 10 copies, you can reach perfection. Skill book for airplane driving technology. Single price, 2,000 yuan. Tian was very excited. He was so excited that he wanted to slam the system hard. It was too bad. Tian wanted to ask the system, please tell me, what use are these 2 things to me? Skill book for single player in League of Legends? Skill book for airplane driving technology? Which of these 2 things can match the 4 words perfect godly tycoon? Could it be that becoming a League of Legends master and an airplane pilot can make you a perfect godly tycoon? It's too outrageous. It's really too outrageous. Chapter 20 System Mall. After shouting outrageous in his heart, Tian smiled awkwardly but politely and immediately closed the page of the mall system. Even after closing the mall page, Tian was still very depressed. He had thought that this system would be a serious system, but he never expected that it would be so. Weird. Tian returned to the system homepage and was about to exit the Perfect Godly Rich app immediately, but was immediately attracted by an option in the app that said Personal Information. Click in and take a look, Tian muttered to himself and then reached out and clicked on the Personal Information option. The phone entered the loading mode again, but this time, the last accident did not happen. Nothing happened, and it entered the Personal Information page. Nender male, age 18 years old. Current funds, 140,000 buff. Get 10,000 RMB buff LVL every day. Personal backpack, Morphology Corrector XL. 30 days before launch. Godly Rich Temperament Cultivation L. Luxury Car Exchange Voucher X2. Luxury House Exchange Voucher X2. Luxury Watch Exchange Voucher X2. Perfect Godly Rich System. LV.1 Experience Value. 1,236 1,000. 89764 experience points are still missing to upgrade to LoveBond 2 system. Please continue to squander money. Appearance score, 45. Note, the full score is 100 points. Before Tian saw the last appearance score, he was still very happy, especially when he saw that he actually had 1.49 million RMB in savings. He was even more impressed. Brother, I'm a millionaire now? It was not until he saw the last line, the score given by the system to his appearance, that Tian's face suddenly fell. A beautiful day ends after seeing my appearance score. Tian's face suddenly became gloomy, and he was extremely depressed. However, after seeing that the morphological correction device would be activated in 30 days, Tian's gloomy face gradually eased a little, so Tian shouted in his heart with great pride. Tian's drunkenness was completely stimulated by the perfect system, and after connecting his phone to the charger, Tian planned to turn off the lights and go to bed. After rolling back and forth on the bed for a few weeks, Tian couldn't fall asleep. Just when he was feeling impatient because he had no sleep, the voice of the system just echoed in Tian's heart. Master, the system saw what happened just now. That person is really something. He actually dared to say that the master of the system is a loser. The system was defending the ridicule that Tian had just received. Is that Junshin tired of living? He actually dared to mock the future perfect god. He really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Tian heard this and gradually remembered what happened just now, and he was quite indignant in his heart. Isn't your image a little will definitely surprise you? The system encouraged Tian. And, Master, you haven't used the temperament cultivation of the rich man you obtained. Why not take this opportunity to use it? Temperament cultivation? What's the use of this thing? To me, it's just a chicken rib. Tian looked at the ceiling with a confused look. However, since the system reminded me, even if it is relatively chicken ribs, it is better than rotting in my backpack, right? It's useless if I don't use it. Thinking of this, Tian immediately sat up from the bed and said to the system with a serious face, "That's fine. System, use the prop god of temperament cultivation." Received. After the system answered Tian, the mobile phone that was charging beside the bed suddenly flashed a dazzling blue light. Then a series of ding, ding sounds came from the mobile phone. Tian looked at the changes at this time with a surprised face. Suddenly, the space in front of Tian twisted. Then a middle-aged man wearing a black tuxedo, a white shirt under the black tuxedo, a striking blonde hair on his head, and a mustache on his face stepped out of the twisted space and gradually stopped in front of Tian. Tian looked at the middle-aged man, and suddenly two words popped out in his mind. Upper class. The middle-aged man had a typical Western male face, a high nose tip, and blue pupils. Tian immediately recalled that in the Western movies he had watched on TV before, those Western upper-class people in them all seemed to dress like this? Could this be the man sent by the system to cultivate my super-rich temperament? Tian looked at the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared in front of him with a puzzled look. As if knowing that Tian was confused, the pleasant voice of the system answered Tian. "Master, you are right. This middle-aged man named Fugi is the teacher sent by the system to cultivate your super-rich temperament. At the same time, you can also regard him as your future butler. The right to use Fugi will be permanently open to you after this service. But," the voice of the system paused, "but if you want to use him as your butler, then you have to pay Fugi a monthly salary every month like a boss. And the salary that Fugi needs to pay every month is 100,000 RMB. What? What did you say? 100,000 RMB. Oh my God, why is it so expensive? After listening to the introduction of the system, Tian was shocked. 100,000 RMB is required for a month. Why don't you just go and rob it? What advantages does he have that are worth paying 100,000 RMB for? It's no wonder that Tian was so excited. You have to know that before he got the system, Tian was just a child from an ordinary family. Basically, the average income per person was 5,000 RMB. The system suddenly told him that he had to pay a salary to use this robot. It was 100,000. Chapter 21 Pitfall System. Although Tian had obtained the system for a while, his ordinary way of thinking had not yet adjusted. After all, he had not seen any real big scenes. It was normal for Tian to think like this. The topic suddenly became cold, and the system was also smart not to continue discussing it with Tian. Back to the point, Tian felt that it was more important to cultivate the temperament of the rich. So he urged the system to start cultivating the temperament of the rich. The upper-class Fugi, who was standing in front of Tian with an elegant smile on his face, suddenly moved. He bowed slightly to Tian respectfully and then said to Tian in a gentle voice, "Hello, Master. I am your temperament training instructor, Fugi. Next, let me teach you what kind of temperament and etiquette a rich man should have." After Fugi finished speaking, Tian suddenly saw an amazing change in front of him. The room, which was illuminated by the lights, suddenly dimmed, and the surroundings suddenly became extremely dark. Just when Tian saw the change in the room and was about to exclaim, the dark space around Tian suddenly emitted a bright light. In the next second, Tian, who was in his room just now, suddenly appeared in a mysterious space wrapped in blue light. Seeing the changes happening around him, Tian immediately shouted in his heart, "Fuck!" All these changes were unexpected to Tian, but he knew that the system would never cheat him. Tian was very clear about this. He looked at the blue space with surprise, and at this moment, Fugi, who had suddenly disappeared in front of Tian, suddenly walked out of the endless blue light. Stopping in front of Tian, looking at him with an elegant smile, Fugi quickly explained to Ye Tian, "Master, the space we are standing on now is tailor-made by the system for the master to cultivate the temperament of the godly tyrant. The time in this space is about 72 to 1 compared with the outside world. In other words, the master stays here for 3 days, and for the outside world, it is only an hour. Here the master will have plenty of time to learn how to cultivate the temperament of the godly tyrant. And I dare to promise the master that I will definitely let you cultivate the perfect temperament of the godly tyrant in 3 days." After saying this, before Ye Tian made any response, Fugi immediately waved his hand in front of him, and countless transparent light screens appeared in front of Ye Tian. In each light screen that emerged, there were all kinds of upper-class people demonstrating standard upper-class actions. How to maintain a high-class temperament in normal times. What to pay attention to when drinking red wine at a party, and what to pay attention to when dancing with a beautiful woman. All of which were demonstrated to Ye Tian, one by one on the light screen. And on a certain light screen in front of Ye Tian, the following text suddenly appeared. The eternal theme of the dress code for top-class, upper-class people is simple, exquisite, noble, elegant, mainly black, and standing out from the crowd and being unique are absolutely not allowed. Unconsciously, Ye Tian was immersed in the cultivation of the temperament of a rich man. Fugi stood beside Ye Tian, pointing to a certain light screen from time to time and telling Ye Tian that he must remember these important points. And from time to time he demonstrated some etiquette to Ye Tian, so that Ye Tian could learn these little by little. Time slowly passed by bit by bit. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, a light blue light suddenly flashed in the empty room. Ye Tian fell from the place where the blue light flashed and fell heavily on the bed, screaming, "Ouch! What a pitfall!" Ye Tian cursed the system in his heart. "Why did you let me come out from somewhere else? You must fall from the sky? I'm going to die." Reaching out and gently rubbing his buttocks that were a little painful from the fall, Ye Tian slowly stood up from the bed. While standing up, Ye Tian's thoughts suddenly drifted to the sky again. Recalling the things that happened in the mysterious space of the system just now, Ye Tian's face suddenly collapsed. Fugi is unreliable. He still swore to himself that 3 days would be enough, but he didn't expect that he actually practiced for 9 days. In fact, it can't be blamed on Fugi for pitting Ye Tian. It's really, Ye Tian's brain is simply a pig brain. Fugi has to teach a simple gentleman's etiquette for several hours, not to mention those complicated etiquette. Fugi, who was still in the mysterious space of the system, sneezed suddenly after Ye Tian finished complaining about him. This shocked Fugi. Wasn't he created by the system? How could he sneeze weird after Ye Tian complained about Fugi in his heart? He felt his mouth was a little dry, so he opened the door and came to the water dispenser in the living room, took a glass of water, and drank it in one breath. He shouted, "It's so cool," but while drinking water, Ye Tian also noticed that his parents, "It's already 3 o'clock in the morning and they still haven't come home." After mumbling to himself for a while, he turned around and walked towards his room. As soon as he entered the room, a wave of fatigue surged over Ye Tian's body. Indeed, although only 3 hours had passed in reality, he had spent 9 days in the system space. During these 9 days, Ye Tian practiced the godly tyrant temperament cultivation tutorial all the time, and he didn't rest at all. Ye Tian, who was originally planning to check the headlines, was too lazy to move even a finger after lying back on the bed. He fell into a deep sleep as soon as he closed his eyes. A silent night. In the blink of an eye, time came to 8:20 in the morning. Ye Tian, who was lying on the bed, seemed to hear someone calling him in a daze, so he slowly woke up. Son, get up and have breakfast." Ye Tian opened his eyes with great effort. Everything in his eyes was blurry, and he could only see a figure in front of him. After a while, the haziness in Ye Tian's eyes gradually faded, and then the image of a very beautiful and intellectual middle-aged woman appeared in front of Ye Tian very clearly. When Ye Tian saw this middle-aged woman, his face suddenly became happy. "Mom!" This middle-aged woman was Ye Tian's mother, Yan Min. Yan Min rubbed Ye Tian's head with a smile on her face. "Wake up, Xiaoyang. It's almost 8:30 and the sun is shining on your butt, but you're still lying in bed." You didn't get a good rest last night." After hearing these slightly reproachful words from his mother, Tian muttered softly, "It's because I waited for you two to come back for too long. Besides, the college entrance examination is over, and I don't have to go to school. Can't I sleep in?" Thousands of words are summed up in 2 words. When Yanmin heard this, her beautiful brows suddenly frowned. "Not having to go to school, is this your excuse for sleeping in? Don't you know if it's good for your health to go to bed and get up early?" The majestic aura of a high school class teacher rushed towards Tian, and Tian immediately dared not talk back. However, Yanmin's tightly frowned brows suddenly relaxed. "But, considering that you went to bed so late just to wait for me and your dad, I'll let you go this time. Okay, get up and eat." After saying that, Yanmin turned around and walked out of the house, while Tian behind her put on his clothes with a helpless look on his face, sighing heavily. "There's no way. Who made him born in a teacher's family?" Tian muttered in his heart for a while, and soon he put on his clothes, and then walked into the living room in slippers. Tian's father, Zhang Yanqi, was sitting at the dining table in the living room at this time, holding a bowl of millet porridge in his hand and drinking quietly. Wearing a white shirt and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his face, Ye's father is already over 40 years old, but it is still not difficult to see from his face that he was definitely a handsome guy when he was young. The reason why Tian was so popular with girls from elementary school to junior high school was all thanks to the good genes of his parents. However, because of the sudden pockmarks on his face, Tian was completely decadent for 3 years in high school, and later became Zhang Damazi, who was famous in Tianfu No. 2 Middle School. Alas, pockmarks forever God. "Get up." Yi's father looked at Tian and said calmly. After Tian came to the dining table and heard his father's greeting, he replied with a listless and yawned. Suddenly, sitting on the chair beside the dining table, Tian looked at the meat buns, fried dough sticks, and millet porridge on the table. The breakfast of the old Tianfu people came out like this, the old 3 things. After taking a fried dough stick and putting it in front of her, her mother Yanmin came out from the kitchen with 3 cups of hot milk, put the milk in front of the father and son one by one, and then served Tian a bowl of millet porridge, and Yanmin slowly sat on the chair. A quiet and warm breakfast ended with the 3 people eating quietly. Tian had drunk alcohol last night, and he got up shortly after sleeping, so his appetite was naturally poor. He only ate half a meat bun, a fried dough stick, and a few mouthfuls of millet porridge before he stood up from the chair. Then he planned to go back to his room for a nap. When Tian just stood up and was about to go back to his room, his father Yanka suddenly called him. "Boy, how was the college entrance examination this time? Are you sure you can get into college?" Yi's mother, Yanmin, who was cleaning up the dishes on the side, suddenly paused after hearing what Ye's father said, and turned to look at Tian in front of her. Although the 2 of them were not often at home because of work, they both knew very well what their children were like in the 3 years of high school. Ever since Tian suddenly developed pockmarks on his face, he suddenly changed from the sunny and optimistic person he used to be to the decadent and unconfident person he is now. This time, the 2 of them did not have high expectations for Tian. They just hoped that he could get into a good university. If not, he could repeat the year. After hearing what his father said, Tian's steps suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at his parents, and a bright smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry. Dad and Mom, the results of this college entrance examination will definitely surprise you." After that, Tian turned around and continued to walk to his room. After hearing Tian's confident words, Yi's father and mother behind him suddenly froze. Then they looked at each other and doubted in their hearts. Did I hear it wrong just now? How did my son become so confident all of a sudden? However, this can be regarded as a good thing. At least my son's current condition is gradually getting better, which is indeed a good thing. Yi's father and mother both showed a happy smile on their faces. Indeed, which parent in the world would have the heart to watch their children continue to be decadent? Tian returned to his room and was about to have a good sleep when his phone, which was charging beside the bed, suddenly made a ding-dong sound. Tian immediately came to his phone, picked it up from the bedside table, and held it in his hand. He turned on the screen and saw a WeChat message suddenly appeared on the phone's display. Tian was confused when he saw the WeChat message reminder. Who would send him a WeChat message so early in the morning? After unlocking his phone with facial recognition, Tian immediately opened the WeChat app to check who had sent him a message so early in the morning. As soon as he entered the WeChat interface, Tian was stunned. Looking at the red message bubble, he didn't expect that it was a message sent to him. Are you free today? I talked to my mother about what happened that day. She said she would ask you to come to her house for dinner and thank you, by the way. Looking at the WeChat message sent by Shu Liwo, Tian's mind suddenly appeared the beautiful figure of Shu Liwo with watery eyes and no makeup on her face, but still couldn't hide her beautiful face. She was a fairy-like girl. Are you free? Of course I am. Even if I am not free, I must be free. Tian immediately replied to Shu on WeChat. He had already typed a long paragraph. Tian thought about it and felt that it was not appropriate. After all, they were not too familiar with each other. It seemed a bit bad to become so enthusiastic all of a sudden. In the end, thousands of words were just gathered into two very simple words. Ding dong. The phone rang again. After receiving Tian's affirmative reply, Shu Liwo immediately replied to him on WeChat in seconds. Okay, the time is 12 noon today. After sending this message, Shu Liwo was afraid that Tian had forgotten where her home was, and she also sent him a warm location of her home. Tian looked at the location sent by Shu Liwo, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. How could I forget the location of your house? After throwing the mobile phone in his hand casually on the bed, Tian took out a set of Nike casual clothes from the closet in the room. After changing his body, Tian picked up the phone and pushed open the door of his room. He said to his mother, who was cleaning the living room, and his father, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, "Dad, Mom, I'm going out." And then he walked out of his house in a hurry. His father and mother looked at each other. This child, who was just about to go to bed with a listless face, how come he is so energetic all of a sudden? I don't understand. Chapter 23. Even so, it's still a little slow. As Tian just stepped out of the house, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his heart. Master, the system has issued a new task to you. Do you want to accept it? Tian's hurried steps suddenly stopped after hearing the system's words. He looked ahead in confusion. What's going on? Why did a task come as soon as he went out? However, despite his doubts, Tian now accepts all tasks. After these tasks, Tian has tasted the sweetness. System, just give me the task. If I can't complete it, I lose. Tian was full of confidence, so he replied to the system, accept it. How can I not accept it? After receiving Tian's reply, the system laughed, and then the familiar system prompt sound rang in Tian's heart, bright and glamorous. When meeting the beautiful parents, how can the perfect and rich master dress so badly? Change into a high-end outfit. Note, what is high-end clothing is free system evaluation, and the cost of purchasing high-end clothing this time is borne by the system. Task completion reward. Get a random reward from the system. Penalty for mission failure, 500,000 RMB will be deducted from the owner's personal account. Time limit, must be completed within 2 hours. There is a time limit this time. After Tian heard the complete information of this mission, his face suddenly froze. This mission is not difficult. Our Tianfu city is a first-tier city after all, and it is easy to find a high-end outfit. However, it is this time limit that surprised Tian, found that the tasks issued by the system now are more and more like tasks in the game. Warm reminder, Master. You still have 1 hour and 55 minutes? While Tian was thinking, the system kindly reminded him how much time he had left. Hearing this, Tian immediately came back to his senses, so he immediately walked into the elevator in a hurry. The mission is simple, but there is a time limit. If I don't hurry up, the mission will fail. You know, if this mission fails, I will be deducted 500,000 RMB. If the 500,000 yuan was really deducted, it would make the already poor family even worse off. Thinking of this, Tian in the elevator immediately became anxious. His family lives on the 6th floor, and it should be possible to reach the bottom of the building very quickly. But today, he didn't know what happened. Tian was already extremely anxious. The elevator actually stopped at every floor, and then several people rushed up from the elevator door, almost making Tian collapse. Fortunately, the elevator reached the 1st floor after 1 minute, but the minute spent in the elevator was very critical to Tian. What if the task was not completed because of this minute? How wronged he would be. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Tian turned into a flash of lightning and arrived at the gate of the community in the blink of an eye. After hailing a green taxi on the side of the road outside the community, Tian got in the car and said to the taxi driver in a hurry, "Excuse me, driver, to Tianfu Fashion Shopping Center." The taxi then rushed on the road to Tianfu Fashion Shopping Center. Tian sat in the back seat of the taxi and felt very uncomfortable. He took out his mobile phone from time to time to check the time. After seeing that 20 minutes had passed and he had not arrived at the destination, and it would take at least 10 minutes to get to Tianfu Fashion Shopping Center. So Tian immediately urged the taxi driver in front of him, "Driver, can you go a little faster? It's a bit urgent." "Is it urgent, young man?" "Yes, very urgent." "Okay, please fasten your seatbelt. It will probably take another 3 minutes to reach the destination." After saying this, Tian clearly felt that the taxi driver's temperament had changed dramatically. Tian clearly saw from the rearview mirror that the taxi driver had a sneer on his face, and his hands were tightly clenched on the steering wheel. Suddenly, the taxi driver stepped on the accelerator, and the exhaust pipe of the taxi suddenly made a huge roar. Other drivers on the road suddenly saw a green stream of light passing by them, and they were all shocked. "Oh my God! Driving so fast! Is it killing me?" It took less than 3 minutes, only 2 minutes, and the taxi stopped steadily on the side of the road of Tianfu Fashion Shopping Center. Tian got off the car, and the shock on his face had not faded. He was shocked and sighed in his heart, as expected. The saying that masters are among the people is not in vain. It took only 2 minutes to get to the destination in a 10-minute journey. "Oh my God, it's really awesome." When Tian paid the fare to the taxi driver, he heard him say a few words with disdain. "That's it, it's still a little slow. I remember that the fastest time was only 1 minute. Back then, I was a professional racing driver." Yes, Tian was convinced by the taxi driver. But now is not the time to sigh about these things. The most important thing is to buy clothes quickly. Thinking of this, Tian rushed into the building of Tianfu Fashion Shopping Center again and went straight to the luxury store of high-end men's clothes. An hour later, after paying the bill and walking out of the Armani flagship store, Tian, who was wearing a black Armani casual suit, finally breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "I don't believe that Armani's fashion is not high-end enough. You know, Armani is ranked first among the top 10 men's clothing brands in the world. The brand is one of the most famous brands in the world fashion industry, and it is most famous for men's clothing. There is a popular saying in the United States, 'When you don't know what to wear, wearing Armani will never be wrong.' System. Apply to submit the task of being a bright and beautiful person," Tian said to the system at the door of the Armani flagship store. Armani high-end casual fashion has been assembled and is heading to the destination, Yongqing Community. Tian got on the taxi, and when he was almost halfway there, he suddenly remembered that it seemed a bit inappropriate to go there empty-handed. So he told the taxi driver to stop at a nearby supermarket. He had to buy something before going back. But Tian was suddenly confused. He seemed to have no idea what Shuliwo's mother liked. What should he buy now? Forget it. Forget it. Let's not think about it too much for now. Let's go to the supermarket first. Tian put aside his thoughts and looked out the window of the taxi. Chapter 24. Teach these two scumbags a lesson. But the amazing thing is that on the rest of the way, Tian couldn't find a place to sell things, which made him confused. What should he do? But soon, just when the taxi was about to reach the outside of Shuliwo's community, a farmer's market appeared in front of Tian. Looking at the farmer's market in front of him, Tian quickly asked the taxi driver to stop the car. Since there is no supermarket, just go into the farmer's market to buy some fruit. Tian muttered to himself. So, under the skilled driving of the driver, the taxi slowly stopped at the gate of the farmer's market. Tian got off the car and thought that it was not far from Suliwo's home anyway, so there was no need to take a car again. So he took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket and scanned the code to pay the taxi driver. After paying the fare, Tian immediately rushed into the farmer's market in front of him and went straight to the fruit stall inside. As soon as he entered the farmer's market, wow, it was really lively. In front of each stall, there were countless people gathered like a sea of people. But soon, Tian was surprised to find that there were only 1 or 2 people in front of a fruit stall. This was not right. The other fruit stand next to that fruit stand was crowded with countless customers. Confused, Tian walked towards the fruit stand, but before Tian got close, there was a commotion from a distance at the fruit stand with only 1 or 2 people. I say, do you have the money to pay us back? How long has it been? Every time you say you will pay me back next month, you will pay me back next month. How many months has it been? We are waiting for this money to save our lives. Please be kind, brothers. I really don't have the money to pay you back. Tian walked in and saw that they were 2 middle-aged men with stubble on their faces. They were arguing with the proprietress of the fruit stall with a bad look on their faces, as if, was it because the proprietress owed them money? This is interesting. No wonder there were no customers in this stall. Tian's eyes then turned to the proprietress of the fruit stall. She looked to be in her 40s and was wearing slightly old-fashioned clothes, but this still couldn't hide her remaining charm. She looked like a wealthy lady. How could she fall to selling fruit here and still owe people money? So Tian stood not far away, intending to continue to look down and see what would happen next. After the 3 of them argued for a while, the 2 middle-aged men with stubble on their faces seemed to be impatient. One of the men even kicked the fruit basket filled with apples. Then their words suddenly became a little aggressive. Okay, if you don't pay us back today, then fine. I think you can forget about running this fruit stand anymore. Of the 2 middle-aged men, the stronger one on the left suddenly shouted loudly, and after hearing the noise, the owners and customers of the nearby stalls gradually gathered towards the fruit stand. An elder in China did say something right. Chinese people love to join in the fun, especially when it is none of their business. Seeing this, Tian on the side suddenly frowned, thinking to himself, why do you have to make a move when you can just talk it out? So Tian slowly moved towards the fruit stall like the onlookers. Soon, no less than 30 people gathered in front of the small fruit stall to watch the show. Some of them pointed at the 3 people in the fruit stall while watching. Tian on the side looked at the group of people who were pointing and talking nonsense and cursed in his heart, "What the hell?" The situation in front of the fruit stall gradually deteriorated. The 2 middle-aged men seemed to have lost their patience. Seeing that the proprietress of the fruit stall did not want to pay back the money, they started to smash the fruit stall. The middle-aged man on the left lifted an electronic scale in the fruit stall and then threw it heavily to the ground. With a pop, several parts of the electronic scale that fell to the ground suddenly fell out. The middle-aged man on the right, seeing his companions had already taken action, could not bear it any longer and kicked a basket of strawberries to the ground. The proprietress of the fruit stand was stunned when she saw this scene. She had never thought that they would actually smash her only small shop. It was as if she suddenly remembered something in her heart. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes and she shouted to the 2 middle-aged men miserably, Don't smash my shop. I will definitely pay you back." Seeing this, Tian, who was watching in the crowd, could no longer bear it. "Damn 2 bastards. Why, you shouldn't smash other people's shops, right? Both of you get out of here." Tian yelled and cursed as he squeezed out of the crowd and then walked towards the fruit stall. After hearing Tian's yelling and cursing, the 2 middle-aged men who were smashing the fruit stall suddenly seemed to be confused. The movements in their hands suddenly stopped, and they turned their heads to look at Tian, who was gradually coming to the side of the fruit stall owner. When they saw that Tian was just a child the size of a chicken feather, the two of them looked at each other, and both thought in their hearts, this little kid dared to jump out and meddle in their brother's affairs. Is he tired of living? The fruit stall owner also looked at Tian, who was gradually coming to her with tears on her face. She was very confused. It seemed that she and this young man didn't know each other at all. Why would he come out to take care of his own business? In this world, are there really people who see injustice and draw their swords to help? Aren't they all the kind of people who don't care about it and hang high? The fruit stall owner felt incredible, but then she seemed to think of something, and the surprised expression on her face soon slowly calmed down. The middle-aged man on the left looked at Tian and sneered. Boy, you were the one who was yelling just now, right? Have you had enough of living? How dare you come out and meddle in the affairs of your two grandfathers? He was very angry at the moment. He didn't expect that there are really people in this world who are not afraid of death. We two brothers must teach him a good lesson. After hearing the sarcastic words said by his companion, the other middle-aged man also laughed wildly at Tian. This kid is really a fool. He doesn't think that if he stands up, today's matter will end so easily, right? No way, no way. After hearing the middle-aged man's ugly words, Tian's face suddenly darkened. He sneered in his heart. He actually said it was my grandfather? Very good. Today I will teach you two scums a good lesson. Chapter 25. Where did this martial arts master come from? System. I apply to use the mall system to purchase a 1-hour little dragon possession buff. Tian called out to the system in his heart in an extremely cold manner. Ding, master, the system has received your order. The dragon possession buff is being assembled for you. The familiar voice of the system soon responded to him in Tian's heart. After the system's reply gradually disappeared, soon the mechanical voice of the system rang in Tian's heart. The dragon possession buff has been assembled for the master. At this time, Tian's personal account quickly decreased from 1.49 million RMB to 1.48 million RMB. Little dragon possession buff, limited to 1 hour. The price of each use is 10,000 RMB. For Tian, this 1 hour is completely, no, to be precise, it is a waste. It only takes 10 minutes for him to deal with the two middle-aged men in front of him who spoke rudely to him. It's a shame to waste. Looking at the two middle-aged men with stubble on their faces in front of him, Tian sneered and rushed towards them. He raised his hand and punched the middle-aged man on the left in the face. With a puff, the middle-aged man fell to the ground in response. He had lost consciousness, and a touch of red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His face was swollen like a pig's head. Tian retracted his hand and turned to look at the middle-aged man on the right. At this time, the crowd, the fruit stand owner, and another middle-aged man were shocked by Tian's move and looked at Tian in a daze. Before they could see clearly, they saw Tian's figure coming in front of the middle-aged man, and then the middle-aged man fainted on the ground. Where did this martial arts master come from? Everyone was shocked and thought, that speed and skills, it must be said that this is the first time they have seen it. Tian looked at the other middle-aged man with contempt and slowly said to him, Why, is this all you can do? Didn't you just scold me as a child? You two are not very good. After saying that, he curled his lips in disdain. After Tian said this, the eyes of the onlookers turned to the middle-aged man who was still standing. They wanted to see what kind of counterattack he would make in the face of Tian's ridicule. When the middle-aged man saw that everyone's eyes were focused on him, he suddenly remembered the scene just now. The kid came to his brother in a blink of an eye. Before the two of them reacted, his brother had fainted on the ground. Looking at his big face that was swollen, like a pig's head, tut-tut, it's terrifying to think about it. Such a guy, ask me to hit him with my head. The middle-aged man looked at Tian in a panic. This kid, I don't know what's going on. His skills are so powerful. Well, it seems that this time I've kicked on a hard board. But as a middle-aged strong man, if he admits in front of so many people that he is afraid of this kid, how embarrassing it would be. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man in front of Tian said to him stubbornly, You, don't be so arrogant. Killing someone means paying for his life. and paying back a debt means paying back the money. This is a matter of course. Why do you stinky kid, come out to meddle in other people's business? The middle-aged man knew that he was no match for Tian, so he reasoned with him. Tian felt a little funny when he heard that the middle-aged man was actually reasoning with him. Seeing that you two look like second-rate people, you actually know how to reason with others? Tian crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the middle-aged man with a funny face. I say, you are also worthy of reasoning with me? It really has nothing to do with me just now, but how do you two explain the insults to me? After saying this, Tian twisted his neck slightly, but his action was seen by the middle-aged man, who immediately felt that Tian was going to attack him. He was panicked on his face and stammered to Tian, "You, what do you want to do? I tell you, if you dare to touch me, I will call the police." After the middle-aged man said this, even the onlookers couldn't help laughing at him, and the proprietress of the fruit stall couldn't help laughing after hearing this. They thought, this is too weird. Two big hooligans were actually prepared to call the police by a teenager. This is really funny. Tian also looked at him with a dull face and couldn't help but complain in his heart, "No way. Sir, are you going to call the police just like this? Get rid of it. Don't be funny. When you were so ferocious and smashed other people's stalls just now, why didn't you remember that there were police brothers? For guys like you, you should stop evil, otherwise it will have no effect at all." So Tian didn't plan to talk nonsense with him anymore. He knew that it would be nonsense to talk to such a hooligan. A big foot kicked him and knocked him to the ground. The middle-aged man on the ground let out a miserable cry. At this time, Tian was talking to the system in his mind. "System, I want to ask if I can withdraw 20,000 yuan in cash from my account? After all, I beat them up. Even if they were wrong, I have to give them some respect." "Of course, it's very simple. Master, please snap your fingers first." The system answered Tian in an extremely playful manner. Tian snapped his fingers as instructed by the system. Suddenly, right after Tian snapped his fingers, everything around him seemed to have stopped. The air suddenly froze, and the clock hanging on a stall next to Tian also stopped at 10:39 and remained motionless. A blue light flashed before Tian's eyes. Suddenly, Tian felt as if there was something extra in the pocket of his Armani casual pants. He reached into his pockets with both hands, took them out, and saw that there were 2 thick stacks of RMB cash. He estimated that one stack should be 10,000 yuan. Tian looked at the 2 stacks of cash in his hands with surprise, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the system was so powerful. Tian immediately put the 2 stacks of cash back into his pockets, and then said to the system in his heart, "Okay, let's restore time. Hey, master, as long as you snap your fingers again, time will be restored?" The system said to Tian with a smile. Chapter 26. It is true that money can cure all diseases, so Tian followed the system's instructions again and snapped his fingers. After Tian snapped his fingers, time began to flow again. The time displayed on the clock hanging on the stall next to him suddenly jumped from 10:39 to 10:40. Tian then took out the 2 stacks of cash from his trouser pocket and threw them heavily in front of the middle-aged man who was lying on the ground groaning in pain. "Take this money and get out of here. Don't let me run into you two again. Otherwise, hey, you know what will happen." When the onlookers saw Tian take out 2 stacks of cash from his trouser pocket, they all looked at him in shock. This boy actually carried 20,000 yuan in cash with him. Oh my, it's too outrageous. Who would carry cash with them now? However, the onlookers gradually realized that this unprepossessing boy with pockmarks on his face could actually throw out 20,000 yuan so casually. He must be a rich second generation. The lady boss of the fruit stand saw Tian take out 20,000 yuan and threw it in front of the middle-aged man, and couldn't help but look at him twice. But then the expression on her face suddenly became strange, and she thought in her heart that this boy came out because of my matter, but he paid 20,000 yuan for it. The lady boss of the fruit stand felt very embarrassed, but what could she do? She wanted to compensate Tian, but her financial strength did not allow it. It was strange. The middle-aged man who was lying on the ground groaning in pain just now, after seeing Tian throw him 20,000 yuan, it seemed that the pain just now disappeared. He who was lying on the ground suddenly slipped and jumped up from the ground without any problem. Then he bent down and picked up the 20,000 yuan that Tian threw in front of him. And then he helped his good brother, who was lying on the ground and fainted, and ran quickly towards the gate of the farmer's market. After a while, the figures of the two disappeared completely in front of everyone. Seeing this, Tian couldn't help laughing. Isn't this too funny? Money can really cure all diseases. The farce returned to calm after Tian threw out 20,000 yuan. The onlookers also dispersed slowly with satisfaction. They watched a wonderful show today. Speaking of which, all this should be thanked to the young man. At this time, Tian's image in their minds suddenly became taller and more handsome. Who in the world would not like a rich little brother? Of course, except for the sour dog. After the farce was over, when Tian was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped by the proprietress of the fruit stall. "Young man, today, thank you so much, otherwise I don't know how to solve this matter. And I made you spend 20,000 yuan. I feel so sorry." The proprietress's attitude was very sincere. Indeed, if Tian hadn't stepped forward today, I'm afraid her small fruit stall would have ceased to exist. After hearing the lady boss thank him, Tian looked at her with a slight smile on his face. "It's okay, Auntie. I don't like those two guys either, and you heard them insulting me, so I did it to them. It's my own business." Hearing Tian's words, how could the lady boss of the fruit stall not know that Tian was trying to comfort her? If it wasn't for him, how could Tian be scolded? He let out a heavy sigh, and Tian turned around again, as if he suddenly remembered something, turned around again and looked at the proprietress of the fruit stall, slapped his forehead with his hand and said with a smile, "Look at my memory. I even forgot why I went to the farmer's market. Hi." So, Tian walked to the proprietress of the fruit stall. Auntie, can you weigh 2 kilograms of fruit for me? By the way, can you give me some advice? What kind of fruit should I buy when visiting a girl's house?" Tian looked at the proprietress of the fruit stall embarrassedly. Speaking of which, it seemed that this was the first time Tian went to a girl's house, so it was inevitable that he would be a little confused. After hearing what Tian said, the lady boss of the fruit stand was stunned for a moment, and then she looked at him with a smile. "Young man, are you going to your girlfriend's house? Haha, come. Auntie will pick some fruits for you." After that, she took out a few white plastic bags from the stall, and then picked up various fruits for Tian. After a while, 4 plastic bags filled with grapes, strawberries, bayberries, and cherries were handed to Tian by the lady boss of the fruit stand. After Tian reached out to take the 4 plastic bags, he realized that these fruits didn't seem to be weighed. How to calculate the price? But then, Tian carried 4 plastic bags in one hand and took out his mobile phone from his pocket with the other hand. He opened the WeChat app and planned to scan the code to pay. After thinking about it, he simply paid 1,000 yuan. Anyway, he still had more than 1 million yuan. It was not easy for this auntie to help, so she would count as much as she could. But just when Tian was about to scan the WeChat QR code on the fruit stall, the proprietress stopped him. "Young man, what are you doing?" Tian looked at her in confusion. "Pay money." The proprietress of the fruit stall suddenly became anxious. "How can this be? You just helped Auntie solve such a big problem. Just consider this little bit of fruit as Auntie's little thought. If you insist on paying, Auntie will be angry." She looked at Tian with an extremely serious face, as if Tian paying was like looking down on her. After a verbal battle, Tian still didn't pay in the end. He walked out of the farmer's market with 4 plastic bags of fruit on his face. When he arrived at the gate of the farmer's market, Tian couldn't help but look back at the location of the fruit stall. For a moment, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that, although the aunt looked weak on the outside, she was also paranoid. Shaking his head slightly, Tian slowly walked towards the neighborhood where Shu Liwo lived. At this moment, the proprietress of the fruit stall was slowly packing up her stall. After a while, when all the fruit baskets outside were moved inside, She took out several bags of various meats and vegetables from the stall, pulled down the roller shutter on the stall, and walked towards home with several bags in her hands. Time, 11:30 a.m. According to the message Shuliwo left on WeChat, Tian soon arrived at the door of Shuliwo's house, stretched out his hand and pressed the doorbell of Shuliwo's house, and Tian immediately stepped aside. Chapter 27, Fate. Wonderful. After a while, the door of Shuliwo's house slowly opened to the right, and Shuliwo, wearing a white plain dress, appeared in front of Tian. Tian looked at Shuliwo, who appeared in front of him, and his face was suddenly stunned. He sighed in his heart, "This is a fairy!" It's no wonder that Tian was so surprised. It was really that Shuliwo today was even more beautiful than when he first saw her. This made Tian stunned. "Poochie!" Shuliwo looked at Tian's silly look, and suddenly couldn't help laughing out loud. That laughter was as pleasant as a silver bell. "Come in!" Shuliwo looked at Tian, who was looking at him absent-mindedly, and thought that he was still at the door of his house, so Shuliwo hurried to welcome Tian into the house. After entering the house, Tian put the fruit in his hand on the table, and then sat on the sofa of Shuliwo's house and chatted with Shuliwo. As they chatted, Tian told her what happened today in the farmer's market near Shuliwo's house. After hearing Tian's description, Shuliwo suddenly stood up from the sofa and looked at him anxiously. "What does the boss lady of the fruit stand look like?" Tian looked at her puzzled. He didn't know why Shuliwo's reaction was so big, but Tian still slowly described the appearance of the aunt to Shuliwo. Just after Tian finished describing to Shuliwo, there was a sound of a key opening the door at the gate of Shuliwo's house, and then the door was slowly pushed open, and a middle-aged woman with several plastic bags in her hand walked in from outside. After hearing the sound, Tian immediately looked at the gate of Shuliwo's house, but soon, when Tian saw the person's appearance clearly, his face suddenly became dull. "No way. It can't be such a coincidence," Tian murmured. "The boss lady of the fruit stand." "Mom!" Shuliwo shouted to the middle-aged woman at the door. She suddenly recalled the appearance of the fruit stand owner that Tian had just described to her. Wasn't she exactly the same as her mother? Thinking of this, Shuliwo immediately ran to her mother's side with an anxious face, looked at her mother, and asked her with a worried face, "Mom, nothing happened when we went to the farmer's market today?" After hearing her daughter's words, Shu's mother's face froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. "What happened? It's okay." As she said, she put the plastic bags in her hand on the table and looked at her daughter with a smile. "What's the matter? Has the young man who saved you come to our house?" But soon, Shu's mother found 4 bags of various fruits on the table. Looking at the fruits inside, Shu's mother suddenly made a surprised sound of "huh." "These bags why do they look so much like the fruits she just packed for the young man?" Strange. At this time, Tian, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, looked at Shuliwo's mother with a wry smile after hearing the surprised sound from Shuliwo's mother, and then called to her, "Ah, Auntie." After greeting Shu's mother, Tian scratched his head in confusion. Tian really didn't expect that the auntie at the farmer's market just now would be Shuliwo's mother. This is really too much of a coincidence. When Shu's mother heard someone greeting her, she immediately looked at the source of the sound. It didn't matter if she looked at it. After seeing Tian's appearance, her face suddenly froze, but soon Shu's mother looked at Tian with joy. "Ah, young man, why are you in my house? Could it be?" As she said that, Shu's mother seemed to have thought of something and looked down at her daughter with a surprised face. "No way? It can't be such a coincidence." After getting a nod from her daughter, Shu's mother realized that the young man who saved her daughter and helped her out was the same person. What a fate! The time came to 12:47 noon. Tian, Shuliwo, and Shu's mother were sitting around the small dining table in their home. The lunch was very rich. With Shu's mother's superb cooking skills, she made 6 dishes and a soup, all of which were delicious. The aroma of these dishes drifted into Tian's nose, and his stomach immediately made a few strange, gurgling sounds. Tian looked at Shuliwo and her daughter in front of him with embarrassment, and then he suddenly remembered that he had planned to go to sleep for a while in the morning and didn't eat too much. Who knew that he would make such a fool of himself, which was really embarrassing? After hearing the strange noise coming from Ye Tian's stomach, Shu Liwo and her daughter couldn't help but laugh. Shu's mother looked at Ye Tian with a smile on her face and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This boy is really cute. After Shu's mother officially announced the start of lunch, Ye Tian couldn't help but pick up a piece of twice-cooked pork and stuffed it into his mouth in a hurry. As soon as the twice-cooked pork entered his mouth, Ye Tian's eyes immediately lit up. Delicious! Ye Tian couldn't help but praise. Shu's mother on the side also laughed after hearing Ye Tian's praise for her cooking skills. Don't worry, Xiaoye, eat slowly. In the conversation with Ye Tian just now, Shu's mother learned his name, and Ye Tian learned her name from the conversation with Shu's mother just now, a name that is very ladylike. Wu Manhua. Xiaoye, Auntie has to thank you for what happened just now. I never thought that you are the common benefactor of our mother and daughter. Wu Manhua looked at Ye Tian with gratitude and recalled the scene at the farmer's market again. At that time, there were so many people watching, but no one came out to help her. Only Ye Tian stood up to help her out. Moreover, he was the common benefactor of their mother and daughter. What a fate! At this time, it can only be expressed in one sentence. Fate? Wonderful. Shu Liwo, who was picking up a piece of green vegetables on the side, heard her mother's words at this time, and hurriedly put down her chopsticks and looked at Ye Tian. Speaking of it, if Ye Tian hadn't appeared to save herself that night, the consequences. Shu Liwo couldn't imagine it at all. Even if she had successfully escaped from the hands of the two big men at that time, how could a girl compete with two big men for endurance? This made Ye Tian, who was rushing to put food into his mouth, embarrassed. Why did you two suddenly thank him together? Aunt Shu Liwo, I've said it before, there's no need to thank me. After all, we are good young people of the new era, the flowers of the motherland, right? Ye Tian put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand and said to Shu Liwo and her daughter with a playful smile. Chapter 28. Every family has its own problems. Shu Liwo and her daughter were still looking at Ye Tian with gratitude, but after hearing Ye Tian's playful words and his somewhat exaggerated expression, the originally serious occasion suddenly made Shu Liwo and her daughter burst into laughter. The most important point is that when Ye Tian said this, there was a grain of rice hanging from the corner of his mouth. It was really as funny as it could be. After a while, Ye Tian patted his slightly bulging belly with a satisfied look and immediately sighed with great pleasure. Ah, it feels so good! He suddenly burped. Seeing Ye Tian's appearance at this time, Shu Liwo couldn't help but smiled secretly. After the meal, Shu Liwo's mother quietly cleaned up the table. Shu Liwo originally planned to help her mother clean up, but her mother warned her to go chat with Xiaoye and clean up by herself, so Shu Liwo and Ye Tian started chatting on the sofa. While the two were chatting enthusiastically, Shu Liwo's mother Wu Manhua, who had just finished cleaning the kitchen, came to the two children with a plate of fruit in her hand. Xiaoye, come and have some fruit. Ye Tian, chatting with Shu Liwo, immediately responded with a yeah after hearing Shu's mother's greeting, and then picked up a big red apple from the fruit plate. Seeing this, Shu Liwo, who was standing next to him, also picked up a strawberry from the fruit plate and slowly put it into his mouth. Ye Tian handed the apple to his mouth, took a bite, and looked at Wu Manhua. Auntie, I have always wanted to ask a question. How old is Shu Liwo this year? Ye Tian wanted to ask Shu Liwo this question a long time ago, but when he thought about it, it seemed a bit inappropriate to ask a girl's age directly, so he waited until today to ask Shu's mother. Shu Liwo will be 19 years old in September this year. Wu Manhua smiled and answered him. Just as I guessed, Ye Tian muttered in his heart, but Ye Tian was full of doubts. Shu Liwo She should also take the college entrance examination this year, right? Why does she work in the library? With a face full of doubts, Ye Tian asked Wu Manhua the question in his heart. Auntie, Shu Liwo is the same age as me, but why didn't she take the college entrance examination this year? And she also went to work in the library. As soon as Ye Tian said this, Shu Liwo and Wu Manhua, who were originally smiling, looked at each other after hearing what Ye Tian asked. Shu Liwo suddenly fell silent with an expressionless face, while Wu Manhua sighed and then slowly explained to Ye Tian. Shu Liwo's failure to take the college entrance examination was all due to her father. If he hadn't suddenly jumped off the building and died, and owed others a lot of debts, how could Shu Liwo give up her studies and go out to work early to pay off her father's debts? After Wu Manhua explained everything to Ye Tian, she took Shu Liwo, who was silent beside her, into her arms. The mood of the mother and daughter seemed a little depressed at this time, but after listening to all this, Ye Tian sighed helplessly. Every family has its own problems. However, no matter what, you can't not take the college entrance examination. You know, the college entrance examination is something that can change the life of an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Ye Tian couldn't sit still immediately. Looking at Shu Liwo and her daughter, he slowly said to them, "Auntie, no matter what, Shu Liwo has to take the college entrance examination. You know, the college entrance examination is something that can determine a person's life. Maybe the college entrance examination is not the only way out, but this way is definitely the easiest." As he said, Ye Tian looked at Shu Liwo, who was held in Wu Manhua's arms. "To be honest, Shu Liwo, do you want to go to college?" Ye Tian thought to himself at this time that as long as Shu Liwo answered that she wanted to take the exam, Ye Tian would definitely use all his savings to pay off their family's debts. After hearing Ye Tian's question to her, Shu Liwo's face suddenly froze, and then she asked herself in her heart, "Do you want to go to college?" But the answer was, "I do." Wu Manhua looked at her daughter in her arms and thought to herself, indeed what Xiao Ye said just now did make sense. Maybe the college entrance examination is not the only way out, but this way is definitely the easiest. Wu Manhua was also thinking at this time that if her daughter answered, "I want to go to college," then she would have to let her daughter go to college, even if she had to sell everything she had. And Shu Liwo did not disappoint them. She gradually stood up from her mother's arms, looked at Ye Tian, then looked at her mother, and then replied to them word by word, "I do." After hearing Shu Liwo's reply, Ye Tian smiled very happily. "I will definitely help you fulfill this wish. Even if I have to give up everything I have, I am willing to do so. You know, you are the first girl I fell in love with at first sight and can never forget." 5:30 in the afternoon at Shu Liwo's home. Ye Tian took out his mobile phone from his pocket and looked at the time. He found that it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. It was time for him to go home, so Ye Tian stood up from the sofa and looked at Shu's mother, Wu Manhua. "Well, Auntie, I will go home first. Thank you for your hospitality today." After that, Ye Tian immediately walked towards the door of Shu Liwo's house. "This child? Stay and have dinner before leaving?" Wu Manhua looked at Ye Tian, who was about to leave, and tried to persuade him to stay. Shu Liwo, who was standing aside, looked at Ye Tian and said, although she didn't say anything to persuade him to stay, her eyes were fixed on Ye Tian. She didn't want Ye Tian to leave now. When Ye Tian heard Wu Manhua's words to keep him, he scratched his head embarrassedly, turned around and looked at Shu Liwo and her daughter. "Auntie, thank you for your kindness, but I really have to go back. Can I come to your house again when I have time?" Seeing that Ye Tian was determined to leave, Wu Manhua no longer tried to keep him. Only after Ye Tian walked out the door did she turn to look at her daughter beside her. Seeing that her eyes were fixed on the door, Wu Manhua stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Shu Liwo. Hey, don't look at them, they've left." Shu Liwo came back to her senses and looked at her mother. Seeing her mother looking at her with an eye that said, "I know it," Shu Liwo seemed to realize something and her pretty little face suddenly turned red. "I knew you couldn't bear to let Xiao Ye go, right? Are you in love with Xiao Ye?" Strong support. Wu Manhua looked at her daughter lovingly, then reached out and gently stroked her daughter's head. Her daughter finally grew up. It was time for her to develop special feelings for the opposite sex. Xiao Ye, although he had pockmarks on his face, his facial features were definitely not bad. If he removed those pockmarks on his face, he would definitely be a handsome young man. Moreover, he also has a good quality that young people of this era don't have, a heart full of justice. If her daughter and Xiao Ye could get together, Wu Manhua would never oppose them. and would strongly support her daughter. However, when Wu Manhua thought of this, she suddenly remembered that in the morning at the farmer's market, Tian casually took out 20,000 yuan in cash from his pocket and threw it to the two middle-aged men who bullied her without any regret. His family background. I'm afraid it would definitely not be ordinary. If her daughter is with Xiaoye, can she make it to the end? Wu Manhua suddenly became worried about her daughter's future, but what she didn't know was that her thoughts at this time had nothing to do with Tian. What kind of family background could Tian have? His parents were just ordinary high school teachers. This was completely Wu Manhua's overthinking. When Shu Liwo, who was sitting next to her mother, heard her mother joking about her, her little face became even more rosy, and she shyly called Wu Manhua, "Mom." Hey! Wu Manhua looked at her daughter's shy look now, which was so cute. At the gate of Yongqing community, Tian, with his hands in his trouser pockets, walked out. He was in a very happy mood and hummed a tune unconsciously. Today, not only did Daewon chat with Shu Liwo for a long time, but he also knew Shu Liwo's current situation. Didn't take the college entrance examination because of money? The same thing. As long as Shu Liwo wants to go to college, we have to help her realize it no matter what. Heh, isn't it just money? We have plenty of it. What Tian found most incredible was that the fruit stall owner who helped at the farmer's market today turned out to be Shu Liwo's mother. This is really a coincidence. No, this is not fate. This is God's will. There is no way I am favored by God. Tian thought shamelessly in his heart. In the half-day of getting along today, Tian was very confident that Shu Liwo's mother was definitely full of goodwill towards him. Not to mention that he helped her at the farmer's market. Just saying that he saved Shu Liwo was enough to make Shu's mother full of goodwill towards him. If I pursue Shu Liwo now, Tian dared to guarantee that Shu's mother would never object. Thinking of this, the smile on Tian's face became particularly brilliant, and when Tian's footsteps just stepped on the road outside the Yongqing community, the pleasant voice of the system rang in Tian's heart. "Master, congratulations on completing the Bright Person mission. The reward you will receive is Special Bodyguard X2. Just tell me to summon the bodyguards, and you can use these two bodyguards. How powerful they are." "That will have to wait for you to witness it, Master?" Tian suddenly froze when he heard the voice of the system. But when he heard what the system said to him, he slowly recalled that it seemed that there was such a mission. During the half-day he stayed at Shu Liwo's house, Tian completely forgot that there was such a thing. If the system hadn't reminded him, I'm afraid that even if Tian had returned home, he might not have been able to recall it. However, the system's reminder made Tian suddenly remember that it seemed that, after buying Armani clothes, he took the initiative to submit the mission, right? Why didn't the system reply to him at that time? Tian wondered in his heart, but Tian suddenly remembered that after all, the system was still a system, and there would always be times when it would go wrong. Even people are the same. Who dares to guarantee that they will never make mistakes? Thinking of this, Tian gradually let go. It's just this reward. I can buy the dragon buff at will. Why does the system give me 2 bodyguards? I really don't understand it. Forget it, let's go home first. Tian, who couldn't figure it out, didn't plan to think about this problem anymore, so he walked slowly towards the side of the road. But at this moment, a black van suddenly passed by Tian, accompanied by a loud squeak, and the black van stopped in front of Tian. Tian looked at the black van that suddenly appeared, and his heart was surprised for a while. What's going on? But in the next second, the system said to him, "Master, trouble is coming to the door." Huh? Is this to pick a fight with me? Interesting. Tian looked at the van in front of him with a playful look on his face, and his mind suddenly remembered the 2 middle-aged men in the morning. Could it be that they asked people to block me? This is interesting. Just as Tian was looking at the black van in front of him with an interesting face, the door of the van suddenly opened, and 4 or 5 strong men, holding steel bars, rushed out of it. Among them, the 2 middle-aged men who were beaten by Tian in the morning were among them. After the 2 of them went back, they became more and more angry. They wanted to get rid of them with 10,000 yuan each. They wanted them to let it go. You are getting rid of beggars, so they teamed up with three good buddies and treated them to a meal of dozens of yuan at noon. Then they told the three of them about this matter. After a few people discussed it, they agreed to go and deal with Tian together. But how could the two middle-aged men know where Tian came from? They didn't know where Tian was from. With a glimmer of luck, they first went to the farmer's market to look for Tian, and then there was no more. However, when one of the two middle-aged men left the farmer's market, he suddenly found that Wu Manhua's fruit stand was closed. He was wondering in his heart, did that brat go to Wu Manhua's house? He had gone to Wu Manhua's house to collect debts before, so he knew where Wu Manhua's house was. After telling them his thoughts, they immediately decided to wait outside Wu Manhua's community. If that brat really came out of there, they would beat him up. Finally, God will not let down those who work hard. After waiting outside Yunqing community for 3 or 4 hours, they finally got Tian out, so they immediately drove in front of Tian. Chapter 30 Bodyguard, the Eternal God. Tian saw that he was right. It was the two middle-aged men who came to take revenge on him in the morning. But they really didn't learn from their mistakes. Did they think that they could teach him a lesson by calling a few more people and holding some steel bars? Ha ha, it was too naive. Looking at the several strong men with weapons in front of him, Tian's face gradually became contemptuous. Just when Tian was about to notify the system and ask her to help him buy the dragon possession buff, Tian suddenly paused and suddenly remembered in his mind, didn't he just get 2 bodyguards? Now it's good. I can pull them out and let me see how capable they are. Speaking of which, the group of people in front of him came at a really good time. Tian couldn't help but snickered in his heart. But Tian also made 2 plans. While summoning the 2 bodyguards, he also bought a 1-hour dragon possession buff. If the 2 bodyguards rewarded by the system are not good, we will not be afraid at all, right? This is called a perfect plan. Did you see it? Learn it. System. Summon the 2 bodyguards and buy a dragon possession buff, by the way, Tian said to the system in his heart. After that, Tian looked up at the 5 strong men in front of him who were gradually approaching him, each holding a steel rod in his hand. But the system did not reply to Tian this time. Just when Tian was puzzled, a white light that only Tian could see suddenly burst out from his body. The white light gradually spread to the surroundings, and time stopped at this moment. Tian looked at the leaves that fell from a tree next to him and slowly fell from the sky. Suddenly, they stopped in midair. At this moment, 2 men wearing black leather jackets and black sunglasses were running towards him at an astonishing speed. Tian looked at the 2 men and their outfits. He was shocked and said, "They are exactly the same as the Terminator in the TM movie." Could these be his 2 bodyguards? Damn, awesome. Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As Tian's 2 bodyguards appeared, everything that had just stopped suddenly returned to normal, and time began to flow again. The 5 men with fierce faces approaching Tian gradually didn't know that danger had quietly descended on them. Looking at the 2 bodyguards getting closer and closer to him, although they had not yet arrived in front of him, Tian, who had already been blessed with the dragon possession buff, was not afraid of them at all. Tian looked at them and suddenly had the idea of playing a trick on them. So Tian put his hands on his chest and looked at the people in front of him with disdain. "I say, you 2 really don't have any brains. Do you think you can teach me a lesson just by finding a few brothers and taking some weapons? It's really funny." After saying that, Tian made a fist with his hand towards the few people, stretched out his thumb and rotated it 180, and then suddenly looked down in contempt. The 5 strong men saw that this kid was about to die, but he still dared to despise them like this. Tired of living, it is said that 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, and a random punch can kill a master. No matter how good you are at fighting, we are all holding steel bars. Let's see how you deal with it. Let's see if you can continue to be arrogant later. The sturdy man who was knocked unconscious by Tian before, looking at Tian's arrogant look, instantly recalled the embarrassing scene in the farmer's market in the morning when he was knocked unconscious by Tian. Even now, half of his face is still swollen like a pig's head. Thinking of this, the sturdy man was full of anger. He shouted angrily and took the lead to come to Tian. Then he raised the steel rod in his hand high and hit Tian's head hard. If this stick hit Tian's head firmly, he would probably be disabled if not dead. But will Tian let him get his wish? Ha, of course not. Tian, with a look of contempt, saw that the steel rod in the hand of the pig-headed sturdy man was about to hit him on the head, and his body immediately tilted slightly to the side, and the steel rod hit by the pig-headed sturdy man instantly fell into the air. The other 4 strong men also came to Tian at this time. However, before they could hit Tian with the steel bars in their hands, Tian pointed to the back of them with a funny face. 2 black shadows had already appeared behind them. They were the 2 bodyguards summoned by Tian. As soon as the 2 bodyguards came behind the 5 people, they immediately kicked the 5 people in front of them very quickly. The speed of these kicks was too fast, and the force was so great that their kicks even brought the sound of the wind. Whoosh! At this moment, the bodies of the 5 strong men were like 5 balls. They instantly flew into the air and then fell to the ground fiercely. The steel bars in the hands of the 5 people had long been gone. Several click sounds were heard, just like the sound of bones breaking. The 5 strong men instantly wailed in pain on the ground. All of this was seen by Tian, who was standing aside. He couldn't help but gasp. This is too awesome. Just like this. Solved. Damn it, I declare. Bodyguards forever gods. Tian looked at the 2 bodyguards in front of him in great surprise. The cold expression on their faces made Tian feel more and more handsome. What buffs do I need to buy in the future? Isn't it enough to just summon the bodyguard brother? Tian remembered that he had just felt that it was not appropriate, so he bought a 1-hour dragon possession buff. Now that he thought about it, Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a waste! The 10,000 yuan was wasted. But when Tian looked at the 2 bodyguards in front of him, the pain in his heart disappeared completely. Isn't it just 10,000 yuan? It's just a matter of 1 day. At this time, around Tian, many residents living in Yunqing community had seen the exciting scene happening here, and gradually, those who were watching the excitement gathered towards Tian. Oh, another group of onlookers. Tian looked at this group of people and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Slowly, this group of onlookers came to the place near Tian and watched. Looking at the 5 strong men lying on the ground and wailing in pain, they all took a deep breath. When they saw that one of the 5 men lying on the ground had a face as swollen as a pig's head, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This is too miserable. They were beaten beyond recognition. Chapter 31. Don't judge a person by his appearance. However, before they knew the reason for the incident, they were smart enough to stand aside and didn't say anything. Just kidding. When they saw the 2 men in black who looked like the governor, it was obvious that the 5 people lying on the ground were beaten into this state by the 2 of them. How dare they talk nonsense? Although no one dared to talk too much, there were also spectators who took out their phones and called the police when they saw such a scene. It is right to find the police when you have trouble. And just after someone called the police, the system immediately reminded Tian, "Master, someone has called the police. Do you want to get out of the way first and let the bodyguards handle the rest?" After hearing what the system said, Tian was confused, leaving 2 bodyguards here to deal with the aftermath. Isn't this a joke? Can the 2 of them deal with the police brothers? With doubts, Tian asked the system, "Is this really okay? Can they still handle such a thing?" As he said that, Tian looked at the 2 bodyguards in front of him. Still looks so cool. Bah, what are you thinking? Tian cursed himself. How can they deal with the police brothers with such a stupid look? But soon, the system spoke to him in his heart. "Don't worry, master. Since I said so, there will be absolutely no problem. You have to believe me?" This is the first time Tian heard the system act like a spoiled child to him. Why do I feel? What's going on with goosebumps all over my body? However, Tian still listened to the system's advice. Since she said so, he would leave first. After all, dealing with the police brothers still hurt Tian's mind. After making the decision, Tian planned to leave first, but at this moment, the pig-headed man lying on the ground was still groaning in pain. But when he saw Tian preparing to run away, he suddenly pointed at Tian and shouted, "If you have the guts, don't run. We can't deal with you, but we still have the boss." It took him a long time to finish a short sentence. After hearing what the pig-headed man said, the eyes of the crowd of spectators nearby instantly focused on Tian, who was about to leave. Feelings. This young man is the mastermind. Damn, this is really a case of not judging a person by his appearance and not judging the sea by a bucket. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Tian, who had just turned around and was about to leave, suddenly paused and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He really didn't expect that the pig-headed man had such a big hatred for him. He just turned around, and he, who was still wailing in pain, immediately pointed at him and yelled, "Now, how can he leave here?" Tian turned around helplessly and looked at everyone, but at this moment, the system reminded him in Tian's heart, "Master, please rest assured, leave this matter to me to solve." After hearing what the system said, Tian was surprised. "You can solve this?" "No way. Even if you use time to stop and let yourself go first, there is no guarantee that someone in the crowd has recorded it. There is no difference between walking and not walking. With the strength of the current police brothers, they can find you in less than half a day. This can also be solved?" However, Tian also knows how awesome the system is, so Tian is holding the idea of watching and seeing how the system will solve this troublesome matter next. A group of people who eat melons looked at the pockmarked boy in front of them, thinking, "We dare not beeb those two black-clothed men. You still have no problem." So the group of people pointed at Tian and started to talk. "It's hard to tell this guy is the mastermind." "Yeah, you can't judge a person by his appearance." "He wanted to run away just now? There are so many of us here. Let's see where he can run to." "Take out your phone and take a picture of him first, so that if he runs away later, we can show the police his picture." Just as they were talking about Tian, the system heard their discussions and suddenly said, "Noise," in Tian's heart. Then the white light that appeared just now burst out from Tian's body again and suddenly enveloped the surrounding area of hundreds of miles. Time stopped again. Then, the mobile phone in Tian's trouser pocket was suddenly wrapped by a blue light. Tian was immediately attracted by the change in his trouser pocket at this time. What's going on? Tian looked at his trouser pocket with a puzzled look. This situation lasted for about a minute. The place where Tian's trouser pocket was emitting blue light suddenly shot out a blue light and then shot it on the ground in front of Tian. Since the blue light shot out from his trouser pocket, the place where Tian's trouser pocket was emitting blue light gradually returned to calm. But then, a shocking scene happened in front of Tian's eyes. The blue light that shot on the ground actually slowly formed a human figure. This made Tian couldn't help but scream out in surprise. What the hell is going on? How come there is an unidentified object in the shape of a human? There are really many things that shocked Tian today. If Tian's little heart was not strong, he would probably faint on the ground due to mental illness. Can't this day be quiet for a while? After a while, the mysterious human figure formed by the blue light gradually revealed its true face. It turned out to be a girl who looked 17 or 18 years old. Oh my. Tian looked at the girl in shock. He didn't understand what was going on. The changes that had taken place really confused Tian. As soon as the girl appeared, she blinked her big lively eyes at Tian, then turned around and looked at the crowd of spectators. The lively look that had just appeared in front of Tian suddenly disappeared, and she turned into a cold look. "Feel, Shuliwo." As soon as the girl said this, countless blue spots of light appeared around her, and then they were directed at everyone present. Except for Tian and his two bodyguards, everyone else's body entered a blue spot of light. At this time, when Tian heard the voice that sounded so familiar from the girl's mouth, he was suddenly shocked. Is this the system? Chapter 32. Kneel directly to the system. In the evening, Around 7:30, Tian returned to his home with a face of physical and mental exhaustion, and his mind was still recalling everything that happened today. Today is such an unforgettable day. With a helpless smile on his face, Tian gently closed the door behind him. As soon as he entered the house, a burst of food aroma immediately hit him, and his stomach immediately made a gurgling sound, and Tian's face blushed. What a glutton! I was so full at noon, and I also ate some fruit, but I'm hungry so soon. Tian cursed himself in his heart, but even though he cursed, Tian still walked towards the place where the aroma came from and came to the dining table at home. Tian looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, and each of them was Tian's favorite dish. He was so happy that he almost jumped up. It's good to have parents at home. But Tian looked in the room and was immediately surprised. Where are his parents? Why isn't she at home? But he soon saw a note with a line of words on the dining table. Tian immediately took it in his hand and looked at it. He saw that the white paper said, "Son, your father and I went out for a walk. If the food is cold, just heat it up in the pot. Mom." Tian looked at the note left by his mother and smiled. Then he put the note aside and sat on the chair beside the dining table and ate quietly. After a gust of wind, Tian was full. He put down the porcelain bowl in his hand with a satisfied look and walked towards his room. Just when Tian entered the door and just closed the door of his room, the girl that Tian had seen in the afternoon suddenly appeared beside Tian as if she appeared out of thin air. She looked at him with a smile on her face, and a bright smile appeared on her pretty face in an instant. "Master, the system reports to you." As she said that, she also saluted Tian. In that way, she looked so cute. Tian was startled when he saw the system suddenly appearing beside him. He frowned and looked at the system and said to her with a bad face, "System, you scared me, do you know?" After that, he rolled his eyes at the system. When the system heard Tian's scolding of itself, it immediately made a pitiful look. In that way, Tian couldn't help but doubt in his heart, "Is he so fierce?" Looking at the pitiful look of the system, it seemed as if he had committed a heinous crime. With a rather helpless sigh, Tian looked at the system in front of him, and then said to her with a headache, "Forget it. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that to you." Hearing Tian talking about himself in self-mockery, the system immediately smiled happily. Seeing this look in Tian's eyes, he immediately felt a fire boiling in his heart. This girl? Why doesn't she become an actor? Such a good actor. But to be honest, when Tian saw the real body of the system for the first time in the afternoon, he was really shocked. He never thought that the system, an intelligent program equivalent to an AI system, could actually transform into a human form. This was the most puzzling part for Tian. However, after a moment of shock, Tian slowly recovered his calmness. Tian, who had seen many outrageous things, was not surprised. After sitting on the bed in the room with the system, Tian thought about it and felt very curious. In the afternoon, how did the system let him get away smoothly? Moreover, how did she manage to make the crowd who were watching seem to not recognize me after the time was restored? With full of doubts, Tian asked the system sitting next to him, and the system answered him. "It's very simple. Isn't it better to delete all their memories of the master?" Tian was stunned. What, after all this time, you can even delete other people's memories. Moreover, you can choose which memory to delete? Oh my God, is it so awesome? Tian knelt down to the system, completely knelt down. He really didn't expect it. He originally thought that the functions of the system before were already amazing enough, but he never expected that there would be something even more awesome. Tian now really wanted to ask the system, "Do your family know that you are so awesome?" Of course, all of this was just Tian's own feelings in his heart. He would not just ask the system stupidly. He asked himself if he was smart. Indeed, if you ask who in the world has the thickest skin and is the most shameless, if Tian admits to being second, no one will dare to claim to be first. At about 6 o'clock the next morning, Tian, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes instantly and recalled the goal he set last night. From today on, he must operate the system well. Tian set a goal to earn 6 million with the perfect rich system within half a month. Use it to repay the debt of Shuliwo's family. In this way, Shuliwo can take the college entrance examination without pressure. Thinking of this, Ye Tian's face brought a sweet smile. I don't know why, as long as Ye Tian thought of Shuliwo, the whole person became extremely refreshed, just like blowing air conditioning and eating ice cream in summer. Last night, when Ye Tian was about to fall asleep, the system reminded him in his heart, "Master, the system will definitely help you achieve the goal you set. Now the task interface has been opened for you. 5 tasks will appear every day for you to choose. The tasks will be refreshed once every day at 12 a.m. I wish you a pleasant experience." After getting dressed and washing up, Ye Tian thought of what the system said to him last night. The smile on his face became particularly bright again, and he thought excitedly in his heart, "This is really God helps me." After everything was packed up, Ye Tian walked out of his room carefully and closed the door of his room gently like a thief. At this moment, a doubtful voice suddenly came from Ye Tian's side. "Son, it's only 6 o'clock now. Where are you going?" As soon as this voice came out, the sneaky Ye Tian was startled. Then he looked towards the place where the voice came from and saw his mother, who was wearing a pink pajamas, holding a water cup in her hand, looking at him with sleepy eyes. Ah, this, Chapter 33, Telepathy? Ye Tian never expected that his mother would get up so early today. He remembered very clearly that normally wouldn't his mother get up after 7 o'clock? Strange. What Ye Tian didn't know was that his mother got up so early because she was very thirsty. She woke up and went to the living room to get a glass of water. She never thought that she would see her son acting sneaky, and it was the first time that he got up so early. This was a coincidence that Ye Tian and Yan Min didn't expect. Could this be the telepathy between mother and son? Ye Tian didn't want his mother to know why he got up so early, so he planned in his mind and made an excuse to his mother. By the way, I'm going to go out to find Wan Bing." Ye Tian, who couldn't find a good excuse, immediately pushed out Wan Bing, who had a good relationship with him, and apologized to Wan Bing in his heart. "I'm sorry, Wan Bing. I can only use you as a shield." After listening to Ye Tian's explanation, Yan Min frowned slightly. As a high school teacher for nearly 10 years, she could clearly feel that her son was lying to her. However, he knew his son very well. He would not do anything illegal. Could it be? He got up so early. Is he going to meet his girlfriend? The more Yan Min thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. Otherwise, how could she explain why her son was so abnormal this morning? Thinking of this, Yan Min's slightly frowned brows suddenly relaxed. "Smelly boy, tell us if you have a girlfriend. You are so old, your father and I will not say anything to you. Why are you still sneaking around like this?" Yan Min looked at Ye Tian with an interesting face and laughed and scolded in her heart. But how could she know that things were not at all what she imagined? Ye Tian was planning to go out to make money. How could it be what she imagined, to have a girlfriend? Looking at her son, Yan Min smiled lightly on her face, thinking that since her son was not going to tell us about this matter, then forget it and don't ask him for now. So Yan Min then made a look of "so that's what happened," and looked at Ye Tian in front of her. "I understand, but what puzzles me is why you act so sneaky. I thought there was a thief in the house." Yan Min scolded Ye Tian with a smile. When Ye Tian saw his mother, she seemed to believe the words he had made up before. Now, Ye Tian immediately smiled and looked at his mother, explaining to her, "Isn't it? I'm afraid of disturbing you two old people." After saying that, he laughed, and Ye Tian prepared to go to the door of the house. When passing by her mother, Yan Min glanced at Ye Tian with a bad face. "You kid, you have become too powerful, right? You dare to say that your father and mother are old people." Ye Tian immediately grinned, then ran to the door of the house, opened the door and ran out without looking back. Only Yan Min was left in the room. Looking at the door that closed with a bang, he cursed with a smile. "This kid!" He shook his head gently, and then returned to his room. The days in summer are always long. Even though it was only 6:30, the sky was almost completely bright. Ye Tian, wearing a black sportswear, went out of the house and bought 2 hot buns from a bun shop outside the community, then sat on a bus. After finishing the 2 buns in his hand in a few seconds, Tian took out a tissue to wipe his slightly greasy hands, threw the tissue into the trash can on the bus, and then slowly took out his iPhone from his trouser pocket. After skillfully opening the Perfect God Rich app, as soon as he entered the system interface, Tian immediately discovered the difference in the system. The task interface that the system told him last night had indeed been updated to the main page of the Perfect God Rich app this morning. Excited heart, trembling hands, Tian reached out and clicked the task interface. After a while of loading, he entered the task interface. Tian looked at it with great expectation and silently said in his heart, "God bless. I hope the tasks are easy and can be completed in one day." 5 task bars shining with golden light appeared on the system page, and in the upper right corner of the 5 task bars, there was a timer counting down. Tian looked at all this and smiled with satisfaction. All this was just as the system said. 5 tasks would appear every day. Moreover, every morning, the task would automatically refresh. This is really great. After a while of sighing, Tian was ready to take a closer look at what the 5 tasks were today. Looking carefully at the iPhone in his hand, Tian saw the 5 tasks clearly. After a moment, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up slightly. That's it? That's all. Tian looked at the 5 tasks with disdain. The 5 tasks are: exquisite toys of the super rich 1, buy a sports car. The price cannot be less than 6 million. Exquisite toys of the super rich 2, buy a house. The price cannot be less than 5 million. Exquisite toys of the super rich 3, buy a watch. The price cannot be less than 3 million. Exquisite toys of the super rich 4, buy a few sets of clothes. The price cannot be less than 1 million. Exquisite toys of the super rich 5, buy an accessory. The price cannot be less than 500,000. When Tian first saw these 5 tasks, he was shocked for a while. The first task, buy a sports car worth no less than 6 million. Tian couldn't do it. So what was there to watch? It wasn't until Tian saw the 2 system reminders under the 5 task bars that he suddenly turned from sadness to joy. Note 1. The system will be fully responsible for all the expenses this time, and the owner will not pay a penny. At the same time, the system will also open a temporary account function for the owner. Note 2. All 5 tasks must be completed within 1 day. Otherwise, no rewards will be obtained. After the master completes all 5 tasks, he will be rewarded with 1 million Chinese yuan. At the same time, the system will also review the 5 completed tasks. If the master's task completion reaches the perfect stage, the rewarded Chinese yuan may also produce a critical hit. Tian looked at the mobile phone in his hand with a proud face. Isn't it just to experience the feeling of a rich second generation? Anyway, this is not the first time. Chapter 34 tasks. Just have hands. The last time I completed the casino task, Tian had a good experience of the feeling of a dandy, and he was quite grateful for it. Besides, even if you haven't really experienced the feeling of a dandy, what does it matter? Haven't you seen pork, but haven't you seen pigs run? Take out your mobile phone, open the Douyin app, and then search for those famous rich second generations in the search bar. Watch their videos and then learn from them. Isn't it a van thing? Tian asked himself. For him, these 5 tasks just have hands. So Tian immediately clicked on the one-click all option displayed on the mobile phone interface, and the task interface immediately returned to the system main page. Then, 5 golden lights flashed across the screen and flew to the personal page on the system main page. Tian looked at this change and immediately reached out and clicked on the personal page option. When he pulled it down, he found that the 5 tasks were there. At the same time, the temporary account function that the system had just prompted him also appeared in the personal page. And now this temporary account has a huge sum of 15.5 million. Oh my God, Tian looked at this long string of numbers and was extremely shocked. This money, used to repay the debt owed by Shu Liwo's family, can double the repayment to those creditors, and there will be extra. Although he thought so, Tian still knew it in his heart. The appearance of this temporary account can only be used to complete the 5 tasks. If it is used for other purposes, it is probably impossible. So Tian put his phone back into his pocket with a satisfied look on his face. But then, sitting on the bus, Tian couldn't help but ponder. Which of these 5 tasks should I complete first? Well, this is indeed a problem, Tian murmured in his heart. Although Tian acted arrogant after taking the task, he was troubled by the choice of which task to complete first. What I haven't told you is that Tian has had a slight difficulty in making choices since he entered high school, and all this may be related to the fact that Tian has been a loser for 3 years. On weekdays, Tian has some difficulty in choosing some things. At this moment, looking at these 5 tasks, Tian once again entered into a difficult choice. So annoying. Just when Tian was worrying about this, Tian inadvertently glanced out the window and saw such an advertisement on a huge billboard. At 9 a.m. on June 10th, the Tianfu International Auto Show is looking forward to your presence. Event address: Tianfu International Auto Building, Tianfu City. This made Tian, who was frowning because of the difficulty in making a choice, brighten his eyes instantly. Looking at the billboard gradually disappearing outside, Tian immediately decided in his heart. It's you. Complete the first task first and buy a luxury car worth no less than 6 million. When the bus drove to the next stop, Tian got off the bus with the crowd. After arriving at the platform, Tian immediately thought about how far away from the Tianfu International Auto Building he was at his current location. After thinking for a moment, Tian suddenly looked at the sky above his head with a blank face. I really don't know where the Tianfu International Auto Building is. Tian jumped on the bus stop. How could he, a loser on weekdays, pay attention to cars? So Tian didn't know the location of the auto show building at all. In desperation, Tian had to take out his phone and open the map app. He typed the words Tianfu International Auto Building in the search bar and pressed the search button. Only then did he finally see where the Tianfu International Auto Building was. It wasn't far away. It was only about a dozen kilometers away. It would only take about half an hour to get there by Didi. It would be only about 7:30 by then. The auto show would start at 9 o'clock, so there would still be an hour and a half, which would allow him to have morning tea in the tea house next to the auto show building. After making a decision, Tian immediately called a Didi Express on his phone. After waiting for a while, the Didi Express slowly stopped in front of Tian. He got on the Didi Express and drove for half an hour, as Tian expected, and finally arrived at Tian's destination, Tianfu International Auto Building. After getting off the car, Tian looked at the building in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Brother, will I pick up my first car in my life here? Thinking of this, Tian smiled particularly brightly. But after being happy for a moment, Tian suddenly seemed to think of something, and the smile on his face suddenly became wilted. It seems, I don't have a driver's license yet. Oh my, what the hell? A car is a symbol of a man's status. If you buy a set of brand-name clothes or a brand-name watch, some people may not recognize it, and even those who know the goods will probably think it is a fake. But cars are completely different. If you buy a sports car and drive it out, even if others don't know what kind of car it is, just by looking at its cool appearance, they can know that this car requires a lot of Chinese currency to own. Which big boy would not be deeply impressed by the charm of a sports car? Tian sat in the tea house next to the auto show building, gently sipped the purple clay teacup in his hand, and after putting the teacup on the table, Tian immediately took out his iPhone from his pocket and looked at the time. It was 8:30 in the morning, and there was still half an hour before the auto show started. Although Tian, a otaku, knew little about cars, he couldn't help but watch Doujin every day. Many times, he would see an uncle named Brother Tiger talking about cars. After a while, Tian started to follow him. This time, Tian learned a lot of knowledge and learned a series of car brands from Brother Tiger. Among them, there was a sports car brand that Brother Tiger had introduced many times. When Tian saw it, he was immediately amazed. Lamborghini. Lamborghini, one of the world's top sports car manufacturers and European luxury brands, has a logo of a powerful bull fighting and attacking the opponent. At that time, it seemed that Brother Hu was introducing the Lamborghini LP700, also known as the Lamborghini Bull. When Tian was bored and scrolling through Douyin, he was immediately attracted by its cool appearance. But he was just an ordinary loser at the time, and when he heard that Brother Who's video quoted it at 7.5 million, he became depressed. Chapter 35. I'm almost a loser. A full 7.5 million. For Tian, who was still a loser at the time, it was simply an astronomical figure. After silently giving Brother Who's video a little red heart, Tian threw his phone aside and sighed helplessly. In the future, how great it would be if I could own a bull. This sentence was not only Tian's own feeling, but also the feelings of thousands of people who were deeply impressed by the appearance of the Lamborghini bull. To paraphrase a classic line from a TV show, men should drive cars like this. Today, Tian sat in the tea house and looked at the tall, silver-white building next to him. The cool appearance of the Lamborghini bull instantly appeared in Tian's mind, and Yin smiled. He is no longer the loser boy he used to be. With the perfect, godly rich system, he undoubtedly has the ability to buy a bull. And the most important thing is, today, Tian also has the 6 million yuan that the system has given him, which is temporary funds for buying a sports car. Thinking of this, Tian's face was full of hope and he laughed loudly. When the other tea house customers sitting next to Tian heard Tian's crazy laughter, they looked at Tian with a confused look on their faces and couldn't figure out why he suddenly laughed. Madman? Idiot? Tian didn't care what others would say about him at this moment. Shouldn't he laugh when he was happy? He was now completely in the state of a young man chasing his dreams. When he thought about the dream that he had buried deep in his heart a few years ago, one day, it might actually come true. How could Tian not be excited? With an excited heart and trembling hands, Tian had been in such a state. He could not remain calm in the tea house at all. He wished that he could take the Lamborghini home immediately. However, at this moment, the system poured cold water on him in his heart. Master, don't be too happy too soon. Although the price of Lamborghini LP700 is 7.5 million Chinese yuan, you still need to pay various taxes and other things. I'm afraid your money can't buy it. Moreover, even if it is 7.5 million, please calculate it yourself. Your balance and the 6 million sports car purchase money in the temporary account together seem to be less than 7.5 million. Tian was stunned when he heard it. Is that right? So he quickly opened the Perfect Godly Rich app on his phone, clicked into his personal page, and looked at his current funds column, 1.47 million Chinese yuan. Tian was excited just now, but suddenly he was petrified, and his face gradually became dull. The ups and downs of life are too fast. Tian was ecstatic in the previous second and became ashen in the next second. I am almost a waste. The system looked at Tian's depressed look and felt a little bit of pity in his heart, looking at Tian with an indescribable expression. At this moment, the system suddenly sent a message to the system. After hearing this message, the system's face instantly smiled brightly. Now the master doesn't have to be depressed anymore. This good news can't be delayed. I have to tell the master quickly. The system immediately said to Tian with excitement, Master, there is a good news. Do you want to hear it? It also kept Tian in suspense. Naughty Tian was in a sad mood at this time, and he didn't care what the system was saying to him. I believe everyone knows the feeling of having a dream shattered. Seeing that Tian was still like this, the system didn't intend to continue to tease him, so it cleared its throat twice, and then said to Tian in a gentle voice, Master, what I want to tell you just now is that the system saw that you looked so sad just now, but still gave me instructions. This time at the auto show, it will definitely help you get the sports car you like. How about it, Master? Is this good news? What did you say? After Tian heard what the system said, the dull expression on his face suddenly turned into an incredible look. Is this true? Could it be? Teasing me? But thinking that the system had never lied to him, Tian's face immediately became ecstatic. From ecstasy to depression, and then from depression to ecstasy, Tian had to sigh in his heart again. The ups and downs of life are really too fast. The system saw Tian was ecstatic again and felt extremely relieved in his heart. This feeling was like an old mother who couldn't bear to see her son sad. After experiencing 2 ups and downs in life, Tian was in no mood to drink lousy tea in this tea house. He immediately clenched his iPhone in his hand and his feet were like the wind. With a swoosh, he came to the service desk of the tea house. After paying for the tea just now, Tian ran out of the tea house. As soon as he left the tea house, Tian turned on his phone to check the time. It was 8:50 in the morning, and there were still 10 minutes before the auto show started. Tian estimated in his heart that he should be able to enter the venue now, so he immediately put his phone back in his pocket and ran to the door of Tianfu International Automobile Building with a swoosh. As soon as he arrived here, Tian looked at the long queue of people in front of him and thought, as expected, we can start entering now. So, Tian immediately ran to the end of the long queue and lined up in an orderly manner. After a long time, which was extremely long for Tian, it was finally Tian's turn to enter the Tianfu International Automobile Building. Just when Tian had one foot inside the building, two security guards in black suits suddenly stretched out their hands and blocked Tian. "I'm sorry, sir. We don't welcome people who are not dressed properly." "Are you talking about me?" Tian looked at the two security guards in black suits in front of him with surprise. So Tian looked down and saw that he was wearing a black casual suit, and there was nothing disheveled about him. "Why don't you let me in?" Looking at the two security guards in front of him with a frown, Tian asked the doubts in his heart. "I want to ask, how is my clothes not in order? Come on, tell me." After hearing Tian's question, the two security guards turned their heads aside and smiled with disdain. They looked at the young man in front of them who was no more than 20 years old and asked why they couldn't go in. Chapter 36. Thank you. I am offended. Haha, it's really funny. Today's International Auto Show is the largest one in China in recent years. Who can enter it is not a person of status. Just because you are a little kid, do you have the ability to go in? This is the reason why the two security guards did not let Tian enter the building. At this time, because of Tian, the team had not moved forward for a long time. The people behind Tian had already been a little impatient. Just as the two security guards thought, the people who could come to this auto show today were all big names. On weekdays, these people were all praised by others, but today they were delayed for so long. What's wrong with you? After the two security guards turned their heads and looked at Tian in front of them, they didn't intend to explain anything to him. They just hoped that Tian could be more reasonable and leave here on his own initiative. Otherwise, they didn't rule out inviting the kid in front of them to leave. Tian, who didn't get a reply from the two, didn't say anything more, but just stood in front of the two with a cold face. Tian also heard all the noisy shouting from behind. Tian, wanted to see how long he would stand stalemate with them here. A middle-aged, beautiful woman dressed like a noble lady standing behind Tian couldn't bear to see Tian continue to be mocked by the two security guards, so she reminded Tian, "Young man, do you know why they don't want you to go in? It's because they think you are not qualified to go in because of your dress and your young age, so they stopped you here." After saying that, the middle-aged beautiful woman also glanced coldly at the two security guards in front of her. After hearing this, the two security guards looked at them with indifferent expressions. Originally, they didn't intend to point this out, but since the middle-aged beautiful woman had said this for them, it didn't matter. Anyway, that's what they meant. Not qualified? After Tian heard the reminder from the middle-aged beautiful woman behind him, his expression suddenly became colorful and he sneered. "I am not qualified to enter your building? Good. I will prove it to you two who look down on others and see if you are qualified to go in." Pa! So Tian immediately took out his iPhone from his trouser pocket, opened the ICBC app, clicked on the personal account option, and after the personal balance of the account was fully displayed, Tian immediately put the phone in front of the two people and then said to them in a cold voice, "Open your eyes and take a good look to see if I am qualified to go in." Tian was very angry now. He thought that after coming to this building, he would be one step closer to his dream. But who would have thought that he would meet these two things at the door, and he didn't even want to go in by himself? "What else did you say? You are not qualified." "Thank you. I am offended." At this time, Just as Tian put the phone in front of the two security guards, several security guards who were also wearing black suits gradually came from a distance. In front of them, there was a middle-aged man who was a little fat and wearing an Armani high-end suit. The middle-aged man was about to enter the building from the other side when he suddenly heard a shout from Tian's side. He frowned and walked slowly towards the place where the shouting came from. The two security guards in front of Tian were about to look at Tian's mobile phone screen when they heard a burst of hurried footsteps, so they immediately looked to the side. When they saw the appearance of the fat middle-aged man clearly, their faces suddenly became surprised. "Boss! What's going on? Why did the boss suddenly come here? Didn't he enter the building from the private passage?" The two security guards were full of doubts. They couldn't figure out why their boss would come here. Tian looked at the two security guards in front of him and turned his head to the side. He also immediately turned his head to look at the group of people who were gradually walking towards him. "Boss? Is the fat middle-aged man in the middle the boss of this building?" Tian looked at the group of people with surprise. After a while of surprise, Tian suddenly laughed. "This is interesting. Haha, I just don't know how the boss will deal with this matter later." When Tian thought of this, he immediately felt interesting. Soon the group of people came here. As soon as they arrived, the fat middle-aged man immediately frowned and looked at the two security guards in front of him. He asked them expressionlessly, "What happened just now? Why is there so much noise here?" After saying that, he stared at the two people in front of him with sharp eyes. The two security guards in front of Tian, under the stern gaze of their boss, all looked at the boss in front of them with a flustered look. If the boss knew the reason for the quarrel here just now, then their lives would be difficult. He stammered and responded to his boss, "No, nothing happened. Just now that was because..." In their minds, they haven't figured out how to make up a lie to deceive their boss, so they couldn't say because for a long time. The fat, middle-aged man looked at the two men in front of him who suddenly became stuttering. His expressionless face just now suddenly became gloomy. He has roughly guessed something. The clamor from here just now is definitely related to his two men. As an old fox, how could he not see that these two men were preparing to make up a lie to deceive him? What he hated the most was that someone deceived him, and it was actually his own men? Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's expression became gloomy again. Just when the two security guards were sweating from thinking about the reasons, Tian on the side suddenly sneered, "Hey, hey!" The fat middle-aged man's eyes immediately stared at Tian. He couldn't understand what the young man was sneering at. Did he know what happened just now? With doubts, the middle-aged man gradually came to Tian. Looking at Tian in front of him, the middle-aged man slowly asked him, "My little brother, why are you laughing? Do you know what happened here just now?" Chapter 37. The unknown enemy is the most terrifying existence. After saying this, the middle-aged man immediately seemed to think of something, and then he cursed himself as an idiot in his heart. This young man was the first in the line. How could he not know what had just happened? So, the fat middle-aged man took a few steps forward again, getting closer to Tian. "Please tell me, little brother." At this time, the two security guards who didn't want Tian to enter the building just now, when they saw the boss chatting with the boy, the expressions on their faces suddenly changed, and their hearts clicked. "It's over." Tian looked at the boss of the car building in front of him with a funny face. He came to him and asked him questions. Seeing that his attitude was so sincere, Tian turned his gaze to the two security guards on the side and then muttered in his heart, "No wonder he is the boss, and you two are employees. Look at his attitude. You two deserve to work for the rest of your lives." So Tian cleared his throat, then whispered in the fat, middle-aged man's ear, and then told him what had just happened. While talking, Tian showed him the screen of his mobile phone, and then put the phone back into his trouser pocket. And when Tian put the phone back into his pocket, because he did not lock the screen, the middle-aged beautiful woman standing behind Tian also saw the lit screen of Tian's mobile phone. The expression on her face instantly fell into shock. and she asked herself in her heart with an incredible look. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong just now? What was the balance of that young man? 100 million! Oh my God! Thank you, I am offended. After the fat middle-aged man learned the whole story from Tian, he immediately looked at Tian with an apologetic look. 100 million! This young man actually has 100 million Chinese yuan. Seeing that Tian looked like he was only about 20 years old, the middle-aged man knew very well that this young man was definitely the top young master in Tianfu City. How could it be so simple for a young man to have 100 million casually? Even he himself dared not offend such a person, and his two subordinates actually looked down on him and refused to let this young master in? Tired of living. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly became gloomy. Looking at the two subordinates who were sweating profusely on their heads, he sneered in his heart. Brother, this matter was our negligence. So, I see that you came to the auto show today, probably to buy a good car, right? The middle-aged man looked at Tian with a kind smile, and after Tian heard what he said, he nodded to him gently and agreed. The middle-aged man took a look and thought, "It is true." So he immediately continued. But when he was about to say it, he suddenly thought of something, so he looked at Tian with an apologetic face. Sorry, brother, please, allow me to introduce myself first. My last name is Huang, and my name is Tian Cheng. I am one of the owners of this Tianfu International Automobile Building. After Huang Tiancheng briefly introduced himself to Tian, he immediately cleared his throat and continued. Today, I'm in charge. Brother, all vehicles purchased at our auto show today will be 20% off. You see, is this satisfactory to you? Tian looked at Huang Tiancheng, who had a kind smile on his face, and saw that he looked at him expectantly after saying this. Tian thought to himself, forget it, it's not a big deal anyway. Buying a car is more important. Although Tian thought so, there was no sign of agreement on his face, and he still looked at Huang Tiancheng coldly. Huang Tiancheng saw all this, and he was sweating coldly in his heart. He was very panicked now. You know, there are tigers and dragons in Tianfu City. Although with his current identity, he can be regarded as an upper-class person in Tianfu City. He knows very well that many people can easily kill him. He was panicked because he didn't know what kind of identity Tian had. What if the identity behind Tian could easily kill him? Seeing that he didn't seem to be satisfied with the suggestion he had just made, how could Huang Tiancheng not be panicked? Enemies with unknown identities are the most terrifying existence. Just when Huang Tiancheng was lost in his wild thoughts, Tian pulled him back to reality. All right, I think let's forget about this matter, and I won't pursue it anymore. But, Boss Huang, I think you should forget about the suggestion you just made. Do I need others to give me a discount when I buy a car? You are looking down on me. After saying that, Tian clasped his hands across his chest and looked at Huang Tiancheng with the attitude of a dandy. Thanks to the experience of going to the casino before, Tian's dandy behavior was as vivid as the real. Even the system silently praised Tian for his pretended dandy behavior. After hearing what Tian said, Huang Tiancheng's mouth opened wide in shock, and then he patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Tiancheng was almost scared to death by Tian's cold look just now. At this time, after hearing Tian say that the matter was over, Huang Tiancheng's face showed a bright smile again. Okay, thank you for your understanding and tolerance, brother. Come on, please come in. Huang Tiancheng was a little fat to begin with, and now he had such a bright smile on his face. Tian felt that he looked like a Maitreya Buddha. The scene was really funny. After Huang Tiancheng finished speaking, he felt that what he did seemed to be a little wrong, so he quickly pointed to one of the black-clad security guards around him, and then said to him, "That is Xiao Liu, right?" The security guard whose name was called by Huang Tiancheng looked at him blankly. Yes, I'm Xiao Liu. What do you want, boss?" He was very surprised now. He really didn't expect that his boss actually remembered that his name was Xiao Liu. You know, the boss has 30 or 40 bodyguards. He has only been the boss's security for a few days, and he actually knew him. Could it be that he is going to get a promotion, a raise, become a CEO, marry a beautiful and rich woman, and reach the peak of his life from now on? When Xiao Lu was immersed in his fantasy, Huang Tiancheng frowned and looked at him. What is this Xiao Lu doing? At such an important moment, you are still distracted? So he immediately interrupted Xiao Lu's fantasy at this time. Chapter 38. Why are they all a bunch of good-for-nothings? I'll give you a task. Today you will be responsible for the safety of this young man in our building. Do you understand? Huang Tiancheng said to Xiao Lu beside him in a slightly loud voice. Xiao Lu, who was fantasizing about a better life, heard the boss talking to him again, so he immediately agreed to him in an extremely loud voice. Yes, yes, yes! But in fact, after Xiao Lu agreed to these things, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. It was over. It seemed that he had not heard clearly what the boss said just now, but he agreed. This. Huang Tiancheng looked at Xiao Lu with satisfaction after he agreed loudly. This was the right thing to do. However, just as Huang Tiancheng was about to deal with the two short-sighted subordinates, Xiao Lu pulled his sleeve. Boss, what did you say just now? I fainted. Huang Tiancheng, who had just turned around, was so angry that he vomited blood after hearing what Xiao Lu said. After all this trouble, you didn't even hear what I just said, and you agreed to it. Huang Tiancheng's heart suddenly became suspicious of life. His subordinates? Why are they all such a bunch of good-for-nothings? Tian and the beautiful middle-aged woman behind him couldn't help laughing at such a funny scene. Tian, who had always maintained the style of a dandy boy, had no intention of laughing at all, but there was no way. Anyone who saw such a funny scene would probably laugh out loud. Huang Tiancheng repeated what he had just said to Xiao Lu with a gloomy face. Xiao Lu then understood the matter with an oh. So next, Tian entered the Tianfu International Automobile Building under the extremely enthusiastic leadership of Xiao Lu. After Tian's figure completely disappeared from his sight, Huang Tiancheng planned to turn around and clean up his two blind subordinates. He came up to them with a gloomy face. I think you two have been with me for a long time, and you know my rules. If it weren't for the young master's mercy today and not pursuing this matter, otherwise, you two know what to do. Get out of here quickly. Damn, you two are just looking down on others. Huang Tiancheng became more and more angry as he spoke. If there weren't so many people queuing up to enter the building, Huang Tiancheng would have wanted to kick the two bastards one by one. He didn't know where these two people got the courage to be so arrogant. The two security guards who had a dispute with Tian were still fully prepared when they saw their boss walking up to them with a bad face. But what they didn't expect was that they were just told to get out of here. Only people like them who work under Huang Tiancheng would know that although Huang Tiancheng looks fat and kind, he is really a ruthless person. They also heard from some people that Huang Tiancheng seemed to be in a gang before. Thinking of this, the two security guards were grateful to Tian in their hearts. This is their benefactor. After a sigh, the two of them disappeared in front of everyone, like two dogs who had lost their homes. After they left, Huang Tiancheng quickly asked the other two security guards to replace their previous positions. After doing all this, Huang Tiancheng finally felt relieved, so he turned around and took the last few remaining security guards to the other side of the building. Countless top-level sports cars, countless models with enchanting figures, and the extremely crowded venue. This was Tian's first impression of the auto show after entering the building. As soon as he entered the door, Tian saw a red sports car with an extremely cool appearance at the door. Looking at the logo, it looked like a Ferrari, but unfortunately, Tian was a car blind and only knew that it was a Ferrari, but he didn't know its specific model. However, he knew very well that this car was definitely not cheap. Otherwise, it would not have been placed here by the organizer of the auto show. At this time, many people were holding cameras in their hands and were clicking and taking pictures of this red sports car. Tian laughed a little. What's the point of taking pictures of it? You can only look at it, but you can't touch it. How uncomfortable is that? After laughing for a while, Tian looked at Xiao Lu, who was leading him. He knew that he had already entered the auto show, so he didn't need him anymore. Thinking of this, Tian immediately said to Xiao Lu, "That is Xiao Lu, right?" Xiao Lu looked at Tian with a puzzled look on his face. "Young master, what do you want me to do?" "Young master?" Hearing Xiao Liu addressing him like this, Tian was stunned. He thought to himself, why does this address sound so ironic to him? Huh? He got goosebumps in his heart, so Tian slowly said to him, "Xiao Liu, go back to your boss first, and let me go around the auto show by myself." Tian really doesn't like Xiao Liu following him all the time. He always feels weird in his heart. After hearing what Tian said, Xiao Liu's face suddenly froze, and then he immediately became anxious. Why did this young master drive me away for no reason? If I go back to the boss now, the boss will eat me alive. No, I can't leave. Xiao Liu looked at Tian nervously. Young master, why are you driving me away? Besides, this is the order of our boss. Without his order, we dare not go back. After saying that, he stared at Tian and chuckled twice. Then, he made plans in his mind. If this young master wanted to drive him away, he would stay with him even if he had to. Tian looked at Xiao Liu with a silly smile on his face. When he heard him mention his boss Huang Tiancheng just now, his tone seemed to be a little fearful. Huang Tiancheng's image suddenly appeared in Tian's mind. Fat body, round face, kind expression. No matter how Tian looked at him, he would never think that he was a person who could make others afraid. However, Tian changed his mind and thought that the kind look of Huang Tiancheng that he had just seen might only be shown in front of people like him. Tian would not know what he was like on weekdays. Therefore, Tian could only look at Xiao Liu and sighed for him silently in his heart. However, since Tian had made up his mind to visit the auto show alone, he would never let Xiao Liu follow him again, so he said to him again, "When you go back, tell your boss that I told you to go back. If he doesn't believe it, then let him come to me. You see, this should work, right?" After saying that, Tian's face suddenly became cold, and he acted like a dandy. Chapter 39, Everyone Loves Beauty. Xiao Liu looked at Tian's face, which was gradually becoming colder, and his heart suddenly beat. Could this young master be angry? It's over. What should I do now? Xiao Liu knew very well that the young master in front of him treated even his boss with respect, and he also specifically asked him to protect his safety. If the boss knew that he was angry with him, then would he still have a good life? After Xiao Liu had a shocking struggle in his heart, he finally decided to listen to Tian and go back to his boss. Otherwise, if he really displeased this young master, would he still have a good ending? Thinking of this, Xiao Liu immediately bowed respectfully to Tian and then slowly walked towards a passage on the right. When Tian saw that the follower had finally left, the cold expression on his face gradually turned into a full smile. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that it was more comfortable to visit the auto show alone. So Tian looked at the side and saw the general schematic diagram of the interior of the auto show. After he found the booth belonging to Lamborghini on the schematic diagram, he immediately walked towards that side. Why did Tian choose to buy a car at the auto show? Because one of the advantages of buying a car at the auto show is that you have the opportunity to pick up the car on the spot, which is undoubtedly a lot more advantageous than buying it in a 4S store. Besides, who doesn't want to pick up the car immediately after buying it? Tian is no exception. At this time, Huang Tiancheng's fat appearance appeared in Tian's mind again. Tian immediately smiled. How could he forget about him? He is the boss here. With what happened just now, Tian was sure that if he bought a car, Huang Tiancheng would definitely help him arrange it clearly, and it would not be a problem to pick up the car on the spot. Thinking of this, Tian immediately became excited. But not long after, Tian suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have a driver's license yet. Thinking of this, Tian's excited face collapsed again, and his steps stopped. The system looked at Tian with a frown on his face. As a perfect and rich system, how could it make its master unhappy? Isn't it just a small driver's license? Do it, the system immediately said to Tian in his heart. Master, here comes the system. Isn't it just a driver's license? Is it necessary to make the master so decadent? The system will help you solve it. Tian was stunned. Really? The system nodded to him in the void. Really? After getting the affirmative answer from the system, Tian's decadent look finally became happy again, and he thanked the system in his heart with a smile on his face. Thank you, system. After thanking the system, Tian's mind suddenly recalled that when he was at the door just now, it was also thanks to the help of the system that Tian was able to perfectly pretend in front of Huang Tiancheng and others. You know, Tian doesn't have a bank card from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. He only has a bank card from the Postal Bank. All this is due to the countermeasures that the system discussed with him in his heart when he saw Tian being humiliated. Heh. Tian smiled very sweetly in his heart. But, this time, after Tian finished saying these words of thanks, the system did not reply to him immediately. After a moment, a system prompt tone that Tian was extremely familiar with rang in his heart. Congratulations to the master for obtaining car driver's license, limited to 1 day. Just 1 day? Tian was surprised in his heart, but he changed his mind and thought, 1 day is 1 day. It's enough to support myself to complete the 5 tasks today. At this time, the voice of the system suddenly floated out. Master, your temporary driver's license has arrived. When you need it, just tell me, it's fine. After that, the system fell silent again. Tian spread his hands helplessly and then strode towards the Lamborghini booth area. As soon as he approached the Lamborghini booth, Tian immediately heard a noisy sound coming from the front. Looking forward, he saw that the Lamborghini booth had much more people than other luxury car booths. Tian was immediately surprised. What happened in front? Why is it so lively? With a hint of doubt, Tian quickly came to the back of the group of people. After looking forward, Tian knew why it was so lively here. Apart from anything else, the models in the Lamborghini booth were dressed so coolly compared to other booths. No wonder. Tian looked at the car models wearing revealing clothes and nodded in his heart. However, soon, Tian looked at the Diaosi, who were holding their mobile phones and cameras and taking pictures in front of the car models with a funny expression on his face. He complained about these people with disdain in his heart. No way? You can't do it just like that? What a bunch of less peas! But when Tian finished complaining in his heart, he immediately took out his iPhone from his trouser pocket, held the phone in his hand, and then Tian turned on the camera function in the phone and then pointed the phone lens at the car models in front. To be honest, I am the same, Tian said shamelessly in his heart. That look was as disgusting as it could be. When all this was seen by the system, it immediately covered its forehead with great pain. You are still talking about others? Aren't you also an LSP? Everyone has a love of beauty. Tian was a complete loser before he got the system. Even if he got the system now, he was just a loser with money. So he was no exception. However, after he looked at the car model for a while, he gradually turned his eyes to the back of the car model. A green bull, which we commonly call Lamborghini Gallardo, was parked on the stand behind the car model. Now those car models suddenly became boring to Tian. What's so good about a group of plastic surgery faces? This is what men should look at. However, although the appearance of this Gallardo is cool enough, Tian only thinks about his goal, the Lamborghini bull. He shook his head with regret at the green bull. It's only 3.6 million. I'm not interested. After saying this in a pretentious way, Tian looked for the figure of the bull at the Lamborghini booth. However, when the car model in front of the green calf heard what Tian said, she couldn't help but glance at him. When she saw that the pretentious words just now were actually spoken by a young man in his 20s, a sneer suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 40. If you can't afford it, then you can't afford it. Why are you pretending to be so pretentious? If you can't afford it, then you can't afford it. Why are you pretending to be so pretentious? What else? What? No interest. She looked at Tian with disdain, and the group of Diaosi who were taking pictures in front of the car model seemed to have heard the pretentious words Tian just said, and all looked at him with amusement. For a while, Tian was like a monkey in a zoo, being watched and laughed at by countless people. They all thought that Tian was pretending to be so pretentious, but Tian felt very puzzled. This calf is only 3.6 million. Very expensive? He seemed like a pretentious person. I can't afford it? Haha, it's really funny. However, Tian didn't reply to these people. He just thought he had run into a cerebral palsy, so he calmed down and continued to look for the figure of the big bull in the Lamborghini exhibition. This time's booth is worthy of being the largest auto show in China in recent years. Just talking about the Lamborghini exhibition area, there are 20 to 30 Lamborghinis of various types, big and small. Not only are there various new and old models of Lamborghini, but the most outrageous thing is that there's actually a Lamborghini Diablo placed here. Oh my God. If Tian didn't make up for his knowledge about Lamborghini because he likes Lamborghini, he would never recognize this classic model of Lamborghini. There is a 5.7-liter dual overhead camshaft V12 engine in the rear of the car, and it accelerates to 100 kilometers in less than 4 seconds. It's hard to imagine that this is a sports car sold in the 1990s. This is too strong. Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After a while of sighing, Tian finally found the figure of Lamborghini Bull in a corner. This is the full name of Lamborghini Bull. The name comes from a bull, and it is also the most ferocious bull in the bullfighting world. Convertible, scissor doors, and the entire body are made of carbon fiber. In terms of power, Aventador is equipped with a new 6.5-liter V12 engine. Almost a perfect sports car, this is exactly where it can attract Tian. However, the most regrettable thing for Tian is that the convertible of Bull is not automatic like other convertibles. It is manual, which makes Tian feel puzzled. You say that you are such a big company, and you design a convertible that has to be manually convertible. What are you thinking? This is the only point that Tian complains about it. However, this little flaw does not affect Tian's love for it at all. It is really that its appearance is too charming, and people can't walk after taking a look at it. Moreover, what made Tian ecstatic was that the big bull in the auto show was his favorite sky blue body. It's decided to be you. Tian didn't think much about it, and decided in his heart that he must get it today. After a while, Tian slowly walked towards the big bull. At this time it happened that the sales manager of Lamborghini was standing next to the big bull, chatting and laughing with several men wearing expensive suits who looked like upper-class people. Tian looked at the 4 words "Sales Manager" written on his chest badge, so he immediately stepped in front of him. Sorry everyone, I'm bothering you. Can I test drive this car?" Tian looked at the sales manager with a smile on his face. The sales manager and several upper-class men were all stunned when they heard Tian's words. The Lamborghini sales manager looked at Tian standing in front of him and looked at his immature and pockmarked face and immediately became careless. "Is this kid joking with me? From your look, I know you can't afford it and you still want to test drive it? Sorry, we don't allow test drives here." So, the sales manager continued to chat with several upper-class men around him, and Tian was left aside by him. However, perhaps because he wanted to drive this big bull home too much, Tian saw that the sales manager ignored him, and he was not angry in his heart, but continued to say to him, "Can I test drive it?" The sales manager turned his head and looked at Tian, and looked at him carefully again, and murmured in his heart, "I didn't see it wrong. Is he really going to buy it?" Indeed, the casual clothes that Tian was wearing now were indeed not a famous brand fashion, and there was nothing on him that could reveal his identity, so it was no wonder that the sales manager looked down on him. But seeing Tian's persistence, the originally careless sales manager reluctantly perked up and looked at him with a smile. "Sir, if you are sure you want to order this car, you can test drive it." "Of course," Tian nodded in response, but asked him again, "That? I have another question. Can this car be taken away on the spot?" Seeing that Tian didn't seem to be joking with him, the sales manager immediately perked up, but when he heard that he wanted to take the car away now, the sales manager's face was stunned again. I guess it's not possible. This car is just an exhibit of our company here. If you really want it, I will call the domestic headquarters immediately and ask them to send you a car of the same model as soon as possible. Do you think this is okay?" The sales manager said to Tian, very respectfully. After all, in his heart, Tian is now a distinguished customer. What is a customer? Customers are like gods. However, Tian frowned when he heard this. "How long will it take to deliver it from your headquarters?" Maybe about a week. Tian frowned again. A week? It takes so long. No. I want to drive it home today, but I can't wait for a week. Just when Tian was discussing with the sales manager whether he could take the car away today, Huang Tiancheng, who had met Tian once, came to them with a group of people. Huang Tiancheng, who was introducing something to the group of people around him, suddenly saw Tian and the other person. He knew the Lamborghini sales manager next to Tian. Seeing that Tian was discussing something with him, he thought, could that guy want to buy a Lamborghini? Thinking of this, Huang Tiancheng hurriedly apologized to the group of people around him. Sorry, I met a distinguished guest, so he walked towards Tian. When he came to Tian's side, he heard the conversation between the two people. Then he realized that the young man wanted to take the car away on the spot. This matter is simple. Just consider it as a favor to this young man. Chapter 41. Where in life do we not meet each other? Brother, are you here? Huang Tiancheng's round face showed a kind smile. Tian, who was chatting with the sales manager, heard such a voice from his side and then turned to look at him. At first glance, it turned out to be the owner of the auto show building. He thought, this person is here, and there is hope for him to take the car on the spot. Thinking of this, Tian's face immediately showed a bright smile, and then he talked to him eagerly. The Lamborghini sales manager saw that this pockmarked young man actually knew Huang Tiancheng and seemed to be very familiar with him. This time, the sales manager finally no longer had contempt for Tian in his heart. Seeing that the two of them were chatting so enthusiastically, the sales manager could not help but interrupt them. Mr. Huang, do you know this young man? Huang Tiancheng laughed after hearing his words. Of course, let me tell you, Lao Wang. This guy is a young master. You have to receive him well. By the way, I just heard that this young man wanted to pick up the car on the spot, but you don't seem to agree? The sales manager looked at him with embarrassment. You know my boss? Before he finished speaking, Huang Tiancheng came to him, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him. Don't worry, I will talk to Lao Li. Hearing Huang Tiancheng say that he should negotiate with his boss himself, the Lamborghini sales manager gradually smiled. Tian watched all this with a smile on his face, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, there are still people who can do it. So, under the leadership of Huang Tiancheng and the sales manager, Tian went through all the procedures, which took more than an hour. After Tian swiped his card to pay the fee, the sky blue Lamborghini in the auto show hall finally belonged to Tian. At 10:30 in the morning, on the main road, a blue light, whoosh, rushed on the road. When pedestrians looked carefully, they saw that it turned out to be a cool-looking sports car. And this blue sports car was Tian, who picked up the car from the auto show building and drove to the road. Looking out through the car window, the scenery that kept flashing by, Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. My buddy finally has his first car in his life, and it's actually a sports car. Isn't that infuriating? Driving a Danyu and humming an unknown tune, Tian was so proud. He stepped on the accelerator, and the Danyu's V12 engine instantly made a deafening roar. The car body whooshed and rushed on the wide road like an arrow. But soon, Tian couldn't be proud anymore. He was stuck on the avenue of Tianfu Second Ring Road, looking at the crowded traffic around him with astonishment. He had never driven before, and he really didn't know that Tianfu City was so congested. Tian finally saw it today. It turns out that the traffic can be so congested. One car is next to another. The gap between the two cars is so big that even pedestrians can't pass. This guy is making a fuss. Is this considered too excited and too happy? Tian sat in the car with a look of laughter and tears, staring at the car in front with an ugly face. However, the only thing that made Tian feel fortunate was that when the drivers nearby saw Tian's big bull, they were very smart and kept a long distance from him. Seeing this, Tian couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, the feeling of driving a luxury car is different. When driving on the road, other cars will take the initiative to keep a safe distance from you. Otherwise, accidentally hit it, the insurance you bought may not be enough to compensate. After a while, Tian, who had been stuck here for nearly half an hour, thought to himself, there are still 4 tasks waiting for him to complete. Will he be stuck here for a whole day? Tian immediately became anxious. But what's the use of being anxious? The traffic has to be blocked. There is nothing to do. When he thought of this, Tian sighed and couldn't help complaining about some departments of Tianfu City in his heart. But at this moment, Tian suddenly saw a wide and extremely empty sidewalk on the side. Tian dunked, and an idea came to his mind. Thinking that this was a newly bought car, it had not been licensed yet, and there was no traffic police nearby, so he might as well. Grinning, Tian turned the steering wheel sharply and reversed slightly to the back. The owner of a Honda Civic behind him had just picked up his water cup to drink water when he suddenly saw the Lamborghini in front of him reversing backwards. He was so shocked that he almost spit out the water in his throat. He shouted, "Brother, don't mess around," and stared at the rear of the Lamborghini in front of him. However, Tian only slightly reversed backwards and stopped immediately. After switching the car to D gear, Tian immediately stepped on the accelerator and the car suddenly arched onto the sidewalk. Then, before Tian had time to be happy, a man in uniform suddenly stood in front of the Lamborghini. When Tian took a closer look, he murmured with a wry smile, "Traffic police." This was really unexpected for him. Tian had already carefully observed this side of the sidewalk and drove the car onto the sidewalk without anyone watching. How could he have known that a traffic policeman would suddenly appear? Unlucky. The traffic police made a pause gesture to Tian's car and then walked towards the main driver's side, gently knocking on the window of the Lamborghini. Tian, with a helpless look on his face, slowly lowered the window. Looking up at the traffic police, Tian saw the appearance of the traffic police, and his face immediately became shocked. This is a female traffic police, wearing a neat Chinese traffic police uniform, with a curvy figure, delicate features, and a black beauty mole under her right eye. All of this is not the key. The most important thing that shocked Tian is that this female traffic police is actually his cousin Ye Wenjing. Oh my God, is it such a coincidence? I can actually run into my cousin. Tian couldn't help but complain in his heart. He didn't even know that his cousin was a traffic police. Hey, wait. Tian seemed to remember something all of a sudden, as if last summer vacation, when he went to visit his uncle's house, he seemed to have heard his uncle mention that his cousin went to work as a traffic police. Thinking of this, Tian immediately smiled bitterly while sitting in the car. This is really, life is full of encounters. Chapter 42. Hello, please turn off the engine. Tian saw Ye Wenjing, and Ye Wenjing also saw Tian. After seeing the window of the illegal Lamborghini rolled down, it turned out that the person sitting inside was actually his cousin. This is really, life is full of encounters. However, even if Ye Wenjing saw that it was Tian who was driving the car, it was a fact that he violated the traffic law. So Ye Wenjing didn't care that Tian was his cousin, and looked at Tian in the car with a serious face. Hello, please turn off the engine, get off the car, and accept my punishment. Tian looked at his cousin with a bitter smile on his face. It was really that he hadn't seen his cousin for so many years, and her personality was still as harsh and ruthless as before, and she hadn't changed at all. But what else could Tian do? He had to get out of the car obediently and accept his cousin's punishment. Driver's license, vehicle registration certificate. She reached out to Tian for the driver's license with a serious expression on her face. Seeing that his cousin was still so stern, Tian had no choice but to take out the driver's license and vehicle registration certificate from the car and then turn back to Ye Wenjing. Wenjing is not quiet at all. Tian complained about his cousin in his heart with great indignation. We are all family. Why should we be so serious? However, when he thought that he made the mistake first, Tian sighed helplessly in his heart. Ye Wenjing took the two small books handed over by Tian, opened them, and looked at them, confirmed that there was no problem, and then handed them back to Tian. When did this kid get a driver's license? Why don't I know it? Ye Wenjing couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise in his heart, so he skillfully wrote a ticket of 200 yuan to Tian from the machine he carried with him. After completing these procedures, a smile gradually appeared on Ye Wenjing's face. Looking at her cousin in front of her, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. However, what surprised Ye Wenjing was how her little brother could drive such a nice car. Ye Wenjing remembered that her third father and third mother. Here to explain, Ye Tian's father is the third among his brothers, seemed to be just ordinary high school teachers. Logically speaking, Ye Tian couldn't afford such a nice car at all. With a head full of doubts, Ye Wenjing came to Ye Tian, patted him on the shoulder, and said to him, "Okay, young man, tell me, how can you drive such a nice car?" Seeing her cousin's face smiling and teasing him, Ye Tian thought of her serious look without a trace of affection just now, and pouted his mouth and turned his head to the side, completely ignoring Ye Wenjing. Seeing this, Ye Wenjing said in her heart, "Oh, this boy, is he still throwing a childish tantrum at me? See how I deal with you." Ye Wenjing's face immediately became serious again, and she suddenly shouted at Ye Tian, "Stand at attention." Ye Tian's body seemed to have some kind of muscle reaction. After hearing his cousin's stand at attention, his body immediately stood straight in place. Poochie, a sweet laugh like a silver bell came, and Ye Tian realized that he was fooled by Ye Wenjing. It started again. It started again. This is how I was bullied since I was a child. Ye Tian looked at his cousin Ye Wenjing, who was laughing, with a bitter face, and suddenly remembered that when he was a child, when he was playing with his cousin, whenever he shouted, "Stand at attention" to him, he would immediately stand upright. Thinking of this, Ye Tian immediately sighed helplessly in his heart. I didn't expect that after so many years, I still have this problem. It really hasn't changed at all. At 11:30 in the morning, the weather was clear, and the traffic was congested on the second ring road in Tianfu City. A sky-blue Lamborghini was parked on the sidewalk of the second ring road, and next to this luxury sports car, a man and a woman were chatting about something. Ye Tian took out his mobile phone helplessly and looked at the time on it. It was almost noon, and he still had 4 tasks to complete. Then he looked at his cousin Ye Wenjing in front of him and saw that she was still talking to him excitedly, and Ye Tian's face immediately became bitter. "Sister, brother, I have something to do today. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Can we reminisce about the old times then?" Ye Tian was anxious about the remaining 4 tasks, so he smiled at Ye Wenjing reluctantly, with a flattering intention. Ye Wenjing was stunned when she heard this. She paused in her rapid speech. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Does my younger brother think I'm nagging you? This is outrageous. How dare you think your sister is too talkative? Humph! Ye Wenjing looked at Ye Tian with an angry face, and her mouth pouted all of a sudden. She looked so cute. But then, Ye Wenjing changed her mind and thought, maybe Ye Tian really has something urgent to do? Anyway, he has been punished, so let him go first. Thinking of this, Ye Wenjing pointed at Ye Tian in front of her and said to him seriously, "Boy, remember what you said just now. I want to have a good meal." After that, as if she remembered something, "Also, remember it for me. Don't violate traffic rules again in the future. If I catch you again, it won't be solved by a fine of 200 yuan. Haha, you know." After that, she blinked at Ye Tian with a threatening look. Ye Tian was ecstatic after hearing this. He could finally leave here. Isn't it just a good meal for you? Arrangement. And not violating traffic rules is a must. The reason why Ye Tian violated traffic regulations today was because of the congested traffic, and he was anxious to complete the remaining 4 tasks. In a hurry, he violated traffic regulations. However, these are no longer important. It is a happy thing for Ye Tian to leave here now. After nodding his head to his cousin Ye Wenjing, he said hello to her. After everything was done, Ye Tian slowly walked towards his Lamborghini. When his cousin Ye Wenjing, who was behind Ye Tian, saw that Ye Tian had returned to the car, she prepared to walk towards the crowded road. But as soon as she turned around and was about to leave, she seemed to remember something in her mind. Just now, I seem to have asked that brat something, right? He didn't seem to answer me. Damn, this brat! I must teach him a lesson next time I see him. He actually dared to ignore me like this. After a hum in her mouth, Ye Wenjing immediately stepped forward. But after she took 2 steps, the pager hanging on her chest suddenly rang. The memory is still fresh, Jian? Jian, call, someone hit someone and fled. Preliminary estimation is that he may be driving under the influence. He is heading to Jiangtong Street. Please help intercept him near Jiangtong Street. The license plate number is Shu ASB 250. Ye Wenjing listened to the words coming from the pager and immediately stopped. She thought to herself, Jiangtong Street? Isn't it only 2 streets away from here? Good guy, he dared to hit and run? It's really outrageous. I have to deal with him. Ye Wenjing said with gritted teeth, and then turned around and walked back again. In the Lamborghini, Ye Tian had just sat in the car and started the engine. When he looked forward, he saw his cousin coming towards him again. Ye Tian looked at his cousin with a dull face. No way, sir. Why is she coming towards me again? Soon, Ye Wenjing came to the window of Lamborghini again and knocked on the window of Lamborghini again. Ye Tian felt helpless, but what could he do? After all, this is his cousin. Pressing the window again, Ye Tian looked at his cousin outside the window with a bitter face. Sister, why did you come back to your brother again? Isn't everything settled? My brother also promised you that he would never violate traffic regulations next time. After that, Ye Tian muttered in his heart, if you were not my sister, if it were someone else, I would have been angry with him. Ye Wenjing looked at Ye Tian expressionlessly, took out his ID and showed it to Ye Tian, and said to him formally, Hello, comrade. Temporarily requisition your car. After that, without waiting for Ye Tian to answer, Ye Wenjing immediately came to the co-pilot of Lamborghini, stretched out his hand to open the door on the right side of Lamborghini, and then sat in. Inside the car, the 2 siblings looked at each other. Ye Wenjing frowned her pretty eyebrows. Why are you still standing there? Drive quickly, Tongjiang Street. Saying that, Ye Wenjing crossed her arms and looked at the road ahead. Suddenly, she muttered in her heart, What a luxury sports car. It's really uncomfortable to sit in it. Facing such a stubborn cousin, what else could Ye Tian do? Cold salad. So he started the Lamborghini with tears in his eyes and then sped on the sidewalk in the 2nd ring road. This sports car is really worthy of the name of a sports car. Ye Tian only stepped on the accelerator a few times and arrived at Jiangtong Street. Ye Tian turned his head and looked at Ye Wenjing in the co-pilot. Sister, can you tell me why you suddenly want to requisition my car? Ye Wenjing sat in the co-pilot with a blank expression. Sorry, no comment. After saying that, he glanced out the window and ignored Ye Tian at all. Well, I am afraid of you. Ye Tian held the steering wheel with a bitter face, but he said angrily in his heart, If you were not my sister, if you were not my sister, I would have. And just when Ye Wenjing glanced out the window, suddenly, a white Chevrolet with the license plate, Shu FT, appeared in front of Ye Wenjing. It was this car. Ye Wenjing immediately became excited, stretched out his hand to grab Ye Tian's shoulder, pointed at the white Chevrolet that passed by the Lamborghini, and shouted, Hurry, catch up with the white Chevrolet. Ye Tian immediately looked at the rearview mirror on the right side of the Lamborghini and immediately saw the license plate of the Chevrolet. Well, SB 250, this car owner is really a weirdo. He actually used such a license plate. After a burst of emotion in his heart, Ye Tian still listened to his cousin, and after a sharp U-turn on the road, he immediately chased after the white Chevrolet. After chasing for half a minute, the speed of the Chevrolet in front suddenly dropped rapidly, and Ye Tian, who was chasing him from behind, suddenly became confused. Why did he slow down suddenly? Although Ye Tian didn't know why his cousin asked him to chase the Chevrolet, he probably guessed something. It was probably that the car had done something wrong, but this made Ye Tian even more confused. You were running, why did you suddenly slow down? During the time Ye Tian was thinking, the Chevrolet stopped completely on the road, and Ye Wenjing saw it, but shouted, No, this kid wanted to run away. So he rushed to Ye Tian and said, Stop, stop quickly. Hearing this, Ye Tian immediately did as he was told and slammed the brakes. The Lamborghini Bull stopped instantly with a harsh friction sound, and at this time, Ye Tian and the other person were only half a meter away from the white Chevrolet in front. Ye Wenjing looked forward, and the result was just as she expected. The boy wanted to abandon the car and run away. How could this be possible? Ye Wenjing frowned and immediately opened the door of the Lamborghini. With a whoosh, Ye Tian was shocked and caught up with the Chevrolet driver. Seeing his cousin's amazing speed, Ye Tian looked as if he had seen a ghost. He vaguely remembered that when Ye Wenjing was a child, running seemed to be the worst thing for him. But after seeing his cousin's exaggerated speed just now, he thought to himself, how can this be explained? Sure enough, as the old saying goes, when a man has been away for 3 days, he should look at him with new eyes. After sighing in the car for a while, Tian gradually realized that his cousin was chasing the driver of the white Chevrolet alone, but the driver was a strong man in his youth. Damn, that cousin must be at a disadvantage. No matter what, she is still a woman. No, I have to get out of the car quickly to help my cousin. Tian opened the door of the Lamborghini with excitement. While opening the door, he said to the system in his heart, "System, buy me a little dragon attachment quickly." Before he finished speaking, Tian suddenly saw a shocking scene in front of him. He saw his cousin Ye Wenjing rushing to the side of the Chevrolet driver. With a beautiful shoulder throw, the driver was thrown heavily to the ground by Ye Wenjing. Seeing this scene, Tian opened his mouth and blinked in disbelief. Is this my cousin? Oh my God, it's too awesome! The heroic appearance of the cousin was imprinted in the depths of Tian's mind. It is estimated that even after a long time, Tian will never forget it. It is really too memorable. At this moment, in Tian's heart, the sky blue Lamborghini was driving slowly on the street. Tian, who was holding the steering wheel in the car, was still shocked. Chapter 44, Villa House Type. In his mind, the heroic look of his cousin still lingered for a long time. Too amazing! Tian couldn't help but exclaimed. He really didn't expect that the cousin who was almost equivalent to a sports idiot in the past had changed so much after not seeing her for a few years. This was the most unexpected thing for Tian. However, this is also a good thing. After all, his cousin had always been determined to improve her sports quality, and now she finally got what she wanted. After a sigh, Tian immediately remembered that there were still 4 tasks waiting for him. This must not be delayed any longer. So Tian drove towards the Quanlong district. This time, Tian was not too worried about which task to do next. He had already thought about it while he was on the way with his cousin. Buy a villa. I chose this task because it should be the longest task among the next 4 tasks. As soon as Tian's Lamborghini entered the Quanlong district, he suddenly realized that it seemed that buying a house requires a lot of documents, right? Household registration book, ID card, and other things. Coincidentally, Tian went out today and only brought an ID card. As for the household registration book, damn, have you ever seen anyone carry a household registration book with him when he goes out? Just when Tian was confused, the voice of the system sounded in Tian's heart in time. Master, you don't need to worry about these. The system will arrange it for you. After hearing the words of the system to comfort himself, Tian had a bitter look on his face, but in a blink of an eye, he became happy again, but secretly complained about the system and the system. Why didn't you say so earlier, huh? Such a proud and arrogant person. After learning that the system could solve these problems, Tian's car was originally as slow as a snail. He stepped on the accelerator hard, and the sky blue Lamborghini Bull rushed out in an instant. After a burst of lightning, the Lamborghini Bull driven by Tian stopped steadily in the parking space outside a Villa Sales Center. After opening the iconic scissor door of the Bull, Tian got out of the car and stood on the side of the road to tidy up his clothes, which had become a little wrinkled due to long-term car riding. After finishing, he walked towards the Villa Sales Center in front. When he entered the sales center, there were not many people inside. After all, it was a villa. It was understandable that there were few people coming to see the house. There are only 5 sales ladies gathered in the sales center chatting. 4 of them saw Tian coming in. Looking at his immature face and ordinary clothes, the 4 sales ladies immediately treated him as a piece of air. The last sales lady saw that the 4 of them ignored Tian's existence and thought, "This is not good, right?" So she walked in front of Tian with a smile on her face. "Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" Everything that just happened was actually seen by Tian. Seeing that only 1 sales lady came to receive him, and the other 4 treated him as a piece of air, Tian found it funny. As a sales lady in the villa area, are you so arrogant? Very good. I will show you how powerful I am right now. How dare you look down on me? Humph. He said sorry, please wait for me to the saleslady who was serving him, and then walked towards the 4 salesladies who ignored him. When he reached the side of the 4 of them, Tian reached out and patted one of them on the shoulder. The 4 salesladies immediately turned their heads and stared at him, muttering in their hearts, "What does this loser want to do?" Seeing that everyone's eyes were all on him, Tian stretched out his hand and pointed outside. The 4 salesladies looked at the direction of his finger. A sky-blue Lamborghini was parked outside. Then Tian took out a black rectangular object from his trouser pocket and then pressed it with his hand. The Lamborghini immediately made a beep sound. Now, the 4 salesladies looked at Tian in front of them with a look of shock. Hiss, that Lamborghini actually belongs to the young man in front of him? Damn! Several people couldn't help but burst out with foul language. All 4 of them regretted in their hearts, why did they ignore him just now? How could someone who could own that car not be able to afford a villa? But no matter how much they regretted, would Tian still give them a chance? No, the reason why Tian came in front of the 4 of them was to prove to them that he had the ability to buy a villa. To put it bluntly, Tian actually came to them to show off. Who told them to ignore him just now? Sorry. With a Lamborghini, you can really do whatever you want. So, under the regretful gaze of the 4 salesladies, Tian came to the only saleslady who greeted him just now. The saleslady also saw the scene just now completely, and she was also extremely shocked in her heart. In fact, she also thought that Tian would never have the ability to buy a villa. The reason why she came to receive him was completely because, after all, a guest came, and there couldn't be no one to receive him, right? But it was this decision that made her feel extremely fortunate at this moment. The decision she made just now was really right. You know, these salesladies don't rely on that little salary to make a living, but on the commission from selling villas. Seeing Tian's cool sports car, the saleslady seemed to have seen the commission waving to her. Tian looked at the saleslady who was receiving him in front of him and asked, "I want to see if there are any suitable villas. You should still have them, right?" He thought about it in his head. "Also, I need a villa that can be moved in directly, has been renovated, has a garage and a swimming pool. Do you still have it?" "Yes, of course, sir. How about I take you to see the apartment first? Are you satisfied with it?" The saleslady nodded and replied to Tian. When Tian heard that there was such a villa, he agreed to the saleslady's request to take him to see the villa apartment. It was about 1:30 p.m., and Tian walked out of the villa sales center with a smile on his face, holding a handbag with the sales center logo printed on it. In the handbag, there was a white card, a few keys, and a real estate certificate with a red cover. Chapter 45, Evaluation Criteria of Billionaires. Behind Tian, the saleslady who had just received him was standing at the door of the sales center, waving at Tian's back with a bright smile on her face, and said in ecstasy, "This guest is so straightforward. Is this the legendary inhumanity?" Until Tian entered the Big Bull, the saleslady was still standing at the door looking at Tian. Tian returned to the Lamborghini, but at this time, he put all the things in his hands on the co-pilot of the Lamborghini with a look of disdain. "That's it? It's just that. I thought the villa would be so expensive, but it's only 4.56 million. Tian's face was full of disdain. "This is really a good show. 5 tasks, 2 of them have been completed, and the last 3 are left." Tian couldn't help humming a little tune again, but he didn't know that the tune he hummed was out of tune, and he was still self-intoxicated. "The house and the car have been arranged. Who should I buy next?" Tian, sitting in the Lamborghini, was confused again, and there were still watches, clothes, and accessories left to be arranged. 10 minutes later, Tian finally made a difficult decision to buy watches one by one. There is a popular saying in the domestic rich circle: poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. But in fact, Tian can't get too interested in things like watches. After all, he was a poor loser before, so how could he not find things to do to learn about watches? However, when he was doing the task of destroying the casino, the system gave him a very high-end outfit. Still vaguely remembered that the watch the system made that time seemed to be quite nice. What was its name? Patek? Philippe? Yes, that's the name. After remembering the name of the watch before, Tian immediately searched for Patek Philippe on the navigation, and a Patek Philippe flagship store very close to Tian appeared on the navigation, so Tian hurriedly drove towards this Patek Philippe flagship store at high speed. Tianfu Fashion Shopping Center. The Armani that Tian wore when he visited Xu Liwo's house last time was bought here. Tian parked the Lamborghini Bull in the underground parking lot of the shopping center, took the elevator in the underground parking lot, and arrived at the first floor of the shopping center. As soon as the elevator door opened, Tian was stunned. Although it was only about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Tianfu Fashion Shopping Center was still crowded with people. Tian couldn't help but sigh in surprise. I remember that it didn't seem so lively last time I came here. After a sigh, Tian chuckled and shook his head. Why did he pay attention to these things? Finding the Patek Philippe store first is the most important thing. But then Tian gradually remembered that he didn't seem to know where their Patek Philippe store was. So Tian found a security guard on the first floor of Tianfu Fashion Shopping Center and asked him where the Patek Philippe flagship store was. The security guard looked at him in surprise at first. Although he was a little surprised that the young man asked about that store, he quickly told Tian where it was. The third floor of the shopping center, on the far left. After thanking the security guard, Tian took the elevator again and headed for the third floor. As the elevator climbed, the elevator door slowly opened to both sides with a ding sound, and Tian arrived at his destination, the third floor. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Tian immediately looked around on the third floor of the shopping mall. Blancpain? No. Vacheron Constantin? No. Patek Philippe? Yes, that's it. Finally, after Tian looked around for nearly 10 minutes, he finally found the Patek Philippe flagship store. It's no wonder that Tian took so long to find just one store, because this shopping mall is really too big. And it's the kind that you can't see the end of at a glance. After spending some time in the parking lot of the shopping mall to catch up on some Patek Philippe culture, Tian suddenly looked up at the cross-shaped logo on the flagship store when he walked to the door of the Patek Philippe flagship store. It was a figure composed of a knight's sword and a priest's cross star. Tian immediately thought of the introduction of this logo he had just seen on his mobile phone. Well, that's a very long story. After a moment of emotion at the door of the Patek Philippe flagship store, Tian finally stepped into the store. As soon as he entered the door, 2 beautiful young ladies in black uniforms bowed to Tian respectfully and then welcomed him with a smile. Welcome, sir, to the Patek Philippe flagship store. Tian was also shocked by their respectful attitude. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that these top brands can exist for so long, and there is indeed a reason for their existence. Just looking at their respectful attitude, they didn't look down on him at all because of his youth. In Tian's mind, he unconsciously compared the 2 receptionists in front of him with the security guards at the auto show and the 4 sales ladies in the Villa Sales Center. Once compared, he crushed the latter too. There is no comparison at all. At this moment, a middle-aged woman with a sincere smile on her face slowly came to Tian. Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with? Looking at the chest of the middle-aged woman in front of him, don't think wrongly. Tian is just looking at her badge. The badge hanging on her chest reads, Yang. Tian immediately looked at her with a surprised look on his face. It turned out that she was the manager of this store. So Tian said to her, well, I want to buy a watch. The budget is about 3 million. After that, Tian also showed a very bright smile on his face. Tian is the kind of person who respects me a little, and I respect him 10 times. The smile on the face of the store manager Ren Jing was obviously not a fake smile, which made Tian feel very comfortable. When Ren Jing heard that the young man in front of her actually wanted to buy a watch worth about 3 million, she was also surprised for a moment, but she recovered quickly. She did not have any contempt for Tian in her heart because she knew that a rich man could not be judged by his appearance. Even if a billionaire wore a pair of straw sandals, he was still a billionaire. Chapter 46. No matter how expensive it is, we will buy it. The same is true for Tian in front of him. Who knows if he is not pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? You can't imagine the bad taste of rich people. Okay, then please follow me, sir. Then, under the guidance of the store manager Ren Jing, Tian browsed all the watches priced at around 3 million in the Patek Philippe flagship store one by one. Ren Jing also led Tian while introducing these watches that looked extremely luxurious. After stopping, Tian looked at the watches priced at around 3 million and fell into deep thought. There were two watches that were particularly in line with Tian's aesthetics, but for a moment, Tian didn't know which one to choose. The choice difficulty once again fell on Tian. Finally, after a struggle in his heart, Tian still chose the Patek Philippe 6104001 with a dark blue, starry sky dial. There were 3 metallic discs made of sapphire crystal glass on the dial, and the parts surrounded by the oval circle showed the night sky. After putting on this exquisite watch, Tian immediately took out his bank card with a proud look on his face, and then swiped the card to pay for the watch of this luxury watch. The price of the watch, 938,700 Chinese yuan. At this price, Tian only wanted to say one word: worth it. Isn't this the kind of watch a man should wear? After paying for the Patek watch, Tian walked out of the Patek Philippe flagship store, holding a small bag with the Patek Philippe logo printed on it. The bag not only contained a small gift from Patek Philippe, but also the store manager Ren Jing had issued a Patek Philippe VIP card for Tian. As long as Tian held this card, he could enjoy free repairs and watch strap changes at Patek Philippe flagship stores around the world. Thinking back to the treatment he had just received in the Patek Philippe flagship store, Tian couldn't help but give them a thumbs up in his heart as he walked out of the store. Isn't this the attitude that should be taken in the service industry? After a moment of sighing, Tian remembered that there were still 2 last tasks, and they were the simplest ones. He took out his phone to check the time. It was only about 3:30 p.m. Okay, go and finish the last 2 quickly. So Tian walked towards a clothing store called Versace with a smile on his face. When the lights of the shopping mall shone on his arm, the Patek Philippe watch on his left hand suddenly shone with a dazzling light. With Tian's smiling face, if the pockmarks on his face were removed, he would definitely be a handsome guy. After a visit to Versace's clothing store, when Tian came out, he was already carrying more than a dozen clothing bags in his hands, with all kinds of clothes in them. He finally completed the 4th task perfectly. Now there is only one last task left: buying a piece of accessories worth hundreds of thousands. Although the time spent on buying clothes this time was the least, basically it only took more than 20 minutes. But this was the most surprising to Tian. He really didn't expect that just a dozen sets of clothes would actually cost 1 million yuan. Compared with luxury cars, villas, and famous watches, Tian really didn't understand why clothes could be so expensive. After a moment of surprise, Tian could only sigh helplessly in his heart. Sure enough, poverty limits my imagination. Carrying more than 10 bags in his hand, Tian continued to walk towards his next task completion place, Zhou Shaosheng Jewelry. For accessories worth about 500,000, it would be enough to just buy a necklace or something like that. As soon as Tian stepped into the door of Zhou Shaosheng Jewelry, 2 receptionists standing at the door greeted him with a smile. "Hello, sir. Welcome to Zhou Shaosheng Jewelry." Just like when he entered the Patek Philippe flagship store before, after the receptionist at the door welcomed Tian, a female salesperson inside immediately came to greet Tian with a bright smile on her face. "Hello, sir. Are you here to see a necklace or a ring? Is there anything I can help you with?" The female salesperson smiled and said to Tian, "Well, I'm planning to buy a necklace, and my budget is about 500,000. Do you have it here?" "Well, we do have it, but necklaces of about 500,000 have all been reserved by others. If you want it, you have to wait a few days. Do you think this is okay?" The female salesperson in front of Tian was shocked when she heard Tian say that he wanted a necklace of about 500,000. Looking at Tian's slightly immature face, She couldn't help but wonder if he had the purchasing power. But her good professional ethics prevented her from asking Tian these questions. She still looked at him with a smile on her face, but soon the female salesperson's eyes were attracted by the watch on Tian's left hand. "Oh my God, that is Patek Philippe's 6104G001 Starry Sky? That's nearly 3 million. She often browses luxury goods, and she quickly recognized the Patek Philippe watch that Tian was wearing. Now, she had no doubt in her heart whether Tian had the ability to buy a necklace worth about 500,000. Damn, a watch worth nearly 3 million is already on his hand. Can he still not afford a necklace worth 500,000? When Tian heard that the necklace of about 500,000 had been reserved by others, and he had to wait a few days if he wanted it, he immediately lost interest. What's the point if I can't buy it today? When the female salesperson saw Tian's sudden frown, she also understood Tian's consciousness in her heart. It was estimated that he couldn't wait a few days and wanted to buy a necklace to go home today. When she thought of this, a necklace suddenly appeared in her mind. It was a platinum chain with a jade guanyin carved from top-quality jade hanging below. However, this necklace was not worth 500,000 yuan. But when she thought of the Patek Philippe watch on Tian's hand, she immediately had an idea and said to Tian, "Sir, there are really no necklaces around 500,000 yuan. I'm really sorry. There is only one necklace in our store that has not been reserved. But the price, it's a little more than 500,000 yuan. Do you need me to take you to have a look?" The tone of the speech was very tactful, obviously respecting Tian's decision. This was said very beautifully, which made Tian immediately have a lot of good feelings for this salesperson. "Isn't it just a little more expensive than 500,000 yuan? Just for what you said, we will buy it no matter how expensive it is." So Tian immediately smiled and said to her, "Okay, take me to see it." Chapter 47. A little thought, not respect. So, under the guidance of the female salesperson, Tian came to the booth where the necklace was stored, took the key to open the lock of the counter, and the female salesperson immediately put the necklace she had just introduced to Tian in front of Tian. As soon as the necklace appeared in front of Tian was immediately shocked by it. It was really too beautiful. Tian immediately said in his heart, "This is it." Not only does it have a beautiful platinum chain, but what makes Tian feel most beautiful is the jade guanyin carved from jade. I don't know which famous master carved it, but it is so lifelike. Men wear guanyin and women wear Buddha, and Tian also believed that the reason why he was able to get this perfect godly rich system was all because of the manifestation of the bodhisattva he had worshipped before, which is why he was favored by the perfect godly rich system. Now when Tian saw this necklace, he couldn't give it up anyway. Thinking of this, Tian immediately said to the female salesperson in front of him, "That's it, wrap it up for me." After hearing what Tian said, the female salesperson was stunned for a moment, and then she immediately became ecstatic. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Are all the rich people now so generous? She didn't even ask the price, and bought it with a big hand. Money can really do whatever it wants, right? After a while, Tian took out his bank card to pay for the necklace, put on the necklace, and walked out of the door of Zhou Xiaosheng Jewelry. Just when Tian just stepped out of the door of Zhou Xiaosheng Jewelry, the voice of the system suddenly rang in Tian's heart. "Congratulations, Master, for successfully completing all the tasks today. Reward, 5 million Chinese yuan. At the same time, depending on how perfectly the Master completes the tasks today, the Master will also have the opportunity to get a critical hit reward. 321. Congratulations, Master, for getting 20 times the critical hit, a total of 100 million Chinese yuan rewards." What? As soon as Tian entered the elevator, he immediately screamed out. At this time, the other passengers in the elevator all looked at him with a strange look on their faces. "What's wrong? Why are you so excited all of a sudden?" Tian also saw that the eyes of the other people in the elevator were all on him. He smiled at them with an embarrassed look, but the shock in his heart still couldn't be calmed for a long time. 100 million Chinese yuan. That's 100 million Chinese yuan. So Buddy is now A billionaire? Damn, I can't believe it. Knowing that he had suddenly become a billionaire, Tian immediately became ecstatic. What would a person do when he suddenly became rich? Of course, it was a life-threatening consumption. Tian, who had already arrived at the underground garage of Tianfu Fashion Shopping Center, put the large amount of things in his hand into the Lamborghini, and then immediately turned around and ran towards the elevator. While running, he took out his mobile phone to check the time. It was only about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, close to 6 o'clock, and there was still plenty of time. Tian took the elevator and quickly started to sweep from the first floor of the shopping center. As long as he saw something he liked, he would say, "Buy." He kept shopping until 8:25 in the evening, which finally ended his crazy consumption. But the result of this crazy consumption was that there were already 3 security guards from the shopping center, each pushing a shopping cart, following behind Tian, who was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed black sunglasses. It's no wonder that the 3 security guards from the shopping center helped Tian push the shopping cart because just now, this young man actually spent a total of 3 million yuan in their shopping center. Now, even the person in charge of the shopping center came out to meet Tian in person and gave him a VIP card of Tianfu Fashion Shopping Center. The 3 security guards helped Tian push the shopping cart, which was even more of a piece of cake. During the crazy consumption just now, Tian visited all the luxury stores in the shopping center. Whatever he liked, he immediately bought it. Even clothes, Tian bought 30 or 40 sets. Can you believe it? Perhaps the cheapest luxury item purchased by Tian during this crazy consumption was probably the pair of gold-rimmed black sunglasses on his face, which cost just over 10,000 yuan. Such a combination of a young man and 3 security guards would attract everyone's attention when passing by. They were all surprised in their hearts. Which young man is this who is crazy about consumption? They could clearly see that the carts pushed by the 3 security guards were all filled with packaging bags of top luxury goods. Tian and his group soon arrived at the first floor gate of Tianfu Fashion Shopping Center. As soon as the 4 of them went out, a huge truck appeared in front of them. The truck was printed with the logo of Tianfu Fashion Shopping Center. This was what Tian had asked the person in charge of the shopping center when he was chatting with him. He couldn't take the things he bought back home by himself, so Tian asked the person in charge of the shopping center to help him check these things. The person in charge of the shopping center was also very straightforward and agreed to Tian's request without hesitation. Just kidding. A person with such purchasing power as Tian, which shopping center would not welcome him? They all wanted to treat him like a god, so how could they not meet his requirements? After several security personnel of the shopping center moved all of Tian's things onto the truck of the global center, the 3 of them immediately prepared to leave, but the moment they turned around, Tian immediately called them and stuffed a red envelope and a huazi for each of them. Tian looked at the 3 security personnel of the shopping center who were leaving with a gentle face. The leader's order is an order, but Tian can't let them work in vain, right? So, after discussing the matter with the person in charge of the global center, Tian started to prepare red envelopes and cigarettes. In each red envelope, Tian stuffed 6,600 yuan. A little thought, not respect. After seeing the 3 security guards re-enter the shopping center, Tian turned to the driver's window of the truck, handed him a red envelope and a cigarette, and then told him the destination of this trip: Century Haoting Villa District, Quanlong District, Tianfu City. Of course, Tian would not be stupid enough to take these things bought today back to his original home. Not to mention where to put so many things, it would be difficult for Tian to explain to his parents where the money to buy these things came from. Chapter 48, Longhu Park. So, Tian planned to take these things back to the villa he had just bought today. The Century Haoting Villa District in Quanlong District covers a total area of about 100 acres, with 25 villas, 1 high-rise building, and 1 commercial and office product. It is close to the subway and faces the largest wetland lake park and wild bird-watching resort in Tianfu City, the 20,000-acre Shenglong Lake Park. In addition, the security here is also extremely powerful, and they are all a group of people who have received rigorous training. They can protect the safety of the owners in an extremely stable manner. "I am a security guard, protecting the safety of the owners," is the slogan of the Century Houting Property Department. At this time, a blue ghost slowly stopped at the gate of the Century Houting. A closer look revealed that it was a Lamborghini Bull. Behind it, there was a truck transporting goods, and this truck also had a strange pattern printed on it. The two cars were Tian and the truck driver of the shopping center. After more than 10 minutes of running around, the two of them finally came here from the shopping center. At this time, the security brother who was working diligently at the gate of the Century Houting also saw the two cars in front of him at once. He still recognized the one in front, a Lamborghini, and you can recognize it by its extremely conspicuous logo. But even if it is a Lamborghini parked here, so what? He has been here for so long. What luxury cars has he not seen? If the owner of this car is not the owner of the car, then he will definitely not let them in. This is called professionalism. He walked slowly to the front of the Lamborghini, gently stretched out his hand and knocked on the window of the Lamborghini, and the window soon rolled down. After seeing that there was a man sitting inside, the security brother said to Tian in a respectful manner, "Sir, are you the owner of the car?" The respectful attitude of the security brother immediately made Tian in the Lamborghini feel like a spring breeze, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "Is this the treatment in the villa area? I have it." So Tian smiled at him and looked for the handbag with the sales center logo printed on it that the sales lady handed to him after buying the villa in the shopping center in the afternoon. After searching for a while in the car, Tian finally found it in the corner of the co-pilot. After taking out the white card and the property certificate, Tian immediately handed the two things to the security guard who was standing by the car window. In fact, when Tian found the bag, the security guard no longer doubted whether Tian was the owner of the bag. After all, he could clearly see the huge logo printed on the bag, even though it was night. But after all, people had handed him the property certificate and other things, so of course he had to check them out. After a casual glance, the security guard immediately handed the two things in his hand back to Tian respectfully. Then they took out a key for the electric gate from the chest pocket of the security uniform and pressed it lightly with their fingers. The electric gate at the entrance of the villa immediately climbed up. When Tian saw the gate of the villa rising, he said to the security brother beside him, "The truck behind will go in to put some things and leave." The security brother nodded to him. Seeing this, Tian immediately thanked him and then hurriedly started his Lamborghini and then led the truck of the shopping mall behind to drive into the Century Court Villa area. At 11:30 p.m., after entering the villa, Tian spent a long time tidying it up and finally finished it now. Sitting on the sofa on the first floor of the villa with a comfortable look on his face, he took a sip of the Longjing tea that he had just brewed, smacked his mouth twice, and Tian couldn't taste any taste other than bitterness. Why did he and others drink so vigorously? Shaking his head helplessly, Tian put down the teacup in his hand, then stood up from the sofa, looked around the villa, looked at all kinds of furniture and electrical appliances. Tian just wanted to say one word: cool. The villa that Tian bought has 3 floors in total, with a total construction area of about 330 millisquares, a swimming pool and a garage. And once you move in, not only do you not need to decorate, but even furniture and electrical appliances are all available. There is no need to buy them at all. This makes Tian unimaginable. This is a villa that can be bought for more than 400 to 5 million. Even if Tian doesn't know much about the real estate industry, he feels that the villa he bought is too worth it, and his face is suddenly filled with a bright smile. After a burst of excitement, Tian turned and walked towards the second floor, and as soon as he walked to the stairs on the first floor, the mobile phone in his trouser pocket suddenly rang. "The distance between us seems to be far and near. You are not by my side, but I feel very close." This is Tian's cell phone ringtone, "My Secret." He took out the cell phone from his trouser pocket with a surprised look on his face, thinking, "Who is calling me so late?" So he looked at the lit cell phone screen. At first glance, the word "Mom" was clearly displayed on it. It turned out to be Mom. "I was wondering who would call me so late." Tian murmured in his mouth, and his steps suddenly stopped, so he hurriedly answered the call from his mother. "Hello, Mom? It's so late. What's the matter?" Tian didn't dare to let his mother know where he was now, and he became very cautious when speaking. The familiar voice of his mother came from the other end of the phone. "It's so late. Are you going home today?" Tian thought, "It's over." He was so excited just now that he didn't have time to tell his parents that he would not go home today. Mom, I won't go home tonight. I just drank some wine with Wan Bing and a few others. I feel a little dizzy, so I will stay at Wan Bing's house tonight." Tian made up an excuse to fool his mother. Anyway, he went out with his mother to play with Wan Bing in the morning. At this time, a long "oh" came from the other end of the phone, as if she was full of doubts about what Tian said. "Stay at Wan Bing's house, right, and ask Wan Bing to answer the phone." After saying this, Yanmin looked at the phone, but in her heart she was laughing and scolding her son. "Do you think I don't know what you are doing? Return Wan Bing." Chapter 49. System upgrade is bad. After Tian heard what his mother said, his body was struck by lightning. His pockmarked face suddenly became panicked. He thought to himself, it's over, my mother wants to hear Wan Bing's words, but now how can I ask Wan Bing for help? This is over. At this time, Tian's little brain started to work quickly. Finally, after racking his brains for a while, Tian finally found a not-so-perfect excuse. "Hey, Mom! Wan Bing drank too much tonight and is sleeping like a pig now. I can't wake him up even if I call him." Tian said helplessly to his mother on the other end of the phone. "Haha! I knew it!" Yanmin smiled secretly in her heart, but did not make any sound. She continued to ask Tian, "Oh, did you fall asleep after drinking too much? Then let me listen to Wan Bing's snoring." As soon as this sentence came out, Tian immediately became anxious like an ant on a hot pot, complaining in his heart, "My mother is really something. I just stayed outside for one night. How come it's like a police inspection?" After a long silence, Yanmin on the other end of the phone finally decided not to continue teasing her son, and then said to Tian on the other end of the phone word by word with a serious face, "Haha, you have nothing to say, right? I know what you are going to do." Tian was shocked after hearing this. "Ah? You also know that I bought a villa? Did you install a tracking monitor on me? You are an adult now, and your father and I can't control you too much, but you have to remember one thing. Pay attention to safety measures. Did you hear me?" After saying that, Yanmin took the initiative to hang up the phone, murmuring softly, "I don't want to have a grandson so early." As soon as Yanmin said this, Tian was immediately confused. "What are you talking about? Why don't I understand it at all?" Countless question marks suddenly appeared in Tian's mind. He didn't understand what his mother said to him. Pay attention to safety measures. What is going on? After standing at the stairs on the first floor and thinking for a while, Tian, who still couldn't figure it out, decided to stop thinking about it and go back to the house. As soon as he entered the house, Tian was just about to play 2 games of League of Legends before taking a break, but he was shocked by the phone call from his mother and had no mood to play games at all. In desperation, Tian took out his mobile phone and prepared to enter the Perfect God app to take a look. Sitting on an Aofeng gaming chair, Tian skillfully unlocked the lock screen mode of his iPhone X, and then reached out and clicked on the Perfect God app. Entering the app, before Tian could do anything, a pop-up window suddenly appeared in front of Tian. "Congratulations, Master, the system has now been upgraded to LV.2. Below the pop-up window, there is also an option of Confirm. This." Tian looked at the system pop-up window and recalled in his mind that it seemed that there was indeed such a thing. Every time he entered the personal page, he could see the system level and the experience below him. But Tian suddenly wondered, "It's not right. I have spent tens of millions of Chinese currency today. How come the system has only been upgraded to 1 level? Remember, upgrading to the 2nd level of the system only costs 100,000 Chinese yuan. With this doubt, Tian shouted to the system in his heart, "System classmate, are you there?" But he did not receive any reply from the system, which made Tian feel strange. What happened? Why didn't the system reply to me? It's not Tian's fault that he was so confused. It was because this was the first time that the system did not reply to him, which made Tian feel incredible. But at this moment, Tian's iPhone was once again wrapped in a beam of light. Then the air in the room shook, and the system's figure appeared in front of Tian. "Good evening, Master." The system blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at him with a bright smile. After the system's explanation, Tian finally knew why. Damn, the money used to buy a car and a house was not counted as experience points. And the most important thing is that it only takes 100,000 Chinese yuan to upgrade the system from level 1 to level 2, but it takes 10 million Chinese yuan to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. Tian only wanted to say, "It's outrageous. Shouldn't the upgrade to level 3 be 1 million? How come it suddenly jumped to 10 million? This is what puzzled Tian the most, but the system's reply to him was, all the interpretation rights of the system belong to the system. Okay. After hearing the system's reply, what else can Tian say? I can only admit it. Looking at the system in front of him with a strange face, Tian felt so aggrieved in his heart. However, after saying what he just said, the system still reminded Tian warmly, "Master, this time when it was upgraded to level 2, the system has updated a lot of things. Go and have a look." Oh? Tian was surprised. This is interesting. After hearing the system's prompt, Tian immediately clicked the confirm button on the screen, and suddenly, a system upgrade description interface appeared in front of Tian. Second level system description. The daily Huaxia coin buff has been upgraded to Want 2, and now you can get 50,000 Huaxia coins every day. The following items have been added to the system mall. Lottery Machine XL. Each lottery costs 10,000 Huaxia coins, and there is a chance to get top-quality items. It costs 1 million Huaxia coins to buy. Beauty and Skincare Formula XL. The materials of this item can be found on this planet, and it has powerful effects. It costs 1 million Huaxia coins to buy. God-level bodyguard. Note, this item can be purchased up to 5 times. It costs 1 million Huaxia coins to buy. Professional Manager XL can help you manage various types of enterprises. An all-round manager. It costs 10 million Huaxia coins to buy. Tian looked at the items updated in the system mall after the system was upgraded to level 2, and he was stunned. Why are they so expensive? The thing that Tian wanted to complain about the most was the lottery machine. The system would not know that he was a non-African, right? No matter how much money I spend on the lottery draws in various games, I can only draw some garbage. You actually made me something like this? Funny. After silently complaining about the system in his heart for a while, Tian continued to read on. At the same time, the system has also updated a new function, the points mall. For every 100 Chinese coins used, you can get a little point, but there are no point props yet. They will be updated one after another in subsequent upgrades, but the points will not be restricted by the lack of props in the points mall. From now on, they will be accumulated. Chapter 50. Can you believe there is actually a points mall? It's better not to say it. What kind of points mall has been updated, but there are no task props in it? What can I say? Tian stared at the screen of his mobile phone with an unhappy face. He was surprised to find that this perfect rich app is becoming more and more like a game. Not only does it have a mall system, but it also has a points mall. Can you believe it? As Tian's fingers slid, the upgrade instructions soon came to an end. First of all, the system would like to congratulate the master for upgrading to the second-level system. Therefore, we have decided to reduce the use time of the morphological corrector by 20 days. I wish you a happy life. A perfect and rich system. Seeing this last instruction, Tian finally had a smile on his face. The last upgrade instruction really won my heart. Then, isn't there only a few days left before the morphological corrector can be used? Great! When Tian thought of this, he immediately became excited. I can finally get rid of this ugly pockmarked face. I have been waiting for this day for 3 years. How many times has Tian experienced despair and hope in these 3 years? Every time he saw a little hope, reality would whip him hard. Eliminating the pockmarks and returning to the original appearance, this is Ye Tian's expectation for the entire 3 years of high school. Finally, after a few days, he will be able to return to his original appearance. And according to the instructions of the shape corrector, he may be more handsome and charming than before. Thinking of this, Yachin couldn't help but run to the kitchen on the first floor of the villa, took out a can of Fat House Happy water from the refrigerator in the kitchen, which he had just frozen when he came back at night, opened the pull ring, and immediately raised his head and drank a mouthful of it. Just one word: cool. Ye Tian couldn't help but shout excitedly. At this time, the system suddenly appeared beside Ye Tian, who was excited and looked at her with a smile and then reminded him, "Master, you seem to have forgotten one thing." Hearing this, Ye Tian put down the Fat House Happy water in his hand, turned his head and looked at her. "Huh? What did I forget?" "Of course, the money you have now is enough to pay off the high-interest loan owed by Shu Liwo's family." "Master, don't you plan to pay it back earlier?" After saying that, the system blinked her smart big eyes at Ye Tian with a clever look. She looked like an extremely cute girl. Damn! When Ye Tian heard the system's reminder, he suddenly remembered. Yes! He had promised Shu Liwo in his heart before, and now the money he had was enough to easily pay off the 6 million high-interest loan owed by Shu Liwo's family. When he thought of this, Ye Tian suddenly remembered that he had thought that even with the existence of the system, it would take about half a month or a month to make 6 million. But Ye Tian really didn't expect that it would only take 1 day to complete the task. Moreover, it was even better. He made a full 100 million. 100 million. 100 million. Ye Tian calculated in his mind that if he could make 100 million Chinese yuan by working, he would use the salary of his parents to calculate. Both of his parents are high school teachers. The monthly salary of the two people should be about 8,000. 100 million divided by 8,000. It would take about 1,000 years to make 100 million. How could Ye Tian not be surprised? After a long period of distraction, Ye Tian finally came back to his senses with a few deliberate coughs from the system. He looked at the system beside him and thought to himself, "The system is right. I have to hurry to fulfill my promise." So, Ye Tian found the message that the system had sent to his mobile phone before. It recorded all the creditors of Shu Liwo's family one by one. After a careful look, Ye Tian found that there were not many creditors of Shu Liwo's family. There were only about 20 in total. Ye Tian thought about it in his heart, so he immediately decided to take action. But now it was already the early morning of the next day, but Ye Tian didn't care about it. He would feel comfortable if he cleared the debt of Shu Liwo's family as soon as possible. When he thought of this, the beautiful figure of Shu Liwo suddenly appeared in Ye Tian's mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "For you, no matter how much I pay, I am willing and have no complaints." Maybe someone asked Ye Tian now why he was so special to Shu Liwo. He might not be able to answer anything for a while, but he just wanted to be so good to that girl in his heart, without any reason. So Ye Tian started his slightly long journey of paying off debts in the middle of the night. Driving a Lamborghini on the road after entering the main city, Ye Tian slowed down the car, picked up the phone and called the first creditor. "Beep, beep, beep. Hello, the number you dialed is busy. Please call again later, huh?" Ye Tian looked at the phone screen in surprise. This hung up the phone? Ye Tian thought that the person had pressed the wrong number or something, so he continued to call him. This time, the phone was answered immediately before it beeped twice. Before Ye Tian could finish saying hello, he was interrupted by the person on the other end of the phone. "Hit! Hit! Hit for a hammer! Don't you know that you disturb people's sleep? I hung up on you, but you are still not convinced and you still want to keep calling me? Damn, get out of here! Beep, beep, beep." On the other end of the phone, a man yelled at Ye Tian on the other end of the phone with great anger, and then hung up the phone after yelling and cursing. This operation directly confused Ye Tian. Did I call the wrong number? Ye Tian looked at the iPhone in his hand and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Although he didn't figure out why this happened, He still complained in his heart about the man on the other end of the phone who swore at him as soon as he answered the phone. What a low quality. The world is really going downhill. Finally, after Tian's unremitting efforts, he finally paid off all the debts of Shu Liwo's family when it was almost 7 in the morning, and finally fulfilled the promise he made to Shu Liwo in his heart at Shu Liwo's house that day. This debt repayment journey lasted from midnight to 7 in the morning. Tian spent almost the entire night running around, paying off debts, running around and paying off debts. However, Tian was exhausted. After buying a few steamed buns and a bowl of black rice porridge at a breakfast shop, Yin drove back to the Century Court Villa. After hurriedly eating a few steamed buns, Tian finally couldn't resist the strong sleepiness that came over him. He fell on the bed without even taking off his clothes and fell asleep. Chapter 51. Rivals are envious of each other. Speaking of which, Tian's debt repayment journey was actually quite smooth. Although it was already late at night, as soon as they received Tian's call and heard that he was paying off the debt for Shu Liwo's family, the creditors were shocked. How could they not be excited? They also knew the conditions of Shu Liwo's family. If they really waited until they paid off the debt, they probably wouldn't be able to pay it off in this lifetime. And they were still putting that thing. When they heard that someone was going to pay back the money for Shu Liwo's family, they almost set off a string of firecrackers to celebrate. Except for the first call Tian made. It wasn't until Tian called him for the third time and explained to him that the man who scolded Tian understood what was going on. Then he immediately apologized to Tian, fearing that Tian would not pay him back because he had scolded him just now. If that were the case, who would he cry to? To repay the debt of Shu Liwo's family, Tian spent a total of 6.5 million yuan. In addition to the more than 3 million spent in the mall before, Tian had used up 1/10 of the 100 million Chinese yuan he had obtained, a little more than 10 million. When he just used 10 million, the system was upgraded from the second-level system to the third-level system in an instant, which was almost equivalent to upgrading the system by 2 levels in one day. And this was not what surprised Tian the most. What Tian couldn't believe the most was that it would cost a full 500 million Chinese yuan to upgrade from the third-level system to the fourth-level system. After seeing this prompt, Tian almost couldn't help but swear. It's too bad. Before, the system was upgraded in units of 10,000. Now it's upgraded to the level of 100 million. Moreover, it's a full 500 million. Can you believe it? However, after upgrading to the third-level system this time, what surprised Tian was that the system did not show the upgrade instructions like last time. This was what made Tian most confused before going to bed. However, because of the strong sleepiness, Tian planned to ask the system again after waking up. Tian, who was lying on the bed, gradually opened his eyes that had been closed for several hours and looked around the room. He was still a little confused when he just woke up, and he was surprised. Where is this? But soon, when his mind gradually became clear, he suddenly remembered, where is this? This is the villa I just bought. I really slept for a few hours, and I was stupid. Tian sat on the bed and laughed and scolded himself. He took the iPhone 10 that was charging from the bedside table, turned on the screen and checked the time. It was exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so Tian got up quickly and went to the bathroom on the second floor of the villa and washed up. The toothbrush, toothpaste, towel, and other things were all bought by Tian at Tianfu Fashion Shopping Center last night. After washing his face with a towel, Tian stared at the mirror on the bathroom sink, looking at himself with pockmarks on his face, and pointed at himself in the mirror. In a few days, the pockmarks will be gone. At that time, I will start a new life, and I can't continue to be decadent. Tian seemed to be talking to himself in the mirror, but wasn't he talking to himself? After washing up and returning to the room, Tian immediately picked out a white Versace casual outfit from the closet. After putting it on for a few seconds and putting on his Patek Philippe watch, Tian was about to reach out to grab the Lamborghini car key when he suddenly remembered that the temporary driver's license given to him by the system yesterday seemed to be valid for only 1 day and expired today. Thinking of this, Tian immediately retracted his hand that was about to grab the Lamborghini car key. I promised my cousin that I would no longer violate traffic regulations. A man must do what he says. Tian muttered a few words in his heart, then got up and walked out the door. I have to get my driver's license as soon as possible. Otherwise, how can I drive? When he walked out of the villa area and came to the main road outside, Tian suddenly remembered that he had paid off all the debts of Shuliwo's family this morning. So why not take this opportunity to visit Shuliwo's family again? One day without seeing, it feels like 3 years. After making up his mind, Tian immediately stopped a taxi on the road and told the taxi driver the address of Shuliwo's home. Then the taxi sped on the road. While the taxi was moving, Tian sent a message to Shuliwo on WeChat. "Are you at home today? Can I come to your house as a guest?" And Shuliwo quickly replied to him, "Yes, you are welcome anytime." Tian looked at Shuliwo's reply to his message and immediately put down his phone with satisfaction. Suddenly, Shuliwo's beautiful face appeared in his mind. Thinking of this, Tian wished that the taxi he was sitting in was an airplane and could reach Shuliwo's home immediately. But unfortunately, this was impossible. Soon, the taxi stopped steadily on the side of the road in Yongqing community. After Tian took out his mobile phone to pay the fare, he got off the taxi. After getting off the car, Tian went to a supermarket near Yongqing community, intending to buy some things before visiting Shuliwo's home. But just as Tian was about to enter a small supermarket, he suddenly saw a man and a woman talking about something not far ahead. Who else could that woman be but Shuliwo? However, what puzzled Tian was who was the man next to Shuliwo. Anyway, it couldn't be Shuliwo's boyfriend. The last time he visited Shuliwo's home, Tian asked Shuliwo in a very obscure way if she had a boyfriend now, and the answer he got was no. This made Tian even more confused. Looking at the appearance of the man standing next to Shuliwo, Tian couldn't help but guess in his heart. Could it be Shuliwo's pursuer? Damn, when Tian thought of this, he found that it was really possible. Then this was his rival in love. So Tian immediately looked at the man standing next to Shuliwo with a cold face. Although the man standing next to Shuliwo was extremely handsome, in Tian's eyes he was not handsome at all. As the saying goes, when rivals meet, they are particularly jealous. Little Dimple, the man looked at Shuliwo anxiously. Did something happen in your family, so you didn't take the college entrance examination? If you have anything, you can tell me. I will do my best to help you. Chapter 52. A beautiful day starts and ends with seeing him. Looking at the anxious man in front of him, listening to what he just said, as if he was concerned about her, Shuliwo's face did not show the slightest emotion, and she still looked at him indifferently. Shuliwo was very curious about who had exposed his home address, so that he was chased to the gate of his own community and blocked. It was really... Seeing his handsome face, but Shuliwo felt extremely disgusted. Tian's good mood to visit his home suddenly disappeared. The beautiful day ended when he saw him. His name is Fang Muyun, a classmate of Shuliwo in high school. He is a native of Tianfu City. His family owns a beauty company, and it is said that he is a giant in the Tianfu beauty industry. He is a real tall, rich, and handsome man. Originally, when she first started high school, Shuliwo didn't hate him at all, and even at the beginning, she had a little bit of a good impression of him. After all, girls in high school are a group of young girls who are just beginning to fall in love. When they meet a good enough opposite sex, they will naturally have some good feelings for him. This is also human nature. Moreover, Fang Muyun is not only tall, handsome, young and rich, but also very humorous. He often tells jokes to make girls happy. Shuliwo, such a beautiful girl, is no exception. Fang Muyun's favorite girl is Shuliwo. After a few times, Shuliwo naturally developed a good impression of him. However, all this ended when a girl suddenly broke into Shuliwo's classroom. That day, the whole school happened to be in evening self-study. When Shuliwo was studying with a Chinese textbook, a girl with tears in her eyes suddenly banged and kicked the door of Shuliwo's classroom open. Liwo, who was concentrating on reading, was suddenly surprised. The Chinese textbook in his hand fell to the ground. The other students in the classroom were similar to Shuliwo, and they were all affected to some extent. With this sudden change, who in the classroom can continue to read seriously? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the girl. However, only one person, when he saw the girl's appearance clearly, his face suddenly changed, and he looked at the girl in disbelief. This person was Fang Muyun. The two looked at each other, and the girl who rushed into the classroom, after recognizing Fang Muyun, immediately rushed to Fang Muyun's seat. Xu Liwo looked at all this in shock. She didn't understand why the girl's target would be Fang Muyun, whom she had some feelings for. This sudden change was seen by a boy in the class. Seeing that the situation was not right, he sneaked into the school affairs office through the back door as soon as the girl entered the door, and explained the matter to the Dean of Teaching truthfully. When the Dean of Teaching heard this, how could this be allowed? Breaking into the classroom maliciously, this is such a serious matter. The Dean immediately called several school security guards, holding various instruments in their hands and heading straight to Xu Liwo's classroom. Along the way, the Dean prayed silently in his heart, "Don't let anything happen." In this way, the Dean and his group soon arrived at the door of Xu Liwo's classroom. Fortunately, no tragedy happened. The girl was subdued by the tall, rich, and handsome Fang Muyun. The reason why Fang Muyun was able to stop the irrational girl was entirely due to his strong physique and his identity as a member of the school basketball team. And I heard from others that he seemed to be a taekwondo gangster or something. All of this added up to become the factor that Fang Muyun subdued the girl. Afterwards, under the gaze of a group of classmates in the classroom, Fang Muyun and the girl were both called to the school affairs office by the dean. Xu Liwo was actually worried about Fang Muyun at the time. Now thinking about it, I was really a little stupid at that time. The next day, the school announced the result of the incident last night. Fang Muyun was given a serious demerit and suspended from school for 1 month. The girl holding the fruit knife was not a student of the school, so the school called the police to take her back to the police station. All the students in Xu Liwo's class were surprised by the result. Fang Muyun was the victim, so why was he given a serious demerit by the school? But soon, the school issued a notice for what happened last night, and all the reasons for the incident were written on the campus notice. When everyone saw the campus notice, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. So their hearts that were originally fighting for Fang Muyun suddenly turned into anger. Fang Muyun is really a scumbag. Everyone couldn't help but spit. They really didn't expect that Fang Muyun, who was tall, handsome, young and rich, but never acted like a rich man, would do such a thing. They just hated that they were blind and didn't see clearly earlier that he was such a person. So when Xu Liwo saw the campus notice, the slight good impression she had of Fang Muyun immediately disappeared. After that, Fang Muyun's parents made some arrangements and let Fang Muyun return to school, and he was completely fine. This made all the classmates in the class curse Fang Muyun and his parents in their hearts. But Fang Muyun didn't care at all. He thought to himself, as long as Xu Liwo wanted to pay attention to me, it would be fine. Others, sorry, he didn't take their isolation seriously at all. Whatever. Moreover, Fang Muyun knew very well that Xu Liwo had a good impression of him before. So as long as Xu Liwo wanted to pay attention to him, it would be fine. To be honest, when he first saw Xu Liwo, he didn't know why, but he suddenly had the idea of spending his whole life with her. Chapter 53. Money can buy everything. However, what he didn't know was that he had become a stranger in Xu Liwo's eyes, and the good impression she had of him before had long since disappeared without a trace. From then on, no matter how well Fang Muyun performed in front of Xu Liwo would never pay attention to him, glance at him, and completely treat him as a piece of air. And how does the saying go? Time can dilute everything. Not long after, under Fang Muyun's powerful financial offensive, the classmates in the class no longer isolated him, but there was only one person. As before, they still treated Fang Muyun as a stranger, from the first year of high school to the third year of high school, for 3 years. It was not until Xu Liwo suddenly dropped out of school due to family reasons that it ended. Therefore, when Xu Liwo was stopped by Fang Muyun at the gate of the community, she could not feel the slightest touch of emotion when she heard the touching words he said to her. In fact, Shu Liwo felt a little disgusted. If Shu Liwo did not know how to swear, she would have pointed at Fang Muyun's forehead and yelled at him. "Scumbag! Get out of my sight! Little Liwo, I have said so much. Don't you want to pay attention to me?" Fang Muyun looked at Shu Liwo in front of him with a look of loss, and his mind suddenly recalled the scene when he first met Shu Liwo when he was in high school. That day, he went to school like he did in the past, sitting in his father's Mercedes-Benz S600. With the skilled driving skills of the housekeeper, the car quickly arrived at the place where he was about to spend 3 years of high school, Tianfu No. 1 Middle School. He was the last student to enter the classroom. As soon as he entered the classroom, everyone's eyes were on him. Whether it was the class, teacher, or other classmates, they all looked at this tall and handsome new classmate wearing expensive clothes with curiosity. Fang Muyun really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, just like his parents, the boss of a giant company, who was looked up to by countless people every day. However, when he looked around the classroom, he suddenly seemed to see something amazing, and he said, "Huh," in his heart with some surprise. There was actually a girl who was still flipping through the new textbook there, and was not attracted by him at all, which puzzled Fang Muyun. "Am I not as attractive as a book?" Fang Muyun wondered, but it is worth mentioning that this unconventional girl did attract Fang Muyun's attention. When Fang Muyun took a closer look at her complete appearance, he was immediately shocked by her beauty. He had always been a playboy, and his idea of wanting all his life was completely changed after seeing this girl. Suddenly, he had an impulse to spend the rest of his life with her. The girl was wearing a white plain dress with her long black hair tied into a ponytail. Her eyes were like water, especially her gentle face, which was like a fairy descending to the world. "When I see you, I feel that nothing is not beautiful, because you embellish everything in the world with your beauty. I have always been a 3-minute enthusiasm, but you are the only one who keeps coming back to me. After all, when I met you, the breeze in the classroom were so sweet in my eyes." From then on, Fang Muyun seemed to have completely changed. All his bad habits in the past were changed by him. He used to like to flirt with girls the most, but now when he sees a beautiful girl walking past him, he will never look at her again. It's because he has a lofty goal now: spend the rest of his life with Shu Liwo. At the beginning, everything went smoothly. Fang Muyun undoubtedly attracted Shu Liwo's attention with his good eloquence and his handsome face. He could even clearly feel that Shu Liwo also had a good impression of him. But after that incident, everything changed. His classmates despised him, the teachers in the school pointed fingers at him, and even Shu Liwo never talked to him again after that incident. And every time he tried to make peace with Shu Liwo's face, which seemed like a fairy to him, was covered with a cold frost. This lasted for 3 years. 3 years! During the 3 years of high school, Shu Liwo never said a word to him again. Whenever night fell, Fang Muyun, who was lying on the bed, could not get rid of Shu Liwo's figure in his mind. I changed all my bad habits for you. You just won't pay attention to me." When love is deep, it naturally grows stronger. In the past, Fang Muyun didn't know what love was. After all, as a rich second-generation and handsome man, he was naturally sought after by countless girls since he was a child. Moreover, his parents often instilled in him a truth: money can buy everything. In the past, Fang Muyun firmly believed in this and thought that money can buy everything. But when he met Shu Liwo, a girl who was like a fairy, not only did he know what love was, but he also questioned the saying that money can buy anything. After Shu Liwo ignored him, he didn't know how much money he spent to bribe the female classmates who had a good relationship with Shu Liwo, but without exception, they were all severely frustrated by Shu Liwo. Money can buy everything? Bullshit! If money can make Shu Liwo agree to be with him, Fang Muyun is even willing to spend all his savings for her. But is it possible? It's impossible. However, after so many setbacks, Fang Muyun still didn't feel discouraged. Even if Shu Liwo ignored him, he still didn't get tired of it. He went to Shu Liwo every day to act cool and tell jokes, just asking Shu Liwo to look him in the face. He persisted like this for 3 years. Originally, Fang Muyun planned that if Shu Liwo still didn't intend to pay attention to him on the eve of the college entrance examination, he would take the initiative to make a very affectionate confession to Shu Liwo. But what he never expected was that just 2 months before the college entrance examination, the head teacher suddenly announced to everyone that because of the change in Shu Liwo's family, she took the initiative to arbitrarily drop out of school for him. As soon as this news came out, it was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Fang Muyun hard. He never thought that Shu Liwo would actually drop out of school on her own initiative. This is something he can never accept. Something happened at home? Just tell me. No matter what the problem is, Fang Muyun is confident that with his family background, there is nothing he can't solve in Tianfu City. Chapter 54. No, I don't admit it. He originally planned to go to Shu Liwo's house to find her as soon as school was over that day, but he had no idea where Shu Liwo lived. Even if he wanted to find her, it was not easy for him to find her in such a big city like Tianfu. So from then on, Fang Muyun began a long journey to find Shu Liwo's house. He asked many classmates, but none of them knew where Shu Liwo lived. Although the class teacher had everyone's detailed home address, he would never tell him. This continued until the end of the college entrance examination. When everyone in the class was having a farewell dinner, the class teacher was drunk and told him the address of Shu Liwo's house, but he only said, Shu Liwo lives in a place called Yongqing Community. But the class teacher did not tell the exact address. However, that's enough. Knowing the name of Shu Liwo's residential area is enough for Fang Muyun. Originally, he planned to go to Yongqing residential area to look for Shu Liwo the next day, but because he was taken back to his hometown by his parents on the way, he finally returned to Tianfu City yesterday, so he waited for Shu Liwo outside Yongqing residential area early this morning. Until the afternoon, Fang Muyun, who had been waiting at the gate of Yongqing residential area for a long time, finally saw the beautiful figure of Shu Liwo. He hadn't seen her for several months, but she hadn't changed at all, and she was still so beautiful and charming. Fang Muyun immediately jumped out of the car and ran straight to Shu Liwo, who had just left the gate of Yongqing residential area. When he came in front of her, Fang Muyun could feel that for a moment, a hint of surprise appeared on Shu Liwo's face, and Fang Muyun saw this, and he couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. But after he said so many words to Shu Liwo was still as cold to him as before, and even Fang Muyun could clearly see the disgust on her face. Fang Muyun felt as if he was suddenly splashed with a basin of cold water. He was extremely cold all over, even though it was summer and the sun was still hanging high in the sky. Shu Liwo, what you don't know is that after I saw you for the first time, from then on I thought of you and the whole world was you. You were the dream I never had, which was out of reach. Shu Liwo looked at Fang Muyun's melancholy, handsome face, but her heart was not moved at all. She just looked at him coldly, and then she remembered that Tian was coming to her house today, so she planned to turn around and leave. And just as she turned around, Fang Muyun looked at Shu Liwo departing back, smiled bitterly and said, Shu Liwo, are you really so heartless? I have been waiting for you for 3 years. During these 3 years, I changed all my bad habits for you. Just because of my unbearable past, can't you give me another chance? I know you also had a good impression of me before. Get lost! Shu Liwo dared to swear that this was the first time she had said a bad word in her life. It was because Fang Muyun's words made her feel extremely disgusted. She turned around and looked at Fang Muyun with anger on her face. You shameless man, I admit that I did have a little good impression of you before, but it has long disappeared. Blame it on my own blindness. After saying that, she turned around without looking back and walked to the other side. Fang Muyun was stunned by Shu Liwo's scolding and murmured in his heart, Are we really not destined to be together in this life? No, I don't admit it. Fang Muyun's face suddenly changed, and he suddenly pulled forward and grabbed Shu Liwo's arm and said humbly, Shu Liwo, just give me a chance to reform, okay? Shu Liwo saw that her arm was grabbed by Fang Muyun. Her face suddenly changed, and she looked at Fang Muyun with gritted teeth. Give it to me. Before Shu Liwo could finish her words, a deep male voice came from the other side. Let her go. A young man with a face full of anger came to Shu Liwo's side with extremely fast steps. Shuliwo looked at the appearance of the young man who suddenly appeared beside her. He was tall, wearing a black Nike casual outfit and had many pockmarks on his face. This tall young man was naturally Tian. Shuliwo looked at Tian, who suddenly appeared beside her. She had a cold face just now, but suddenly she smiled brightly. I don't know since when, Shuliwo felt that as long as Tian was by her side, she would have endless sense of security. Tian looked at her and immediately smiled at her, but soon, Tian turned his head to look at Fang Muyun, who was holding Shuliwo, and then he grabbed Fang Muyun's hand that was holding Shuliwo. Friend? Didn't your family tell you that it's very rude to grab a girl so indifferent? Tian sneered, and the strength of grabbing Fang Muyun's hand became stronger and stronger. Tian saw all the scenes of Shuliwo chatting with Fang Muyun just now. Originally, Tian thought that this kid would be his strong competitor, but after watching for a while, he found that it was not the case. Shuliwo ignored him at all. Moreover, after talking for a while, he was very impatient and ready to leave. Tian looked at all this and didn't know how happy he was. But when he saw that just when Shuliwo was about to leave, Fang Muyun suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Shuliwo's hand. Tian's heart was immediately furious. Damn it! How can I tolerate this, Nenem? I haven't even held Shuliwo's hand yet. So Tian immediately came to Shuliwo with an angry face and then grabbed Fang Muyun's stinky paw fiercely. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Who the hell are you? Let go! Do you know who I am? The huge pain from his hand immediately twisted Fang Muyun's handsome face, and he screamed. Tian snorted coldly, squinting at Fang Muyun in front of him. Let go? Haha, friend, when you grabbed Shuliwo just now, why didn't you think of this? Ending now? And I still know who you are. Why do I need to know who you are? Ah, let me go! Fang Muyun wailed in pain, and then he shouted to the other side, Fangbo, come and save me! In the distance, in a Mercedes-Benz S600, a middle-aged man had already seen what happened here. When Fang Muyun's wrist was just grabbed, he immediately got out of the car with several bodyguards in the car and then quickly rushed towards Fang Muyun. The middle-aged man who was rushing here was the Fangbo that Fang Muyun had just called. Chapter 55. Why do you mind our business? Fangbo and several bodyguards soon came in front of Tian and others. Looking at Fang Muyun, whose wrist was grabbed by Tian and whose face was in pain, Fangbo immediately shouted at Tian, Boy, let go! Seeing this, several bodyguards next to Fangbo immediately planned to step forward and subdue Tian, but were stopped by Fangbo. After all, their young master Fang Muyun was still tied up by Tian. If the bodyguards failed to subdue Tian, Fang Muyun would be even more miserable. Tian sneered, You want me to let him go? Haha, why? Young man, I advise you not to continue like this. Let our young master go quickly, otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to get away today. Fangbo said to Tian very seriously. This was also what he really thought. After all, if Fang Muyun suffered any serious injuries here, Fangbo was sure that this young man would never have a good result. The son of a giant in the beauty industry in Tianfu City is not someone that everyone can bully. Shuliwo looked at Fangbo and others and suddenly remembered Fang Muyun's background. Although she had heard from her mother that Tian casually threw 20,000 yuan to a few gangsters without even blinking, it was enough to show that Tian was not a child from an ordinary family. But Fang Muyun is different from those gangsters. I heard from my high school classmates that Fang Muyun's family is a giant in Tianfu City with all-powerful hands and eyes. Thinking of this, Shuliwo immediately pulled Tian's sleeve with a pale face. Forget it, Tian, you should let him go, let's go. After hearing this, Tian thought about it. Okay, Shuliwo said, forget it, then forget it. Tian, expressionless, suddenly let go of his hand that was holding Fang Muyun's wrist, thinking, you are really lucky. When Tian and Shuliwo were about to leave, Fang Muyun, who had recovered for a while, suddenly pointed at Tian with an angry face. You. Just when he was about to swear, he suddenly remembered that Shuliwo was still beside him. So he immediately changed his words. Boy, where did you come from? Why do you care about our business? Fang Muyun, who was in too much pain just now, didn't hear Shuliwo's words that Tian said to leave. He subconsciously thought that Tian was just a little jerk who didn't know where he came from. He snorted indignantly. If I hadn't been caught off guard, would I have been captured by this kid? Oh? Ye Tian sneered, turned around and looked at Fang Muyun. You don't think I'm just a passerby, do you? Interesting. Then who are you telling me? Fang Muyun looked at Ye Tian with a very gloomy face. It was this kid who made me look bad in front of Shu Liwo. No matter what, I can't just let it go. Looking at the 4 bodyguards around him, plus Fang Bo, there are a total of 6 people on his side. Looking at Ye Tian's side, there is only him. Obviously, Shu Liwo standing next to Ye Tian has been automatically ignored by Fang Muyun. Humph. Fang Muyun snorted coldly, thinking to himself, today, I must teach you a lesson. Even if Shu Liwo is here, I can't just let it go. How can a rich young master like Fang Muyun swallow this bad breath after suffering humiliation? So Fang Muyun gave a look to several bodyguards, and several bodyguards immediately understood and surrounded Ye Tian. Ye Tian found it funny when he saw all this. Is this, want to teach me a lesson? Looking at Fang Muyun in front of him with a strange face, Ye Tian sneered. What are you doing? Do you want to bully the few with more people? Fang Muyun came from the back and stood face to face with Ye Tian. With a contemptuous smile on his lips, he whispered in Ye Tian's ear, It's just that the many people bully you with less people, so what? This scene, if you don't know, you might think it's 2 comrades. Shu Liwo, who was behind Ye Tian, saw Fang Muyun walk up to Ye Tian with a gloomy face and whispered something to him in his ear, and his face suddenly changed. Fang Muyun, what are you doing? Shu Liwo immediately shouted at Fang Muyun, staring at Fang Muyun with an extremely fierce look. She didn't want to see Ye Tian being bullied by Fang Muyun. Even though Ye Tian showed such great skills when he saved him that day, in Shu Liwo's opinion, Fang Muyun had 6 people on his side. Even if Ye Tian was very skilled, 2 fists were still no match for 4 hands. So fearing that Ye Tian would suffer, Shu Liwo hurried to Ye Tian's side. Fang Muyun turned his gaze to Shu Liwo on the side. Looking at her fierce eyes, he dared to swear that this was the first time he saw Shu Liwo showing such an expression. Usually, Shu Liwo's big, watery eyes were so charming, but at this time, Fang Muyun couldn't believe that Shu Liwo would look at him with such hostility for such an unknown man. He suddenly felt ridiculous. Shu Liwo, don't you know that you really make me sad by doing this? However, this also made Fang Muyun reaffirm his idea in his heart, and he must teach the boy in front of him a painful lesson. So Fang Muyun immediately retreated to the back and shouted angrily at the 4 bodyguards surrounding Ye Tian. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and teach this kid a lesson. His voice was quite hoarse. He wanted to let everyone know that anyone who made him look bad in front of Shu Liwo must pay a painful price. Watching all this with cold eyes, he didn't know why, but suddenly he felt a sense of pleasure in crime. Fang Muyun now only wanted to see the scene of the stinky boy in front of him being beaten hard on the ground by his 4 bodyguards. As for whether his 4 bodyguards could subdue Ye Tian, this was not a problem that Fang Muyun would worry about. You know, the bodyguards in his family are all the kind with unique skills. In ancient times, they would be great heroes. Isn't it more than enough to deal with a stinky boy? After hearing the orders from their young master, the 4 bodyguards looked at each other and immediately rushed towards Ye Tian. Ah, Ye Tian, be careful! When Shu Liwo saw the 4 bodyguards from Fang Muyun's family all rushing towards Ye Tian, he immediately shouted in worry. Ye Tian sneered, and just when he was about to ask the system to buy him a little dragon-possessed buff F, but before he could open his mouth, the voice of the system suddenly rang in his heart. Chapter 56. This is called professionalism. Master, there is no need to do this. Now the system has reached level 3 and has a new mode Guardian. When it detects that the master is in danger, the system will automatically send bodyguards to protect you. As for the level 3 system upgrade instructions that confused the master before, they will be delivered to the master later. The system said heavily in Ye Tian's heart. After hearing this, Ye Tian was stunned. There is actually such a function? That's just in time. So, Ye Tian reached out and grabbed Shu Liwo beside him, silently took a big step back, and then the surrounding space paused instantly. 10 bodyguards, like what Ye Tian had seen before, dressed in the classic Terminator style of the governor, appeared in front of Ye Tian and others instantly. It was also the first time for Tian to use this guard mode. When he saw these 10 bodyguards appearing out of thin air in front of everyone, he was also shocked. Just as he was confused by the system's operation, the system explained to him in Tian's heart. Wait, will they all forget the memory of the bodyguards suddenly appearing? Please rest assured, master. Hearing this, Tian no longer worried about it, and looked at Fang Muyun in front of him lazily. Now, which side has more people? He shouted at him with disdain. The 10 bodyguards who suddenly appeared in front of everyone bowed and shouted, "Young master," to Tian after Tian finished his mocking words. Fang Muyun, who was opposite Tian, was shocked when he suddenly saw 10 bodyguards in black windbreakers appear in front of Tian. He looked at Tian in disbelief and wondered in his heart, could it be that the background of this brat in front of him was also unfathomable? This time, he kicked the hardboard. Fangbo, the housekeeper on the side, was immediately panicked when he saw such a scene. He knew at a glance that his 4 bodyguards were like a chicken meeting an eagle compared to the 10 of them, not to mention that there were 10 people on the opposite side. The situation on the field immediately fell to Tian's side. Shu Liwo, who was held by Tian's hand, was also shocked by the 10 bodyguards who suddenly appeared in front of her. She didn't see clearly where the 10 bodyguards came from. She just felt that she just blinked her eyes and the 10 bodyguards suddenly appeared in front of her. However, when Shu Liwo saw the 10 bodyguards all greeted Tian, "Young master," her anxious heart for Tian immediately calmed down. As long as Tian doesn't suffer any loss, it's fine. When the 4 bodyguards of Fang Muyun's family saw such a change, they immediately paused in the forward pounce posture they had just made towards Tian. Then the 4 of them immediately turned their eyes to their young master Fang Muyun, signaling him with their eyes what to do next. The 4 of them were all strictly trained people, and naturally they could clearly feel how extraordinary the momentum of the 10 people opposite was. If the 4 of them were to fight, not to mention that they had fewer people than the other side, even if the number of people on both sides was equal, the situation would probably not improve. The 4 of them knew this very well. However, if their young master still ordered the 4 of them to continue fighting the other side, they would not hesitate and rush to the people in front of them. This is called professionalism. However, Fang Muyun was also intimidated by the 10 bodyguards at this time, and he did not dare to continue to give orders to his bodyguards. The scene froze here. At this time, there were many residents living in Yongqing community. Seeing that there seemed to be 2 people confronting each other, they immediately gathered around to watch. There were even many people who had put labao melon seeds in their pockets and watched the show while eating melon seeds. What's more, some people had already picked up their phones and called the police. The scene was very chaotic for a while. Shu Liwo, who was beside Tian, saw this scene. She first looked at Tian and then continued to look at Fang Muyun on the opposite side. She suddenly became anxious. If there was a conflict between the 2 sides, with so many people watching on the side, someone would definitely call the police. At that time, people on both sides would be taken back by the police. No! No! This can't be the case! So she immediately said to Tian, who was beside her, in a very small voice, "Forget it. Tian, the one on the opposite side. After all, he is my classmate." "So that's the case," she nodded to Shu Liwo. Okay. Tian didn't intend to take action against Fang Muyun. What's more, there were so many people watching now, and now it was the cusp of the police station's crackdown on gangsters and evil. Even if there was a system to help him clean up his ass afterwards, it was completely unnecessary. Moreover, Shu Liwo had also spoken, so it was even more impossible for Tian to take action. So Tian immediately shouted at Fang Muyun on the opposite side, "Let's forget about today's matter. If I see you entangled with Shu Liwo next time, it won't be solved by just pinching your fingers." After saying that, Tian immediately reached out and grabbed Shu Liwo, then turned and walked away, and the 10 bodyguards summoned by Tian also followed closely behind Tian and the others, and went away together. A storm subsided after Tian said those words. Fang Muyun saw Tian holding Shu Liwo's hand, and Shu Liwo didn't resist at all. His heart was about to explode, and his face flushed as he looked at the group of people who were gradually going away. You don't like me, such a handsome rich second generation, but you actually like a pockmarked idiot. But even if he was angry, Fang Muyun was still very jealous of the fact that Ye Tian could hold Shu Liuo's little hand. After silently feeling sorry for himself for a while, Fang Muyun immediately waved his hand at the people around him and shouted, "Let's go!" At night, outside Yunqing community, Ye Tian got on the Didi special car he called and lay down on the leather chair in the back row with a satisfied look on his face. He patted his belly, which was a little bloated because he ate too much at night, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Aunt Wu's cooking skills are still so good. When he thought about how Aunt Wu, Shu Liuo's mother, looked at him as if she was looking at her future son-in-law when he was at Shu Liuo's house, and this afternoon when he took the initiative to pull Shu Liuo's slender little hand, she didn't resist at all. Ye Tian couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. Chapter 57. Be careful of his revenge. If things go on like this, Shu Liuo will definitely not escape his claws. I turned my head to look at the scenery outside the car, looking at the countless skyscrapers in Tianfu City. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. It's so beautiful. I will also build a skyscraper of my own in the future. Today at Shu Liuo's house, Ye Tian gained a lot. Not only did Wu Manhua have a deeper affection for him, but he also learned that after Shu Liuo repeated his studies for a year, he was going to apply for Fudan University in the Magic City. Fudan University in the Magic City. Among the many universities in China, it is one of the best. It ranks among the top 3 in the country and has more than enough attractive places. It is a world-famous top key university in the country. However, he still doesn't know what Shu Liuo's academic performance is like, whether it is good or bad. When Ye Tian just heard the news from Shu Liuo, he was quite surprised. Let's put it this way. Fudan's annual enrollment in Shu province will never exceed 20 people, and there are tens of thousands of people competing with it. The admission rate is extremely low. Almost only 1 out of every 500 candidates will be successfully admitted to Fudan. You can imagine how fierce the competition is. However, Ye Tian later learned from Shu's mother that Shu Liuo's grades have always been among the best in Tianfu No. 1 middle school. If it weren't for the sudden change in her family this time, she would definitely be able to successfully enter Fudan University this year. When Ye Tian, who was sitting in the Didi special car, thought of this, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up slightly. Shu Liuo, since you like Fudan University, then I will be the vanguard to explore Fudan for you. I will wait for you for a year in Fudan. Originally, Ye Tian had not yet prepared which university to fill in his application, but now Ye Tian is very determined in his heart, Fudan University. After Shu Liuo repeats a year and successfully enters Fudan University, at that time, she will be Ye Tian's junior sister, and Ye Tian will be her senior. It's very exciting to think about it. Although the college entrance examination results have not come out yet, Ye Tian is very confident in his results. Just like what he said when he was interviewed by reporters when he walked out of the examination room after the college entrance examination. This year's top scorer in the college entrance examination in Shu province will definitely be me. A few days later, in the morning, before the sun came out completely, Ye Tian, who was lying on the bed and sleeping, was suddenly awakened by a rapid ringing sound. It was his cell phone ringing. Who calls me so early? Is this something a human would do? Ye Tian didn't even open his eyes. He took the cell phone that was charging on the bedside table and picked it up with an impatient look on his face. He didn't see who was calling. He picked up the phone and immediately shouted at the other end of the phone in a bad tone. "Who is it? So early in the morning? What are you doing?" It's no wonder that Ye Tian was so angry. It was because Ye Tian almost kissed Shu Liuo's face in his dream just now. I won't say more here. You can experience it yourself. If this call was from someone selling a house or insurance, there is no doubt that Ye Tian would immediately turn into a Zhuan keyboard warrior and spray the other end of the phone. Wan Bing's home. Wan Bing, who was calling Ye Tian, immediately looked at the phone in his hand with a blank face after hearing Ye Tian's extremely angry voice from the other end of the phone. He couldn't help muttering in his heart, Mazi, this is angry today. Why is he talking so aggressively? Hey Mazi, I'm Wan Bing. I wanted to call you today and let's make an appointment to take the driver's license test together. If you don't want to go, forget it. Although Tian's tone was very aggressive just now, Wan Bing still patiently explained to him why he called him so early. Hearing the familiar voice of Wan Bing from the other end of the phone, Tian's angry face was a little better. He opened his eyes and looked at the screen of the phone. So you want me to take the driver's license test together? Oh, that's okay. Tian muttered in his heart. Why didn't you say it earlier? Originally, Tian also planned to get the driver's license early, but you shouldn't call so early. In the past few nights, Tian would send WeChat messages to Shu Liwo until late at night before going to bed. The two of them were like a couple in love. However, although Tian and Shu Liwo had not officially confirmed their relationship, in Tian's opinion, it was only a matter of time. Therefore, in the past few days, Tian slept very late every day, which led to the reason why Tian became so angry after being suddenly awakened. You are taking a driver's license test, right? Okay, where shall we meet? Tian yawned and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Tianfu Commercial Plaza. As for the Century Mansion Villa, Tian actually only stayed there for one night on the day he bought it, and then returned home honestly. Otherwise, if he stayed there for a long time, and his parents found out that he suddenly bought a villa outside, he was sure that his parents would definitely wonder how he got the money. After all, in this world, those who can make quick money are written into the criminal law, and the things in it cannot be touched. As for the fact that he has a perfect system for the rich, Tian does not intend to tell anyone else. Even his parents, he will never reveal any information about the system, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble at that time. After washing up in the bathroom for a while, Tian casually took out a black sportswear from Adidas from the closet. After putting it on, he remembered that he had an appointment with Wan Bing, so he immediately turned his door and strode out. As soon as he walked out of the room, Tian found that the living room was empty and his parents were not at home. So he immediately took out his mobile phone to check the time. It was only about 8:30 in the morning. Normally at this time, my mother would be in the kitchen preparing breakfast, and my father would be watching TV on the sofa. What happened today? Why didn't they see their figures so early? After a while of muttering in his mouth, Tian, who couldn't figure it out in his mind, shook his head and walked towards the door. After reaching outside his neighborhood and hailing a taxi, Tian got in the taxi and said to the taxi driver, "Excuse me, driver, to Tianfu Commercial Plaza." The taxi started moving quickly, and Tian, who was sitting in the back seat of the taxi and watching the Douyin app on his phone, suddenly seemed to remember something and slowly put his phone in his trouser pocket. When he was a guest at Shu Liwo's house a few days ago, before leaving, Shu Liwo reminded him to be careful of Fang Muyun's revenge. Tian also learned this from Shu Liwo. Chapter 58. Don't let me see you next time. Fang Muyun is the only son of Fang Tianlin, the chairman of the Luotian Daily Chemical Group, a giant in the Tianfu beauty industry. Tian has heard of this Luotian Daily Chemical Group. After all, it is one of the most famous companies in Tianfu City. Even if he doesn't know its name, he must have seen their advertisements. This made Tian look forward to it. With the blessing of the system, he was not afraid of any revenge at all. Just let him come. Let's see who will take care of whom. However, 3 days have passed since the conflict that day. During these 3 days, Tian went out to play almost every day and would not go home until dark, but there was no danger. So Tian couldn't help but wonder. Logically speaking, a group of the size of Luotian Daily Chemicals could not find my information for so many days. Besides, they clearly heard Shu Liwo calling their name that day. There is no reason why they couldn't find me for so many days, right? Or is it that the guy named Fang Muyun, he is afraid? After meeting Wan Bing at Tianfu Commercial Plaza, Tian and Wan Bing immediately rushed to the nearest examination room. When they arrived at the registration point of a driving school called Shuyun, Tian immediately widened his eyes in surprise at the 3 long lines in front of him. Why are there so many people? He couldn't help wondering in his heart. Seeing that most of the people were young people of the same age as himself, Tian soon realized that they were probably just like him, who had just finished the college entrance examination and took this opportunity to sign up for the exam. Indeed, the best months for driving school business every year are almost in June and July, when the senior high school students have just finished the college entrance examination. Thinking of this, Tian immediately felt relieved, but when he came to his senses, he saw that Wan Bing, who was standing next to him just now, had gone away. He looked around and didn't see Wan Bing. In desperation, Tian had to line up first and wait for Wan Bing to appear before calling him over here. But what Tian didn't know was that Wan Bing, who had disappeared all of a sudden, was squatting in the toilet at the registration point of Shuyun Driving School with a painful face. This morning, Wan Bing didn't know what he ate, which caused his stomach to start to ache when he was on the way to the driving school. When he arrived here, Wan Bing couldn't hold on any longer. He wanted to tell Tian next to him that he was going to the toilet first, but when he saw that Tian seemed to have remembered something and was distracted, he did not remind him and rushed into the toilet in an instant. In this way, when Tian arrived in front of the staff at the registration point of Shuyun Driving School, he did not see Wan Bing, so Tian sighed in his heart. Forget it, I'll sign up first, and then wait for him on the side. Then Tian looked at the driving school staff in front of him, and the staff was also looking at him. After a while of staring at each other, the staff lady suddenly laughed, Poochie, and Tian also laughed. The two of them just stared at each other like fools for a long time. The reason why Tian stared at her was all because of this staff lady. Well, there is a place that is so developed, and this is the first time Tian has seen such a turbulent girl. Let me make it clear that Tian is not lustful. He is purely appreciating the stunning beauty of this young lady and has no other thoughts at all. The reason why this staff lady stared at Tian for a long time was because it was the first time she saw so many pockmarks on someone's face. However, fortunately, Tian didn't know about her idea. Otherwise, Tian would not just look at her. At least, add a WeChat friend to forgive. After a while, after listening to the staff lady in front of him introduce several test plans issued by their driving school, Tian resolutely chose the most expensive one. You will get a driver's license plan within 7 days. Summer promotion price, only 12,888 Chinese yuan. You can take this plan home. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pick up the phone. Hurry up and grab. Wait, I'm off topic. Ahem. The staff lady in front of Tian couldn't help but be a little surprised when she heard that Tian actually chose the most expensive plan. I can't tell that the pockmarked brother in front of him is quite rich. To be honest, since the launch of the plan of getting a driver's license within 7 days, if Tian's is included, only 3 copies have been sold in total. So when she heard Tian's choice, she couldn't help but be surprised. However, since the customer wants to choose this service, of course she will only help him with a smile. After a while of operation on the computer, she took Tian's ID card and used it. After Tian scanned the code and paid the more than 12,000 yuan, Tian's registration was successful. Starting from tomorrow, he will be able to get a driver's license in 7 days. This made Tian very happy, because 7 days later it was also the day when the morphological correction device would work. For Tian, this was really double happiness. So Tian quietly stepped aside. At this time, suddenly remembered Wan Bing, who had suddenly disappeared just now, thinking that it had been so long. This kid should show up. So Tian immediately looked around again, but it was obvious that he still couldn't see Wan Bing this time. This made Tian confused. Where did Wan Bing go? He didn't even tell him that he was leaving. Was he caught by a ghost? Tian took out his iPhone and held it in his hand, then called Wan Bing, but a gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Sorry. Listening to the shutdown prompt from the phone with a dazed face, Tian was even more confused. You said you disappeared, and now even your phone is turned off? Damn, you didn't call your buddies out for fun. Okay, I remember. Don't let me see you next time. After humming twice, Tian, who thought Wan Bing had played a trick on him today, immediately walked out of the registration point of the examination hall with a gloomy face. And Tian didn't know the pain Wan Bing was in now. It was really misfortunes never come singly. He had eaten the wrong thing in the morning and was squatting in the toilet with a painful look on his face. Just when Wan Bing was about to take out his cell phone to notify Tian, his hand holding the phone suddenly slipped and the phone fell to the floor with a click. Chapter 59. I am definitely better than you in one aspect. The most outrageous thing was that the phone was no more than half a meter from the ground. But in such a situation, Wan Bing's phone even had the phone card fall out. With just one fall, his phone was scrapped. This team, Wan Bing felt that he must have encountered Mercury retrograde today. Otherwise, how could he be so unlucky? Cell phone. 7 days later, when Tian walked out of the electronic examination room in Shuyun Driving School, a small black notebook appeared in his trouser pocket. 9 words Chinese motor vehicle driver's license were printed on it in golden light. Tian took out the black booklet from his pocket and flipped through it. He couldn't help but muttered in his heart, "This driving school is really something," saying that he can get a driver's license in 7 days, not 1 day more, not 1 day less, and he got it in exactly 7 days. In this regard, Tian just wanted to say to them, "Brother, you are steady." Thinking of those friends who only chose the cheapest test plan, they may still be preparing for Subject 1, but I have already got a driver's license. Sure enough, how did that sentence go? The life of rich people is often so plain and boring. Tian felt the same way about this. Thinking of the fact that the morphological corrector will be able to exert its divine power tonight, the smile on Tian's face became even brighter. Carefully putting the driver's license in his hand back into his trouser pocket, Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. From today on, I am a glorious Chinese motor vehicle driver. Tian's Lamborghini Bull parked in the garage of Century Mansion Villa seemed to have heard Tian's sigh. Without a key to start it, it actually made 2 beep horn sounds without unlocking and starting. The scene was very strange for a while. Fortunately, no one heard it, otherwise it would definitely be regarded as a supernatural thing. Tian squinted his eyes and looked at the group of candidates exposed to the scorching sun in front of him. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Looking at this group of people who were still waiting for the exam, Tian could not help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, it's good to have money. Whistling in his mouth, Tian was about to leave the driving school, so he stopped a taxi on the side of the road, and then hurried back to Century Mansion to drive his 2 bulls out for a walk. Guess they are almost impatient to stay in the garage of the villa these days. Tian subconsciously remembered that his Danyu seemed to have only been driven a few times on the day he bought it, and then it had been left in the garage to collect dust. Haha, from today on, I will never let you suffer any grievances again. After muttering to himself for a long time, Tian walked towards the gate of Shuyun Driving School. While walking, Tian took out his mobile phone and watched Duyan to pass the time. Suddenly, Tian, who was concentrating on watching Duyan, bumped into someone without paying attention. Just as Tian was about to apologize to that person, a familiar female voice suddenly came from the side. "Ah, Tian." Tian wondered in his heart, how could anyone here recognize me? So he looked up and looked forward, only to see that the people standing in front of him were Ye Junqian and Lin Weiwei, and the two were holding hands very intimately, and the person who was accidentally bumped by Tian just now was Ye Junqian, who was staring at him with a gloomy face. "I say, don't you have eyes? You can bump into such a big person standing here?" Ye Junqian was very angry. He had happily brought Lin Weiwei here to take the exam today, but he never thought that he would meet this loser. Moreover, he had some conflicts with him, but he didn't expect that he would dare to bump into him. This made Ye Junqian immediately angry. Tian, who had wanted to apologize to him, saw Ye Junqian like this and immediately gave up the idea in his heart and looked at him with an interesting face. "Oh, it's you. I was wondering why I smelled a bad smell. It turns out that you are here." The words were full of sarcasm. "What did you say?" Ye Junshin was furious when he heard Ye Tian say that he smelled bad. Because he knew that he would come out with Lin Weiwei today, Ye Junshin also made careful preparations and sprayed Gucci perfume on his body for the first time in a long time. But who would have thought that Ye Tian would say it was a bad smell? Ye Junshin was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. It was conceivable how strong his anger was. If he was not in the examination room with many people around, Ye Junshin would definitely teach this loser a lesson and let him know that the price of insulting him is extremely painful. As a red belt in Sanda, he did not take Ye Tian, who was a loser in his mind, seriously. Just as the two were caught up in sarcasm, Lin Weiwei, who had just been arm in arm with Ye Junshin, immediately became unnatural when she saw Ye Tian. She thought of the bet she had made with him. If Ye Tian was admitted to a key university, she would become his girlfriend. But now she was already with Ye Junshin. As for the bet. However, Lin Weiwei saw that Ye Tian's mind was in a state of confusion, but Ye Tian had no other thoughts after seeing her. Now he was only concerned with arguing with Ye Junshin, so how could he have the time to pay attention to Lin Weiwei? As for the bet between him and Lin Weiwei, Ye Tian had long forgotten it. If no one reminded him now, Ye Tian would definitely not remember it. He had been shocked by various things during this period of time. At the same time, Ye Tian's mind was full of Xu Liwo's appearance, so how could he think about people like Lin Weiwei? So, Lin Weiwei was worried now, not knowing how to explain this to Ye Tian, which was completely unnecessary for Ye Tian. The noise here also attracted the attention of countless driving school candidates. Even several coaches were attracted by such a scene and brought their candidates to surround Ye Tian and the other two. The scorching sun was in the sky, and the people on the ground were extremely impatient. After arguing with Ye Tian for a while, Ye Junshin suddenly felt a dry mouth. Looking at Ye Tian in front of him with his arms crossed, he couldn't help but wonder, how can this loser be so eloquent? I am completely at a disadvantage in terms of language confrontation with him. But soon, when Ye Junshin saw Lin Weiwei beside him, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, I admit that I can't beat you in an argument, but I am definitely better than you in one aspect. Chapter 60. Do you deserve to be so wishful? Thinking of this, Ye Junshin immediately stretched out his hand and took Lin Weiwei, who was standing beside him, into his arms. His handsome face looked at Ye Tian in front of him with a beaming face. What do you think, you stinky loser? Lin Weiwei is my girlfriend now. You don't have any wishful thinking about Weiwei anymore. You are a loser. Are you worthy? When Lin Weiwei heard what Ye Junshin said, her eyes dimmed. She looked at Ye Tian in front of her, as if she wanted to say something to him. But when the words came to her lips, she didn't say. She just looked at him with an indescribable expression. Seeing Lin Weiwei being taken into Ye Junshin's arms without any resistance, Ye Tian couldn't help laughing. The bet with Lin Weiwei also suddenly emerged in his mind. When Xu Liwo, the angel-like girl, appeared in his life, Ye Tian had long forgotten the bet with Lin Weiwei. The reason why he agreed to Lin Weiwei's bet at that time was, first, because of the task issued by the system, and second, because of the dignity of a man. A girl said that, as a man, how could Ye Tian not agree? But to be honest, after the college entrance examination, Ye Tian always wanted to thank Lin Weiwei. If it weren't for Lin Weiwei motivating him to study hard, how could he have met Xu Liwo in the library? Therefore, Ye Tian didn't have any resentment at all about the fact that Lin Weiwei was already with Ye Junshin. It was just that Lin Weiwei's vision, although Ye Junshin was the school hunk of Tianfu No. 2 Middle School, his grades were always among the best in Tianfu No. 2 Middle School, and he was also a rich second generation. Logically speaking, wouldn't such a man be loved by the majority of girls? But Ye Tian didn't know why. He just didn't like Ye Junshin. He always felt that this person was very cunning and didn't want to be as simple as he appeared on the surface. If Lin Weiwei followed him, I'm afraid, the ending would definitely not be perfect. But since Lin Weiwei has chosen this, Ye Tian can't say anything more. Even if the ending of the two of them is not perfect, it is her own choice. And after all, he already has Xu Liwo, although she has not agreed to be his girlfriend yet. But isn't it a matter of time? Is that so? Then I wish you all the best. Ye Tian looked at the two people in front of him with a spring breeze, as if he didn't care at all that they had become a couple. He turned around and planned to continue walking out of the examination room. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped again. With his back to Ye Junshin and Lin Weiwei, Ye Tian chuckled and said, "Lin Weiwei, your vision is not very good." After saying this, Ye Tian's footsteps, which had stopped, started moving again. Huh? After hearing what Ye Tian said, Lin Weiwei's expression suddenly froze, as if he was reminding her, and Ye Junshin, who was holding her in his arms, couldn't bear it anymore after hearing what he said. "Ye Tian, stop right there." Ye Junshin released his right arm around Lin Weiwei and then pointed at Ye Tian's back and cursed, "Aren't you just a loser, an ugly guy and a poor guy? What are you still talking about? Weiwei has a really bad vision? Haha, can I think you are looking down on me? At least my family has a company, do you? Hey, you don't. Are you as handsome as me? Hey, still no. So, who are you looking down on, stinky brother? Do you think you are better and more handsome than me?" Ye Tian, who had already arrived at the gate of the driving school and was about to step out of the Shuyun examination room, turned around suddenly after hearing Ye Junshin's sarcastic words, with a smile on his face, and pointed at his big face full of pockmarks as if mocking himself. "Yes, just as you said, I have grown up like this. If I am not confident, how can I live?" After saying that, he did not pause at all and strode out of the Shuyun driving school examination room. Lin Weiwei stared at Ye Tian's back with a dull look on her face and did not retract her gaze until Ye Tian completely walked out of the examination room. With a trace of tears in her eyes, she whispered in her heart, "Ye Tian, you will never know why I became Ye Junshin's girlfriend. Of course, all this is not important now. Goodbye, my youth. Goodbye, the sunny boy in junior high school." Ye Tian, who walked out of the examination room, sighed heavily as soon as he stepped out of the examination room. Although Ye Tian already had Shu Liwo in his mind, when he saw that the goddess he had just entered high school was actually taken away by someone else, he couldn't help but feel a little bit uneasy. Perhaps this is the common problem of most men. They cannot bear to see that the beauty belongs to someone else. With such an emotion, Ye Tian was about to stop a taxi to go home on the side of the road in the examination hall. Just when a taxi was approaching Ye Tian, suddenly, 5 Mercedes-Benz cars flashing black lights suddenly appeared on several nearby roads, forming a siege. They formed a circle before the taxis and then surrounded Ye Tian tightly. Ye Tian looked at all this, his face sank, and he couldn't help but guess in his heart, could it be that Fang Muyan came to take revenge on me? After a little thought in his mind, he realized that he was the only one who had a grudge against him, and had the strength to call these 5 Mercedes-Benz cars with very good license plates. So Ye Tian looked at the scene in front of him coldly. He wanted to see how Fang Muyan would take revenge on him today. Just come, with the blessing of the system, Ye Tian was not afraid of anyone's revenge. With the perfect, godly rich system, Ye Tian can do whatever he wants. In the examination room, Ye Junshin, who had been watching Ye Tian walk out, originally planned to chase him out and drag Ye Tian into a corner and then give him a good beating, but he never thought that Ye Tian was surrounded by 5 cars before he went out for long. Ye Junshin's face immediately burst into laughter, and he couldn't help muttering in his heart, "Did this stinky loser provoke some big shot?" 5 Mercedes-Benz were sent to surround him. Moreover, the license plates hanging on each of the 5 Mercedes-Benz were so awesome. So Ye Junshin immediately ran to the examination room without stopping, and even ignored Lin Weiwei, who was still in a way dazed beside him. In his heart, he couldn't wait to see the scene of Ye Tian being beaten by others. If so, he also planned to take advantage of the chaos to secretly kick Ye Tian twice to vent the bad temper he had just suffered. Chapter 61, White Happiness. On the side of the road, Ye Tian crossed his arms and stared at the 5 Mercedes-Benz cars in front of him with a cold face. The taxi that Ye Tian had just called suddenly saw such a scene, so how could it dare to accept Ye Tian's order? He stepped on the accelerator hard, and with a whoosh, the taxi appeared at the corner of the street 500 meters away. Ye Tian looked at the taxi with a black line on his head. Really? Is it really that scary? Just as Ye Tian was complaining about the fast-running taxi, The 5 Mercedes-Benz cars surrounding him opened their doors at the same time, and more than a dozen men who looked like bodyguards in black suits rushed out of the 5 cars. "Oh, is it gonna start?" Tian sneered. This time, Tian would not use the guard mode again. He planned to release the irritability in his heart with his fists. Nothing can make people release emotions more than boxing. Tian has to thank Fang Muyan. If he hadn't sent these people to him, where else would he release his irritable emotions? Just when Tian was about to ask the system to buy him a buff, Tian glanced at the dozen bodyguards, but was surprised to find that after the dozen people walked out of the Mercedes-Benz, they didn't make any reaction, but just stood there and stared at him. Now Tian was a little confused. He wanted to call the system, but it was stagnant. Logically speaking, shouldn't these people sent by Fang Muyan pounce on him as soon as they appeared? Why did they stay where they were? This makes me, how can I vent? If the dozen bodyguards standing there knew Tian's idea of beating, they would probably rush to him immediately regardless of the order as he wished. It's really too cheap. Ye Junshin, who walked out of the driving school examination room, thought that Tian had already started to be beaten. He was originally excited, but when he saw such a scene, he immediately became angry in his heart. Hurry up and beat him. Why are you still pretending to be cool? Beat him up and it will be over. Brothers are in a hurry. Just when Ye Junshin was anxious and Tian was confused, there was a roar of a motorcycle not far away, and then soon a black streamer came from a distance. Squeak, squeak, squeak! A rapid wheel friction sound came, and a black motorcycle and its driver suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Kawasaki H2R, the faith in the hearts of countless riders. The magic car produced by the island country can run 180 in the first gear and the top speed can exceed 400. Some people often say that if you add a pair of wings to the Kawasaki H2, it can fly to the sky immediately. However, for Tian, who is a motorcycle novice, these are completely unknown. In his eyes, motorcycles are just a thing worth about 10,000 yuan at most, and it is not worth his understanding. What he is wondering now is why this motorcycle suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Just when Tian was wondering, the driver riding this Kawasaki H2R suddenly took off the helmet on his head that covered his face, revealing his appearance. Ye Junshin, who was joining in the fun, was suddenly surprised when he saw the rider take off his helmet and reveal his appearance. "It's him?" He couldn't help but screamed. Tian took a look and saw that it was the guy called Fang Muyan. However, after Tian stared at him for a while, he suddenly became confused. He always felt that this guy's temperament was so different from the last time he saw him. It was like he suddenly became a different person. If the Fang Muyan that Tian had seen before was an image of a rich rogue, then the current Fang Muyan was like an ancient general, with such sharp eyes. Ye Junshin looked at Fang Muyan, and then looked at Tian, who was staring at Fang Muyan, and couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. Now Tian is definitely dead today. I didn't expect that this loser would provoke him, which is interesting. Although Ye Junshin's family has some money, it is really just some money. He can barely be considered a second generation in Tianfu City, but if he is compared with Fang Muyan, I don't know where Fang Muyan will leave him. Among the young masters in Tianfu City, who doesn't know the names of Fang Muyan and Yun Xiao? When Ye Junshin thought of his all-powerful background, the smile on his face became even more brilliant. Tian, why did you provoke him when you can't provoke anyone else? Are you really tired of living? But this is really interesting. I like it. When Tian looked at Fang Muyan was also looking at him. After the two looked at each other for a moment, Fang Muyan kicked his big foot, got off his Kawasaki H2R, and then walked towards Tian with big strides. Just like last time, they were directly face to face. Just when Ye Junshin was excited and thought that Fang Muyan was going to attack Tian, Fang Muyan looked at Tian in front of him with a cynical expression. "Can you ride this?" He pointed to his black Kawasaki H2R. But Tian was stunned, wondering in his heart, why is this guy asking me this? But Tian can still drive a motorcycle. Although he didn't know what Fang Muyan was going to do, he still nodded to him to indicate that he could. "That's fine." Seeing Ye Tian nod, Fang Muyun's eyes immediately became hot. Let's have a competition? After hearing Fang Muyun's words, Ye Tian was completely confused. Why didn't this guy play by the rules? Ye Tian had already prepared for a fierce battle, but what he never expected was that Fang Muyun blocked him today, not to beat him up, but to have a motorcycle race with him? Damn it! Not to mention Ye Junshin, who almost dropped his jaw to the ground when he heard Fang Muyun's words. After all this time, it turns out that you are not here to teach him a lesson, but to invite him to a competition? I'm so happy for nothing. Ye Tian didn't know why he had agreed to the motorcycle race proposed by Fang Muyun. However, since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. What's wrong with having a motorcycle race for Ye Tian? Anyway, it's only 11 o'clock in the morning, and he has plenty of time. And today, Ye Tian is worried about having no place to kill time. When he thought of this, Ye Tian showed a kind smile on his face. The 5 Mercedes-Benz cars that blocked Ye Tian's way just now started slowly after Ye Tian got in, and drove slowly towards a place in the distance. Chapter 62. What's so arrogant? Seeing this, Fang Muyun, who was driving the Kawasaki H2R, immediately put on the helmet he had just taken off, and then planned to start the Kawasaki H2R? Follow them. However, just as Fang Muyun was starting the Kawasaki, Ye Junshin, who was looking forward to seeing Ye Tian embarrassed, suddenly ran in front of Fang Muyun and stretched out his hand to stop him. Mr. Yun, where are you going? Ye Junshin looked at Fang Muyun with astonishment. Can you please tell me? Ye Junshin now really wanted to go and watch their game. He was interested. After the two finished the game, Fang Muyun would beat up that loser? Fang Muyun paused holding the helmet and looked at the man who had stopped him. He wondered, who is this guy? He thought about him for a while, but after a moment, he still had no impression of him. If the young masters in Tianfu City were ranked, it goes without saying that Fang Muyun's background was enough to put him in the first echelon. But Ye Junshin probably couldn't even be ranked in the third echelon. He only had a small company at home, and the total assets of his family were at most a few million. It was normal for Fang Muyun to have no impression of such a person, just like which strong man would remember a scum like an ant? Oh, sorry, do I know you? Why should I tell you where we are going? Fang Muyun said indifferently, put on his helmet, and then drove away in his Kawasaki H2R. Ye Junshin was left staring at Fang Muyun's receding figure in a daze. Thinking of Fang Muyun's words that seemed to look down on him, Ye Junshin immediately clenched his fists with a gloomy face. What are you so proud of? Ye Junshin punched the street lamp pole beside him fiercely, roaring angrily in his heart. One day I will make you top young masters kneel before me. Lin Weiwei, who had come to her senses in the examination room and found that Ye Junshin was gone, had already chased out of the examination room. As soon as she appeared, she saw Ye Junshin punching the street lamp pole with a gloomy face. Junshin, the speed racetrack is located in Quanlong District, Tianfu City. The track is 2.033 kilometers long and has 13 bends. It has hosted countless motorcycle races and is the pure land in the hearts of countless riders in Tianfu City. Ye Tian was sitting in the Mercedes-Benz. When he saw the racing track outside through the car window, he was suddenly shocked. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This racing track is really big. Speaking of which, this is the first time Ye Tian has come to such a large competition venue. He had only seen it on TV before, and he didn't feel that there were such racing tracks. What was there to be shocked about? But when he saw such a large venue with his own eyes, the excitement in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. Looking at the huge racing track in front of him, for some reason, Ye Tian suddenly looked forward to the upcoming competition. Will he race there in a while? Heh! Ye Tian's mouth curled up slightly. Interesting. After successfully arriving at the speed venue, 5 Mercedes-Benz cars immediately pulled over, and then a bodyguard came to Ye Tian's car door and stretched out his hand to open the door for Ye Tian. The bodyguard's action immediately surprised Ye Tian. On the way here, Ye Tian had doubted Fang Muyun's invitation to compete. He thought Fang Muyun had just seen too many people outside the examination room, and it was difficult to do anything, so he took him away from there, intending to do something to him. But when Ye Tian was really brought to this place by them, He saw this exciting racing venue and saw that Fang Muyun's bodyguards were so kind. He also remembered Fang Muyun sitting on the motorcycle just now with such a serious expression and thought that he really wanted to compete with him. Tian, who had figured it out, got off the Mercedes-Benz with a smile on his face. Led by Fang Muyun's bodyguards, Tian soon came to the viewing area of the speed racing field. At this time, there were already two motorcycles, one red and one black, racing on the track of the speed racing field. On the leftmost command platform of the viewing area, a group of boys and girls dressed in colorful clothes were waving their arms and shouting excitedly at the two speeding motorcycles below. Seeing that they were all wearing expensive clothes, Tian dared to conclude that these people were probably the top young masters of Tianfu. Soon, the motorcycle race in the field came to an end. The red motorcycle was slightly better than the black one. The racing field, which had been quiet for a while, suddenly became noisy again after the game. I saw the young masters just now. Some of them were excited, while others sighed quietly. Tian stared at the young masters and thought to himself, this group of people should have gambled just now, right? Otherwise, how could some people be happy and some people be sad? Tian saw these people, and they also saw Tian and his group. Looking at the dozen bodyguards standing beside Tian, a girl with a pair of long legs suddenly pointed at Tian and his group and said to the people around her, "Hey, look, isn't that the bodyguard of Brother Yun's family?" "Really?" A girl next to the long legs replied in surprise. However, what puzzled them was why they didn't see Fang Muyun. Who was the man in the middle guarded by Fang Muyun's bodyguards? The long-legged girl carefully looked at the strange man's appearance and then exclaimed, "Huh! His facial features were pretty good, but it was a pockmarked face." The long-legged girl said with regret in her heart. Just as the eyes of the long-legged girl and the group were attracted by the pockmarked man, a black stream of light suddenly rushed to the track below, and the eyes of the group of people were immediately attracted by this black stream of light. After a closer look, the group of people immediately exclaimed, "Mr. Yun?" At this time, the Kawasaki H2R was shining under the sun, and the black light was so dazzling. Who else could it be but Fang Muyun? At this time, Fang Muyun, who had already arrived at the track, took off his helmet and scanned the viewing area. Soon he saw the target, so he stretched out his hand and made a come gesture to him. Chapter 63, completely lost to Tian. After Fang Muyun made this gesture to him, he smiled lightly and then walked towards the track with big strides. The young men who were watching Fang Muyun saw Fang Muyun make a gesture to the viewing area, and the pockmarked man who was guarded by his bodyguards in the middle immediately walked towards him. Everyone couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, "This is the rhythm of a competition? Oh my! Brother Yun is actually going to compete. Is this true?" Everyone looked at each other with surprise. What's wrong with Brother Yun today? He actually came here to compete? Who is that kid? However, before these people had time to think more, Fang Muyun and Tian had already put on a BMW X-Ride riding suit, and one of them changed into a Ducati Demoted, but Tian's was red and Fang Muyun's was black. He seemed to have a special liking for black. This was prepared by Fang Muyun on the way here. Soon, the two drove their own motorcycles to the starting point of the track. Tian stared at the track in front of him with a cold face, and suddenly a strong desire to win arose in his heart. He had no expectations for this game before coming, but the moment he put on the protective suit and rode the motorcycle, Tian was instantly inspired by this kind of racing field. "I will definitely win," Tian said to himself in his heart. The system, which had been silent for a long time, also reminded Tian at this moment, and a pleasant voice sounded in Tian's heart. "Master, you have a mandatory task. Please check it." Task: high morale. As a perfect rich man, how can I not have high morale? Task requirements: win this racing game. Task success reward: 10 million Chinese currency. The morphology corrector will be postponed until the last day of the Master's College entrance examination holiday. What Tian couldn't help but scream in his heart, "What kind of punishment is this? Failure actually postpones the use of my morphology corrector? Oh my God, this is too outrageous. If I lose this game, then the plan to use the morphology corrector tonight will be ruined, right? But soon, Tian no longer paid attention to this task penalty because the game is about to start. With the countdown from the track broadcast, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, Tian soon focused on the track in front of him. There's no need to think about the penalty for failure. Isn't it just a motorcycle race? Isn't it all over if we win? The countdown on the radio soon came to an end. 3, 2, 1, go! Shifting gears, stepping on the accelerator, releasing the clutch with the huge roar of the engine, the two motorcycles rushed out like rockets, and then they sped towards each other on the track. Taking off his helmet, Tian sat on the grass near the end of the track with a pale face, thinking incredulously that he actually lost? And it was a complete and utter loss. In the motorcycle race with Fang Muyun just now, Tian almost lost the game by being crushed. In the game, Tian didn't get any breathing space at all. Since the two of them entered the first corner, Tian couldn't catch up with Fang Muyun at all. He lost completely. Moreover, this was the first time Tian experienced the taste of failure since he obtained the perfect godly rich system. This feeling is not pleasant. Tian, with a decadent face, did not want to accept the fact that he lost the game. Just when Tian was struggling, a pair of big hands wearing black gloves suddenly stretched out in front of him. Tian looked up and saw Fang Muyun looking at him with a warm smile. Is he here to laugh at me? Tian looked at Fang Muyun's hand that was stretched out to him and murmured bitterly in his heart, yes! Since ancient times, shouldn't the strong humiliate the weak? There is nothing wrong with him doing this. Although he was very unhappy and wanted to find some reasons to excuse himself for the failure, as the god said, when you lose, everything you say is an excuse. You are not so fragile that you will be defeated by a failure, right? If so, don't blame me for looking down on you. Fang Muyun smiled slightly. Life is never smooth sailing. Only after experiencing countless failures can you succeed in continuous failures. A bowl of chicken soup for the soul instantly filled Tian's heart. Not to mention, it really worked for Tian at this time. Looking at Fang Muyun in front of him with an incredible face, Tian could hardly imagine that such a philosophical passage just now would come out of his mouth, which made Tian feel extremely shocked. However, Fang Muyun's bowl of chicken soup for the soul could not make Tian stand up from his decadence. You know, the punishment for failure is that the morphological correction device will be postponed until the last day of the holiday. This is a huge blow to Tian. This means that before the end of the holiday, Tian can only go out with a pockmarked face. No one can understand Tian's mood at this moment. It is a kind of hope that is gradually seen, but it has fallen into a bottomless abyss again. Who can know this kind of pain? Who can understand? With a long sigh, Tian continued to bury his head in decadence. Fang Muyun saw that Tian did not intend to stand up from the ground. After thinking for a while, Fang Muyun took back the hand that he had just extended to Tian, and then came to Tian and sat down slowly. Are you interested in learning about my story? Fang Muyun turned his head to look at Tian beside him. Looking at his decadent appearance, it was as if he saw his high school days. There was no difference between himself and him now. Without waiting for Tian to answer him, Fang Muyun told Tian about his past. After almost half an hour, Fang Muyun's mouth finally stopped, and at this time Tian was already looking at him with a sympathetic look on his face. He is worse than me. In fact, when Fang Muyun just started to talk about his past, Tian was already listening to him carefully. Tian had already learned about his background from Shu Liwo. As for the sons of wealthy families, they will always be young and frivolous for a period of time. How does the saying go? The children of rich people become fathers early, and the children of poor people become the head of the family early. It is normal for Fang Muyun to have several girlfriends at the same time. Chapter 64. But the most regrettable thing is that he, who originally planned to turn back from the prodigal son, was exposed by others in front of the girl he liked, and the girl who had a good impression of him never paid attention to him again from then on. Isn't this miserable? And the girl's name is Shu Liwo. When Tian heard this, he was very happy. Fortunately, the two of them didn't get together at that time, otherwise. How could he meet Shu Liwo, a girl who was like a fairy? So, Ye Tian couldn't help but want to laugh. Sure enough, the saying that other people's pain is my happiness is really true. This made Ye Tian feel happy. Laugh if you want to. Don't hold it back. Although Fang Muyun didn't see Ye Tian's expression, he thought that Ye Tian should be laughing at himself now. Instead of holding back his laughter, it would be better to laugh out loud. Don't fantasize about Shu Liwo anymore, because she will definitely be my girlfriend. Ye Tian turned his head and looked at him. Suddenly, the beautiful figure of Shu Liwo appeared in his mind. Such a girl has such an excellent suitor. Ye Tian feels very happy for this, because she deserves it. Although Fang Muyun's infatuation makes Ye Tian feel very sad, he will never give up Shu Liwo for this. A girl like an angel should be cared for all her life. And that person must be me. Fang Muyun, who was sitting next to him, suddenly smiled bitterly after hearing Ye Tian's extremely severe warning. He recalled the scene he saw outside Shu Liwo's community that day. She was usually untainted by the world, but she was willing to be held by the hand by a man without any intention of refutation. This dealt a heavy blow to Fang Muyun. He knew very well that a girl like Shu Liwo, once willing to let a man hold her hand, absolutely meant that she was full of endless affection for that person. I am also a loser after all, Fang Muyun murmured bitterly in his heart. 10 days later, Ye Tian woke up from the big bed at home. After getting up and washing up in the bathroom and returning to the room, he casually took out a set of clothes from the closet and put them on himself. Then he reached out and unplugged the mobile phone that was charging on the bedside table. Sitting on the bed, he unlocked the screen lock of his phone, and the phone that automatically connected to the Wi-Fi network suddenly made a ding-dong sound. A WeChat message reminder on the top of the phone was particularly eye-catching. Let's have dinner together tonight? Ye Tian looked at the message Fang Muyun sent to him and couldn't help laughing. He suddenly remembered that he had become good friends with him since the motorcycle race. Every time Ye Tian thought about it afterwards, he couldn't help but be surprised. Logically speaking, Ye Tian and Fang Muyun were rivals in love. They both liked the same girl. With such a relationship, shouldn't they be like fire and water? Ye Tian didn't know what was going on. Since that day, he felt that Fang Muyun was like an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. He felt very cordial when they met. Matters of feelings are not measured by the length of time you have known each other. Some people are still very distant, even if you have known them for a long time. Some people are very close, even if you have known them for a short time. He looked at the phone in his hand with a chuckle. Then he put his hands on the phone keyboard and quickly typed out a line of words. Okay, no problem. You decide the time and place. After typing this line of words, Ye Tian immediately pressed the send button in the WeChat chat interface, and the message was instantly sent to Fang Muyun's phone. When Fang Muyun saw Ye Tian reply to his message, he also smiled. Okay. After sending these 2 English letters, Fang Muyun put down the phone in his hand and came to the courtyard of his villa. He told the housekeeper, Fang Bo, who Ye Tian had seen before, that he would entertain guests in the evening and the dinner should be prepared a little more sumptuous. Instead of eating out, why not invite him to your home for dinner? After all, eating out is not as comfortable as eating at home. After having a very sumptuous dinner at Fang Muyun's house, Ye Tian returned home and lay on the bed, staring blankly at the snow-white roof in the room, his thoughts drifting away. Ye Tian, who already had a deposit of nearly 100 million Chinese yuan, always thought that he was a rich man, but when he went to Fang Muyun's house as a guest today, he saw his luxurious villa. No, it can't be called a villa, it's more like a manor, and there are countless servants and bodyguards in his house. Ye Tian couldn't help but be surprised. Is this the real upper-class world? After a sigh, Ye Tian remembered the ridicule Ye Junqian had made to him in the examination room of Shuyun Driving School. My family has a company anyway. Do you have one? He slowly stretched his right hand into the air, looked at the headlights in the room through the gaps between his 5 fingers, and couldn't help muttering, He's right. So what if I have money now? It's all money I got from the system. I want to improve my family's life, but I don't dare to use it in front of my parents. Ever since the mission was completed that day, and he got 100 million Chinese yuan, Tian has been looking for an opportunity to give half of it to his parents. But when he thought about the origin of the money, he didn't know how to explain this to his parents. Both of them have received higher education. Can I still tell them that I got all this money from a system? This is a bit too exaggerated. There is no way my parents would believe this. This is difficult. Tian couldn't think of any good way to solve this problem, and he smiled helplessly. The most painful thing in life is that you have money, but you don't have the courage to show it to your parents. What's the point of having money? Just when Tian was troubled by this matter, the pleasant voice of the system echoed in his heart again. Master, are you troubled by such a thing? It doesn't matter. The system will help you arrange an adventure. Then you can spend money freely in front of your parents? Tian was stunned after hearing this. An adventure? What the hell is that? However, since the system has already said that it will help me solve this troublesome matter, I don't have to worry about it anymore. After all, I know how awesome the system is. Thinking of this, Tian, who had a bitter expression just now, immediately smiled. Then let me look forward to this adventure. Chapter 65, the figures of the spectators are indispensable everywhere. The night of Tianfu City is undoubtedly one of the most beautiful night scenes in China. At night, all young men and women can't help their restless hearts. Countless fashionable men and women in groups of 3 or 5 constantly shuttle back and forth on the streets of Tianfu City. A blue luxury sports car suddenly drove slowly onto the street. It was a Lamborghini Aventador. As soon as the car appeared on the street, the buzzing sound from its exhaust pipe instantly attracted the attention of countless trendy men and women. This is the unique charm of luxury sports cars. As soon as they appear, they can immediately attract the attention of everyone present. The man driving this Lamborghini sports car is Tian, who is holding the steering wheel and looking miserable. Since he learned from the system that there would be an adventure, this is the 30th time he has come to stroll on the street. Without exception, the adventure that the system told him about, he did not encounter it at all. This made Tian couldn't help but mutter in his heart, I have come to stroll on the street so many times. Why haven't I encountered this adventure? Could it be that the system made up a lie to me? But on second thought, the system seems to have never deceived me. Thinking of this, Tian felt strange again. Why didn't the adventure trigger so many times? Could it have a specific trigger mechanism like in the game? Confused, Tian thought about it for a long time but still had no clue. But at this time, because Tian suddenly stopped the car in the middle of the street, the car behind him had been parked there for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but honked the car horn impatiently behind him. Beep! 2 harsh horn sounds reached his ears, and Tian gradually came to his senses. He found that he had stopped in the middle of the road without knowing it. He drove the car to the side with a blushing face. When a Volkswagen drove past Tian, the owner couldn't help but open the window and stared at Tian's Lamborghini fiercely, cursing in his heart. Is it great to have a sports car? A prodigal son! He could only curse in his heart to vent his anger. He naturally knew that people who could afford a sports car were people he couldn't afford to offend. But even if Tian heard what he said in his heart just now, Tian would not be angry about it, because it was originally his fault. Isn't it normal for others to scold him a few times? Just when Tian was about to get off the car to buy some snacks at a street stall because his stomach was growling, a middle-aged man wearing a tattered suit and with blood on the corner of his mouth suddenly bumped into him. Before Tian could come to his senses, the middle-aged man who bumped into him fainted on the ground. Tian immediately looked at the middle-aged man lying on the ground with a look of surprise, bent down beside him and said, "Uncle, are you okay?" Just when he was about to help the middle-aged man up, several mysterious people wearing black clothes and covering their faces with black cloth suddenly appeared in front of him. At this time, the situation in front of Tian had already been noticed by everyone on the street. Many people gathered here quickly when they saw that there was something exciting to watch. Sure enough, there are always people eating melons everywhere. Tian stared blankly at the mysteriously dressed people in front of him and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "What's wrong with these people?" They were dressed exactly like the killers in TV dramas, and they almost took out their guns. "Stinky boy, if you don't want to die, get away from that man. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." The man in the middle pointed at Tian and said to him arrogantly. Tian frowned immediately after hearing this. It turned out that the target of these people was the uncle next to him. He was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's business, but he hated it the most when the majority bullied the minority. What's more, it was a few people bullying a middle-aged uncle. What kind of ability is this? Let me get away from him? Haha, interesting. Tian couldn't help but curl up his lips slightly and said to the system in his heart, "Purchase a Dragon Possession Max Buff." The reason why Tian bought the Dragon Possession Max Buff instead of the Dragon Possession Buff was because the fierce aura of the people in front of him made Tian dare not underestimate them. So, for the sake of safety, Tian asked the system to buy the Dragon Possession Max Buff for him. After the buff was fully blessed on himself, Tian immediately raised his head and looked at the mysterious people in front of him with disdain. "Let me get out, then let's see if you have the ability." After saying this, Tian suddenly frowned, as if he suddenly remembered something. His face was stunned, and he murmured in his heart, "Isn't this the adventure the system talked about? It could be. I told you to get lost, but you still got lost, right?" The mysterious men saw that after their warning, the brat opposite actually took a fighting stance. They looked at each other. "This guy? Are you sure he's not a fool?" Suddenly, they laughed wildly, staring at Tian with bloody faces. "Well, since you want to fight with us, we'll help you." The tallest mysterious man said to the person next to him, "Old 3, I'll leave this kid to you." The mysterious man called Old 3 suddenly laughed cruelly, and in the instant he rushed towards Tian like a cannonball, and then with a leap, the whole person suddenly soared into the air, nearly 2 meters in front of Tian. This operation made the surrounding spectators dumbfounded. "What the hell is this? A martial arts master? He actually flew up." The third brother laughed and planned to kick this brat into a concussion first. Despite the fierce attack from the third brother, Tian looked at him with disdain. Since the opponent had already used a killing move on him, there was no need for me to show mercy. His body suddenly turned to the side, and the fierce attack from the third brother, who fell from the sky, was immediately missed. Tian smiled contemptuously, then he raised his right foot and kicked him hard. Tian's kick was like a spear, and it instantly hit the third brother's stomach. Boom, it wasn't over yet. The next moment, Tian's elbow was already raised high, aiming directly at the third brother's back. In almost an instant, Tian's elbow had hit the third brother's back hard. Chapter 66. Friend, I apologize for any offense just now. After completing this set of smooth and flowing operations, Tian stood back to his previous position with a smile on his face. Then, he extended his index finger and waved it at the remaining mysterious people in front of him with great contempt, indicating to them, "Is this all you can do?" The shock in the hearts of the spectators at this time could no longer be described in words. Tian's smooth and flowing moves just now were even more exciting than what they saw on TV. However, some people cheered for Tian's wonderful performance just now, and of course, some people secretly picked up their mobile phones and called the police. And the remaining mysterious people, seeing that the third brother was knocked down by the stinky boy without any ability to fight back, did not make any movement. This Nima, is there something wrong? On weekdays, shouldn't they knock others down and make them unable to move? Why is there something wrong with today's script? I hit a wall. The mysterious man who had ordered the third brother to take action before, like the boss among them, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes, and then he slowly walked towards Tian and stopped when he was less than 10 meters away from Tian. The mysterious man felt that Tian was very troublesome and thought of their mission, which was not to fight with this kid here, so he apologized to Tian. "Friend, I apologize for the offense just now, but can you get out of the way and let us take the man on the ground away? I would like to express my gratitude here." "Oh, interesting." Tian looked at him lazily. Why should I get out of the way? What can you do if I don't get out of the way? The mysterious man was furious when he heard his contemptuous words, but when he thought of the mission, his anger was instantly suppressed by him. Then he continued to look at Tian with a flattering look on his face. There was no other way. After seeing the extraordinary skills that Tian had just displayed, the mysterious man asked himself that even if the remaining few of them came together, there would probably be no suspense at all, so he could only give in to Tian again and again. The mysterious man actually clasped his hands together and made a ceremonial gesture made by ancient martial artists, which made Tian dumbfounded. "Brother, is it necessary to make such an old-fashioned gesture?" The mysterious man said to Tian in an extremely sincere voice. "This little brother, it was indeed our fault just now. How about this? This time you let us take him away, and we will definitely reward you handsomely in the future." "What do you mean by handsomely rewarding? Money?" Tian said with a chuckle. "Yes." The mysterious man nodded and said. Hearing this, Tian felt a little funny. Did he look like someone who was short of money? He took out the key of Lamborghini, pointed at him, then pointed his finger to the side, and then he pressed the key of Lamborghini. Suddenly, the blue Lamborghini parked on the roadside rang twice, and the onlookers on the side exclaimed. They had already noticed the Lamborghini when they just approached, but they didn't expect that it was the car of this young man. He is good at fighting and rich. It's a pity that it's that face, otherwise Tian would definitely be enthusiastically pursued by the girls watching, but it's a pity. The mysterious man's face suddenly became dull. "Is that car yours? So, you are still a rich second generation. Oh my God, when did those rich second generations and wealthy young men have such powerful skills?" In his impression, aren't these people all prodigals who eat and wait to die? "So, you actually want to bribe me with money? Haha, this is equivalent to insulting me." Tian laughed, but his eyes flashed with a startling coldness. Just now he just suddenly had the heart to play, but now he didn't plan to continue to waste words with them. With a sudden force of his legs, the whole person instantly flew into the air. The person made a strange swinging motion in the air, and then kicked the mysterious man's chest fiercely with his feet. Only a click sound was heard, and the sound of broken bones suddenly rang out. The mysterious man who wanted to bribe Tian just now suddenly fell heavily to the ground, groaned in his mouth, and immediately lost consciousness. There were a total of 5 mysterious people. 2 of them had already lain down in this moment. The remaining 3 people all looked at Tian with a look of seeing a ghost, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. After Tian dealt with the mysterious man who looked like their eldest brother, he stood there and stretched his muscles. Then he looked at the remaining 3 people with a strange look on his face. It was as if he was saying to them, "Whose unlucky guy is next? I can't help it." Among the remaining 3 people, the mysterious man in the middle suddenly took out something with a black glow from his arms, and then he pointed it at Tian in front of him. A black pistol. The crowd of spectators, seeing that the mysterious man actually took out a gun, instantly scattered with panicked screams. "Are you kidding? That thing doesn't have eyes. If you get hit by it by accident, it's jig. They are just spectators who come to eat melons. They are still happy to see hand-to-hand fights, but what if a gun is used? Sorry, I can only say, dog lives are more important." Tian also looked at them in surprise. He just said that they were like the killers in TV dramas, but they didn't have guns. He didn't expect that they would really take out this thing. In this case, Tian spread his hands helplessly. "Then I had to use that thing." His eyes became sharp in an instant. He looked at the mysterious people with a heavy face. Then he put his hands together and shouted, "Feel the dimples." A blue light instantly burst out from where he put his hands together to the surroundings. In just a blink of an eye, this burst of blue light enveloped this world. The air suddenly solidified, and the world stopped in an instant. The noisy and prosperous streets dimpled, and everyone's expression at this time remained the same as before. Tian shouted that sentence. Tian exhaled heavily, and then looked up and looked at the mysterious man in front of him with a pistol pointing at him with a cold face. It is said that no matter how good your kung fu is, you are still afraid of a gun. Even if Tian now has the bonus of the dragon's max buff, he can't go head-to-head with a gun. Chapter 67, Shoot him. So to be safe, Tian instructed the system in his mind to temporarily stop the time around him. He walked up to the mysterious man with a gun, and without saying a word, he stretched out his hand to slap the gun in his hand away, and then punched him hard in the stomach. Still scare me with a gun? Do you think I was scared? Yeah. Tian put his hands on his waist and pointed at the man and cursed angrily. But soon the system reminded Tian, Master, you have to finish it quickly. Time will be restored soon. Tian nodded, and then he planned to turn around and return to his position before time stopped. However, after walking a few steps, Tian seemed to remember something, turned around and returned to the three mysterious men and fumbled on the other two. As expected, each of them was carrying a pistol. This discovery shocked Tian. What kind of people are these? They are carrying pistols. Turning his head to look at the middle-aged man who just bumped into him and then fell to the ground and fainted, what kind of identity does this uncle have? He actually made them so violent. After a sigh, Tian threw the two pistols in his hand, one on the left and one on the right, into the bushes on the side of the road, and then returned to the position just now. Clicking his fingers, gently, time began to flow again. Hiss! A heavy gasp reached Tian's ears. The mysterious man who was hit hard by Tian, after time resumed, instantly hugged his stomach and fell to the ground like a cooked shrimp. The sudden change made the two people around him scream out in surprise. What happened? The brother who was pointing a gun at the stinky boy across the street just now, how come he was lying on the ground in the blink of an eye? And where is the gun in his hand? Are you looking for a gun? A voice suddenly reached their ears. Subconsciously, they both nodded at the same time, but after nodding, they were suddenly stunned. Who is talking? So they both looked up and looked forward at the same time, only to see that the stinky boy was crossing his arms and looking at them with a playful look on his face. That look was like looking at two big idiots. Damn it, are you kidding us? The two of them stared at Tian with their eyes blazing and then reached into their arms. They were so angry that they didn't plan to say anything more to Tian. 2 words, fuck him. But after they fumbled in their arms for a while, they were suddenly shocked, staring at each other with their eyes wide open. Where is the thing in their arms? Tian looked at the two of them so funny and couldn't help but laugh. 2 stupid dogs, the things had been thrown aside by me a long time ago. What the hell are you looking for? After watching their clown-like performance for a while, Tian finally lost his patience to continue watching. The gurgling sound from his stomach seemed to urge him to end the battle quickly and have a big meal. Speaking of which, Tian seemed to have not had dinner tonight. Instantly, Tian's eyes were stern, and then he bent down and made a running posture, with both legs exerting force at the same time, and suddenly his body was like a cannonball, shooting towards the 2 mysterious men who were still touching something. Tian came in front of the 2 men, and one of them gave them a punch as big as a sandbag, and the 2 fell to the ground in an instant. All this happened in a flash, and Tian was so fast that the 2 of them had not reacted at all, and they had already lost consciousness. Before losing consciousness, the 2 of them were still wondering about that matter. Where did their guns go? Tian patted his hands that were a little dusty when he was fighting just now, and then he looked around with a casual face, looking at the 5 mysterious men lying on the ground in a mess. It's great. How to say it? Tian only felt that the sullenness that had been blocked in his heart because of the delayed use of the morphological corrector was finally released after this fight. Instantly, I felt that the whole person was refreshed a lot. Right? After a sigh, Tian seemed to remember something, turned around and ran towards his car, then bent down and gently helped the middle-aged uncle who fell in front of him. Only then did Tian really see the appearance of this middle-aged uncle, but why did Tian think he looked so familiar? After thinking for a while, he still couldn't remember why he looked so familiar. Helplessly, Tian helped the uncle to a chair on the side of the road, then took out his mobile phone and called the police and the hospital. Tian? Just as Tian put down his mobile phone, A male voice came from the left side of Tian. Tian looked up in surprise and saw a man in a black Nike sportswear walking towards him. "Fuck, it's really you!" When Tian saw the appearance of the person who came, he immediately looked at him with a face full of laughter and tears. "Fang Muyan, why are you here?" He really didn't expect to meet Fang Muyan here. Hey, I just went to the gym to exercise." Fang Muyan looked at him with a smile. "I saw someone fighting here from a cell distance, and I thought I had nothing to do, so I came to join in the fun, but I never thought it would be you." As he was talking, Fang Muyan planned to sit next to Tian, but as soon as he approached Tian, he suddenly saw a person covered in blood lying next to Tian, which scared him immediately. "What's going on?" Fang Muyan pointed at the middle-aged uncle with a puzzled look on his face and asked Tian. The reason why Fang Muyan didn't immediately notice that there was a person lying next to Tian was because it was nighttime, and the location of the middle-aged uncle was blocked by Tian, so Fang Muyan only discovered the existence of the middle-aged uncle after he approached Tian. Tian didn't know how to explain this to him, so he had to spread his hands helplessly. "The man who was fighting just now, it was you." Fang Muyan looked at him blankly, and then he gradually discovered the 5 mysterious men lying on the ground. "You did all this?" Tian looked around, then nodded and responded to him. Chapter 68, "This is a monster! Hiss!" After getting Tian's affirmative answer, Fang Muyan couldn't help but take a breath. After knocking down those 5 people, he didn't feel anything at all and sat here very calmly. This is a monster, right? Originally, the time outside Shuliwo's neighborhood, Fang Muyan had already felt that Tian's skills were extraordinary enough, but Fang Muyan never thought that he was more than just extraordinary. That was a rhythm that was against the sky. At this moment, Fang Muyan immediately swore in his heart that he would never make Tian angry again. Otherwise, I might die if he punched me. After a long wait, the hospital ambulance and the police car of the police station finally arrived at the scene. Several doctors and nurses in police uniforms and white coats walked quickly towards Tian and the others as soon as they got out of the car. But before they arrived in front of Tian, they were shocked by the scene at the scene. 5 mysterious men in black were lying on the ground, and they didn't know whether they were dead or alive. There were traces of blood on the ground at the scene. What's more, a keen-eyed, enthusiastic person had seen a standard pistol scattered on the ground in the distance. Oh my, didn't the command center say it was just an ordinary fight? How come they even brought out a pistol? The enthusiastic people who originally thought they were just here to deal with a small matter immediately became extremely serious the moment they saw the gun appear. You know, China is a country that bans guns. Once a gun appears, this matter is not just a simple fight. Seeing 2 young men sitting on a bench in front, several enthusiastic people immediately walked towards them. The one who seemed to be a leader came to the 2 young men and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Young men, did you call the police just now? Can you tell us what happened here just now?" Of the 2 young men in front of him, the handsome young man did not say a word after hearing what he said, but the young man with pockmarks on his face looked at him twice, then slowly said to him, "I called the police. The men lying on the ground just now wanted to kill the middle-aged man next to me. After I bumped into them, I couldn't stand it and took action to solve the problem." He said these words very casually, as if he was talking about an insignificant little thing. When the enthusiastic leader heard what the pockmarked young man said, he noticed that there was a blood-stained middle-aged man lying on the bench behind him. However, because it was dark and the 2 young men in front of him blocked his back, he could not see the appearance of the middle-aged man lying on the bench. However, after listening to what he said, the enthusiastic leader carefully recalled what he had just said, and in an instant, his face suddenly became extremely exaggerated as he looked at the pockmarked young man in front of him. "What did you say just now? Those 5 people on the ground? Did you knock them down by yourself?" The pockmarked young man looked at the shocked expression on the face of the enthusiastic person in front of him and suddenly thought of something, so he opened his mouth to remind him. "Oh, By the way, I remind you that these 5 people are carrying guns. I suspect they are professional killers. As soon as this sentence came out, not only the enthusiastic leader in front of him was dumbfounded, but also several subordinates behind him and the handsome young man sitting next to the pockmarked young man were also dumbfounded. 5 people, all with guns. Damn, you knocked them all down by yourself? What kind of fighting power do you have? The enthusiastic leader and several subordinates couldn't help but look at each other. At this moment, they didn't believe what the pockmarked young man said to them. This is too outrageous. You know, even if the special forces in the army are here, they dare not guarantee that they can take down 5 gangsters with guns in their hands with bare hands. You look like a student who is still studying. How can you knock all 5 people down to the ground? However, this remark still attracted the attention of several enthusiastic people. The enthusiastic leader turned around and made a go-check gesture to the subordinates behind him, then turned around and continued to face the pockmarked young man in front of him. Young man, don't lie to us, the enthusiastic uncles. Seeing that the enthusiastic in front of him thought that what he just said was a lie, the pockmarked young man could only spread his hands helplessly to him, without giving too much explanation. The pockmarked young man felt very distressed. It was obvious that this was how it happened. I just told you the truth. Why don't you believe me? After a while, a younger enthusiastic person came to the enthusiastic leader quickly and reported to him, "Report to the captain. Guns were indeed found from those people. But only from 2 people, plus the gun that fell on the ground. There are only 3 guns in total." Hearing the report from his subordinates, the enthusiastic leader was dumbfounded. Could it be that what this young man said was true? But didn't they say that everyone had a gun? Why are there only 3 now? With this doubt, the enthusiastic leader immediately turned around and looked at the pockmarked youth. But before he could ask, the pockmarked youth seemed to know what he was going to ask, so he immediately pointed to the bushes on the street. "Look, there are 2 more in there." Upon hearing this, the enthusiastic leader immediately nodded to the enthusiastic person next to him with a serious face, motioning him to check. The enthusiastic person immediately understood and came to the bushes that the pockmarked youth had just pointed to, took out a pair of rubber gloves from his pocket and put them on his hands. Then he used his hands to pry open the bushes and then searched inside. Not long after, the enthusiastic person immediately shouted with a beaming face, "Captain, there are really 2 guns in there." At this moment, the enthusiastic leader in front of the 2 young men was even more shocked and turned his head to look at the pockmarked youth in front of him with a blank face. All this was exactly the same as what he had just said. It was really the same. In other words, those people lying on the ground were really knocked down by him alone. When the pockmarked young man saw that his face was gradually becoming shocked, he immediately made an expression of, "See, what I just said was right, and you still don't believe me." Chapter 69, check it out for me. The handsome young man sitting next to the pockmarked young man was also staring at him stupidly. "Oh my God, Tian, what the hell have you become? How can you be so fierce? There are 5 people with guns." The 2 young men were Tian and Fang Muyun. When Tian heard Fang Muyun's shocked expression, he gently touched his chin with his hand and then replied to him, "That's about it." After hearing Tian's rather pretentious answer, Fang Muyun wanted to complain about him, but when he thought of Tian's outrageous skills, the words that had already reached his throat were immediately gritted and swallowed back into his stomach. He didn't want to be like those men in black, who were beaten unconscious by Tian and couldn't even make a sound. A moment later, after finding out the truth of the matter, the enthusiastic people quickly escorted the suspects who fell to the ground to the hospital. However, although the 5 of them fell into a coma, the enthusiastic uncles were still considerate enough to put a silver bracelet on each of them just in case. The middle-aged uncle lying behind Tian was also sent to the ambulance. Tian originally planned to be a good person and go to the hospital with him, but the enthusiastic leader told him no, and asked him to go back to the police station with him to record today's confession, and told him that his subordinates who went to the hospital would take care of the middle-aged man on his behalf. Originally, the enthusiastic leader wanted Fang Muyun to go to the police station to record his confession, but was opposed by Tian, who explained to him that Fang Muyun happened to meet there after the incident. Finally, under Tian's insistence, the enthusiastic leader reluctantly agreed to his request to take only him back to record his confession. A row police car soon drove slowly towards the police station in charge of this area. On the street, Fang Muyun was the only one left standing, there stupidly. Just now, he was determined to go to the police station to record his confession with Tian. When he heard Tian's words that he did not agree to go with him, he immediately became anxious. However, when Tian made a reassurance gesture to him, and then said, "It's okay" to him, Fang Muyun finally gave up the idea in his mind for a short time, and stayed where he was. However, when he saw Tian was really driven away by the police car, Fang Muyun, who was still a little worried about his departure, immediately took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket, looked up and down the phone address book, until he found a number called Uncle Ming. Fang Muyun immediately dialed it. "Xiao Fang, what's the matter with your Uncle Ming so late?" A man's deep voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm sorry, Uncle Ming. It's so late and I'm still disturbing your rest." Fang Muyun said to the other end of the phone with an apologetic look, "This is what happened." In a house of only 30 square meters, several men were looking at a man in front of them with a horrible scar on his face and a rough look. At this time, the rough man was gently stroking something that was shining white under the light, a Snow-White Island samurai sword. That is to say, the mission failed, right? The rough man touched the sword with one hand, but said to the people in front of him in a very calm manner. However, after these plain words were heard by the men in front of him, countless cold sweats suddenly appeared on their dark foreheads. Only those who really knew the extremely terrifying side of this rough man could understand that the more plain he spoke, the more anger he had in his heart. Several people looked at each other in panic, and no one dared to answer him, which showed how terrifying this rough man was to them. "Hey!" When the rough man who was touching the samurai sword saw that no one answered him, he suddenly sneered in a very strange way. "Interesting, go check it for me. I want to see who dares to ruin our good deeds." In the largest room in a luxurious manner, there was a woman dressed as a secretary and very beautiful. She was holding a mobile phone and standing straight in front of a large brown-red square table. Behind the table was a huge black boss chair. On the boss chair sat a middle-aged man in his 50s wearing a black windbreaker and a silver-white watch. The assassination failed, right? The middle-aged man tapped the table in front of him lightly with his hand, and then spoke to the secretary-dressed woman in front of him word by word in his slightly hoarse voice. The woman nodded heavily at him immediately after hearing what he said. "Hey!" After receiving a positive reply, the middle-aged man suddenly chuckled. "That old man is not dead, so we are going to have a hard time. After all, his brother is from Tianfu City." The middle-aged man chuckled and shook his head, as if he suddenly thought of something, so he wanted to stand up from the boss chair, but he was helpless. I don't know if it was because of the problem with his legs and feet. His face was flushed because of excessive force, but he still couldn't stand up from the boss chair. The woman standing in front of him, dressed as a secretary, saw this and immediately came to his side and reached out to support the middle-aged man. Finally, with the help of the woman, the middle-aged man stood up tremblingly and said self-deprecatingly, "Ha! I am really old. Even standing up is so difficult." The woman who supported him immediately retorted, "Nonsense! Grandpa is only 53 this year, still young. If it weren't for that tang, how could Grandpa even stand up? Such a simple thing, so difficult." As she said that, a ball of blazing anger suddenly appeared in the woman's eyes. "Ha! Silly girl!" The middle-aged man reached out and gently patted the woman's hand that supported him. "By the way, tell Grandpa, how did those people mess up this matter?" The woman slowly told him all the ins and outs of the matter. "Grandpa!" The woman looked at her grandfather with an ugly expression. "That Tang guy didn't die this time. Will we be in trouble?" Became more handsome and stronger. No wonder the woman was filled with anxiety. You know, the identity of that Tang guy in Tianfu City is definitely the kind of person who can shock Tianfu City with just any action. If he knew that they sent people out to assassinate him, the consequences waiting for them. But they are extremely heavy. Don't worry, Grandpa will take care of all these things you. Don't worry. The middle-aged man raised his right hand and gently stroked his granddaughter's hair. Is the young man who ruined our business now recording his confession in orange? The woman nodded affirmatively. Hey, call your Uncle Li and ask him to look after the young man. After saying that, he turned around and looked through the window in the room into the courtyard below. At this time, there were several bodyguards in black clothes in the courtyard, constantly walking back and forth and patrolling seriously to see if anything unusual happened. When the middle-aged man saw such a scene, he seemed to think of something and sighed in his heart with a little helplessness. What a pity! A middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, in the family compound of enthusiastic people in Tianfu City, was watching the current news on TV when he suddenly received a call. After ending the call, he immediately stood up from the sofa. After picking up the clothes that he had put on the sofa when he got home from get-off work, he hurriedly planned to go out to do business. It's so late. Where are you going? A middle-aged woman, dressed in a somewhat fashionable way, was looking at the middle-aged man who was about to push the door out with a puzzled look. The middle-aged man turned around and saw that it was his wife who was asking him questions, so he immediately smiled and said to her, Xiao Fang's friend had some problems, and he was a little worried, so he asked me to help him. Xiao Fang? Is that Xiao Fang? The middle-aged woman asked him with a puzzled look. Yes, it's the Xiao Fang you were thinking of, the middle-aged man said with a smile. It's so late. What is the matter that must be solved now? Can't we go tomorrow? Look at the time now. The middle-aged woman said to her husband with a dissatisfied look. The middle-aged man laughed, walked quickly to his wife's side, and held her in his arms. You have to know that his father is my benefactor. If his father hadn't helped me back then, how could I have the chance to marry you? So, wife, since Xiao Fang has come to me for help, I will help him deal with it if I can. The middle-aged woman looked at him, unhappily. Okay, I know. You don't know how many years you have said this? Haven't you said enough? Go and deal with the matter quickly. Come back early after you're done. Hey? Okay. After winking at his wife, he quickly came to the front door of his house and then stretched out his hand to push open the door of his house. When he came to the door, the expression of laughter with his wife just now disappeared immediately, and he took out his mobile phone from his pocket with a serious face and made a call. Are you asleep? If not, come to the family compound gate to pick me up and take me to Orange on Zixia Road, Liujin District. Late at night, inside Orange on Zixia Road, Liujin District. The enthusiastic leader who brought Tian here, holding 2 paper cups filled with tea, was about to record his statement when his cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. This confused him, and he looked up at the big clock hanging on the wall of the Orange. It was almost the early morning of the next day. Who called so late? Although he was confused, he still put the paper cup in his hand on the table, then took out his cell phone from his pocket, looked at the lit cell phone screen, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. This call was really unexpected for him. It was actually a call from Deputy Manager Li of the Tianfu Public Security Bureau. This call can't be delayed, so he quickly answered the phone. Is it Shuzhe? A man's calm and serious voice came from the other end of the phone. Hearing that Manager Li actually knew the name of a small team leader like him, Shuzhe was immediately flattered. Yes, good evening, Manager Li. Shuzhe immediately answered loudly. Manager Li, it's so late. Is there any work you need guidance on? Yes. Manager Li's voice on the other end of the phone paused and then continued. It's like this. I heard that you arrested a young man tonight. Is there such a thing? Young man, you can't be talking about the one who knocked down 5 people with bare hands, right? Shuzhe couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the young man has a powerful background? Even Manager Li was invited by him to be a lobbyist? But I just brought him back to record a simple statement. It's not a big deal. Is it necessary to invite Manager Li to come out? Manager Li, There is such a person. Shuze answered on the phone. That's fine. Okay, you wait in your orange now, and a colleague you know will come to take over this matter in a while. What does Manager Lee mean by this? A colleague he knows will come to take over this matter? This made Shuze confused. He didn't understand what Manager Lee meant. With doubts in his heart, Shuze immediately asked, Manager Lee, may I ask why a colleague you know would come to take over this matter? This is just a small matter. Before he could finish his question, Manager Lee on the other end of the phone immediately said to him in a low and serious voice, Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. When the time comes, wait for the colleagues you know to come. Remember to cooperate with them to carry out the next work. Okay, that's it. The call was cut off by Manager Lee on the other end. The scene suddenly became silent. After a long time, Shuze slowly came to his senses, but he stared blankly at the 2 cups of tea he had placed on the table just now. He was confused by what Manager Lee had just said to him, and had no idea what Manager Lee meant by calling him. He said he was here to intercede for the young man, but he didn't sound like that. He just wanted to record a confession. As for sending a colleague he knew to come? However, although he was very confused, that was his leader after all. Could he not do what his leader told him to do? So he sat on a chair in the lobby on the first floor of the Orange, quietly waiting for the colleague that Manager Lee had just mentioned to arrive here. About half an hour later, a Chevrolet slowly drove into the Orange on Zixia Road. Chapter 71. Who had been waiting in the lobby on the first floor for a long time, stood up from his chair immediately when he saw the car with a license plate that did not belong to their police station drive-in. His eyes suddenly brightened, and his colleagues over there arrived. Then he walked out. As soon as he went out, he saw 2 men in plain clothes. After getting out of the car, they walked quickly towards him. Are you colleagues sent from over there? Shuze looked at the 2 of them and asked, then extended his hand to them. Yes? The 2 nodded at him with a smile on their faces, shook hands with Shuze one by one, and then said, By the way, Captain Shu, where is that young man now? Seeing that the 2 of them asked about the pockmarked young man directly, Shuze immediately answered them, Inside, I'll take you to see him. The 2 nodded in response, so the 3 of them walked towards the police station together. As soon as they entered the door, Shuze smiled and asked them, Brothers, can you tell me why you 2 came here? The 2 people who had been talking and laughing with him all the way just now, when they heard him ask this question, their faces immediately sank, and they said to him in a serious tone, Sorry, it's a confidential matter. I can't tell you. This answer immediately made Shuze couldn't help but complain in his heart. What confidential matter? You think I'm a layman who is here to deceive, right? However, when he thought that these 2 colleagues were sent by Manager Lee, Shuze didn't say much, so he lowered his head and led them to a room in the police station. He pointed to the door of the house and said to them, Look, the young man is inside. The 2 men nodded in response, and one of them suddenly pointed at Shuze and said, Captain Shu, we will interrogate him inside in a while, but it is not convenient to have outsiders present. So Captain Shu, please help us guard outside the door. This is a confidential matter. After the 2 of us go in, please don't let anyone disturb us. Hearing this, Shuze smiled on his face, but he was shouting in his heart. So now I can't go in, right? I have to keep watch for you 2 outside? Chapter 66. Start a New Life. Although he was very unhappy when he thought of Manager Lee, Shuze still forced himself to swallow his unhappiness. What else can he do? That was the person sent by Manager Lee over there. Okay, please come in, Shuze said to them with a fake smile on his face. The door was pushed open by the 2 of them, and as soon as the door opened, they saw the young man that Manager Lee asked them to take good care of. After the 2 of them slowly closed the door, they pulled 2 chairs from the room and sat in front of the young man. Tian looked up at the 2 strange men who suddenly appeared in front of, and his heart was suddenly confused. Who are these 2 people? Why didn't the man who brought me back just now record my statement? It's just a confession. Do I have to change a group of people on the spot to record my statement? With a puzzled look, Tian stared at the 2 people sitting in front of him. Seeing that the young man's eyes suddenly shifted to the two of them, they immediately took out a certificate from their chest pockets, shook it in front of Tian, and then smiled and said to him, "We are enthusiastic people from Tianfu. Now we too will record your statement." Although Tian was confused about this, he immediately answered, "Okay, no problem." So the two began to ask, "Name? Tian. Age? 18. Gender? Do you still need to ask? Can't you see it yourself?" Tian rubbed his swollen temples, looking at the two men in front of him who didn't know where they came from. Tian felt that his head had become bigger. "Still asking me what my gender is? Don't you have any idea in your mind? Do I have to take off my pants, point at that thing, and tell you that I am male?" He glanced at them both with a bad look on his face, and then replied lazily, "Gender? Female." After saying that, Tian slumped down in his chair, looking at the two of them with an interesting face. After he had just given them such an answer, what kind of expressions would they show him next? The man on the left heard Tian's answer, which seemed to be teasing them, and immediately slapped the table in front of him with a gloomy face. "Be serious. This is in the police station, not somewhere else. Be honest," the man shouted angrily. "Yes, I know this is in the police station." Tian spread his hands helplessly. "Just now I thought that the two brothers could not tell the difference between men and women, so they said I was a woman. I didn't expect that you, brother, could actually tell the difference between men and women." Tian's words were obviously mocking the two of them. Who told them to ask such an idiotic question just now? The man on the right stared at Tian with a cold face, then slowly stood up, pointed at Tian and sneered. "Tian, right? We now suspect that you are related to a homicide case, so please pay attention to your words and deeds next time. Otherwise..." He didn't finish his words, but Tian still clearly felt the threat in his words, which made him immediately feel a hint of danger. He was still mocking the two people in front of him just now, but he immediately became serious. "Oh? I don't know what homicide case I am related to. Tell me about it?" Tian said casually. The two of them looked at each other immediately after hearing the words, and a shocking cold light flashed in their eyes. When they turned around and faced Tian again, Tian clearly felt a hint of cruelty in their eyes. "Did you have a fight with someone on Quanlong Street tonight?" The man on the left sneered and said, "Now they're all dead." "What?" Tian was so shocked that he screamed. "Those 5 killers are dead? This is absolutely impossible." Tian was quite measured in his skills displayed tonight. If you said you beat them to bed for 2 or 3 days, Tian would believe it. But if you said you beat them all to death, that's absolutely impossible. Suddenly, a sense of conspiracy appeared in Tian's mind. He looked up at the two men in front of him with fierce faces. Obviously, there must be someone behind this. And it's not a small background. Chapter 72, A Huge Mistake. This made Tian anxious. To be honest, this was the first time Tian encountered such a thing since he was a child, so he was inevitably a little panicked. However, no matter how panicked he was, Tian still kept a calm look on his face. 5 people are dead? Are you kidding me? I was very measured in my actions. What's more, I suspect that those people are professional killers, otherwise it is impossible for everyone to carry a gun. Tian said calmly. "Killer? With a gun?" As if they heard a funny joke, the two men burst into laughter. Among them, the man on the right smiled and pointed at Tian and asked, "Do you have any evidence for what you said? I'm not sure about the killer yet, but it is a fact that there is a gun. The enthusiastic people who came out tonight all know about this." Tian replied. "Oh, which enthusiastic people know? Can you tell me their names?" The man on the left looked at Tian grimly. After hearing what he said, Tian finally understood that they were deliberately making things difficult for him. No matter how much he explained to them, it would be absolutely useless. So, Tian sat on the chair and fell into silence. The two men who asked Tian saw that Tian stopped talking and immediately sneered and said, "You can't say it, right? That means you admit that you did it, right?" The two looked at each other, and then the man on the right ordered the man on the left, "Cuff him and take him back over there." The man on the left immediately stood up upon hearing the voice, and then took out a pair of handcuffs with a shining silver-white light from his waist, and walked towards Tian. You are going to forcibly handcuff me, right? Ye Tian still said to them expressionlessly. The man who was gradually walking towards Ye Tian felt that Ye Tian was already a piece of meat on the chopping board, so he didn't plan to pretend anymore, and immediately said to him grimly, "That's right, kid, we are going to forcibly handcuff you back, so what? If you want to blame someone, blame you for provoking the wrong person." Who is the wrong person? Of course, it's Director Li. Before he could finish his words, the man who was still sitting on the chair behind him immediately shouted, "Shut up!" This made the man who almost let the cat out of the bag pause immediately, and then he looked at Ye Tian fiercely. "Boy, how dare you get words from me? You'll be in trouble later." Sure enough, Ye Tian sneered, and it was just as he expected. There was indeed someone behind the scenes. Although he didn't finish his words just now, it also let Ye Tian know that a manager came forward, and he was a manager in the enthusiastic person system. In this case, I don't have to remain silent any longer, Ye Tian said coldly in his heart. The man who walked towards him with handcuffs soon came in front of him, opened the handcuffs in his hands, and then handcuffed Ye Tian's hands. But, after Ye Tian learned the truth, would he be willing to be handcuffed by him? The answer is definitely not. Ye Tian, who was sitting on the chair, exerted force on his feet and did a beautiful backflip in the air. After standing firmly, he immediately rushed towards the man with handcuffs and punched him in the face. Instantly, his huge body fell to one side. Instant K0. Excellent. After seeing Ye Tian's smooth operation, the man at the back immediately stood up and applauded Ye Tian. Originally, I didn't believe that a bad boy like you could knock down 5 middle-aged men with bare hands, but after seeing your skills, I have to believe it. Ye Tian looked at him coldly and said nothing, as if he wanted to see what tricks he was going to play. But, no matter how good your skills are, can they be better than this? The man sneered, and then he took out a black pistol from his arms. Soon, he pointed the gun at Ye Tian in front of him and then looked at him with a strange expression. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Ye Tian could play under the aim of this thing. When Ye Tian saw him take out the gun and pointed at him, he immediately covered his face speechlessly, muttering to himself, "Is this the second time tonight? He doesn't really think that he can do whatever he wants with a gun, right?" The man was indeed like what Ye Tian thought, thinking that Ye Tian would have no way to deal with him with a gun in his hand. However, if he knew that the 5 people Ye Tian had dealt with tonight were all armed with guns, how would he feel? Just as Ye Tian was about to call out that familiar line, the tightly closed door was suddenly pushed open. Xu Zhe stood at the door and watched all this, and immediately said to the man with the gun inside with a sneer on his face, "Colleague, you are in big trouble." As soon as the voice fell, a large number of special officers in special uniforms suddenly emerged from behind him. When they saw someone holding a gun inside, these special brothers immediately rushed towards the man inside. It only took about 2 seconds to subdue the man with a gun to the ground. And the gun in his hand, I don't know where it went at this moment. Subdued on the ground, he immediately shouted in panic, "Who sent you here? Let me go. Do you know who I am?" However, these special brothers who subdued him ignored him at all and completely treated him as a ball of air. However, the more they treated him as a ball of air, the more he shouted. The police station, which should have been solemn and sacred, became as messy as a vegetable market amid his constant shouting. But at this time, a middle-aged man in a gray suit and a pair of square-framed glasses on his face suddenly walked out from behind the special forces. He slowly came to Ye Tian, who was watching all this with cold eyes, paused, and then asked in a gentle voice, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Ye Tian Ye?" Ye Tian, who was watching the show, suddenly heard the man in formal clothes in front of him greeting him. His face froze for a moment, and he replied with a little surprise, "Yes, I am Ye Tian. What's the matter?" After saying that, the more Ye Tian looked at the man in front of, the more familiar he looked. He felt that he had seen him somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. After hearing Ye Tian's affirmative answer, the man immediately stretched out his right hand towards him with a smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Ye. Please allow me to introduce myself first. I am Ling Xiao, director of the Tianfu Municipal Party Committee office. I came here to meet Mr. Ye because Secretary Tang asked me to invite Mr. Ye to meet him. Chapter 73. What results are being announced? Ye Tian's eyes widened instantly. You said you are the office director. It was Manager Tang's idea to come here to see me. Oh my, how is it possible? Ye Tian felt it was incredible. Manager Tang, he is the top leader of Tianfu City. How could he, who is usually busy with all kinds of things, know an ordinary citizen like me and even ask the office director to come and invite me in person? This is unreasonable. It was not until then that he gradually understood why he had such a familiar feeling when he saw Ling Xiao's appearance just now. How could he not be familiar with the office director as he often watched Tianfu TV? Ye Tian stretched out his hand and shook hands with him, but he still felt confused. Just when he was about to ask Director Ling Xiao suddenly made a hush gesture to him, indicating that he should not ask for the time being. Ye Tian immediately nodded to him with understanding. Ling Xiao glanced at the man who was still yelling on the ground and immediately asked, "But Mr. Ye." "Director Ling, just call me Xiao Ye." Ye Tian interrupted. Ling Xiao nodded and then pointed at the man on the ground and asked, "Why did that man point a gun at you just now?" "That's a long story. A series of events happened." Ye Tian smiled bitterly and then told him that a car with a city government license plate was slowly driving on the road, and the two people sitting in the car were Ling Xiao and Ye Tian. After listening to what Ye Tian told him, Ling Xiao immediately became furious. "Asshole! How can the State Department allow these people to be so rampant?" "Xiao Ye, don't worry. I will report all this to Manager Tang truthfully, and I will definitely give you justice. It's really outrageous." Ye Tian looked at Ling Xiao, who was furious, and as if he remembered something, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and then clicked on it a few times. And a piece of audio instantly played in the car. "You guys are going to forcibly torture someone, right?" "That's right, kid. We're going to forcibly torture you back, so what? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking someone you shouldn't have provoked." "Who is the person you shouldn't have provoked?" "Of course it's Director Li. Shut up." Until this point, the audio stopped abruptly. Ye Tian could clearly see that after listening to this audio, Director Ling's face was so dark that it was almost dripping with water. It is conceivable how shocked he was by this audio that he secretly recorded. Speaking of which, the reason why Ye Tian thought of the recording was that the system reminded him in his mind, telling him to turn on the recording first, and then try to get the two people to say something. Unexpectedly, he really got something out of it. "Manager Li? Ha ha!" Ling Xiao sneered with a gloomy face. "There are only 2 or 3 managers who can be driven, and the one with the surname Li. Ha ha, then there is only one person. Li Zhengdao, one of the deputy managers. However, with such a thing happening, even the general manager may not be able to protect himself, let alone a deputy manager." Ye Tian, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, didn't know why, but he always felt that there would be a big earthquake in the officialdom of Tianfu City in the future. In the Zixia Road police station in Lujin district, after Ye Tian and Ling Xiao left, the dozen or so special agents who followed Ling Xiao immediately escorted the criminal they had subdued to the back of the car, and then left the place. Xu Zhe had been standing at the door of the Zixia Road police station, watching everyone leave, and then he gradually smiled bitterly. What happened tonight was really unpredictable for him. It was a scene of gods fighting. Manager Li, the office director, and even Manager Tang all showed up, and they all came for the same person. This, can you believe it? After Xu Zhe smiled helplessly for a while, he planned to return to the police station. Just as he turned around and was about to go in, suddenly another Volkswagen with a license plate drove into their police station. "More coming?" Xu Zhe couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart with his eyes wide open. "How many villains are there yet? I'm just a small captain. Please forgive me." The Volkswagen stopped in front of Xu Zhe, who was complaining in his heart. As soon as it stopped, a middle-aged man got out of the car, looked at Xu Zhe in front of him, and then asked him, "Do you have a young man named Ye Tian here?" This middle-aged man was none other than Fang Muyun's rescuer, brother Ming Wang Ziming. When Xu Zhe saw his appearance clearly, He was immediately stunned and stammered, "Wang, Manager Wang, Tianfu Shiwa Hospital is a national center for the diagnosis and treatment of difficult, critical, and severe diseases in Western China, and it is also the world's largest comprehensive single-site hospital." In the parking lot of Shiwa Hospital, as soon as the government car stopped, Tian and Ling Xiao got out of the car respectively. Looking up at the sign of Shiwa Hospital, Tian couldn't understand why Manager Tang chose such a place to meet him. However, he thought about it and thought that Manager Tang was such a busy man. It was good enough for him to meet him here. Did he have to go to a coffee shop or a private room in a tea house to meet him? Soon, the two of them walked to the outside of the hospital's inpatient department. Tian looked up at the three big words, "Inpatient Department," flashing red, and was shocked. Could it be that Manager Tang was sick and was in the hospital? Ling Xiao, who walked to the front, suddenly saw Tian staring at the inpatient department in a daze. The two had already opened up a long distance, so he immediately turned back to Tian's side and reached out to pat his shoulder. "Xiaoye, what's wrong?" Tian immediately came back to his senses and looked at him in astonishment. Director Ling, I'm sorry. I suddenly thought of something, and I couldn't help but be distracted." After saying that, he smiled embarrassedly, trying to ease the atmosphere. In fact, the reason why he was distracted was not because he suddenly remembered something, as he said. It was completely because he was about to face Manager Tang, the top leader of Tianfu City, and he suddenly became nervous in his heart, so he was distracted. Ling Xiao looked at him with a gentle smile. "Ha ha! Are you thinking about your girlfriend?" "Tian." The two of them walked into the elevator of the inpatient department while chatting and laughing. As soon as they entered the elevator, Ling Xiao reached out and pressed the 9 button in the elevator, and the elevator began to squeak up. At this moment, Tian's heart gradually became uneasy as the elevator climbed. Soon, accompanied by a ding sound, the elevator arrived at the 9th floor of the inpatient department of Shiwa Hospital. The door opened, and Ling Xiao stepped out of the elevator first. Seeing this, Tian immediately followed behind him, and the two soon stopped outside a room on the 9th floor of the inpatient department. A rare young man, Ling Xiao turned his head to look at Tian, then reached out and pushed open the door of the room. In an instant, everything in the room came into Tian's eyes. The room was pale yellow in color. Unlike other wards, there was only one bed in it. On the bed, there was a middle-aged man with his eyes closed. Next to him, there was a middle-aged man wearing a white shirt and black trousers. He was sitting there quietly looking at the person on the bed. It was not until Ling Xiao opened the door that the middle-aged man slowly turned his gaze to the door. When Tian looked at the familiar face of the middle-aged man, he immediately exclaimed in his heart, "Manager Tang!" Although he had only seen Manager Tang on TV, when he really appeared in front of Tian, he could still recognize him at a glance. However, when Tian gradually moved his gaze away from Manager Tang and then shifted it to the middle-aged man lying on the bed, when he saw the man's appearance clearly, he immediately couldn't help but exclaimed, "Ah! Is it him?" Ling Xiao heard Tian suddenly yell so loudly and immediately made a quiet gesture to him, and Tian covered his mouth. Recalling his previous gaffe, Tian carefully glanced at Manager Tang, only to see that he was still looking at him expressionlessly, as if he was not angry about his previous gaffe. Then he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and then observed the middle-aged man lying on the bed again. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt to Tian. Suddenly, Tian's eyes suddenly widened as if he remembered something. No way. But the more he looked, the more Tian felt that the man was exactly the same as the middle-aged man lying on the bed, and suddenly recalled a report he had seen before, that Manager Tang of Tianfu City and a famous entrepreneur were brothers. If it was really that person, it would not be difficult to explain why Manager Tang appeared in this ward. Chairman of Universal Group, Tang Jiwan. Tianfu City and even the entire Shu province are ranked first in the enterprise. It includes real estate, internet, car sales, large commercial center construction, luxury hotel development, countless projects. It can be said that it is a supergiant enterprise. As of last month, The Universal Group has not been listed, and about 90% of the shares are tightly held by Tang Jiayuan, chairman of the Universal Group. Last year, a professional financial expert made a precise estimate of the Universal Group. If the Universal Group is willing to go public, it is conservatively estimated that the stock market value is expected to reach about 300 billion Chinese currency gold. This is the ultimate boss of a company worth hundreds of billions. The reason why Tian didn't recognize him on the street before was entirely because it was night, and it was a little far from the street lights. So it was not until this time, under the light of the ward, that Tian remembered who he was. Tian broke out in a lot of cold sweat on his forehead. A manager, a chairman of a 100 billion group, and the two were brothers. With such a strong lineup, how could Tian not feel uneasy? As if he could see that Tian was full of nervousness, Manager Tang, who was sitting on the chair in the ward, suddenly had a face like ice and snow melting, and said to Tian with a gentle face, "Is it Xiaoye? Hello, I am Tang Zhenhua." Seeing Manager Tang taking the initiative to greet him, Tian immediately replied to him nervously, Hello, Manager Tang. Haha, don't be nervous, come over here." Tang Zhenhua waved at Tian with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Tian immediately turned his head nervously and looked at Ling Xiao, who brought him here. He saw that he made a like gesture to himself with a smile, as if to cheer him up. Taking a deep breath, Tian cheered himself up in his heart. "Don't be nervous. Just treat them both as your elders. Tian, you can do it." Tian, who originally had a nervous look on his face, immediately became calm. Then, Tian strode to Tang Zhenhua. Seeing that Tian's expression changed so quickly, Tang Zhenhua immediately felt a little admiration for him. This child is really extraordinary. He recalled what his brother had said to him just now, but just based on his outstanding performance just now, Tang Zhenhua could give him extra points in his heart. He looked at him with a smile for a long time, until Tian's face changed slightly. Then he stretched out his hand to him. "Thank you, Xiaoye." Tang Zhenhua turned his head with a wry smile and looked at his brother, who was still unconscious on the bed. "If you hadn't stood up tonight, I'm afraid my brother would have really been killed." Tian smiled. "Manager Tang, you don't have to thank me. I think most young people would stand up for what happened tonight, so please don't be so polite." He adjusted his mentality in time, and the vague temperament of a rich man that he had cultivated in the system space for 9 days was immediately revealed, and his conversation was no less than Tang Zhenhua. "Oh, interesting!" Tang Zhenhua looked at him with a little surprise. He really didn't expect that what Tian said just now was so humble, and it didn't sound like something he could say at his age. There are very few young people nowadays who are as warm-hearted as him, who can stand up when others are in danger, and can still maintain such a humble attitude afterwards. He is indeed a rare young man. This made Tang Zhenhua couldn't help but give Tian extra points in his heart. "Well said, Xiaoye." Tang Zhenhua clapped his hands gently for Tian, and then pointed to a chair next to him and said to him, "Come, Xiaoye, sit next to me and let's have a good chat." Tian nodded, and then sat next to Tang Zhenhua. "I guess you have guessed the identity of the man lying on the hospital bed, right?" Tang Zhenhua asked with a smile. "Tang Jiwan, chairman of the Universal Group." Tian nodded and replied. Tang Zhenhua smiled and looked at him kindly. "Yes, it's Tang Jiwan, chairman of the Universal Group, and my brother." After a pause, he asked him, "Do you know about the Universal Group?" Tian was stunned. He didn't understand why Tang Zhenhua asked him this question. As long as you are from Tianfu City, there must be few people who don't know the name of Universal Group. It can be said that Tian grew up watching the advertisements of Universal Group. Even now, he can see the Universal Group on TV from time to time. Chapter 75, recognize him as a godson. But if you ask him if he knows about the Universal Group, it is undeniable that he doesn't know anything about it. He just knows its name. In fact, this can't be blamed on Tian. He used to be just a otaku and a loser. How could he take the time to understand these things? Tian smiled, helplessly, and shook his head gently at Tang Zhenhua. Seeing this, Tang Zhenhua patted Tian on the shoulder with a smile on his face. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. I will give you a detailed introduction." In July 1996, under the leadership of my brother, the 5 founders of Huanyu Group jointly established it in a small room in the Jiang scenic area of Tianfu City. When Huanyu Group first started, its main project was real estate, but it had always only been doing small projects. It was not until 1999 that it received a 5 million yuan investment from a financial company, and then it gradually took on large projects. It continued to be in the real estate business until 2008, when the financial crisis hit, and Huanyu Group was of course also greatly affected. That year, the other founders and investors lost confidence in Huanyu and all wanted to withdraw from the mess that was Huanyu. Only my brother, when the outside world generally did not look favorably on Huanyu, suddenly spent a lot of money to buy shares of Huanyu from those people, and he also completed the transformation of Huanyu by his own efforts that year. Afterwards, when the economy slowly returned to stability, Huanyu suddenly took off in my brother's hands, and all the businesses under Huanyu were far more powerful than my brother imagined. Until now, Huanyu is the only company among the top 500 Chinese companies that is not listed in the top 10. After introducing the development history of Huanyu Group to Ye Tian, Tang Zhenhua felt his throat was a little dry, so he picked up the teacup on the table beside him and took a sip, and then asked Ye Tian, "How is it? Do you have some understanding of Huanyu Group now?" Ye Tian nodded seriously. Although he still didn't understand why Manager Tang would tell him these things, he still took everything he said just now seriously in his mind. Seeing Ye Tian nod in response, Tang Zhenhua smiled contentedly, put down the teacup in his hand, and then asked him, "Do you know me and my brother?" This made Ye Tian couldn't help but look stunned. He didn't understand what the manager of Tianfu City meant by asking him these questions. First, he asked him, "Do you know Huanyu Group?" After introducing Huanyu Group to him, he asked him, "Do you know the 2 brothers?" This, how should I answer? Ye Tian couldn't help but look at Tang Zhenhua with a wry smile, and then shook his head again, indicating that he didn't know. It's impossible that Ye Tian had nothing to do before and went online to search for personal information of state officials and well-known entrepreneurs, right? Those countless online games were enough for Ye Tian to deal with, so how could he spare time to learn about these? It doesn't matter if you don't know. Tang Zhenhua smiled. Actually, there's nothing to know. You know our identities. The difference is that he is a businessman, and I am an official. But we have one thing in common. Do you know what it is? Ye Tian shook his head. That is, my brother and I don't have children. After saying this, Tang Zhenhua couldn't help blushing, as if he felt embarrassed to say this. However, when this news came out, Ye Tian was shocked. A big question mark appeared on his head. He was amazed and said in his heart, "How is this possible? How could a senior official and a super entrepreneur not even have children? This is completely impossible." However, when seeing Tang Zhenhua's face, which was a little shy at this time, but did not show any joking intention, no matter how much Ye Tian didn't believe it, he could only accept this fact. Just as Ye Tian was about to listen to Tang Zhenhua continue to talk, Tang Zhenhua, who was originally shy, suddenly thought of something and immediately put on a serious and heavy look, staring at Ye Tian in front of him, and then spoke to him word by word. "So, I plan to take you as the son between me and my brother. Are you willing?" "What did you say?" Ye Tian could no longer maintain the calm appearance just now. With an incredible look on his face, he stood up from the chair. Whoosh! WTF! Suddenly someone came out and said he wanted to take you as his son. How would you feel? And not only that, he also wanted you to be his brother's son, by the way. Damn it! Ye Tian really can't accept this, even if the other party is the manager of his own city. So what? What if his brother is the chairman of a 100 billion enterprise? You can't force other people's children to become your own children. Is there any law left? Is there any law left? Tang Zhenhua looked at Ye Tian in astonishment. After he said what he had just said, Ye Tian suddenly stood up and looked at him with a strange expression. He wondered in his heart what happened to Xiao Ye. Then Tang Zhenhua slowly recalled what he had just said to him. Oops, I missed a word. No wonder Xiao Ye's attitude suddenly changed so much. It turned out that it was all because I said the wrong thing just now. Sorry, Xiao Ye. Tang Zhenhua immediately said to Ye Tian with a face full of shame, "I just missed a word." Huh? Ye Tian, who was lost in his thoughts, heard Tang Zhenhua's slightly apologetic words to him at this time and immediately turned his eyes to him. Hey! Tang Zhenhua tried to cover up the embarrassment caused by his wrong words with this laughter. "I forgot to say the word God. I want to recognize you as our brother's godson. I wonder if you are willing?" Ling Xiao, the office director who had been waiting at the door of the ward, opened his eyes wide and looked at Tang Zhenhua in disbelief after hearing what Manager Tang said to Ye Tian. "Manager Tang, are you sure you didn't say the wrong thing? You want to recognize Ye Tian as your godson." Although Ling Xiao had known for a long time that Manager Tang had no children or even a wife, except for being shocked when he first knew about it, he gradually got used to it. Sometimes, seeing Manager Tang alone, Ling Xiao couldn't help but want to introduce a partner to Manager Tang, not wanting to see him alone until the end of his life. Chapter 76, Stay Calm. But every time he wanted to discuss this matter with Tang Zhenhua would politely decline his offer. Ling Xiao thought that Manager Tang was used to the idle life and wanted to be a single person. But who would have thought that now Manager Tang actually took the initiative to say to a young man, "Are you willing to be my godson?" There was even a hint of begging in his words. "Oh my God! You know, if Ye Tian agreed to your request now, he would immediately become the top super prince in Tianfu City, and no one could compare to him." However, when Ling Xiao thought that it was Ye Tian, a young man, who was about to become Manager Tang's godson, although he felt very surprised, it was not so difficult to accept. After all, in the process of their two getting along alone just now, Ling Xiao also found that Ye Tian had many shining points that young people nowadays could hardly have. Integrity, courage, and warm-heartedness. Even when facing such a big mountain as Manager Tang, he could immediately adjust his mentality after a brief tension and face Manager Tang with a calm look. Such outstanding young people are rare now. If Manager Tang recognizes a godson but does not recognize such a person, then who else can match him? After a brief struggle in his heart, Ling Xiao immediately shouted to Ye Tian with a flushed face, "Promise him! Promise him! Promise him!" For a person of such a distinguished status as Manager Tang, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to refuse such a request, right? Ling Xiao said so in his heart. But the next move made by Ye Tian surprised Ling Xiao, and he couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart, "Fuck!" After listening to Tang Zhenhua's request to him, Ye Tian suddenly looked at him in disbelief, and then asked him with a dull face, "Manager Tang, are you sure you didn't say it wrong just now? Asking me if I am willing to be your godson." Tang Zhenhua nodded to him with great certainty, indicating that he had definitely not said the wrong thing this time. After receiving Tang Zhenhua's affirmative reply, the expression on Ye Tian's face suddenly became wonderful. Oh my God, he felt like he was dreaming now. Manager, the biggest official in the city, actually asked me if I was willing to be his godson. Damn it, can you believe this? And not only that, if I agreed to his request, that is to say, Tang Jiwan, the chairman of the Universal Group, who I helped before and is still lying on the hospital bed, will also become my godfather. This means that once I agree to this request, I will immediately transform myself into the godson of the two most powerful and richest people in Tianfu City. And the most important thing is, these two people have no children, and they are brothers. Damn it, don't I take off immediately and experience the feeling of soaring into the sky directly? After a fierce activity in his heart, Ye Tian almost couldn't help wanting to agree to his request. Nonsense. Who wouldn't like the existence of two big mountains in his family? However, Ye Tian suddenly thought of his parents. It is said that for such a big thing as recognizing a godfather, he should let his parents know and listen to their opinions. Looking at Tang Zhenhua, who was waiting for his reply expectantly, Ye Tian looked at him respectfully and then gave him his answer. Manager Tang, this matter. Can I discuss it with my parents? Ye Tian said this in a very low voice, fearing that he would make Manager Tang furious because he did not agree to his request on the spot. After listening to Ye Tian's answer to him, Tang Zhenhua couldn't help but be shocked. He really didn't expect Ye Tian to not agree to him on the spot, but told him to discuss it with his parents, and the voice was so low, fearing that he would anger himself. Tang Zhenhua saw Ye Tian's expression and couldn't help but smile. He patted his shoulder as if to reassure him, and then slowly said to him, "It's normal to discuss things with your parents. After all, this is not a trivial matter. Just tell me boldly, why are you suddenly so cautious?" "Could it be?" Tang Zhenhua, who still has a childlike heart, said to Ye Tian jokingly, "Do I look scary?" Ye Tian looked at Tang Zhenhua's cute look and suddenly couldn't help laughing. Tang Zhenhua looked at Ye Tian's big face full of smiles and looked at him with a gentle smile. That expression was as kind as if he was looking at his own descendants. At this time, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in Ye Tian's heart. "Congratulations to the Master for completing one of the 9 mysterious adventures. Now I reward you with a professional business management team of 20 people." Ye Tian, who was smiling, suddenly froze when he heard what the system said to him. Then he gradually recalled in his mind that it was because he was going to the street to find the mysterious adventure that the system said that he was able to meet Ling Xiao, Tang Zhenhua, Tang Zhiyuan, and others. Thinking of this, Ye Tian couldn't help shouting in his heart, "System, system, I love you two so much." At 8 o'clock the next morning in the inpatient department of Tianfu Xihua Hospital, when the nurses on the night shift woke up from their sleep, they saw a man with a dull face and a wide mouth passing by them. They were still a little blurry in their eyes, and they were shocked when they saw him suddenly. "What the hell is this?" But soon this man, who seemed to have been hit hard and became like a walking corpse, quickly entered the elevator and disappeared in front of the nurses. This man with strange behavior was Ye Tian, who had stayed in the ward for a night. The reason why Ye Tian made such a horrible expression was entirely due to a sentence that Tang Zhenhua, Manager Tang, his future godfather, said to him when Ye Tian was leaving. "1 month from today, the Universal Group will be handed over to you. As long as you can make the Universal Group not only go to a higher level, but also maintain its current scale during the days when my brother is away, then the Universal Group will belong to you in the future." "It belongs to you? Yours?" "Yes." Ye Tian's mood after hearing these words. In the ward, Ling Xiao handed the steamed buns and soy milk in his hand to Tang Zhenhua, and then said, "Manager Tang, eat these things first while they are hot." Chapter 77. Holding the grandson. "Thank you, Director Ling." Tang Zhenhua nodded, and stretched out his hand to take the things that Ling Xiao handed to him. Ling Xiao said to Tang Zhenhua with a smile on his face, "It's not a big deal, and you still have to say thank you or not. Manager Tang is too polite." Tang Zhenhua couldn't help but smile when he heard it, so he slowly started to eat breakfast. After eating, Tang Zhenhua wiped his hands, which were greasy from taking the buns with a tissue. He then looked at the watch on his wrist and found that it was already past 8 o'clock in the morning. So he said to Ling Xiao, "It's so early now. Director Ling, go home and rest first. You have been here with me all night." "What about you, Manager Tang? You haven't slept all night here either. You should take care of yourself." When Ling Xiao heard Manager Tang asking him to go back and rest first, he immediately looked at him anxiously. "Me? I will stay here for a while and then go back to rest. Don't worry, but I still want to thank Director Ling for his concern," Tang Zhenhua said with a smile. Hearing this, Ling Xiao had no choice but to nod first. Finally, after saying goodbye to Manager Tang, he turned around and walked slowly towards the door of the ward. The door was gently closed by Ling Xiao, but if Ling Xiao was still in the ward now, the scene in the ward at this time would definitely surprise him. A lovely girl who looked like an angel suddenly appeared in the ward under the illumination of a blue light. Then, Tang Zhiyuan, who had been lying unconscious on the bed, suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. A light blue light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and then he suddenly stood up from the bed. Manager Tang Zhenhua, who was standing next to him, was in a similar situation to Tang Zhiyuan. A mysterious blue light flashed in his eyes. The eyes of the two brothers were fixed on the mysterious girl who suddenly appeared in the ward. "Master System!" The two brothers greeted the girl in an extremely respectful voice at the same time. The girl turned around and looked at the two brothers who were greeting her in front of her with her smart eyes. Seeing their dazed look at the two brothers at this time, the girl couldn't help but chuckle. You two? You must help the master grow smoothly in the future. Do you understand? I know. In the living room of Tian's house. As soon as Tian got home, he called his parents to sit on the sofa in the living room. Both parents looked at him in confusion. They didn't understand why their son called them here to sit after coming back from outside early in the morning, as if he was going to announce something important. Tian's mother Yanmin looked at Tian and wanted to speak several times, but suddenly paused as if she remembered something, and suddenly recalled the thing she had guessed in her mind before. Hiss, this kid won't tell them such a thing? Otherwise, why would he be embarrassed to tell us? That's absolutely right, Yanmin said firmly in her heart, and then her face immediately darkened, and she said to Tian in a rather unkind tone, If you want to say something, just say it quickly. Don't drag it out. It's not like a boy. After that, Yanmin was entangled in her heart again. If that was the case, she would beat this kid up no matter what she said. You know, now she is still ready to hold her grandson. As soon as Yanmin finished speaking, Tian didn't feel anything, but he scared Yi's father on the side. He turned his head and looked at his wife with a puzzled face, and couldn't help muttering in his heart, What happened today? Why is she so angry all of a sudden? Tian, who was sitting in front of them, suddenly heard his mother say such a thing in such an angry way. He also looked at Yanmin sitting in front of him with a surprised face. He couldn't understand why his mother suddenly became so angry. Turning to look at his father with a strange look, and then blinked at him, as if asking his father, Did you make her angry? Yi's father immediately shook his head and also returned a few looks to Tian. Impossible. I didn't do anything to make your mother angry this morning. This is strange. Everything is fine and no one has made my mother angry? Why is she so angry? Tian stretched out his hand and pinched his chin, unable to figure it out. That's enough. You two stop flirting with me. Yanmin yelled at the father and son angrily, and then pointed at Tian. If you have anything to say, just say it quickly. Don't waste your time. Frightened, Tian immediately nodded to his mother with a blank face. To be honest, this was the first time Tian saw his mother so angry. Dad, Mom, don't feel incredible about what I'm going to tell you next, because what I'm going to say next is true. Tian looked at his parents cautiously. Hearing this, Yanmin suddenly raised her eyebrows and then said to him, Tell me first. Tian coughed twice to moisten his throat, and then said to his parents word by word, Our city, Manager Tang, I want to adopt me as my godson. I wonder if you have any objections. Brat, I knew it. Yanmin suddenly stood up from the sofa, pointing at Tian with an angry face, and then picked up the broom beside her, ready to teach this brat who didn't know the seriousness of the matter a lesson. Fortunately, Ye's father, who was sitting next to her, immediately reached out and grabbed her tightly. Wife, what are you doing? Didn't you hear what the child said just now? Huh? Didn't the brat say what she thought just now? Because she had been immersed in her own imagination, Yanmin didn't hear what Tian said at all, and as soon as he finished speaking, she was ready to teach him a lesson. What did you say just now? Say it to me again. Yanmin crossed her arms and sat back on the sofa with a gloomy face. Tian glanced at his mother with a bit of suspicion. She looked like she was going to beat him up, which scared him a lot. Even when he was caught smoking secretly at school and his parents were notified by the teacher, his mother didn't look like she was going to beat him up like this. He repeated what he had just said with some lingering fear, then lowered his head and quietly watched his mother's expression. Yanmin, who had originally had a gloomy face, looked at Tian's father, Yanke, in surprise after listening carefully to what Tian said. Chapter 78, Typical Hypocrisy. Yanmin was immediately surprised in her heart. How could this be possible? The manager wants to recognize his son as his godson. Oh my! Yanmin didn't believe it was true at all. Are you teasing your father and mother? I'll beat you to death. After saying that, he raised the broom again with an angry face, but was held tightly by Yankee again. Tian looked at his mother, who didn't believe him at all, sighed helplessly, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and made a call on it. At night, At the gate of the Huanyu Hotel in Yangqing District, Tianfu City, Tang Zhenhua, the manager of Tianfu City, was shaking hands enthusiastically with a middle-aged man wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Next to this middle-aged man, there was a middle-aged, beautiful woman who was not much different from him in age, but still had the same charm. Finally, there was a young man wearing a black sportswear, but with some pockmarks on his face, who was looking at them with a smile on his face. Xiaoye will be my and my brother's godson in the future, Tang Zhenhua said to Ye Yankee in front of him with a big laugh. Yankee, you can't regret it. Look at what you said, Brother Tang. It's a blessing for my little Ye to recognize you as his godfather. Ye Yankee answered Tang Zhenhua with a gentle smile. A simple recognition banquet immediately made the relationship between Ye Tian's father and Tang Zhenhua familiar with each other, and they had reached the level of brothers. This scene scared the manager of the Universal Hotel, who was quietly waiting beside Tang Zhenhua. He really didn't believe what he saw and heard at this time. He looked at the pockmarked young man next to him with an incredible look. This young man actually became Manager Tang's godson. Ye Tian patted his mother Yan Min, who was watching Tang Zhenhua and Ye Yankee chatting with a ladylike smile on her face, and said to her with a playful smile, "What do you think, Mom? Now you should believe what I said this morning, right?" Yan Min couldn't help but rolled her eyes at him when she heard that. Ye Tian saw the expression his mother made at this time, and he immediately bared his big white teeth and smiled at his mother with a silly face. Ye Tian's somewhat bashful look at this time was seen by Yan Min, and he really looked like a jerk who deserved a beating. Early in the morning of the second day after he officially recognized Tang Zhenhua as his godfather, a very beautiful girl wearing a black business suit gently knocked on the door of Ye Tian's house. After a while, the door opened, and it was Ye Tian's mother Yan Min who opened the door for the girl. As soon as the door opened, Yan Min suddenly saw such a beautiful girl appear at her door. Her face was suddenly stunned, and she wondered in her heart, "Who is this girl?" "Who are you looking for, girl? What's the matter?" Yan Min asked with a puzzled look. "Hello, Auntie. I am the assistant to the chairman of Huanju Group. My name is Yang Jingya. You can just call me Xiaoya." The girl replied with a laugh. Oh. Hearing her say that she was from the Universal, Yan Min gradually recalled what she said when she was having dinner with Tang Zhenhua at the Universal Hotel last night. Because his brother was still in a coma, he wanted his son to take over the huge enterprise of the Universal Group. When Yan Min first heard the news, she was really shocked. His own son was going to take over the Universal? Don't be funny. Can ordinary people steer that enterprise? It's no wonder that Yan Min was so pessimistic about her son. In fact, she, as a mother, knew how much weight her son had. It was simply as difficult as ascending to the sky. If her son was asked to manage a small store, then maybe it was feasible. But suddenly having to manage such a large enterprise, that would be. However, although Yan Min didn't sing well about this matter in her heart, she didn't refute it. She changed her mind and thought, what if her son could really do it? After all, which mother in the world would think that her son was mediocre? Isn't it just managing a super enterprise? Just give it a try and you will know. Who knows if you can really take on this important task? When they left last night, Tang Zhenhua only left a sentence. Someone will come to take Ye Tian to the headquarters of Universal Group tomorrow. And then got into the car and left. So Yan Min immediately raised the corners of her lips and welcomed the girl into the house with enthusiasm. With a click, Yan Min closed the door casually and took the girl to the living room, shouting to Ye Tian's room as she walked. "Hurry up, Xiaoye. The person your godfather told you about last night is here." Ye Yankee, Ye's father, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV in the living room, turned his head and looked at his wife when he heard her shouting. A beautiful and intellectual girl stood beside her. Is this the person sent by Universal Group that Brother Tang said yesterday? Ye's father said in his heart with a little surprise. At this time, he also noticed Ye Yank, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV in the living room, and then greeted Ye Yank with a smile. "Hello, uncle. My name is Yang Jingya. You can just call me Xiaoya." "Hello. Ye Yanke responded to her with a smile. In Ye Tian's room, Ye Tian, who woke up early today, was washing up in the bathroom in the room when he heard his mother shouting from outside the door. However, because he still had a mouthful of water in his mouth, he could only make a cooing sound in his mouth to respond to his mother outside. After a while, after washing up, he put on the Armani casual clothes he bought when he went to Shuliwo's house as a guest, and pushed open the door and walked out. As soon as he stepped into the living room, Ye Tian immediately found the girl who was standing next to his mother at this time. "Is this the person from the Universal Group?" Ye Tian muttered in his heart. Ye Tian was looking at him, and she was looking at Ye Tian at the same time. "Is this the purpose of my trip?" Young Jingya murmured in her heart. "It's not too different from what I imagined. Actually?" Typical hypocrisy. When she came, Yang Jingya thought that she would be facing a handsome boy today, but when she really saw Ye Tian's appearance... Well, actually, Ye Tian's facial features are all good-looking. The only bad thing is that, if the pockmarks on his face were removed, he would definitely be a handsome boy. If you want to ask Yang Jingya how she knows, wouldn't it be clear if she looks at Ye Tian's father and mother? Although they are already middle-aged, they are still handsome, beautiful, and generous. Ye Tian is their son, and his genes are definitely not bad, right? Chapter 79. It's really delicious. But all this is not important. The important thing is that Yang Jingya learned from a vice president of the group that this young man with an unremarkable appearance may very likely become their boss in the future. Hiss, I can't bear this. Appearance and so on. Just step back a little. Thinking of this, Yang Jingya immediately walked to Ye Tian with high spirits and then stretched out her slender little hand, which was as white as green onions, to Ye Tian, and said to him with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Ye, it's nice to meet you. My name is Yang Jingya, and I am the assistant to the chairman of Huanyu Group." Hello. Ye Tian shook hands with her calmly. Yang Jingya blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked Ye Tian with a smile, "Then, let's go to the group first?" Ye Tian nodded knowingly. After getting Ye Tian's affirmative reply, Yang Jingya turned around and greeted Ye Tian's parents with a warm face. She waved to Yi's father and mother with an eager face. "Then uncle and aunt, we will leave first. Bye." Ye Yankin nodded with a smile, and Yanmin also replied to her with a knowing smile. "Well, okay." Yanmin looked at the two people standing up at this time. She didn't know why, but suddenly she felt that the two people at this time were like her son and daughter-in-law, who were going home to visit their relatives and were about to leave. Ye Tian also looked at his parents and said, "Then I'll go out." Upon hearing this, Ye Yankee, Yi's father, immediately gave Ye Tian a look, which meant to say, "Son, I'm rooting for you." Yi's mother, Yanmin, gave her son a thumbs up to cheer him up for what he was going to do today. Then, with the sound of the door slamming, Ye Tian and Yang Jingya pushed the door open and walked out of the house. After the two went downstairs, on the way to the gate of the community, Ye Tian met a lot of acquaintances. When those people saw Ye Tian coming out of the house with an extremely beautiful girl so early in the morning, they immediately muttered in their hearts, "Is this Ye Tian's girlfriend?" Then they greeted Ye Tian with enthusiasm. "Xiao Ye, what are you going out for?" "Going out to do something." "Hey! The girl next to you is your girlfriend, right?" "No." It took Ye Tian about 20 minutes to walk to the gate of the community as he had to deal with acquaintances. Finally, he and Yang Jingya arrived at the gate of the community. With a heavy sigh, Ye Tian immediately complained in a low voice, "Hey, why do these people like gossip so much?" Hearing Ye Tian's complaints, Yang Jingya couldn't help but laughed secretly, which made Ye Tian feel embarrassed. "Oh no, I forgot that there was someone around me." Ye Tian was suddenly startled, and then he remembered that there was someone following him. This is so awkward. In this awkward atmosphere, Ye Tian and Yang Jingya slowly walked out of the gate of the community. As soon as he walked out of the gate, a black luxury car parked on the side of the road in the community suddenly appeared in front of Ye Tian. A shiny black Rolls-Royce? Phantom. He has been cramming knowledge in various aspects for some time recently, and he recognized the model of this car at a glance, which made him proud in his heart. Yang Jingya looked at Ye Tian on the side, who was staring at the Phantom with his eyes eagerly. She immediately chuckled. slowly walked to the side of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, then opened the door of the Phantom and made a please gesture to Tian. Although Tian had guessed that this car was from the Universal Group, he was still a little surprised when Yang Jingya really opened the door and made a gesture of inviting him in. Having seen a lot of storms during this period, he certainly would not be shocked by such a little thing. With an elegant smile on his face, he immediately walked towards Yang Jingya. When Tian completely entered the car, the door slowly closed by itself without waiting for Yang Jingya to close it. Then Yang Jingya turned and walked to the driver's seat of the Phantom and became Tian's driver on this trip. Under Yang Jingya's skilled driving skills, the luxury car slowly drove on the road. At this time, Tian, who was sitting in the car, couldn't help but turn his head and look out the window. Looking at the tall buildings being left behind by the Rolls-Royce Phantom under him, endless emotion immediately arose in his heart. "Brother, I like accepting challenges the most. Universal Group, here I come." The Rolls-Royce Phantom carrying Tian soon arrived outside the Universal Building in the Jiang scenic area of Tianfu City under the driving of Yang Jingya. As soon as it arrived here, the Rolls-Royce Phantom was quickly driven by Yang Jingya to the underground parking lot of the Universal Building. The security guard of the parking lot was originally going to stop the car, but when he saw the license plate number hanging on the luxury car, he hurriedly raised the railing blocking the road. Very smoothly, the Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove into the underground parking lot of the Universal Building. After Yang Jingya gradually stopped the car, Tian and she got out of the car together. Afterwards, Tian entered the elevator of the underground parking lot under the guidance of Yang Jingya. After entering the elevator, Yang Jingya took out a work card of the Universal Group from her chest, touched it in the sensing area of the elevator, and then pressed a button on the top floor of the elevator. The elevator slowly went up. During this period, Tian had been watching the changing elevator numbers intently. Seeing this, Yang Jingya, who was standing by, was very tactful and did not talk to Tian. In this silent atmosphere, the two took the elevator to the top floor of the Universal Building. It is worth mentioning that the Universal Building is the most famous landmark in the Jiang scenic area. It is the first self-built office building of the Universal Group. There are 30 floors above ground and 5 floors underground. The total construction area is about 80,000 square meters, and the office area is more than 60,000 square meters. The 30th floor of the Universal Building, where Tian and Yang Jingya were going, is where all the executives of the Universal Building hold meetings in normal times, as well as the chairman's office and the offices of several vice-chairmen. Normally, the senior executives of the Universal Group may not hold a meeting here for half a year, but today is different. Because the chairman Tang Jiyuan was unwell, he actually appointed a young man to take over the Universal Group. This made everyone who had arrived at the executive meeting room at this moment couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Chapter 80. Like a god of war. However, what's the point of their complaints? After all, 90% of the shares of Huanyu Group are in the hands of the chairman. This super enterprise can be said to belong to the chairman Tang Jiyuan alone. Just as they were looking forward to what kind of person the boy sent by the chairman would be, the closed door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Everyone in the conference room immediately looked towards the door and saw Yang Jingya, the chairman's assistant, entering the conference room with a young boy with pockmarks on his face. Looking at the person following Yang Jingya, everyone was stunned. Could this be the person appointed by the chairman to take over Huanyu? Oh my, this is too. What? Let's not talk about whether he has the ability or not. Just look at his appearance. If Huanyu holds a press conference in the future, a manager like this will appear. This. I'm afraid he will become a laughingstock among friendly companies, right? And he looks so young, not even 20 years old, right? At this moment, they couldn't help but wonder in their hearts, is their chairman too old to send such a young boy? When these executives of Huanyu saw Tian's appearance for the first time, they couldn't help but worry about the future of Huanyu. As the saying goes, a man without hair on his lips cannot do things well. If such a young manager is seen by Huanju's partners in the future, will they decide to continue to cooperate with Huanyu? They all have no idea. Just as they were thinking, Tian had already sat on the empty chairman's seat in the conference room under the leadership of Yang Jingya. Tian, sitting on the chair in the conference room, looked at the group of middle-aged men and women in front of him who were dressed in bright and beautiful clothes expressionlessly. Although they did not show any dissatisfaction on their faces for sitting in this position, Tian could still clearly feel that when they saw his immature appearance, they would definitely express dissatisfaction in their hearts. However, this is human nature. After all, he is so young, and they are a little dissatisfied with this, but Tian can still accept it. But, even if I am young, it doesn't mean that I can't take over the universe. Tian murmured in his heart, I will definitely use my own strength to open your eyes. Thinking of this, Tian immediately stood up from his chair, and when the executives of the Universal Group saw this young man suddenly stand up from his seat, all of them couldn't help but stare at him. They wanted to see what the young man sent by the chairman was going to do. Tian coughed twice to moisten his throat, and then said to them casually, Hello everyone, my name is Tian. It's an honor to sit here with you. I think everyone knows that I am the person sent by Chairman Tang to temporarily take over the Universal Group. When Tian said this, he went through the expressions on their faces at this time. Then next, you can also introduce yourself well? After saying that, Tian sat back in his chair and couldn't help looking at the people in front of him with a playful look. When everyone saw Tian's self-introduction just now, they were really surprised. This was not at all the same as the young man they imagined. Originally, they thought that such a young boy would be shocked by the powerful aura of them and couldn't say a word. Unexpectedly, he said this sentence so casually without any pause. This really made them look at Tian with new eyes. Afterwards, many people began to introduce themselves to Tian, and Tian nodded from time to time. The director of the administrative department, the director of the human resources department, the director of the financial department, the director of the marketing department, the director of the security department, the director of the legal department, as well as a CEO, 2 vice presidents and 2 vice directors of the group, all introduced themselves to Tian one by one. In the end, only the last vice director, who wore a pair of gold-rimmed square glasses and a black female Versace suit, had not introduced her identity and position to Tian. At this time, she was looking at Tian, who was in the position of chairman with a look of disdain on her face and sneered in her mouth. You want me to introduce myself to you? Sorry, you are not worthy. The female vice director sneered in her heart. Seeing this, Tian immediately smiled playfully, then looked at her and said, Why? Do you look down on a young boy like me? After Tian finished speaking, the female vice president ignored him at all, but Tian already knew what she wanted to express at this time. That is, she looked down on him. After a slight hesitation, Tian said to her with a half smile, In this case, then, please go out first, okay? What? When the female vice president of Huanju heard Tian asking her to go out, she immediately stood up from her seat with an incredible look on her face. Do you know who I am? How dare you, a young boy, drive me out? She really didn't expect that the brat in front of her would drive her, the vice president of the group, out just because she ignored him. She really didn't know how high the sky was. Even the chairman, Tangxian, had never treated her like this. Upon hearing this, Tian immediately leaned back on the chair with a playful look on his face, stretched out his right hand and knocked on the conference table, then observed the furious face of the female vice president in front of him with his eyes, and then said to her lazily, Then do you know who I am? The female vice president looked at Tian with a cold face. What do you mean? Do I know who you are? Do I need to know where you, a young boy, come from? It's ridiculous. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but sneer. The other executives of the world were also stunned by Tian's words. Everyone looked at each other and secretly guessed in their hearts what kind of identity Tian had. Anyway, it couldn't be the chairman's son. After all, The executives of the entire group knew that their chairman had no offspring. Only a male vice president and a young Jingya, two insiders, knew that the young man sitting in the chairman's position had an extraordinary background. Tian stared at the female vice president who was singing a different tune from him. He had come here to establish his authority, but he never thought that someone would actually jump out and hit him in the face. Chapter 81. Everyone can pack up and go home. This is interesting. Tian's face showed a little joy, but soon it became gloomy again. Forget it. Tian looked at the vice president in front of him lazily. I feel like I'm wasting my words to talk to you. Without further ado, please leave this meeting room, okay? Just you? The vice president sneered with disdain. If I don't go out, what can you do to me? After that, he crossed his arms and looked at Tian. I'm staying here. What can you do to me? Tian smiled. He felt that the vice president of the super enterprise he was facing was like a street shrew. What else can you do to me? Haha, you will know next. Turning his head and looking at Yang Jingya, who had been standing beside him since entering the conference room, Tian immediately asked her with a smile. Assistant Yang, what is the name of this elder sister? Yang Jingya was stunned when she suddenly heard the question asked by Tian. This elder sister? Turning her head and looking at the vice president who was confronting Tian, Yang Jingya's face suddenly turned red as if she had thought of something. Don't worry, it's not because she suddenly got sick, but because she was holding back her smile. This was the first time Yang Jingya heard someone call this vice president elder sister. Moreover, Tian seemed to be deliberately mocking her. The pronunciation of the two words elder sister was long drawn out by Tian. Yang Jingya, who was holding back her smile, took a lot of effort to tell Tian the name of the vice president. Li Dongmei. Tian was stunned when he heard it, and then he complained about this name in his heart. It's quite down to earth. Li Dongmei, are you sure you want to stay here? Tian looked at her with a playful look. Okay, then just continue to listen. Li Dongmei thought that Tian was giving in to her, so she snorted coldly and then sat back in her seat. Seeing such a scene, everyone looked at Tian blankly. Did he admit defeat? This made those Huanyu executives who originally praised Tian change their minds immediately. They were not going to support a boss who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Before we proceed to the next meeting, I would like to ask everyone present one more question. Tian smiled softly. Are there any people who object to my managing the Universal Group? If so, please let me know. None of the executives responded to him. Only Li Dongmei sneered after hearing his words. It's okay, just speak up. I am a person with a broad mind. You can speak up. I will never bear a grudge. Tian said to everyone with a casual look. Li Dongmei listened to Tian's long chatter and immediately said in annoyance, I have an opinion. After speaking, Li Dongmei also looked around at a few people and then stared at them fiercely. These people immediately nodded to her in understanding, and then they said to Tian one after another, We also have opinions. That's right! Tian smiled and clapped his hands for them. Very good. It's good that so many people have opinions about me. Otherwise, when will the managers I got from the system come in handy? Looking at the several executives in front of him who objected to his management of the Universal Group, Tian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Originally, when he asked Li Dongmei to go out just now, when she didn't go out, he planned to force the security guard to take her out, but suddenly he remembered that when he completed the adventure of the system last time, didn't he reward himself with a group of top managers? Now isn't it just right to pull them out for a stroll? That's why Tian would stay with Li Dongmei, and then keep saying to them, Who has a problem with me? Seeing so many executives jumping out to oppose him under Li Dongmei's coercion, Tian couldn't help but turn his head and look at Li Dongmei, the vice president of Huanyu Group, with a bright smile on his face. You are really my lucky star. Thank you. Tian looked at these executives who jumped out to oppose him and gradually began to mutter in his heart, This is the director of the Ministry of Finance. That is the director of the administration department. Oh, there is actually an executive president in charge of Huanyu real estate. This discovery immediately made Tian happy again. Tian couldn't help but smile and pointed at the group of people who jumped out to oppose him and then slowly said to them, "You all can pack up and go home." After saying that, Tian leaned back in his chair and looked at them with anticipation. What kind of wonderful performance would be presented to him next? Not only those who jumped out to sing against Tian were stunned, but even those corporate executives who sat in their seats and didn't say a word were also shocked by what Tian just said. "What the hell? You can all pack up and go home? Oh my! Are you going to kick out so many corporate executives at once?" Li Dongmei slapped the table with a furious look on her face and stood up from her seat, pointing at Tian and yelling, "You ignorant brat, what qualifications do you have? What rights do you have to let us pack up and go home?" After hearing what she said, Tian immediately laughed very happily. "What qualifications do I have to ask you to get out? Ha ha! Then let me tell you well. Assistant Yang?" Tian smiled at Yang Jingya with deep meaning. "Tell them whether I have the right or not." After these words came out, everyone stared at Tian, and at this moment, their eyes gradually shifted to Yang Jingya, who had been standing beside him. They wanted to see what Assistant Yang could show them. After hearing what Tian told him, Yang Jingya took out a pink laptop from the bag she had been carrying, and then connected the computer to the projector in the conference room. Then, Yang Jingya clicked on something on the computer, and a video recorded with a mobile phone was projected onto the big screen by the projector and presented to everyone in the conference room. In the video, a middle-aged man was facing the camera with great effort. Although the middle-aged man looked extremely haggard, they could still recognize the man in the video at a glance. He was Tang Jiwan, the chairman of their Universal Group. Chapter 82. Is this the feeling of a successful person? Tang Jiwan coughed a few times and then slowly said the words that shocked everyone in the camera. "Tian is my godson. During my absence, he is your chairman. He has the right to dismiss or appoint him." The video stopped here, but this short video was still like a stone thrown into a pond, and all the executives of the Universal Group immediately stirred up thousands of waves in their hearts. One by one, they all looked at Tian, who was sitting in the chairman's position with a playful look on his face. He was actually the chairman's godson. Oh my, how is it? Am I qualified now? When Tian saw that everyone's eyes were shifted back to him, he couldn't help but chuckled and said to them. Then, without waiting for everyone to reply, Tian immediately clapped his hands twice, and a blue light suddenly emerged from Tian's body, and then burst out in all directions. "Time, stop!" At this time, Tian said to the system in his heart, "System, send me 10 managers first." The system immediately replied in his heart after hearing this. Tian nodded with satisfaction, and then he gently snapped his fingers, and then time began to flow again. All the executives in the conference room could not help but talk among themselves. The executives who had come out to oppose Tian all showed regret on their faces. Li Dongmei looked at Tian with a pale face. She really did not expect that this young boy would be Tang Jiwan's godson. The sound of knocking on the door echoed. Tian immediately gave Yang Jingya a look, and Yang Jingya immediately walked to the door, then reached out and twisted the door of the conference room. A group of 6 men and 4 women appeared in front of the executives of Huanyu. As soon as they entered the door, they immediately walked towards Tian, and then they slowly stopped behind Tian. "Let's get to know each other. These are the new colleagues who are here to take over the positions of the group of people who just opposed me." Tian said to everyone with a smile. "Why don't you applaud and welcome them?" After that, he took the lead in applauding them. Those executives who were not replaced by Tian at this time were forced to applaud for this group of people under Tian's tyranny. After a while, Tian looked at the group of people headed by Li Dongmei with a playful look on his face and said to them with a slight smile, "Now, why don't you disappear from my sight? You have to let me call the security to drive you out, right?" So far, Tian took over the entire Universal Group with a vigorous and powerful attitude. Those executives were all shocked by Tian's operation and couldn't recover for a long time. It's too exaggerated. In a peaceful sound, Tian ended the first meeting of his life in the Universal Building. I have to deny that this meeting was very successful. All the executives of the Universal Group were smiling brightly and applauding the newly appointed acting chairman with all their strength. After the meeting, the group of new executives appointed by Tian at the meeting had already gone to their respective appointed positions in an orderly manner. As for Tian, he was now walking slowly towards the chairman's office with Yang Jingya. Along the way, Yang Jingya looked at Tian beside her with countless stars in her eyes. Tian's vigorous and resolute look just now really opened her eyes. She has always been a face control, and at this moment, she immediately ignored Tian's appearance in her heart. Who said that people with pockmarks on their faces are not handsome? Look, I will spray him to death. Just when Yang Jingya was silent and intoxicated, the two appeared together outside the door of the chairman's office. Just when Tian was about to turn the screw to open the door of the office, Yang Jingya took the lead and turned the screw to open the door before Tian, then pushed it inside and then stood aside, respectfully making a please gesture to Tian. Tian looked at her performance at this time and couldn't help but be stunned. What's wrong with her? Why is she suddenly so attentive to him? I don't understand. So, Tian stepped into the chairman's office. As soon as he entered, a beam of light immediately hit Tian's eyes, and a huge window suddenly appeared in front of Tian's eyes. And that beam of light was the light coming in from the window. A bronze wooden desk nearly 5 meters long, with an Asus office computer on it, a half-meter-long dragon carved from an unknown wood, a bookshelf filled with all kinds of books, and a large character, "Heaven rewards diligence," written in brush calligraphy and framed in a wooden frame on the wall behind the desk. How to say these large characters written in brush? Even Tian, who doesn't know brush calligraphy, still finds them very pleasing to the eye, which is enough to prove that the person who wrote these characters is definitely a great calligrapher. This is the layout of the chairman's office of Huanyu Group. It doesn't look like the chairman's office of a company ranked in the top 10 of China's top 500 companies at all. It's so simple that it's hard to imagine. However, Tian was still intoxicated by it all of a sudden. When he slowly came to the leather chair behind the desk and sat down, he suddenly felt endless emotion in his heart. I must make achievements in this month. I will not let such a world-class group escape from my hands. Just as Tian was lost in emotion, Yang Jingya had already come from outside with a cup of steaming strong tea and gradually walked in front of him. When she placed the cup of tea in front of Tian, Yang Jingya said to Tian very tactfully, "Boss, I will go out first. Call me if you need anything." Then she turned and walked out of the office, leaving Tian alone in the office with a lot of emotion. She knew very well that anyone who entered this room for the first time would be deeply shocked by it. Even Tian, who was extremely powerful just now, was no exception. When Tian in the office finished his sigh, he immediately picked up the teacup that Yang Jingya had placed on the desk, took a sip, and then turned the leather chair under him, turned around and looked down through the huge window in the office, watching the people below. Is this the feeling of a successful person? Looking down on everyone. Chapter 83. Woo, I took off directly. In the past, those people were watching me from the high-rise building. Now it's my turn to look down on everyone. Sir, times have changed. Time came to the night of 5 days later. Tian sat cross-legged on the bed, holding his iPhone in his hand. Just now Tian lying on the bed and browsing the Douyin app, and suddenly the perfect godly app, which had not sent him a pop-up window for a long time, magically sent him a system pop-up window with the words, "Upgrade instructions." This immediately made Tian, who was lying on the bed, jump up and sit on the bed, staring at the phone screen. Speaking of which, it has been a while since he upgraded from the second-level system to the third-level system, right? But the system upgrade instructions were delayed for so long before being released to him. This made Tian couldn't help but complain in his heart. Could it be caused by network delay? He didn't know what was going on. After a while of mumbling, Tian opened the Perfect God Rich app on his mobile phone with great expectation. After loading like before, the mobile phone entered the main page of the Perfect God Rich app. As soon as he entered it, a red pop-up box suddenly appeared in front of Tian. Tian immediately clicked on the red confirmation option below this red pop-up box. Level 3 System Upgrade Instructions. First of all, congratulations to the owner for upgrading to the Level 3 system. The daily Chinese currency system has been upgraded to Want 3 and will be upgraded from the previous 50,000 Chinese coins per day to 100,000 Chinese coins per day. At the same time, the System Mall and the Points Mall have also launched many new props. Come and have a look? Tian was slightly surprised by this explanation, and then, under the prompt of the system, he pressed the red confirmation option that appeared on the screen of his mobile phone again. New products in the System Mall: Piano Skill Book, Singing Skill Book, Dance Skill Book, Racing Skill Book, and Sanda Skill Book. These products are the same as the first two skill books, and the price is 50,000 Chinese currency per book. You can max out this skill by studying 10 books in a row. The Points Mall is officially open, and now on the shelves: Strength Potion, Speed Potion, Intelligence Potion, Healing Potion, Night Vision Potion, and Invisibility Potion. The price is 100,000 points per bottle. The specific effects are left to the owner to experience. Tian looked at these new things that were upgraded by the system, and he exclaimed from time to time and nodded from time to time. These things, without exception, are all very useful. Not to mention the wide variety of skill books. These are enough to make a living, not to mention the several potions on the shelves in the Points Mall. Healing Potion? Intelligence Potion? The most important thing is, there is actually a TM Invisibility Potion. Oh my god. Okay. Tian's mood at this time can only be described in 2 words. That is, take off. Woohoo! I TM take off directly. Finally, when Tian was about to close the upgrade notification and turn to look at the personal page in the app, there was a small question at the bottom of the notification bar, which immediately attracted Tian's attention when he found it. After carefully looking at this place, the content displayed in the small words immediately shocked Tian and almost threw the iPhone in his hand. It says this: "Finally, congratulations to the master for upgrading to the level 3 system, so we have decided to master's cooling items to be used tomorrow morning. At the same time, the system has removed the purchase rights of the Dragon Possession buff in the mall and has permanently enabled this buff for the master. The last reminder, in other words, the shape corrector, can be officially used tomorrow morning." Damn it! Tian was shocked by this paragraph of text and shouted "damn it" 3 times in his heart. Even the last reminder that the Dragon Possession buff has been permanently enabled for him was ignored by him. In other words, as long as nothing unexpected happens from now until tomorrow morning, I can really change my appearance and start a new life. Excitedly putting down the phone in his hand, Tian couldn't help but fall on the bed, and his mind gradually began to hallucinate. What will my appearance be like after using the morphological corrector tomorrow morning? Tian smiled and shook his head. Who cares what he will look like? Anyway, it would be best if the pockmarks on his face could be removed. Just as Tian was humming a tune and showing a bright smile with infinite expectations for a better future, the voice of the system echoed in Tian's heart at the right time. Master! The system kindly reminds you that when using the morphological corrector, it is best to find a place where no one is, and you have to lie in the bathtub. Otherwise, there will be consequences that you can't imagine. Okay? There is such a thing? Tian said in surprise. And then Tian planned to ask the system again what the unimaginable consequences she mentioned were. But he called the system twice in his heart, and the system didn't know what was going on and didn't reply to him. Chapter 78. The maintenance is finally done. This made Tian full of doubts. It seemed that the number of conversations between the system and him during this period was not as active as when he first got the system. The two could count the number of words they said. Strange. However, since the system has reminded me, I will do it as she said. So Tian immediately stood up from the bed, and because he was not sleepy just now, he did not take off his clothes. He put his mobile phone in his trouser pocket and packed everything. Then he planned to go out to find a hotel, and then wait quietly until tomorrow morning and use the cooled morphological correction device to finish it. Then Tian opened the door and entered his living room. In the living room, Yi's father and mother were sitting on the sofa together, watching the content on TV quietly. Tian walked out of his room and glanced at his parents, and then said to them, "There is an urgent matter. I have to go to the group." Then he walked towards the door of his house. Yanmin glanced at her son's back and reminded him, "Be careful. Go early and come back early." Ye Yanke also said, "There are a lot of cars on the road. Drive carefully." Ever since Ye Tian successfully took over the Universal Group that day, he told his parents everything except the system. Ye Tian had not told his parents anything about Shuliwo. Chapter 84. Not surprised by honor or disgrace. It's strange to say that when Ye Tian's parents heard their son say that he had passed the driving test outside and bought a sports car and a villa, they were only slightly surprised but did not ask him any questions. This strange attitude immediately made Ye Tian confused. Recalling the previous time when his parents met with manager Tang at the Universal Hotel, their attitude of not being surprised by honor or disgrace really made Ye Tian full of doubts. Logically speaking, his parents were just two high school teachers, ordinary people. Seeing Tang Zhenhua, the biggest official in the city, they would at least be flattered, right? These strange things about his parents really made Ye Tian feel puzzled and confused. Parents? Are they hiding something from me? But it's not a big deal anyway. It doesn't matter if I don't know. Ye Tian quickly walked to the parking lot in their community. 2 days ago, he drove the sky blue Lamborghini that was in the garage of Century Mansion Villa back to his community. After Ye Tian took out the car key and unlocked the car, he immediately opened the door and sat in the driver's seat of the Lamborghini. Pressing the start button, accompanied by a low roar, Ye Tian's Lamborghini officially started. This luxury sports car soon sped along the road of Tianfu City under Ye Tian's skilled driving. As soon as he got in the car, Ye Tian confirmed his destination on the mobile phone navigation, Jiang Scenic Area, Huanyu Hotel. This made Ye Tian couldn't help but complain about his Lamborghini. Luxury sports cars are good, but you can't believe that there is no navigation? Moreover, the reversing image is actually installed on the speedometer. This. Whenever Ye Tian thought of this, he couldn't help but regret buying this car. Isn't the sports car cool? Isn't the Lamborghini cool? I exchanged it for other functions. Just as Ye Tian kept complaining about the functions of his car, the Lamborghini he was driving had already slowly appeared outside the Jiang Scenic Area Huanyu Hotel. When he saw the extremely conspicuous logo of the Huanyu Hotel, he finally ended the complaints in his heart and then parked the car steadily at the gate of the Huanyu Hotel. As soon as the car stopped, a waiter standing at the door of the hotel immediately walked towards him with a smile on his face. Ye Tian pushed open the car door and walked out, immediately handing the car keys to the waiter, then took out nearly 1,000 yuan in cash from his wallet and handed the money to the waiter. Seeing that the young master was so generous, the waiter couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart, and the smile on his face immediately became brighter. Ye Tian looked at the bright smile on the waiter's face in front of him, and he couldn't help but chuckle a few times. If it weren't for the fact that this was a hotel under the Universal Group, Ye Tian would not have been so generous to give a tip. After all, good things should not flow to outsiders. He took out his ID card and walked to the front desk of the hotel. After booking a luxury suite from the front desk lady, Ye Tian walked towards the elevator of the hotel with the room card in hand. It took about 3 minutes for Ye Tian to arrive at the door of his luxury suite. Then he took the room card in his hand and touched it to the sensor on the door. With a light beep, the door lock of the luxury suite was unlocked successfully. With a gentle push, Ye Tian stepped into the room. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately inserted the room card into the card slot and then turned on the headlight. After doing all this, Ye Tian finally lay comfortably on the soft big bed in the luxury suite. Who is the first person I want him to see after I become handsome? Ye Tian couldn't help but murmured in his mouth. Suddenly, a figure immediately appeared in his mind. It was a girl with a delicate face, black and slender long hair, and eyes like 1,000 stars. Her every frown and smile could make the moon in the sky hide in the clouds in shame. This girl is Shuliwo. Who doesn't want to show their best side to the person they love the most? Speaking of which, Tian hadn't seen Shuliwo, a fairy-like girl, for many days. So Tian immediately decided in his heart that he would go to see Shuliwo after tomorrow morning. Gradually, Tian, who had been thinking about this and that, unknowingly entered the dreamland. Moreover, it was quite interesting to have a strange dream. The next morning, just when it was 8 o'clock in the morning, Tian suddenly opened his eyes, and then suddenly jumped up from the bed. He took out his mobile phone and entered the page of the Perfect God How app, then clicked on the Personal Page option in the app, and quickly flipped to the line of the item column. He saw the white ball with the big words Morphology Corrector, and the 3 big words Available were displayed below. Tian couldn't help but rush into the bathroom of the luxury suite with his mobile phone in his hand, and then he selected the item Form Corrector on the app, and then clicked the Take Out option. A white light suddenly lit up beside Tian, and after a moment, the white light gradually dissipated, and a white sphere was quietly lying in the center of the white light. Form! Correction! Instrument! Ha! Tian laughed wildly, looking at the white sphere in front of him with all kinds of deep meaning in his eyes. Whether I can become handsome again depends on your performance. After thinking about the line of instructions about the form corrector that I had read when I got it before, Tian resolutely pressed the groove on the top. The form corrector immediately shook rapidly, and a dazzling white light shone all over it, and then it slowly floated in the air. Just as Tian was looking at it in surprise, the shape corrector, with a powerful momentum, suddenly hit Tian's body. Before he finished saying the rest of the word, Tian fainted with a bitter look on his face. This scene was really something he had not expected. Damn, it actually attacks people. Can you believe it? The shape corrector that hit Tian's body suddenly, magically merged into Tian's body, and then Tian's body instantly burst out with a dazzling white light. Chapter 85, I've become more handsome and stronger. Fortunately, this is in a hotel. If he had suddenly undergone such an amazing change at home, it would definitely shock his parents. Gradually, the white light emitted from Tian's body gradually sank, and this luxurious suite slowly returned to its calm state. Huh? What the hell is this thing? Why is it so smelly? Tian gradually woke up from the bathtub. As soon as he woke up, he was almost vomited by the stench. Looking around the bathtub, he saw that the clear water that he had put in before he lay down was now as turbid and sticky as silt water. Tian, who couldn't stand the smell, jumped out of the bathtub in an instant. It can only be said that the smell wafting out of the bathtub now is hundreds of times more smelly than shit. But the moment Tian jumped out of the bathtub, his eyes were immediately attracted by his own body. Oh my God! Tian couldn't help but exclaimed. This body really his own? White skin, 2 chest muscles that are strong but not bloated, a beautiful mermaid line appears on the abdomen below the chest muscles, and 8 nearly perfect abdominal muscles. Oh my God! If a man with such a figure is seen by those rich women, what will happen? With a dull look in his eyes, Tian slowly raised his head and looked at the round mirror hanging in the bathroom. In an instant, Tian was like petrified, looking at his appearance in the round mirror with an unbelievable face. A head of black hair, a face that is almost golden in proportion, with a hint of ruddy in the whiteness, and a high nose, all of which show the nobility and elegance of this person. Especially those eyes, which are close to the most beautiful peach blossom eyes, with large and slender eyes, slightly curved and upturned at the end of the eyes. The shape of the eyes is like peach blossoms, long eyelashes, and the eyes are like flowing water with natural fluctuations, which are very beautiful. How can this be a human? This is clearly the legendary Prince Charming. Which girl can bear the impact of such an impeccable face? Is this really me? Tian murmured slowly, as if he didn't believe the appearance of himself in the mirror. He thought that he had just woken up, so he had such an illusion. Then he rubbed his eyes fiercely with both hands, and then looked at the round mirror in the bathroom again. Exactly! The The same. There is no difference at all from the last time I saw myself. This is real. Oh my God, Tian exclaimed loudly, and after a moment, Tian looked at himself in the mirror with slightly red eyes. Pointing at him, he murmured, 3 years. 3 years have passed. Do you know how I have been doing these 3 years? I lost myself in the pockmarks of others every day, and suffered the sneers and contempts of others for 3 years. But Tian looked at himself in the mirror with a smile in his tears, and said with a slight smile on his lips, all this will end today, because my current appearance is no less than that of any male star. I have become more handsome and stronger. The round mirror in the bathroom was shattered into pieces by Tian's heavy punch and gradually fell on the floor of the bathroom. From today on, Tian completely changed his appearance and welcomed the arrival of a new life. For Tian, this is no less than a rebirth. He wore a black Versace short-sleeved shirt on the upper body, a pair of black Armani shorts on the lower body, a pure white AJ1 on each foot, and a Patek Philippe Starry Skywatch worth 3 million Chinese yuan on his right wrist. This is how Tian dressed on the first day of his new life. Now, when Tian walks on the streets of Tianfu city and passes by girls, he will definitely turn his head. Some brave girls even took out their mobile phones from their pockets when they saw Tian, a handsome guy with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes. They couldn't help but walk to Tian and whispered to him, hello, handsome guy, can I take a photo with you? Whenever he encountered such a thing, Tian would always show a kind smile and agree to their request. However, the only flaw was Tian was still running around on the street with a chicken coop hair. What the hell? He didn't care about his image at all. But this can't be blamed on Tian. His original purpose of this trip was to find a top-notch hair salon to do a good job on himself. After all, he had to have a hairstyle like a billionaire, right? Soon, Tian entered a hair salon called Zunshang International. As soon as he entered the door, the cashier girl was immediately captured by Tian's gorgeous face and sighed in her heart, he is so handsome, my God! Tian used his charming big eyes to wink at the cashier girl in front of him mischievously and then asked her in a gentle voice, hello, I want to do a hairstyle. Can I ask? The girl immediately nodded to Tian and answered, yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Tian couldn't help but smile slightly. Oh my God, the girl was about to collapse. The handsome guy in front of her was actually flirting with me. Mom, this guy is bewitching me with his handsome face. Soon, the chief stylist of this shop appeared in front of Tian. This was what Tian had just asked the little girl. 100%, 100%, 100%. I want to ask the best stylist in your shop to do my hair for me. No matter how much it costs, as long as I am satisfied. So this chief stylist of mixed race, nicknamed Tony, appeared in front of Tian at this moment. Sitting on the barber chair, Tian said to Tony with a serious face, don't pity me, just do it hard. Okay. After Tony's smooth operation, a brand new Tian suddenly appeared in front of everyone in Zunshang International. The hairstyle Tony created for Tian is exactly the same as the hairstyle of the British football star Beckham. A mature big, back, head. No hairstyle is more suitable for suits and gentlemen than a slicked back hair. Woo, so handsome. Tian looked at his new look in the mirror and couldn't help but whistled like a street gangster. Chapter 86, 10,000 yuan for styling fee. He slowly stood up from the barber chair and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. Then, under the starry eyes of the cashier girl, he scanned the code and paid the 10,000 yuan for the styling fee. This look of mine is worth 10,000. He pushed open the glass door at the entrance of Zunshang International and immediately rushed to the street like a wave, leaving behind him countless girls in Zunshang International, staring at his departing figure with intoxicated eyes. Perhaps they will never forget for a long time that at this time today they met such a handsome little brother who was earth-shattering. Tian, who was sitting in the sky-blue Lamborghini Aventador outside the Yongqing community of Shuliwo's home, was looking at Shuliwo, who was sitting in the passenger seat with a smile on his face. Shuliwo had never closed his mouth since he saw Tian for the first time this morning. If it weren't for Tian's familiar voice and his big eyes that were as bright as stars, Shuliwo really couldn't believe that the handsome guy in front of him would be Tian. Oh my God! How did he suddenly change so much? Where are the pockmarks on his face before? Hey! Ye Tian looked at Shuliwo, who had maintained an incredible expression on his face for a long time and couldn't help but chuckled. What? Didn't you recognize her? Today, Shuliwo was really dressed like a fairy. She wore a white court women's short-sleeved top on the upper body, a pair of jeans of the same color as Ye Tian's Lamborghini on the lower body, and a pair of small white sneakers on her feet. This made Ye Tian's eyes almost pop out when he first saw her today. It's really too beautiful. Shuliwo nodded very obediently. I really didn't recognize you. Then what do you think of me now? Ye Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Shuliwo with interest. Upon hearing this, Shuliwo immediately raised a thumb to Ye Tian. Very handsome. Although it was just a simple compliment, it was enough for Ye Tian. Which boy would not be happy to hear a compliment from his sweetheart? Even if Ye Tian is now a billionaire, the acting chairman of the Universal Group, he will definitely become the real chairman in the future, what he thinks in his heart. But he is still just a big boy of 18 or 19, right? With a chuckle, Ye Tian immediately reminded Shuliwo to fasten his seatbelt. He was ready to start the car. Shuliwo was stunned and then asked Ye Tian, "Where are you going?" Ye Tian smiled mysteriously at her and then answered, "Hey! Keep it a secret, you will know when you get there." After hearing this, Shuliwo stopped asking Ye Tian. After all, she knew very well that Ye Tian would never take him to a dangerous place. So, under Ye Tian's skilled driving skills, the Lamborghini came to a retro Western restaurant. After arriving at the destination and parking the car, Ye Tian immediately got out of the car like a gentleman, came to the door of the co-pilot of the Lamborghini, and stretched out his hand to gently open the scissor door of the Lamborghini for Shuliwo. He made the most classic bow of Western gentlemen and said to Shuliwo in the car in a warm voice, "Madam, please." Hey! Shuliwo looked at Ye Tian, who had transformed into a Western gentleman, and immediately couldn't help laughing. The two of them walked into the Western restaurant together with this silver bell-like laughter. Led by the guards of the Western restaurant, Ye Tian and Shuliwo came to an extremely quiet booth and sat down slowly. Holding the menu in his hand, which was handed to him by the guards of the Western restaurant, Ye Tian slowly pushed it in front of Shuliwo. He raised the corners of his lips and said to Shuliwo with a smile, "Madam, would you please go first?" Shuliwo nodded gently, so he picked up the menu and quietly flipped through it, but the more he flipped through it, the more Shuliwo's cute little eyebrows wrinkled. "These are too expensive." Ye Tian, who was standing aside, looked at Shuliwo's frowning brows and seemed to have guessed something in his heart, so he said to her in a gentle voice, "Order it. Don't feel bad. We have money." Hearing this, Shuliwo immediately put down the menu in her hand and then looked at Ye Tian with a cute face and said, "That won't work. Originally this time, I was going to thank you for your kindness. But the dishes on it are a little expensive. Any dish costs tens of thousands." This was something Shuliwo had never dared to imagine. She wanted to bite the bullet and order 2 dishes for herself and Ye Tian, but her wallet wouldn't allow it. "How about, let's go to another restaurant," Shuliwo whispered to Ye Tian. Ye Tian was amused by Shuliwo's cute expression at this time, and then he immediately picked up the menu, flipped through it casually, and then told the Western restaurant guard who had been standing in front of the two of them, "2 steaks like this and a salad, and finally 2 glasses of juice, thank you." Ye Tian chose a steak worth tens of thousands of yuan for himself and Shuliwo, but when Shuliwo asked him how much it cost, Ye Tian casually said to her, "A few hundred yuan." This made Shuliwo confused. She had just flipped through the menu for a long time and didn't see anything under 1,000 yuan. However, since Ye Tian had already said so, she couldn't continue to ask. The two of them enjoyed a warm lunch in such a retro Western restaurant. The next morning, Ye Tian, who had just gotten up from Century Court Villa, had nothing to do, so he planned to go to the Universal Building. I remember that. After Ye Tian became the acting chairman of the Universal Group, he seemed to have only been to the Universal Building once. This is absolutely not okay. Although there are 10 top managers sent by the system, Ye Tian can't always be missing. After making up his mind, Tian drove to the Universal Building in the Jiang Scenic area. Today, Tian is so handsome. Wearing an Armani suit worth tens of thousands, a pair of Hermes leather shoes worth tens of thousands, and his Patek Philippe Starry Sky watch on his hand. With this outfit, Tian will undoubtedly become the most handsome guy in the Universal Group. And since it is now July, hottest time of the summer, although it is only about 10 o'clock in the morning, the sunlight is still particularly dazzling, so Tian put on a pair of Gucci black sunglasses on his face. At this moment, his mood can only be described with one word: cool. Chapter 87. Luxury cars are amazing. But soon, Tian can no longer feel happy, because 3 security guards sitting in the security booth at the entrance of the underground parking lot of Huanju Building were chatting with each other. Suddenly, one of the security guards looked up and immediately saw a Lamborghini without even a license plate, trying to drive into the basement here. Luxury cars are amazing. Sorry, this underground parking lot is not for Huanju internal staff. Please forgive me. So, under the reminder of the security guard, the 3 security guards came to the front of the sky blue Lamborghini together. The security guard who first discovered the Lamborghini walked to the window of the Lamborghini's cab with a cold face, stretched out his hand and gently knocked on the window, and said to the driver inside in a very serious tone, "Hello, sir, this is the company's private parking lot. Other vehicles are not allowed to enter. If you want to park, you can move to the nearby Universal Shopping Center to park." Sitting in the car, holding the steering wheel, Tian couldn't help but be stunned. This is not allowed to enter Ganzhongi? As the acting chairman of the Universal Group, he was actually stopped by his own security guard in his own parking lot? Damn it! If this gets out, won't others laugh at him? His handsome eyebrows immediately frowned, so Tian immediately opened the door and got out of the car. Standing in front of the 3 security guards, he pointed at his face and asked them, "Do you know me?" After hearing this, several security guards immediately observed him carefully for a while, and then quickly shook their heads at, "I don't know him. My last name is Ye and my given name is Tian. How is it? Can I come in now?" "Sorry, I still can't come in." Tian couldn't help but feel a little upset. What was Secretary Yang doing? Didn't he ask him to send his photo and information to everyone in the group through the group's internal network? Waitos, Fomai. Tian suddenly remembered that he was no longer the ugly young man before. He was like a different person. It was normal for them not to recognize him. Tian, who had made a huge mistake, smiled awkwardly at the diligent security guards in front of him, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket and called Yang Jingya. "Secretary Yang? Can you come to the entrance of the underground parking lot now? I was stopped by the security guard at the entrance." The voice was so small that even the 3 security guards standing next to Tian didn't hear what Tian said clearly. After about 5 minutes of anxious waiting, Yang Jingya finally appeared in front of Tian and his friends. Yang Jingya suddenly received a call from Tian and heard from him that she was stopped by her own security guards in the underground parking lot. This made Yang Jingya anxious immediately. Logically, she had already distributed the information of Tian, the acting chairman, to every employee of the Universal Group through the group's intranet. Why was she stopped? Yang Jingya came to the front of several security guards with a dark face and said to the 3 of them in a very unfriendly tone, "What? Didn't you read the information on the internal website? You dare to stop the chairman. Don't you want to do it anymore?" After hearing what Yang Jingya said, the 3 security guards immediately opened their mouths and looked at her blankly. "What? We stopped the chairman?" The 3 security guards turned their heads and looked at Tian next to them with a dazed look, and couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, "Could it be that the boy next to him is shit? Such a young guy is actually the chairman of his own group. Who dares to believe it? If someone else said this to them, they might not believe it. But who is this person in front of them? That's Secretary Yang, the assistant to the chairman of the group. Can the words she said be false?" Tian looked at the 3 security guards who gradually lowered their heads and immediately walked to Yang Jingya with an apologetic look and said to her, "Don't talk about them. They are just doing their job. and this matter is also my fault. Yang Jingya looked at him with a puzzled look. Because they were in the underground parking lot and the light was not clear, Yang Jingya could not find the changes that had taken place in Tian. He asked Yang Jingya to go ahead, and after Tian parked the car in the parking lot, he took the elevator directly to the top floor of the Universal Group and then walked towards the chairman's office. Yang Jingya kept a dull look on her face and looked at Tian for almost half an hour. She was extremely surprised in her heart. How could he suddenly become so handsome? Originally, Tian, who was young, rich, and in a high position, was already enough to cause her great lethality. But now, he actually became so handsome. Isn't this going to cost her life? Yang Jingya couldn't believe that the pockmarked boy could turn into such a handsome man in just a few days. Tian looked at Yang Jingya with a dazed look on his face and couldn't help but chuckle. What? Can't believe this is true? Yang Jingya nodded to him with great certainty. Hehe. Tian raised his lips slightly and said with a smile, I don't dare to believe it either, but this is indeed the fact. Assistant Yang, please send my message again. Yes, boss. Yang Jingya smiled at Tian mischievously, then turned and walked out of the office. At this time, a thick stack of financial reports of the Universal Group appeared on Tian's desk. He came here today to see if the income of various departments of the group has increased in the few days since he took office as the chairman of the Universal Group. As long as it doesn't fall, it's fine. So Tian spent the whole afternoon today in the chairman's office, checking the financial reports of various departments of the group. The most scorching sunlight in the southern summer gradually subsided, and the most beautiful sunset of the day gradually approached. Tian also read the financial report of Huan Yu from about 10 o'clock in the morning until about 7 o'clock in the evening, and then slowly put down the last financial report in his hand. During this period, only Yang Jingya came in to add a cup of tea for Tian, and no one entered this office to disturb Tian again. Chapter 88, Wait and See. After reading the financial reports of Huan Yu in the past few days, Tian couldn't help but lean back in the leather chair with a smile of joy on his face. All businesses under Huan Yu have shown a slight upward trend in the few days since he took office, but there is one project that is an exception, and that is Huan Yu Real Estate. After Tian fired the previous CEO of Huan Yu Real Estate and replaced him with the people assigned to him by the system, the business volume suddenly increased by leaps and bounds. As soon as this group of newcomers appeared, they immediately snatched a government-planned school housing project from the mouths of several real estate industry giants in Tianfu City. And the most important thing is that they only paid a very small price for it and easily won this huge project. This is what shocked Tian the most. Sure enough, the system's products must be high quality. He nodded with satisfaction, and when he picked up the teacup on the table and was about to take another sip of tea, as soon as he picked up the teacup, Tian realized that he had drunk all the tea without realizing it. This is embarrassing. So Tian, who was not drinking the tea, stood up from the leather chair with a helpless look on his face, raised his hand to look at the Patek Philippe watch on his hand, and found that the time had actually come to 7 o'clock in the evening, and his stomach suddenly gurgled. Thinking back to today, it seemed that I hadn't eaten all day, and it was natural that my stomach made an unyielding and stubborn sound. With a helpless, bitter smile on his handsome face, Tian planned to eat something at a roadside snack stand. Don't ask why Tian is so rich now, and he still has to eat at a roadside stall because street food is the real delicacy. Smells good? Make it? Blow bubbles after making it? Early in the morning of July 5th, the Shu Province Admissions Office released a real-time announcement on Tutiao, WeChat official account, and Sina Weibo. The test scores of candidates in Shu Province will be announced to the public on the evening of July 5. As soon as this announcement was released, all candidates in Shu Province, together with their parents and family members, were anxiously and excitedly waiting for the release of the college entrance examination results. Tian was no exception. Early in the morning, he and his parents saw the content of this announcement together. How is it? Are you confident? Ye's father, looked at his son who suddenly became extremely handsome with a gentle face. To be honest, when Tian appeared in front of his parents for the first time after he became handsome, it really scared them, and because of this incident, a huge mistake was made. Tian was in a hurry to go out that day and forgot to bring his keys to the house. When he returned to the door of his house, he fumbled in his pocket for a while and realized that he did not bring his keys with him. This was the first time that Tian rang his own doorbell. Isn't that funny? After waiting for a while, the door was opened from the inside. When the door opened, it was Tian's mother, Min. As soon as Min opened the door, she was slightly surprised to see a very handsome boy standing outside her house. Then she wondered in her heart, is this her son's classmate? Why don't I seem to have seen him before? So Min asked the handsome boy in front of her, are you here to see Tian? Tian, who was originally smiling, heard his mother asking him this, and the smile on his face gradually solidified. What does this mean? He can't even recognize his own son? With a helpless, bitter smile, Tian called Min Mom? Min was suddenly shocked by Tian's mom and looked at his face with a dazed look. Familiar lips, heroic eyes, and a high nose bridge that is very similar to his own. Is this his son Tian? Fuck! Min couldn't help but swear, oh my god! Can you believe this? Her son's appearance had undergone such a drastic change overnight, which was really unimaginable for her. However, no matter how incredible she was, the handsome boy in front of her was indeed her son Tian. You tell me this? Hey! Tian heard the question from his father, and then he raised his head and looked at him. Do you have confidence? Is Tian confident about this college entrance examination? Of course, he must. Here Tian must thank someone. Lin Weiwei, the school beauty and the beauty of their class. This is an important person who made him suddenly wake up. Speaking of her, we have to talk about the bet she made with him. You know how earth-shaking this bet has changed Tian's life. The most important thing is that if it weren't for that bet, Tian wouldn't have made up his mind to study hard. The system wouldn't have given him the buff of the schoolmaster's possession. After using the schoolmaster's possession, he wouldn't have run into that fairy-like girl when he went to Tianfu City Library to study. All of this is thanks to Lin Weiwei, although she is now Ye Junshin's girlfriend, and the bet between the two of them has also vanished. Tian has always remembered Lin Weiwei's favor in his heart. If Lin Weiwei has any difficulties in the future and needs his help, Tian will definitely follow without hesitation. I wish Lin Weiwei a long life, amen? With an extremely confident smile on his face, Tian replied to his father beside him with a slight smile on his face. Absolutely no problem. And maybe there will be a big surprise for you two. Just after Tian finished this sentence, the ruthless mocking voice of his mother Min suddenly came from the kitchen. Just brag. What's the matter with your own grades? Do you really think that your father and I don't have any points in our hearts? Facing the mockery from his mother, Tian shouted at his mother in the kitchen with a proud look on his face. You just wait and see. Humph. After opening the browser on the computer and typing 2018 Shu Province College Entrance Examination Results Inquiry in the search bar of the browser, Tian immediately hit the Enter button on the keyboard. His parents had already stood on both sides of him, one on the left and one on the right, and the two were staring at the computer monitor. After loading, a website called Shu Province Education suddenly appeared below the search bar. Tian looked at the website and rubbed his hands a little nervously. After all, the next moment was to find out his college entrance examination results. No matter how confident Tian was before, when the college entrance examination results did not appear in front of him, he would inevitably feel nervous. End of this chapter. Chapter 89. Witness the moment of miracle. Next, it's the moment of witnessing a miracle. Click on the website of the Shu Province Education Examination Institute and enter your admission ticket number, name, ID number, and verification code. Tian did all this in one go. Then Tian clicked the query button. After a while of loading the web page, Tian's college entrance examination results finally appeared in front of the three people. A moment later, a scream with great shock suddenly came from Tian's room. Ye Tian's parents were both staring at the computer monitor with a dull look on their faces. Total score, 710 points. Ranked first in the 2018 Shu Province College Entrance Examination. Yanmin looked at her son's college entrance examination results on the monitor, and suddenly a wave of bitterness surged into her heart. She couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands and gradually sobbed softly. My total score is 710 points. It was already the second day after the college entrance examination results were announced. In the early morning, under the urging of Yanmin, Ye Tian's father Ye Yanke, according to his wife's instructions, told Ye Tian's grandparents, uncles and aunts about Ye Tian's college entrance examination results early in the morning. 710 points. This college entrance examination result, the first place in the entire Shu province in 2018. This undoubtedly made Ye Yanke and Yanmin feel extremely proud. All relatives were also very happy after learning about Ye Tian's college entrance examination results. After all, this is their own child. Telling this to outsiders, it would make them look so impressive. Uncle Ye Tian, who runs a small company, immediately decided to set up a celebration banquet for Ye Tian in a big hotel after hearing the news from his younger brother. Not for anything else. Just to be happy. Although the company run by Uncle Tian's family is not very big, compared to Ye Tian's family in the past, it is so awesome. Setting up such a banquet in a high-end hotel is still a piece of cake for him. However, Uncle Ye Tian doesn't know why. Ye Tian's family is now, but there are billionaires. Originally, when Ye Yanke heard his eldest brother say this, he immediately postponed and said, I'll do it. But unfortunately, under Uncle Ye Tian's stubbornness, Ye Yanke and Yanmin had to smile bitterly and agree to his decision. Then, Uncle Ye Tian made an appointment with Ye Tian's parents to reunite at the Huanyu Hotel in the Jiang Scenic area at 8 o'clock tonight. When Ye Tian and his parents heard the name of the hotel from their brother, they suddenly looked at each other in a daze. What hotel did their brother talk about? Ye Yanke and Yanmin immediately focused their attention on Ye Tian. Isn't their son the acting chairman of the Universal Group? The Universal Hotel is also an industry under the Universal Group, so isn't that? Both of them gave Ye Tian a son. It's time to see how you perform next. Ye Tian looked at the hints from his parents, smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, Dad, Mom, I'll make arrangements right away. So in front of his parents, he took out his iPhone from his trouser pocket, unlocked his face, and opened the phone's address book. By the way, what's the phone number of the person in charge of the Universal Hotel in Jiang Scenic area? Ye Tian said with a puzzled look on his face. As soon as Ye Tian's parents finished breakfast, they went out shopping. They were ready to pack their clothes for the Zhang family party in the evening. Before leaving, Yanmin told Ye Tian to tell his godfather about his college entrance examination results. Originally, Yi's father and mother planned to ask Ye Tian to call his godfather to get together, but when they thought of Ye Tian's godfather's identity and the family gathering in the evening, Yi's father and mother gave up the idea. After his parents went out, Ye Tian yawned and returned to the room, lying on his warm and comfortable big bed. Lying on the bed, Ye Tian first called his godfather, Tang Zhenhua, a senior official in Tianfu City, and told him his college entrance examination results. But when Ye Tian finished talking about his results, Tang Zhenhua was not too surprised, as if he had known his college entrance examination results long ago. However, Ye Tian thought of his godfather's identity. If he wanted to know his college entrance examination results, it would be a piece of cake for him. At the end of the call, Tang Zhenhua also said to Ye Tian, Xiao Ye, Godfather has seen everything you have done in Huanyu during this period. I heard that on your first day in Huanyu, you drastically laid off a lot of senior executives. That's right. A manager of a large enterprise should be full of fighting spirit, dare to fight and act vigorously. Godfather is optimistic about you. After hanging up Tang Zhenhua's call, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile. Who wouldn't be excited by the praise from the highest official in Tianfu City? Reaching his hand in the air, looking at the ceiling through the gap between his fingers, Ye Tian couldn't help but mutter in his mouth, Huanyu, you will never escape from my palm. Ye Tian, who was lying on the bed, suddenly seemed to remember something, and immediately picked up the mobile phone that he had just placed beside him, then found Shuliwo's number in the mobile phone address book, and then dialed her. How could Tian not tell Shuliwo about such great news? As soon as a beep sounded from the phone, someone picked up the phone. "Hello? Tian? What's the matter?" Shuliwo's heavenly voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hey, nothing. I just miss you a little bit," Tian said to Shuliwo on the other end of the phone with a smirk. Shuliwo frowned her cute little eyebrows. "Don't make trouble. Just tell me if you have anything to say." Tian had already imagined how cute she was on the other end of the phone from the tone of Shuliwo's words. He laughed twice, and Tian didn't plan to tease this girl anymore, so he told her his college entrance examination results. "How is it?" "Amazing," Tian said to the other end of the phone with a proud face. Hello, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly silent?" After learning about Tian's college entrance examination results, Shuliwo couldn't say anything. She kept answering the phone for a long time. 710 points in the college entrance examination? Ranked first among all the candidates in Shu province? Hiss? This really made Shuliwo feel incredible. She could never have thought that Tian, who was not serious when he was with her, was actually the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Shu province this year. Chapter 90. Appointment. Shuliwo, who had been in a daze for a long time, came to his senses when he heard Tian's anxious voice on the other end of the phone, and said to Tian on the other end of the phone, "Ah! I'm sorry, Tian, I was distracted just now. By the way, congratulations on becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination in our province." Tian heard Shuliwo's steady voice on the other end of the phone, and then he slowly let go of his heart. Shuliwo didn't reply to him for a long time just now, which made Tian think that something had suddenly happened to Shuliwo. After slowly calming down, Tian slowly said to Shuliwo on the other end of the phone, "You scared me to death. I thought something was wrong with you. Don't do this again in the future." Shuliwo smiled and promised Tian on the other end of the phone, "Yes, yes, yes." So the two of them started to chat on the phone, incredibly sweetly. "By the way, Tian, which university are you going to?" Shuliwo, who had been chatting with Tian for a long time, suddenly asked him. With Tian's grades, he can go to any university in the country. Shuliwo whispered in his heart. When Tian heard Shuliwo's question, he laughed and said, "Guess! Can't! Hate it? Tell me about it." Shuliwo said to Tian like a spoiled child. Tian suddenly looked at the phone in his hand with a surprised look on his face. "Shuliwo? Is she being spoiled with him? Damn! This is the first time." So Tian said to Shuliwo on the other end of the phone without hesitation, "I won't tease you anymore. I'm going to the Magic City to study at Fudan University." "Ah?" When Shuliwo heard that Tian was going to study at Fudan University, his face immediately became blank. Isn't this the same as the university he wanted to go to? Or did Tian already know that he was going to Fudan University? Don't you consider going to Tsinghua University or Yandu University?" asked Tian softly. "Yes, with my grades, Tsinghua and Yandu are both easy to get into, but I will never choose these two universities." Tian looked up at the sky with a serious face. "Don't consider it, because I know that you want to go to Fudan the most. So I will work hard in Fudan for a year and then wait for you to repeat the exam and get admitted to Fudan. Then we can study the same textbooks in the same university. So, do your best in the college entrance examination next year. I'm waiting for you at Fudan. So if you don't understand anything in the future, just ask me. I'm still very confident in learning. This is our agreement." After Tian finished talking a lot, Shuliwo on the other end of the phone fell silent again. Just as Tian was about to call Shuliwo's name again, Shuliwo's voice came from the other end of the phone again. "Well, next year I will definitely work hard to get into Fudan. This is our agreement." What Tian didn't know was that Shuliwo had already cried like a tearful person. What could be more touching than having such a boy in front of her to protect her from the wind and rain? Nothing. Night soon came quietly. After Tian and his parents packed up their clothes, the three of them went downstairs together. As soon as they left the gate of the community, there was already a black Rolls-Royce Phantom outside the door, which had been waiting on the roadside for a long time. As soon as the middle-aged man sitting in the Rolls-Royce saw Tian walk out of the gate of the community, he immediately got out of the car and slowly walked in front of Tian and the other two. "Boss, the car is ready," the middle-aged man said to Tian with a diligent look on his face. Tian nodded, smiling at the middle-aged man in front of him. "Thank you for your hard work, Lao Liu. It's so late, but I have to bother you to come here." Lao Liu laughed. "What are you talking about, boss? Isn't this all my job?" The middle-aged man in front of Tian, whom he called Lao Liu, was named Liu Yong and was the full-time driver of Tang Jiwan, the former chairman of the Universal Group. The Rolls-Royce Phantom he drove when he came was the same car that Yang Jingya drove when she took Tian to the Universal building for the first time, and this Rolls-Royce Phantom was an asset of the Universal Group. The reason why Tian asked Lao Liu to drive the car to pick up their family today was all because Tian's Lamborghini only had 2 seats, and there were 3 people in their family, and his father's car was parked in the city where they worked and had not been driven back, so Tian called Liu Yong. This time, Tian also secretly observed how his parents would react when they saw the car, but it was useless. Just like when he met Tian's godfather, Tang Zhenhua, a senior official in Tianfu City, there was no surprise on his face. After saying thank you for your hard work to Lao Liu, his parents never said anything else, and their faces always kept a calm look. This made Tian feel more certain in his heart that his parents must have seen the world, otherwise they would never have such a calm attitude. He didn't understand. He had been with his parents since he was a child, but in his impression, why didn't he remember his parents seeing any big scenes at all? "Oh, why do you want to do more? It's not a big deal." Tian smiled and shook his head. So, under the leadership of Lao Liu, the group sat in the Rolls-Royce that Lao Liu drove in an orderly manner. Tian asked his parents to sit in the back seat, and he sat in the co-pilot of the Rolls-Royce. The black Rolls-Royce Phantom, driven by Lao Liu, gradually drove towards the Universal Hotel in the Zhang Scenic area. It was around 7 o'clock in the evening, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom, carrying the 3 members of Tian's family, had already arrived outside the door of the Universal Hotel. When Tian looked at the huge Universal Group logo at the entrance of the Universal Hotel, he couldn't help but chuckle. It was here that he turned from ugly to handsome last time. Just as Tian was lost in thought, the 4 security guards responsible for maintaining order at the entrance of the hotel had already discovered the appearance of the Rolls-Royce. When they saw the license plate of the car at the same time, they suddenly remembered what the manager had just told them. "If you see a Rolls-Royce with the license plate number of SHU H8222, you must tell him immediately." The 4 security guards looked at each other immediately, and then one of them took out a black walkie-talkie and said something to it. After that, he slowly put the walkie-talkie into the pocket on the chest of his security uniform. Chapter 91, The First Person in Charge. A moment later, a middle-aged man in a brown suit and a pair of square-framed glasses on his face immediately rushed out of the Universal Hotel. This man was the first person in charge of the Universal Hotel, Manager Sun Tian's. At this time, when Sun Tian's appeared beside the security guards at the door, he immediately asked them anxiously, "Where is the car? Where is that car?" Since Sun Tian's learned from the security guards at the door what he had told them before, he immediately rushed out of the manager's office without stopping. It's no wonder why he was so nervous. It was because there was someone in the car that he couldn't bear it at all. Tian, the newly appointed acting chairman of the Universal Group. As soon as he took office, he immediately and vigorously laid off several former executives of the Universal Group. You know, any one of those people is much more awesome than a small hotel manager like him, but it's not that they can be laid off just like that. Sun Tian's doesn't want to end up with the same result as those people. When the 4 security guards saw Manager Sun with an anxious face, they slowly stretched out their hands and pointed forward. Sun Tian's on the side immediately looked in the direction of their fingers. Sure enough, the car with the SHU A222 hanging on it was parked at the entrance of the hotel. When Sun Tian saw the target vehicle, he immediately straightened his clothes. He didn't want to be kicked out of the Huanju Hotel by Mr. Ye just because he didn't wear his clothes properly. Soon, the Rolls-Royce Phantom carrying the 3 members of Ye Tian's family slowly stopped beside Sun Tian's. Seeing this, Sun Tianse immediately leaned forward with a diligent look on his face and then gently opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom with his hand. Yi's father and mother, who were sitting in the back row, suddenly appeared in front of Sun Tian's. When Sun Tian saw the two of them, he immediately thought to himself, these should be Mr. Ye's parents, right? So Sun Tian's immediately greeted Ye Yankee and Yan Min inside with great respect. Welcome to the Huanyu Hotel. I am Sun Tianse, the hotel manager. Just as Sun Tianse was greeting Ye Tian's parents, Ye Tian, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, opened the door and got out of the car. Seeing Sun Tianse, who was smiling and greeting his parents, Ye Tian couldn't help but chuckled. He greeted him with a smile on his face. Manager, son? Upon hearing this, Sun Tianse immediately turned around and looked at Ye Tian, who was walking down from the co-pilot seat. He stared at his handsome face, which was exactly the same as the photo of Ye Dong posted on the group's intranet. Sun Tianse immediately greeted Ye Tian with a smile on his face. Director Ye, welcome to the Huanyu Hotel in Jiangjing District. But after he said this, he became nervous for no reason. Did his first greeting to Director Ye not make him feel dissatisfied? Hiss, God bless. Haha, manager son, there's no need to make such a fuss. I'm just here to attend a party today, Ye Tian said to him with a smile on his face. Sun Tianse looked at Ye Tian's smiling face and couldn't help but wonder in his heart that Director Ye was not as arrogant and cold as he imagined. So he slowly let go of his hanging heart and said to Ye Tian with a brighter smile on his face, Oh, that's it. I thought you came here to inspect our work. Then, Mr. Ye, do you know which private room of the banquet hall you are about to attend the party? I'll take you there. Ye Tian smiled and said, No need to be so troublesome, but I don't seem to know which private room it is. Then, I'll take you to the hotel lounge to rest first? Sun Tianse asked. Ye Tian thought about it. Well, your suggestion is good. So under the leadership of Sun Tianse, Ye Tian's family came to the lounge of the Universal Hotel to wait for Ye Tian's uncle and second uncle to come. Ye Tian, who was sitting in the lounge, looked at the back of Sun Tianse, who was gradually going away, and couldn't help but muttered in his heart with a smile on his face. Am I really that scary? He always felt that Sun Tianse was very cautious when accompanying him, for fear that he would make him feel dissatisfied with him. Absolutely. There is no need to do this. It should be because of the vigorous attitude he showed when he first went to Huanyu that made these people under Huanyu afraid of him. Thinking of this, Ye Tian immediately shook his head with a look of laughter and tears. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Ye Tian's uncles gradually arrived at Huanyu Hotel when it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. As soon as the group arrived at the hotel entrance and were checking the reserved private room with the hotel front desk, Sun Tianse came to Ye Tian with a bright smile on his face. Boss Ye, they are here. Ye Tian, who was watching Dujin, heard Sun Tianse tell him that his uncles had arrived and replied to Sun Tianse, Oh, okay. Then he put his phone back in his pocket, stood up, and walked out with his parents. However, when Ye Tian's family came out, Ye Tian's uncles had already been led by the hotel waiter to the private room they booked. Seeing this, Sun Tianse, who was standing by, immediately went to the front desk of the Universal Hotel to ask the receptionist which private room the group had just gone to. After that, when Sun Tianse learned from the receptionist which private room they had gone to, he led Ye Tian's family towards the elevator. Outside the Misty Rain private room on the 3rd floor of the Universal Hotel in Jiang Scenic Area. When Sun Tianse led Ye Tian's family to the door of the private room, he stopped and made a please gesture to Ye Tian's family with great respect, and then said to Ye Tian, Mr. Ye, this is the private room. I will take you here. If you need anything later, just tell me. Ye Tian nodded gently. Okay, I'm sorry to bother you today. Well, I'll tell you if you need anything. Sun Tianse nodded respectfully, then stepped forward and stretched out his hand, slowly pushed open the door of the private room, and then smiled and walked away. As soon as the door opened, the eyes of Ye Tian's uncle and second uncle sitting inside immediately focused on Ye Tian's family of 3. Ye Tian's uncle immediately stood up and greeted, "Hurry up and wait for your family." Yi's father, Ye Yankee, smiled and looked at his eldest brother. "Ha ha, I've kept you waiting for a long time." Yan Min, who was standing aside, also smiled and looked at everyone in their private room. So soon, Ye Tian's family sat down at the dining table in the Yanyu private room. Many people came today, including Ye Tian's father's relatives. Except for Ye Tian's grandparents who were in their hometown, all of them came. Chapter 92. I owe her a meal. 4 people came from Ye Tian's uncle's family and his uncle, and 2 came from Ye Tian's second uncle's family. Among them was his cousin Ye Wenjing, who was a traffic police officer and had stopped Ye Tian on the road before. Ye Tian sat next to her. The reason why the Zhang family could get together today was because Ye Tian's college entrance examination results were so outstanding. Ye Tian's uncle Ye Yanshui was happy and took the lead in organizing this small Zhang family gathering. Before, Ye Tian's uncle Ye Yanshui's family background was the best among the 3 brothers. His family ran a small trading company, which could earn at least $1,000,000 a year. His wife Zhao Zhiqin also served as the deputy general manager of their company. However, because he married and had children late, although he was the oldest of the 3 brothers in the Zhang family, his 2 sons were a few years younger than Ye Tian and were now in the 2nd year of junior high school. The family background of Zhang Yanjin, the second uncle of Ye Tian, should be the most miserable among the 3 brothers. He was just an employee of an automobile factory, and his wife passed away in an accident. So far, he has raised Ye Tian's cousin Ye Wenjing alone. While the family was chatting lively, the dishes ordered by Ye Yanshui were served to the table by the hotel waiter one after another, and he also asked for 2 bottles of Wuliang Yepu. Apart from anything else, these 2 bottles of Wuliang Yepu alone cost more than 2,000 yuan. It can be said that Ye Yanshui spent a lot of money this time. But what does it matter? As long as everyone is happy, isn't it over? Xiao Ye scored 710 points in the college entrance examination this time, which really shocked your uncle. Ye Yanshui looked at Ye Tian with a big smile on his face. Ye Tian smiled and replied very modestly, "Haha, uncle, please stop praising me. It's just a coincidence." Zhang Yanjin, the second uncle of Ye Tian, looked at Ye Tian and asked him, "Where are you going to college, Xiao Ye? With your grades, Tsinghua and Yanda should be fine, right?" Ye Tian replied, "Second uncle, I plan to go to Shanghai to study at Fudan University." As soon as this sentence came out, not only did Ye Tian's uncles look at him with confusion, but even his parents looked at him in surprise. They just knew that their son was going to Shanghai to study at university. Although Shanghai is a good place, and Fudan University is also the 3rd-ranked university in the country. But compared with Tsinghua and Yanda and Yanjing, there is still a big gap. So everyone looked at Ye Tian blankly, intending to listen to why he chose to go to Shanghai to study at university. Aren't Tsinghua and Yanda good? When Ye Tian saw that his relatives, including his parents, were looking at him, he scratched his head helplessly, and then slowly said to them, "As for why I chose Fudan University." Everyone listened attentively. "That's because..." Everyone looked at him expectantly. "Secret, I won't tell you." Ye Tian's mother Yanmin slapped the table angrily and stood up, pointing at his face and scolding, "You stinky boy, you dare to tease us! See how I deal with you when I get back!" Ye Tian immediately apologized to his mother with a begging face. Ye Tian's father and his uncles couldn't help laughing when they saw Ye Tian's flattering expression. This kid! Why didn't I see that he was so humorous before? Ye Tian's cousin Ye Wenjing didn't talk to everyone at this time. After the dishes were brought to the table by the waiters, she immediately took the chopsticks and gobbled them up. When her father Zhang Yanjin saw this scene, he immediately pointed at her and said, "Look at you, you just eat. It's like you haven't eaten for hundreds of years." After putting a piece of fish into her mouth, chewing and swallowing, Ye Wenjing curled her lips and muttered softly, "It's like I haven't eaten for hundreds of years, huh?" Look at your virtue. Look at your brother Ye Tian. He got 710 points in the college entrance examination. How many points did you get before? Upon hearing this, Ye Wenjing immediately put the chopsticks on the table and then stared at her father Zhang Yanjin with a pout. The atmosphere between the father and daughter suddenly became tense. When Tian saw his cousin being said this by his uncle, he immediately spoke up to ease the atmosphere for the father and daughter. "Uncle, don't talk about my sister. She is tired enough from work every day." When the uncle heard Tian speak up for his cousin, he snorted coldly and turned around to chat with Tian's father and his uncle. Tian looked at his cousin, who was in a low mood, chuckled, and picked up the chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish for his cousin and put it in her bowl. "Sister, eat quickly, I know you like fish the most." Yi Wenjing looked up at Tian, and the depressed look on her face gradually improved. After a chuckle, she said to Tian with a smile, "Our brother is still good. He knows that sister likes to eat fish. But, brother, I want to ask you, why did the pockmarks on your face suddenly disappear? And now you have become so handsome. I remember that it has been less than 10 days since we last met." Tian didn't know how to answer his cousin's question, so he could only smile awkwardly. "I'll answer your question when I have a chance later." Can he tell Yi Wenjing that the truth is that it is because of the system props that make him handsome? No. Tian didn't even tell his parents about this matter, let alone tell her what the real reason is. He can only perfunctory them as much as possible. Yi Wenjing, who didn't get an answer, smacked her lips and said, "Oh, let's talk about it later." Then she picked up another piece of fish with her chopsticks. It seems that she really has a special liking for fish. Just when she was about to put the piece of fish into her mouth, suddenly Yi Wenjing seemed to remember something and then looked at Tian with a strange face. "I remember. You kid seems to owe me a meal, right? When are you going to treat your sister to a meal?" He really didn't expect that his cousin actually remembered that he owed her a meal. However, this is not a big deal. For him, who is now a billionaire, isn't it just a meal? Not to mention a meal, even 10 or 100 meals are no problem. Tian immediately nodded to his cousin. "I know. How about this, sister? When you are free, just call me, and your brother will rush to arrange it for you. What do you think?" Hearing this, Yi Wenjing nodded with satisfaction. This is my good brother, right? Chapter 93, I got drunk and passed out. The banquet lasted until almost 11 o'clock in the evening, before it gradually came to. Tian's uncle and second uncle were already drunk and fell asleep on the table. Among the three brothers, only Tian's father, Yankee, was still sober. It's strange to say that Yankee is a teacher and has a bookish air, but the strange thing is that he has never been drunk since he was a child. Looking at his two brothers who were drunk, Yankee smiled helplessly. "You know I don't get drunk, but you still force me to drink? Now it's good. I've drunk myself and passed out." The eldest brother, Yanshui, is still okay. After all, his wife and children are here, and it's not a problem to take him back when he is unconscious. But on the second brother's side, only his niece Yi Wenjing was here, and she was a girl. Seeing this, Yankee immediately told Tian, "Xiao Ye, the task of sending your second uncle home is handed over to you." Yi Wenjing, who was wiping the oil stains on her mouth with a napkin, heard this and immediately stood up and waved to Yankee. "Third uncle, don't bother my brother. I can bring my father home by myself." "Why are you being polite to me?" Tian on the side smiled slightly. "Dad, don't worry. I promise to send my second uncle home safely." Yankee then nodded to him with satisfaction. The group gradually dispersed. Tian originally planned to ask Lao Liu to come over and send his parents home, but was stopped by his mother Yan Minky, saying that it had been such a night, so don't bother others, and she and Tian's father would just take a taxi home. Tian thought about it and agreed. So he and his cousin Yi Wenjing helped his second uncle Zhang Yanjin get into a taxi and drove towards his home. It was not until the early morning of the next day that Tian finally walked out of his cousin's community. He was squatting on the curb, smoking a cigarette silently. He gradually recalled the small gathering at Zhang's house tonight. To be honest, these were the relatives that Tian had been visiting since he was a child. They were all relatives from Tian's father's side, and Tian had never seen any relatives from his mother's side since he was a child. This was what made Tian feel extremely surprised. In his memory, there were only the appearance of his grandparents, and he had never seen his grandparents. When Ye Tian was very young, he had asked his mother Yan Min many times why he had never seen his grandparents' relatives. But every time Ye Tian's mother heard her son asking about this, she was always at a loss for words, and she just dealt with it, not telling him the truth. In addition, before, when his parents met with his godfather Tang Zhenhua, a senior official in Tianfu City, they still maintained a calm look. Could this be the attitude of two ordinary high school teachers when they met a senior official in the city? Everything was connected by Ye Tian at this moment, and he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, could it be that his mother was born in a wealthy family, but for some reason she hasn't contacted her family for many years? Hiss! It's really hard to say. The more Ye Tian thought about it, the more he felt that it was very likely to be the case. Otherwise, they were all parents of ordinary families, and their vision and insight would be so amazing. However, it's still the same sentence as before. Since my parents chose to hide this matter from me, there is no need for me to ask anything. Let it be. Early the next morning, Ye Tian told his parents that he was going to Huanyu, and then opened the door and walked out. After arriving downstairs in the community and unlocking his Lamborghini, he drove it quickly on the avenue of Tianfu City. Time gradually came to around 9 o'clock in the morning. Ye Tian, driving the Lamborghini, gradually came to the entrance of the underground parking lot of the Universal Building. This time, the security guards at the entrance of the parking lot immediately raised the electric barriers to let him pass when they saw Ye Tian's sky-blue Lamborghini without a license plate. You know, since the last time they stopped Mr. Ye at the entrance of the underground parking lot, I don't know which of the 4 security guards was the one who told everyone about it. Now, everyone in the building knows that they stopped Mr. Ye at the door and didn't let him in. This is a huge blunder. As a result, their security department has become the biggest laughingstock of the entire group. After Ye Tian parked the car steadily in a parking space, he got out of the car and immediately rushed to the elevator in the parking lot. After getting in the elevator, he immediately reached out and pressed the 30 button in the elevator. The elevator then quickly climbed up. The elevator door opened, and Ye Tian walked out. As soon as he walked out of the elevator door, Yang Jingya, the assistant to the chairman, was walking towards him with her head down. "Assistant Yang?" Ye Tian called out. Yang Jingya, who was walking forward with her head down, suddenly heard a voice coming from the front, calling her name, so she looked up and looked forward. Ye Tian, the chairman of the board, was looking at her with a smile on his face. "Hey, Mr. Ye, why do you have the interest to come here today?" Yang Jingya looked at him in surprise and said, "It has been nearly 10 days since Ye Tian entered the universe, but in these 10 days, Ye Tian has only been here twice." No wonder Yang Jingya was so surprised when she saw him. Ye Tian smiled and said, "I have nothing to do today, so I came here to look at the financial statements of the past few days." "What? Don't you welcome me?" Yang Jingya pouted and shouted injustice. "How can I, my chairman Ye, dare not welcome you here as a small assistant? Go to the office and rest for a while, and I will bring you all the financial statements of the past few days. Do you think this is okay?" Ye Tian looked at Yang Jingya, whose expression was very wonderful, and smiled, then nodded to her. After Yang Jingya left, he turned and walked towards the chairman's office. Ye Tian, who was sitting on the black leather chair in the chairman's office, was waiting for Yang Jingya to bring him materials. Suddenly, a long-lost voice sounded in his heart. "Master, haven't seen you for a long time? Have you missed me?" The owner of this voice was the system assistant system that Ye Tian hadn't talked to for a long time. When Ye Tian heard the system's voice, he was slightly stunned, and then he said to her with a hint of resentment, "Oh, I thought you were missing." Chapter 94, Start a Game Live Broadcast Career. Hey, Master, don't blame the system. The system just ignored you because a bug suddenly appeared in the system. Master, you are magnanimous and will forgive the system this time? The system said pitifully. Huh? There is a bug in the system? The words of the system just now really surprised Ye Tian a little. He didn't expect that the system that was already awesome in his eyes would have a bug one day. So Ye Tian asked the system, "Bug? What bug has appeared?" Nothing. Just a small problem. No big impact. The system said perfunctorily, But just as the system's voice fell, a mechanical but very familiar voice to Tian suddenly echoed in Tian's heart. Level 3 System Mandatory Task. Become a live broadcaster with 100,000 fans. Task requirements. You cannot use any economy to increase your fans. You can only rely on yourself to gradually accumulate them. And you must turn on the camera function every time you live broadcast. But you cannot show your appearance. Task reward. 100 task failure. Time goes back to the eve of obtaining the perfect godly rich system, complete within 1 month. After hearing this task prompt, Tian was dumbfounded. The system fell silent again, leaving Tian alone thinking about this mandatory task in his mind. Damn it, isn't this asking too much? In 1 month from nothing to having 100,000 fans. Isn't this a joke to me? Moreover, you cannot use any funds to get 100,000 fans. You must actually have fans, and you must turn on the camera. Turning on the camera is fine, but you can't show your true face. You have to cover your face when you live broadcast, right? Then you are just taking off your pants to fart. Isn't it redundant? Thinking about it, Tian decided to call out the system. He was going to ask her what this mandatory task meant. This was simply making things difficult for him. Usually, Tian often browsed platforms such as Douyin, Pipixia, and Bilibili. He knew that if a newcomer wanted to develop from 0 fans to 100,000 fans, he didn't know how much time and energy he would have to spend during this period. Besides, you still have to have some talents to attract the attention of fans, right? I don't have any talents, and now the only thing I can show is my appearance, but I can't even show my true face to others? Is this a way to live? Filled with anger at this task, Tian called out to the system in his heart with great dissatisfaction. But it was useless. The system went silent again. After a long time, when Tian gradually recalled the punishment after failing this mandatory task, his face suddenly changed, and then he muttered in the office with a depressed look. Forget it. Now I can only bite the bullet and push forward. System, you remember it. Don't let me meet you again next time, otherwise you will be in trouble. Tian shouted in his heart with great anger. Which platform should I start this task from? Tian, sitting on the black leather chair, couldn't help but ponder. Ding-dong, Tian's mobile phone on the desk suddenly rang. Tian, who thought someone had sent him a message, picked up the phone and saw that it was a message pop-up box pushed to him by a live broadcast platform called Tiger Shark. Wait, Tiger Shark Live? This is a good choice. After all, Tiger Shark Live platform is the #1 live broadcast platform in China. Before, Tian saw the data released by Tiger Shark on Weibo, and their daily active users have exceeded 100 million. Thinking back to the big anchors in Tiger Shark Live, all of them have tens of millions of fans. When thinking of this, Tian, who was originally depressed, immediately became energetic. That's decided. Come to the Tiger Shark Live platform to complete this ghost task. But soon, Tian racked his brains to choose which live broadcast area for himself. Be an anchor in the appearance area? After all, Tian is now full of confidence in his appearance. But when he thought of the task requirements of the lousy, Tian immediately shook his head. No, I can't show my face. What else can I do in the appearance area? What do others want to see in the appearance area? Do you want them to see your eyes, hair, ears, and forehead? Nonsense. This item is invalid, and Tian turned his attention to the outdoor area and the game area. The outdoor area was also quickly passed by Tian because he didn't want to expose too much of his personal information. Then there is only one way left, the game area. Speaking of which, the top brother, Yichen, and the top sister, Zhao Jiayi, of the Tiger Shark platform seem to be anchors in the game area. Both of them have tens of millions of fans subscribing. The most active live broadcast area of the Tiger Shark platform is also the game area. After thinking for a while, Tian immediately made a decision and went to the game area to gamble. If you win, you will earn tens of millions. If you lose, you can just start over. Isn't it to encounter various difficulties and accept various difficult challenges when you are born? Otherwise, what kind of life is this? This mandatory task of the system undoubtedly ignited the fighting spirit that had been buried in Tian's heart for a long time. Damn, it's over. Speaking of which, Tian has to thank Ma Zi for making him decadent for 3 years. If it weren't for Ma Zi who made him decadent for 3 years, turning him from a male god that everyone is paying attention to into an extremely decadent otaku and loser, how could he have the opportunity to play so many games? Having played countless games, it was no problem for him to enter the game area and broadcast live. And what is the great advantage of the game area for Tian? Of course, even if you don't show your face, you may still gain a lot of fans. So one by one, on this sunny morning, a game anchor named Yang Seer appeared on the Tiger Shark Live platform, on the 30th floor of the Universal Building, in the chairman's office. Tian had just registered an account for the Tiger Shark Live platform on his computer, and then completed the real name authentication of the platform on it. Just when he was about to start his live broadcast career, he suddenly remembered the most important point. There is no camera. The task requirements required him to turn on the camera for every live broadcast and cover his appearance. Covering the appearance is easy to say. There are masks and the like in the drawer of the desk. But where can I get the camera? Just when Tian was troubled by this, suddenly his eyes blurred and a blue light passed through the air in the office, and then a silver-white camera suddenly appeared on the desk in front of Tian. Chapter 95, the world's #1 mid lane, killing the national server and reaching the king in solo queue. Is this sent to me by the system? Tian looked at the silver-white camera that suddenly appeared in front of him and smacked his lips. You still have some conscience. He plugged the camera interface into the computer host, took out a mask from the drawer of the desk, and put it on his face. With everything ready, Tian immediately clicked the Start Live Broadcast button on the Tiger Shark Live Companion program. Although the Asus computer in front of Tian is an office computer, it costs more than 20,000 yuan. If Tian only uses it for live broadcasts and playing some online games, there is absolutely no problem. Gradually entered the live broadcast screen. The game that Tian chose to broadcast for the first time was the most popular MOBA game at the moment, League of Legends. It is a large-scale competitive game developed by a US company and represented by Tencent in China. It is also the game that Tian has played for the longest time and spent the most effort. Players play the role of summoners in League of Legends, summoning and controlling a hero to enter the game. Players in the game are divided into 2 different camps, each with 5 players in 5 different positions. The 5 positions are top, jungle, mid, shooter, and support. Each position has different functions, and the ultimate goal is to destroy the opponent's crystal to win the game. Since Tian came into contact with this game, he has been deeply confused by it. League of Legends is still the only game he has recharged money for. Although Tian has played League of Legends for 3 years, he is still only at the level of Silver 5, which is a level that can't drop to bronze, but can't reach gold. But it is undeniable that this is the game that Tian is most capable of. Let me tell you quietly, he can only play the middle lane. His Tiger Shark Live platform, League of Legends section. After entering the live broadcast screen, Tian first set the title of the live broadcast room. World's #1 mid, killing in the national server, solo ranking to king. Don't look at the exaggerated title that Tian gave. If he doesn't make a gimmick, how can he, a small new anchor, attract viewers to watch? You have to know that people are very curious. Maybe they accidentally see your live broadcast room and may be attracted by the exaggerated title you gave. This achieved Tian's goal. Increase fans. Increase fans. How can fans increase without viewers? So, although Tian only has the strength of Silver 5, he still arrogantly put up such a title. He is not afraid of others coming in to spray him or something. You know, the Tiger Shark platform arranges the order of live broadcast windows based on the popularity of live broadcasts. The number of viewers and the gifts given by the audience are 2 of them, and the number of barrages sent by the audience is also included in the algorithm of live broadcast popularity. Tian is eager for someone to come in and spray him, so that the popularity of his live broadcast room will rise rapidly. Once the popularity goes up, more and more viewers will be attracted to join them in spraying Tian. If it continues like this, the popularity of his live broadcast room will continue to rise. Why not do it? There was originally no game on the computer in this office, but before Tian started the live broadcast, the family bucket of Tencent had been downloaded. That is, Choo Choo Music, Choo Choo Game Platform, and League of Legends. The reason why Tian downloaded the Choo Choo Music software. Have you ever seen anyone who doesn't play a few explosive BGM when playing games live? Like Draven, the #1 player in the national server, hasn't he played local music all his life? This also made him be labeled as the Little Prince of Rustic He by his fans. This is the importance of BGM. It seems that he is also very good at operating it. However, it was Tian's first time to broadcast live, so he was inevitably a little unfamiliar. Even the extremely simple task of connecting the BGM playing on his computer to the live broadcast room took Tian a long time. Tian took a deep breath, then waved his mouse with his hand, slid to the Choo Choo Game Platform, and then gently double-clicked it twice. After that, Tian skillfully entered his Choo Choo number and password on it, and then entered the main page of the Choo Choo Game Platform. Don't think that this Choo Choo Game Platform is just a game platform, but you must know that all games under Tencent can only be started and run through this platform. Then, Tian found the downloaded League of Heroes, selected it, and then clicked the Start Game button next to it. League of Heroes was officially loaded, and after doing all this, Tian gradually leaned back on the leather chair, looking at the League of Heroes loading on the computer monitor in front of him, and his mind was suddenly filled with thoughts. Speaking of which, he hadn't played League of Heroes for more than a month, and the last time he played League of Heroes was in May. At that time, he was still an extremely decadent loser, but he never thought that after just over a month, he would become a handsome man, a billionaire, and the acting chairman of the Universal Group. It was all because of the emergence of the system that changed Tian's life trajectory. Thinking of this, Tian was grateful to the system again. He gradually let go of this forced task. After a while of reminiscence, League of Heroes was loaded into the main page. Seeing this, Tian immediately ended his brief sigh, and then hurried forward to lean against the desk, and then selected the ranking mode of League of Heroes. Afterwards, after he had chosen the position he wanted to play, Tian cleared his throat and said in a warm voice to the computer camera, "Hello everyone. I am the new anchor, sir. Welcome to my live broadcast room." After Tian finished his welcome words, the barrage list still showed 0. However, Tian did not feel depressed because of this. After all, he had just started the live broadcast, so it was normal that no one was watching. A crisp sound came from the speakers. When Tian heard it, he was immediately shocked. It was his first live broadcast of League of Legends. It came one by one. Dong 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 dong. As soon as he entered the ranking interface, the system began to distribute the positions of 5 people, and Tian was assigned to the mid-lane position by the system as he wished. Chapter 96, Fuck You. He immediately whistled happily. Woohoo! After taking off, he entered the ban hero interface. Unlike the matching mode, in the ranking mode, each player in both camps can ban a hero. Tian chose to ban Clockwork Sorcerer, Orianna. This B hero is really NC, and Tian's favorite mid-lane Yasuo was suppressed by her. Die for me! After both players have chosen their respective heroes, summoner skills and talents, the system will officially enter the interface for loading the game. Tian was on the red side in this game, and he chose the hero he was most familiar with in the mid-lane position. The Happy Windman, Yasuo, the top lane Weapon Master, the Jungle Scorpion, the ADC. The ADC was actually a blind monk? Tian hadn't noticed just now that the ADC on his side actually chose a blind monk. But after entering the battle loading page of League of Legends, he discovered this weird thing. As we all know, the blind monk is a jungle hero. You actually used him to play the shooter position. Just when Tian thought this was outrageous enough, he suddenly saw the support position on his side. It was also a weird one. Using Zhao Xin to play the jungle. Tian couldn't help but cover his face with his hands, shook his head with a wry smile, and silently complained in his heart, what kind of precious teammates did he meet? They could choose such a wonderful lineup, I am convinced. Then Tian looked at the lineup chosen by the opponent, top laner Blademan, Jungler Blademaster, mid laner Noxus, ADC Bounty Hunter, support Malphite. Seeing this, Tian couldn't help but press the on the keyboard, intending to check what rank these people were in. Well, it doesn't matter if you look at it, but when you see the ranks of all of them, Tian almost got a brain congestion. In a game of 10 people, 8 of them are in the tough Black Iron rank. Only Tian and their top laner are not in the Black Iron rank. Tian is Silver 5, and their top laner is Bronze 1. Tian looked at the ranks of everyone on the computer monitor with a bitter face, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is this the legendary Black Iron game in the canyon? Sure enough, he didn't know how to describe this situation. It was really, alas, what he couldn't understand was, how could he, a silver player, be matched with such a Black Iron game? There is definitely something wrong with the system's matching mechanism. Just when Tian was complaining about the League of Legends matching system, the game was finally loaded, and then he entered the game interface. After Tian's people bought the equipment, the 5 of them came to the lower half of the jungle on the opposite side, crouching in the bushes next to F6. After waiting for nearly 8 seconds, a big Noxian holding an axe walked towards the bushes where Tian and his friends had set up an ambush. Finally, someone is here. Tian smiled at the screen. Just now, because he was preparing for a big group, Tian chose Yasuo's E-skill Step Forward at level 1, which can make Yasuo sprint a fixed distance towards an enemy. Just as Tian was about to press this skill, their support Xinjiao could no longer bear it and rushed towards the opposite Noxus with an E-skill Fearless Charge. Tian saw that Zhao had taken the lead in attacking Noxus, and he pressed the E-skill on Noxus after him. Other teammates also followed suit and used various skills on Noxus. First Blood. The First Blood was successfully taken by Tian. Noxus, who had fallen to the ground, couldn't figure out why 5 big men suddenly appeared here. The player who controlled Noxus was already spitting out fragrance in front of the computer. When the opposite Noxus died, his 4 teammates quickly rushed to this place. Tian looked at the 4 players on the opposite side, who were like young fools, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was indeed a Black Iron game. With 1 man missing, he actually wanted to come and fight us. So, a fierce level 1 team battle was started. Tian was killed by the resurrected Noxus on the opposite side, but he got 2 kills in this level 1 team battle, which was worth it. But just as Tian was buying equipment in the store, they received frequent good news from the position where they were fighting in the level 1 team battle. His 3 teammates saw that there was only 1 male knife on the opposite side, so they immediately chased him with their heads dazed. They chased all the way to the position of the 2nd tower in the middle lane of the opposite side. The male knife was dead, but his 3 teammates also gave the opposite male knife a wave of 3 kills. Moreover, when his teammates were resurrected, they actually wanted to fight with the opposite side. Except for Tian, the other 4 of the 5 people had TP. After resurrection, they immediately headed towards the opposite side F6. At the beginning, Tian teleported over on the eye inserted in the grass. He fought with the resurrected people on the opposite side again. Tian stared at the screen blankly. Is this the legendary Black Iron game? How come everyone plays games without thinking? They are all a bunch of reckless people. Just when Tian was staring at the computer screen, a barrage of comments suddenly floated across Tian's computer screen. Oh my god, this scene is really delicious. Tian also discovered this barrage at the first time. It's just started, no hurry, Tian said lightly. Then he started playing the game seriously again. The first level group of this game can only be described as outrageous. It was too strong. A small first level group actually gave birth to 23 heads. This made Tian mutter in his heart, is this still the League of Legends that he played before? How could it be so exaggerated? The male knife who got a triple kill in that wave of group had already made a serrated dagger and had come to the middle lane to fight against Tian. Tian now has only one feeling, which is extremely difficult, even if the opponent is a Black Iron player. But in the case of leading Tian by a large item, any skill that hits Tian will lose half of his blood. But fortunately, Tian can still barely maintain this situation and try to make up for the opponent's male knife. But soon, this situation was broken by the stone man on the opposite side. Tian's two teammates, jungler Scorpion and ADC Lee Sin, were stealing the enemy's red buff, but were discovered by the passing stone man, and a fierce battle broke out between the two sides. However, due to the lack of one person, the stone man was no match for the attack of Scorpion and Lee Sin. And in a hurry he gave up his flash. A golden light flashed, and the body of the stone man instantly flashed to the side close to F6. Chapter 97. The Master of Arms got a double kill. But at this moment, a tough guy suddenly emerged from the river and took the spear. It was Tian's support, the Debon General? Zhao Xin, Master Xin. When Master Xin saw the lone stone man in front of him, he immediately got excited and used his E-skill directly on the stone man, without saying anything. Tian, who was peacefully finishing off the enemy in the middle lane, and the male knife on the opposite side, also found the same scene at once. Tian thought to himself, there are only 2 people on the opposite side, but we have 4 people on our side. Tian shouted in his heart. So he suddenly flashed and came to the front of the stone man, and then used a set of E+Q combination skills and instantly took the head of the stone man with low health. Just when Tian was complacent about this, the male knife came late into the battlefield. Tian immediately sneered at this young male knife, thinking, "You dare to go against the 4 of us alone? What are you thinking?" A step forward and rushed towards the male knife, and the 3 teammates behind him also followed the Yasuo controlled by Tian and handed over skills to the male knife in front. In an instant, the male knife's health bar dropped to half blood. Seeing this, Tian immediately took advantage of the victory and pursued, and several teammates followed Tian like mad dogs. And the male knife seemed to have discovered that his 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, and an E-skill, Assassin's Way, turned over from the wall of F6 to their home road first tower. Seeing the weak health bar of the male knife, Tian seemed to have lost his mind at this time. He gave up his flash and chased forward. The 3 teammates behind him also followed suit and gave up their flashes. The 4 purple team members instantly entered the attack range of the opponent's middle lane tower. Soon, Tian was the first to be killed by the tower's attack. It is worth mentioning that the male knife on the opposite side actually AE'd him when Tian was about to die, so Tian's head was taken by the male knife on the opposite side. Looking at the black and white screen, just when Tian thought that his teammates could get rid of the male knife later, the male Z knife used a priceless W skill, cut the grass and root, hitting Tian's 3 teammates at the same time. In an instant, the 3 of them were put into a debuff of slowing down, and the male knife relied on a few small moves to successfully escape the encirclement of the 3 of them. On the other hand, Tian's 3 teammates who were slowed down, a quadra kill! All 3 of them were killed by the opponent's mid lane tower, and the male knife got a quad kill in this team battle. The game had just entered 5 minutes, and the male knife on the opposite side had already got a triple kill and a quad kill. After returning home, the male knife immediately took out a Soul of the Phantom Flame from his crotch and bought a corruption potion. Tian, who was broadcasting live, saw that the male knife on the opposite side had such luxurious equipment. If he hadn't thought that he was still broadcasting live, Tian would have left the keyboard with both hands. Play NM. He was concentrating on watching the game screen and didn't notice that at this time, there were already many viewers in his live broadcast room who were brushing barrages. Fuck. Wonderful. This is the first time I've seen such a wonderful game. The game has just entered 5 minutes, and the number of heads on both sides is almost close to 30. I think NMB is outrageous. The male knife on the opposite side is outrageous. He has already made a phantom flame in 5 minutes. One got a triple kill, the other got a quad. Believe this? Wow, even the S-Series finals weren't this exciting. I won't watch the finals if it's not for you guys. At this moment, countless gaming groups were spreading a message like crazy. Go to Tiger Shark's live broadcast room number XX and take a look. That's outrageous. In one game, nearly 30 kills broke out in 5 minutes. Countless netizens were instantly attracted by this news, and they clicked on Tiger Shark Live and entered the live broadcast room they mentioned. When the group of people rushed in, they found that the game had already reached the 25th minute. The blue team's male knife now had data of 35's 1211 and was already at the level of level 16 of 6 God equipment. Countless people looked at this exaggerated data and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. They didn't know what was going on, so they immediately glanced at the title of the live broadcast room. The world's #1 mid laner, killing in the national server, and reaching the king in solo ranking. Everyone was surprised in their hearts. Is this the world of the strongest kings? Such a fierce welding. So they continued to look down, and the next picture immediately made them open their eyes wide. The purple team's mid-lane Highland Tower and Crystal had already been destroyed, while the blue team's Misfortune, Noxus, Blademaster, and the outrageous male knife were chasing the purple team's Lee Sin from the mid lane to the ruins of the Highland Tower. Noxus used his E-skill, Ruthless Iron Hand, to pull Lee Sin over. The 4 people's skills were poured into Lee Sin. Fortunately, Lee Sin was wearing a pure meat suit, so that he could still maintain half of his health after suffering so many skills. Just when the 4 people on the blue side were still sticking to Lee Sin, a man holding a street lamp suddenly emerged from the shadow of the lower road highland. The Weapon Master. Pressing the E-skill counterattack storm, the Weapon Master used the Q-skill jump slash to the head of the already low-health Blademaster as soon as he arrived in front of the blue team. The effect of the counterattack storm was instantly triggered at this moment, and the 4 people on the opposite side were stunned at once. Then, the Weapon Master followed up with a W skill and steadily put the head of the Blademaster into the bag. Then at this time, the stun effect of Master Yi's counterattack storm had disappeared, but the amazing thing was that Master Yi and Noxus actually went to chase Lee Sin, not paying any attention to Master Yi behind them. Now, there was only one Misfortune left on the blue team, and she was attacking Master Yi alone, but it was useless. Master Yi jumped and slashed to Misfortune's head, followed by a basic attack and smashed her. Double kill! Master Yi got a double kill! Master Yi and Noxus, who were still chasing Lee Sin, were also kicked by Lee Sin's Dragon Tail. They were kicked to Master Yi, who was already red-eyed. Master Yi was charging his E-skill counterattack storm just now, but Lee Sin kicked Master Yi and Noxus over, and his E-skill was charged just in time. Unfortunately, Master Yi and Noxus were still in the knock-up state, and they were hit by the stun effect of Master Yi's E-skill counterattack storm. Chapter 98. Hit with the head? At this moment, Master Yi seemed to be possessed by a god. When there was only 100 HP left, he also took the heads of Male Knife and Noxus. Quadra kill. In this team battle, Master Yi finally killed all 4 people who were chasing Lee Sin, and he also got a quad kill. Oh, it's so wonderful. I can't believe my eyes. This picture is so beautiful, I dare not look directly at it. Jax's cross-claw dunk is like a demon descending from the sky. He is really a great god on earth. This Jax, awesome. This Jax is like a god of war. I declare, Jax, forever god. A ranking match has been going on for about 45 minutes. The number of heads of the 2-player burst has already exceeded hundreds of people. It can be said that it was an extremely fierce and bloody battle. Although Tian, who was broadcasting live, felt a little tired physically and mentally, he immediately became energetic again when he saw his teammates fighting with the opponent again. So, he controlled the Windsword Master Yasuo and joined the battle again. Ace. After a fierce battle, Tian and his team on the purple side were ultimately defeated by the blue side and were wiped out by the opponent. Then, the opponent took the big dragon buff and directly pushed down the main crystal of the purple side in one wave, winning the game. After the game, the computer screen entered the post-match settlement interface. Tian looked at his record of 4 halves 320 and fell into deep thought. He couldn't figure out how he, a silver player, would have such a record in the Black Iron game. This is totally unscientific. Then he looked at the number of heads on both sides. The blue side 97 versus the purple side 73. The Male Knife on the opposite side killed 47 people alone. Even if Tian played 5 ranked games, he couldn't match the male knife's exaggerated number of kills. It's outrageous. On the other hand, the Jax who just hit 4 people with 1 hammer was not the one with the most kills on his side. He only got 23 kills. Instead, the seemingly inconspicuous auxiliary Xingye actually got 29 kills in this game. But when Tian saw his number of last hits, only 6, compared to the 300 last hits of Master Yi, it was 50 times more than him. But after all, Xingye is just a support. Damn, has anyone seen an auxiliary kill 29 people in a game? You mean Pike? Oh, it's okay. What made Tian sigh was that this iron game was really a match of incomparable quality. Throughout the game, both sides were fighting all the time. If they were not fighting, they were on their way to fight. 7 out of 10 people were carrying TP. None of the junglers on both sides had punishment. Alas, Tian sighed bitterly. This was the first time he knew that the Iron Division was so bloody and brutal. After a level 1 fight, 23 heads broke out. The opponent got a triple kill and a quad kill. When entering the laning phase, he was directly ahead of Tian's Yasuo. One big item, Soul of the Phantom Flame. This? Use the head to fight. A burst of urination came, so Tian prepared to get up and go to the toilet. But when he just stood up, he slowly remembered that he seemed to be still broadcasting. Fuck! I was so involved in the game just now that I forgot that I was still broadcasting. So Tian's eyes immediately looked at the bullet list on the screen. The next scene made Tian dumbfounded. I saw that the bullet area that had no bullet at the beginning of the live broadcast was actually rolling all kinds of bullets at an extremely fast speed. Too exciting! Is this the King's Game? King's Game! Don't make me laugh. I just checked the host's account on the Choo Choo game platform, and Crystal Trace is only Silver 5. I also checked. In that game, except for the host and their top laner, everyone else was in the Iron rank. In other words, this was a veritable Iron game. Then why is the title so exaggerated? Who gave him the courage? Who knows? Looking at the countless bullet comments scrolling on the screen, Tian was very surprised. He really didn't think that he could attract so many viewers just by playing an Iron game. This was really beyond his expectation. Although most of the bullet comments were questioning him and spraying him for the exaggerated title. But so what? It's better to have someone scolding than no one at all. Looking at the real-time popularity data below the room number, it has reached about 80,000 popularity, which means that at least hundreds of people are watching his live broadcast now. This made the new anchor Tian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. It's getting better. Then, Tian looked at the position in the upper right corner that showed the audience subscriptions. There were actually nearly 100 people who subscribed to his live broadcast room. In other words, Tian now has more than 100 fans. Nice! Tian, who was originally planning to go to the toilet, immediately sat back on the leather chair when he saw these data, intending to take this opportunity to start another ranking game to attract more people to watch. After making up his mind, Tian immediately exited the settlement interface and then entered the ranking interface again. After choosing a position, Tian pressed the confirmation button. The system matched again, but at this moment, the door of the office where Tian was located was suddenly pushed open. A Pum dressed very intellectually, holding a stack of documents in his hand, slowly walked towards Tian. This Pum was Yang Jingya, the chairman's assistant who had met Tian in the elevator before and was asked by him to get the financial statements of the past few days. As soon as Yang Jingya entered the office, she saw Tian sitting behind his desk, staring at the computer screen, and even wearing a mask on his face. Even when she pushed the door and entered the office, he didn't notice it at all. What is Mr. Ye doing? Yang Jingya muttered in her heart with a puzzled look. So Yang Jingya quietly walked to Tian's side. Look at Tian. Great! It turns out that he is playing games in the office. Yang Jingya suddenly had a few black lines on her head. Tian was playing League of Legends. In fact, she is also a loyal fan of this game, and her rank is not low. The highest has reached Diamond 5. But this does not mean that you can play games in the office. Forget it. You are the boss. Do whatever you want. Then, Yang Jingya called Tian twice in a gentle voice, But because Tian was wearing headphones at this time and the sound of BGM in the headphones was so harsh, he didn't even notice that there was an extra person beside him. Jingya covered her face helplessly. What should I do with such a boss? Looking at the thick stack of financial statements in her arms, she was thinking, should she disturb the boss who was playing games now? With a helpless sigh, Jingya finally reached out and gently patted Tian's shoulder. She thought, after all, this was what Tian had asked her to do just now, and she had to complete this task, right? Tian, who was concentrating on waiting for the next qualifying match to start, realized that someone was patting his shoulder, so he turned around and looked at that person. At first glance, it turned out to be Jingya. Tian, who was immersed in the live broadcast game, gradually recalled the reason why he came to the Universal Building today. I came to see the financial statements today. Suddenly recalling this matter, Tian immediately said, I'm sorry to Jingya beside him with an embarrassed look, and then canceled the ranking match of the League of Heroes, and then turned around to face Jingya and Assistant Yang who were holding a stack of financial statements. Boss, the financial statements you want. Jingya looked at Tian with a funny face, and then placed the thick stack of financial statements in front of Tian. After placing the financial statements in her hand, Jingya's eyes accidentally glanced at Tian's computer screen, and then saw, the boss is still broadcasting live. Oh my, you are really good. Jingya couldn't help but click Bishi for Tian in her heart, but there was no surprise on her face. Since Tian, who was broadcasting live, did not turn off the camera signal, all the viewers in his live broadcast room immediately noticed the plum who suddenly appeared on the live screen. Oh my God, this little sister is so beautiful. She is my favorite type. And she is wearing my favorite office OL uniform. LSP upstairs. Wait, did you notice that this Pelham who suddenly appeared just now called the anchor? Boss? After a moment of